Something was happening in the atmosphere. Luxurious family boutiques rustled. A golden cloud passed by. Someone's soul descended below. Suddenly the boy heard his grandfather, the head of the family, shout that Chu Xuan was a disgrace to the family and was henceforth banished from his ancestral home. The doors of the luxurious mansion slammed shut. The stunned guy looked ahead and couldn't figure out what was happening to him. How is this possible? Is this really his new destiny? He will live as an outcast and a pariah. Maybe it's because he was successful before. Just 3 days ago, he was helping people achieve incredible success, filling huge halls, and was a very cool and rich guy. But 2 days ago, he died suddenly and was reborn as the 13th youngest member of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of Qin. And now he has just been expelled from his ancestral home simply because he sneezed at a banquet. The reason for such a punishment is simply ridiculous. The boy was exiled to one of the family's abandoned houses on the very edge of the city. There was nothing there, not even furniture. Xuan was in despair. Suddenly the young man heard someone approach the door of the house and try to open it. The exile's heart began to beat faster, wondering who was behind the door. Chu asked through tears who was there. He couldn't imagine what anyone could need in this abandoned, empty house. In the light of the bright sun, the surprised Xuan saw a strange figure without a face. The guy wondered in confusion if it was really God himself in front of him. But then he heard the familiar voice of his uncle the butler. He was begging the young master to help him. Otherwise the blanket had fallen on him, and he couldn't see anything. The butler set the table and said that the servants would soon deliver the furniture here, and Chu needed to eat. Xuan sincerely thanked his uncle for still being with him. The old servant sighed. He didn't have time to warn Xuan that the master had been angry with him for a long time. The guy needed to come up with a plan to gain his trust. The young man chewed the meat with gusto, and thoughtfully asked the butler why his grandfather hated Xuan so much, since he was no worse than the others. The gray-haired uncle lowered his head and sighed. It all started with Father Xuan. He was a very promising young man. Xuan's father was the 3rd eldest in the family, and was incredibly talented. Not only the Chu family knew about his talent, but also the Qin family. He was supposed to become the next head of the family, but love spoiled his plans. He married a girl of humble origin, and problems began. Soon after the birth of baby Xuan, Mr. and Mrs. left the Chu family home, and to this day there has been no news from them. The young man sighed heavily. He felt that this whole heart-rending story smelled of blood and drama. What else awaited him ahead? The butler politely told the young master that he would return soon. Other servants had arrived, and he needed to give them instructions on what to do. Xuan thanked his uncle heartily. How good it was that the butler remembered the good that the boy had once done for him. The old servant, leaving the gate, sighed heavily. And when this boy was older, he seemed to have already grown up. But he still behaved like a child. Soon the whole house was buzzing with activity. Brooms and rags were being used, cleaning was being done, furniture was being placed in the rooms, and everything was made cozy. When the work was finished, one of the servants reported to the master that the cleaning was finished. The furniture was also arranged. Xuan praised the boys. The servants hurried back to the main house. The young master accompanied them to the gate, and thanked them once again for their help in setting up the house. Chu Xuan was delighted. Now the house looked completely different, and the yard just sparkled after cleaning. The guy smiled. Everything wasn't so bad. Suddenly Xuan heard a message that on his first day at home, he had obtained the invincible power of martial arts. The young man asked in fear who was speaking. The guy was horrified. Why the system again? It turned out that during his stay at home the system increases the reward for the accumulated hours. When Chu leaves the reward zone, the hours will start counting again. The guy asked where the tasks, quests, and control panel are. But the system ignored the question. Today's rewards have been paid out. Xuan must stay at home to receive the next ones. Xuan called Nani in his sleep and asked what time it was. Why was the sun so bright? He had had a very strange dream. The guy moved his hand and discovered some kind of book next to him. It was strange. He clearly remembered that there were no books here. Having finally woken up, Chu loudly asked who had left the book here. Perhaps the servants from their family's main house had come again. Opening the book, Xuan realized that the dream was not a dream. This book was an invincible martial art, the highest technique for protecting the mortal realm. The mortal realm is the basic level of cultivation, consisting of 3 stages: cleansing the body, opening the channels, and collecting qi. Above the mortal realm are the Xuan realm, the spirit realm, the emptiness realm, the harmony realm, the true realm, and the emperor realm. The guy decided that he was still weak, but since he had to sit at home anyway, he would become a cultivator, and he immersed himself in studying the acquired technique. Concentrating, Xuan soon felt the qi sinking into the dantian, its energy flowing, entering and exiting the body. While studying the technique, the young man thought how good it was that he had read the cultivators and knew about the meridians. Otherwise, he would not have understood anything. Having immersed himself in the process of cultivation, the guy didn't even notice how the day passed. The stars were pouring out in the sky, and he was still cultivating. Now the sun was shining in the sky again. A new day had arrived, and Xuan was still sitting, surrounded by streams of strong, renewing energy. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a whole day of practice, he didn't feel tired. It seemed that cultivation really strengthened the body. But you still need to combine work and rest. It's time for bonus points. The guy reached for the fruit box. It's time for a snack. First, he did the practice of the body, then the spirit and qi. What will the system suggest he do next? It is silent today. As if in response, the system congratulated the guy. He received a ghostly dagger as a gift. Xuan grimaced. You couldn't even cut an apple with this knife. The next day, the system gave him the aura of a crouching dragon and the strike of a hidden snake. The guy was delighted. These are cool gifts. Xuan suddenly felt that he was very tired. But now he had one defensive technique and one attack technique. If this continued, he would be invincible. But he still had to master the general history textbook. The guy really didn't want to embarrass himself again by sneezing inappropriately in front of someone. The previous dynasty was overthrown by the four great families of Qin, Chu, He, and Zhao. The Qin family became the ruling family, and the others became its assistants. Suddenly, the young man heard someone calling his 13th brother. He wondered who had come to visit him. Judging by the voice, it was Chu Yun. It really was her. The young beauty brought her brother a treat and asked how he was doing here. He was probably very bored. Xuan smiled and slyly asked why she didn't send a gift with the servants. Did she really decide to pamper her brother with her eyes? The girl said that she had wanted to come for a long time, but after Xuan's expulsion, a lot of work appeared, and the young man hastened to offer Yun a chair. The little sister said that her grandfather was still angry with him, but assured him that she would ask him to pardon her brother as soon as she had the chance. Xuan asked her not to worry. He was having fun here, although the food tasted much better in the company of his pretty sister. Yun thought, her kind brother doesn't like to argue and get angry. He is one of the few who has not lost his humanity in a cruel and rude world. Saying goodbye to her exiled brother, Yun once again asked him to be patient for just a little while longer. She would ask her grandfather for mercy for him. The guy understood. It seems his sister thought he was saying all this out of politeness. What a silly little girl. The next day, Xuan's cultivation increased by a year. He felt the power penetrating him. He reached a new level of qi penetration. Xuan plunged into cultivation with renewed vigor, and all the nearby objects in the house were carried away by the flow of his raging energy. The young man became noticeably stronger and practiced constantly, trying to break through to a higher level. In his practices, he forgot about everything. After a long and intense cultivation, the guy's body soared upward. The flow of energy carried him higher and higher. He was glad. Here it is. But suddenly he seemed to hit something and quickly returned to his room on the cultivation mat. Xuan cursed mentally. Why the hell he couldn't overcome the kingdom for the 4th time? After all, he was the main character. Despite this, the guy felt his aura developing, like a closed door getting closer. He felt something approaching. Chu sighed sadly and thought that he shouldn't rush. After all, it had only been a few days since he appeared in this world. And then the system congratulated Xuan on his 5th day spent at home and gave him a super valuable reward. The secret book of the mind. The new technique turned out to be for a higher level of development. Xuan now won't even be able to properly develop this technique. And yet the guy mastered the technique that the system gave him. Now it was time to practice to see what he could do. But there is no one else in the house except Chu Xuan, so he can't practice mind control on the people nearby. But you can try another option. Xuan began searching for the aura. Although there is no one here, there should be many living beings around. He must sense all living things with the help of this technique. The guy concentrated and began searching for the auras of living beings. And finally he found it. That's it, Xuan was surprised. He really feels everything that is within his aura, even far from home. It's amazing. At first, the boy felt the flowers blooming near the estate, which spread a wonderful fragrance and peace around. Then his aura sensed a songbird very close by, in the thick foliage of the trees, admiring the flowering plants and looking for food. In the pond, the young man felt the gentle movement of the water and the cool aura of small, beautiful fish and insects sitting nearby. Xuan's aura spread further and further, and finally it reached the sky. The boy felt the movement of a large flock of migratory birds in the distance. Suddenly, the young man felt an explosion of passion. It turned out that a pair of monkeys in love were sitting in one of the trees in the midst of mating season. Chu felt how primates make love with all the animal passion. This guy felt sick. He did not expect such sensations. Realizing that the technique was working, and even too well, he decided to call it a day. Sometimes you shouldn't push yourself further than you have to. Chu Shen heard someone enter the gate and asked the 13th gentleman how about lunch. The guy was surprised. The guests were early today. The young man was puzzled. Servants usually come to him in pairs, but he felt the aura of only one person. This is strange. Something is wrong. The man who entered was smiling broadly. He called out to the 13th gentleman again and politely offered him some refreshments. Xuan thanked the guest, but suddenly became wary. The rice brought by the unusually early visitor caused the guy obvious apprehension. He paid very close attention to the basket of rice in the servant's hands. The man continued to smile deliberately and broadly in a welcoming manner. The young master's aura covered the bowl of rice brought to him. There was clearly something else in it, and the young man carefully scanned the treat. There was no poison in this food. At first glance, it was ordinary rice, which is eaten here in huge quantities every day in every home. But Xuan noticed strange black spots in the rice, and his feelings were not deceiving him. This rice turned out to have a very dangerous surprise inside. Almost all the rice brought to the guy for lunch was infected with terrible larvae that can silently kill a person from the inside. Dark cultivators also used such parasites, planting them in the bodies of people whose minds they wanted to control. Chu frowned. This smiling villain brought the eggs of a dangerous parasite to his house, and really wanted to feed them to the young master. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought, this scoundrel asked for it himself. Now he will give himself to Chu, and the new cultivator will play with the mind of this servant. So, Chu Xuan's first experiment in secretly influencing another person's mind began. The boy's spiritual hand reached out to the victim. Xuan imperiously asked the servant who sent him here with this contaminated rice. If the scoundrel wanted to live, he had to answer. The man, blinking his eyes in confusion, replied to the 13th gentleman that the butler had sent him. He always sent food to Xuan. The guy angrily said that the villain had a chance to confess voluntarily. Now Xuan himself will get the truth directly from the villain's head. Chu immediately used a secret mind control technique on the strange servant, which he had only just managed to master the day before. Feeling that his brain was captured, guest Chu's face immediately changed. It was distorted with a grimace of anger. The man clenched his fists. Xuan repeated his question. He wanted to know who had sent this worm to him. The servant fell to his knees, dropping the basket. He stubbornly remained silent. Finally, the servant replied that he was a minion of darkness, that he had no masters, and that he saw an opportunity to take possession of the boy, and through him, the Chu family. The guy was horrified, because in front of him was a sectarian, a minion of the evil court. Evil not only exists in this world, but the sectarians have their own lands. They are located on the southern continent, an autonomous region called Mordor, where the minions of the dark forces gather. There are constant wars and minor skirmishes there, so there are not many people in those lands, but they are all very powerful. The minions of the evil court will stop at nothing to increase their power and advance further along the path of cultivation. Despite the disunity of the minions of the evil court, they still have their own king. He is stronger than all. One can only guess at his strength. Outside the king's court, evil cults are scattered throughout southern China, difficult to spot and difficult to kill. There is only one villain, and he cannot harm the Chu family. But the fact that he belongs to the court of the evil king is already alarming. If the Chu family was under threat, it would also affect Xuan. The young man sternly asked the servant if he was really alone, and he obediently but reluctantly confirmed. The villain explained that if he could control Xuan, he would be able to control the entire family. He had been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Chu knew that a sectarian couldn't lie under the influence of technology. He would have to warn his grandfather. But how? The old man didn't even want to see him. Suddenly, Xuan felt the villain break free from the influence of his mind control technique, closing himself off from the impact. The guy was amazed. This man is able to resist. How strong is this minion of the evil court? Xuan caught the servant's thought that if he broke the mind control, he would be able to harm himself. Chu thought that the villain had gone crazy. Suddenly, the guy saw combat blades flashing in the hands of his strange guest. He activated the Wolverine claw weapon. The evil court's minion rushed at the young man. Xuan cursed mentally. This bastard didn't intend to harm himself. He wanted to kill Chu. Xuan assumed that if he had a dragon's aura, the villain wouldn't be able to harm him with Wolverine claws. But he didn't want to test it. The guy was tormented by the question of how he could tell his family that one of their servants was a sectarian. This freak clearly wanted to kill him to keep him silent. A snake fist would knock this man out in one go. but when they saw the corpse, they would immediately understand that Xuan was hiding his powers and would return him to his ancestral home. In this case, the system and secrets will no longer be accessible. Meanwhile, the villain rushed at Chu and screamed for him to finally die. Chu Xuan put up a defense. He couldn't solve the dilemma. If he left the villain, he would kill Chu. If he killed him, he would expose himself. The guy snorted in displeasure. Why should he even think about this? What kind of people are they? They can't even leave an exile alone. And then Xuan heard the voice of the servants from his grandfather's house. They shouted to the master that they had brought food. The guy sighed. How timely they were. The servants who approached the gates heard the cry of the Sectarian. He was shouting, "Long live Mordor!" For the king. They realized that there was a servant of evil there. The servants immediately shouted that they would now protect the young master, and hurried to enter the gate of the house where the exile lived. Meanwhile, Xuan deflected the villain's attacks, and the servants ran to help the 13th young master of the Chu family. That's great. The servants will spread the word within the family, and the news will reach grandfather. That was the second part of Xuan's plan. The evil minion lunged, shouting, "Death to the enemies of the evil king!" The guy chuckled to himself. It was time to play a little. The servants grumbled, "These damn sectarians, but now they will help the young master deal with this damned evil spirit." Suddenly tears gushed from Xuan's eyes and he ran away from the sectarian as fast as he could, who ran after him with a growl. The servants' faces lengthened. What a loser. They even lost the desire to save him. If they didn't have to bring him food, they would always pass by. Meanwhile, Xuan was running around the courtyard, feigning panic, and the evil courtyard's minion was running after him, threatening to kill the guy right then and there. The 13th young gentleman screamed for help and called for his mother. The sectarian ran after the young man with a growl. The servants restrained the growling scoundrel and told the 13th master that he was already safe, and they would take this one to the master. At this time, Chu demonstratively crashed into the wall of a brick fence, feigning terrible fear in front of the servants who came to him. Having hit the wall, the guy stretched out next to him and whispered in confusion where the wall came from, pretending that he had lost consciousness. The servants looked at the young master in surprise. Did he lose consciousness? What a talentless guy, a disgrace to the Chu family. The boys decided that they couldn't deal with the evil minion on their own. They needed to take him to the master and call a doctor for the young fool. Xuan opened one eye. Great. The servants will spread rumors and everyone will think he is a complete loser. That's what he needs. But just in case, he needed to be on the safe side. The guy understood that he couldn't let the unexpected guest go alive. He knew too much. While the servants and the captive were within the range of his aura, Xuan activated his secret mind control technique. The boy mentally apologized to the little villain for this, the cultivator's ghostly hand already reaching for the evil cultist's head. The fact that the sectarian attacked Xuan was not a reason to kill him, but the guy was afraid that this was not all the evil that this scoundrel had done here. Mind control failed to destroy the villain. It was time to kill his flesh. Chu plunged the ghostly crowbar into the aggressive guest's brain. It was all over, Xuan thought. This way the boy would keep the secrets of the sectarian's mind, and he would keep the secrets of young Chu. The system gave the guy another reward, a box of great Xuandan, an elixir that would help him break through the Xuan realm. Chu realized that if the system told him to do this, and even helped him, his struggle to break through to the next level would be over. Soon, two servants returned to the master's house and told about the unusual incident that they saw in the exile's estate. The grandfather who led the Chu family was in an indescribable rage. He shouted that all this was nonsense and some kind of delirium. This simply could not happen. Chu Tianming exclaimed. His son Chu Luo was incredibly strong. How could he give birth to such a spineless slug that couldn't even deal with a single sect member? The old man sighed. It was good that their family was full of talents. One of them was young Master Chu Qing, a promising young man. In the courtyard of the house where Xuan lived, Yun's voice was heard ringing. She called out to the 13th brother, saying that she had come to visit. The satisfied guy turned around at the sound of his sister's voice. He was glad that he could finally talk to someone, gossip and laugh. Yun reproachfully said that since Xuan did not want to return to his ancestral home, she had to come to him from time to time. The girl said that the weak younger brother should be careful, because he can't take care of himself at all, poor thing. The young man, munching on the treat, objected. Yun is too worried about him, it's not worth it. That guy from yesterday was just a little shit. The sister sadly reminded Xuan that he had hit the wall with fear, and what would have happened to him if the servants hadn't arrived. The guy choked in surprise, and some of the food came back out. He didn't expect that Yun would also find out about his performance. The guy sighed, almost blurted it out. Lucky he choked, otherwise he would have said something else. Then his reputation as a loser would have been over. Yun told her brother that Grandpa Tianming was going to hold a family tournament. The boy was surprised, but Grandpa reacted quickly. According to the sister, the old man suddenly called everyone together and announced a tournament. Although it was not planned so quickly, no one understood anything. Absolutely anyone can participate in the tournament. There are no restrictions. From family members to servants and artisans, Chu realized the catch. Xuan invited his sister to follow him. The girl was very surprised. She asked her brother what was the matter, where was he taking her. Junior Chu handed his sister a box of elixirs to prepare for the tournament, and the girl asked in surprise what it was. The guy explained that he got the elixir from his father. There was a whole treasure trove of elixirs and potions here. Yun was delighted. A worthy inheritance. Saying goodbye to the 13th brother, Yun once again thanked him for the elixirs, promising to use them wisely before the tournament. Xuan realized that the purpose of the tournament was probably to remove the masks and expose the sectarians entrenched among the servants of the great house. If you find a cockroach in your house, it doesn't mean there's only one. You need to find the nest and get rid of all the other evil pests. Soon, a family tournament was held, and Yun, among other fighters, took part in it, showing an amazing result. The judge raised his hand, declaring that the winner had been determined. The battle was over, and the winner of the 13th fight was Chu Yun. Old Qianming was pleased. He laughed and shouted to his granddaughter Yun, "Bravo! She prepared well. The Chu family has many talents." Turning to her grandfather, Yun bowed and politely thanked the old and renowned master who had raised her. The judge addressed the spectators and the fighters, saying, "Let the 14th fight begin, and let the participants get ready and go out onto the battlefield." One of the participants in this fight was the Chu family's gardener, Ding Shuqian, a fighter armed with 2 broad knives, who entered the field. His opponent was the young master Chu Qing, a talented fighter who was greatly loved by the head of the family, the old man Chu Tianming. The judge informed the young master that Gardener Ding had chosen a weapon and it was now his turn, but Qing replied that he could handle it with his bare hands. The gardener gritted his teeth. What luck! No matter if he exposed himself, if he killed the Chu family's rising talent, the king would give him unheard of treasures. Releasing a vicious aura of death, Gardener Ding shouted at the young master to die and go to hell. The head of the Chu family shouted that Gardener Ding was a villain. He was an undercover sectarian, and Junior Qing was in danger. But despite the old master's worries, Chu Qing stopped one of the blades of the fake gardener Ding Shuqiang with 2 fingers. With his other hand, Qing grabbed another blade from the villain attacking him, thus blocking the evil minion's attack. Qing asked Mr. Ding, who taught him this art, what school it was. With such skills, he shouldn't have become a gardener. The evil court's henchman was horrified to think why this young Chu Qing was so strong. Ding Shuqian hoped to kill him instantly. The armed servants of the Chu house rushed towards the sectarian, trying to quickly capture the villain and protect the young master from danger. But Chu Qing ordered everything to stop. The tournament is not over yet. No one is allowed to be on the battlefield until the battle is over. The young gentleman knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands with deft, precise movements, and Gardener Dean cried out in pain. Then Chu Qing knocked out his family's enemy with a powerful blow to the chest, and he gasped helplessly and flew back several meters. Ding Shuqian fell on his back, hitting himself hard. The villain gritted his teeth. He made a mistake, and did not kill the young master, and exposed himself. Immediately, armed guards from the Chu house appeared, holding swords to the villain's throat, and ordered him to lie down and behave well. Meanwhile, the referee announced that the fight was over. The winner was determined. It was Chu Qing, and Ding Shuqian was leaving the tournament. Yun worriedly asked her brother if he was okay. She didn't think there would be more sectarians in their house. Poor Xuan was alone last time. Qing replied that he was fine. Xuan was of course weak during the attack. But if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have known about the evil in their home. Chu Xing decided that after the tournament, he would have to visit his younger brother, who had been banished to a distant old abandoned house. Meanwhile, Xuan returned to his room again. The guy whined helplessly. He again failed to break through to the level. He knew, of course, that breaking through was indeed not an easy thing, like trying to squeeze through a narrow crack while having a rather massive body. And then the system announced a new reward for another day of seclusion. The guy received a copy of the book, The Art of Dasta. Now he can hide his breath and merge with the world around him. It seems useless. What is the point of hiding in his own home where he is alone? Still, the guy decided that he wouldn't need such a skill anyway. He wouldn't be able to break into the new kingdom anytime soon. The whole night flew by unnoticed in his persistent studies. Xuan only came to his senses in the morning and lay down to rest a little from his studies. But as soon as the sun rose, the young man was awakened by Yun's ringing voice, and he irritably wondered where people were coming from at such an early hour. Sleepy Xuan opened the door and greeted his sister sullenly. Yun said that she came to say goodbye to her little brother. This message instantly drove the guy out of sleep. His jaw dropped in surprise. That is, how to say goodbye. What happened? Over tea, Yun said that she had broken through to the Zhuan kingdom, and according to the rules of her ancestors, she could now go to the mountains for training. Yun smiled. It was all thanks to Xuan's help. His pills and elixirs helped a lot. And also, elder brother Qing said that he would come see Xuan after the tournament. The girl said goodbye to her younger brother. She was going to the mountains. The guy understood that this was very great. He was once for Yun. Waving his hand at her, the guy wished her luck on the path of cultivation. Her little sister is a wonderful person, worthy of success. Having closed the gate, Xuan sighed. Well, who was he supposed to have lunch with now? They don't even have TVS here, let alone the internet. It's just boring. Saying goodbye to a good and close person always brings sadness. Chu Xuan sighed every now and then, all day long, remembering Yun. In the evening, the system announced a new reward. The Thunderfinger allows you to change the energy of the air, creating lightning at the tip of your finger. This skill can become stronger depending on the kingdom Xuan is in. The gift seemed very useful to the guy. After parting with Yun, Xuan couldn't even sleep, so he decided to practice with the new skill he received from the system. According to the instructions received, you must first collect Qi at the junction of the chakras and direct this energy into your index finger. At this time, a gang of robbers appeared in the thicket nearby. One of them, gritting his teeth, said that the ancestral lands of Chu were ahead. Approaching the estate where Xuan lived, one of the bandits said, "This family's lands begin here. This estate belongs to Chu." After looking at the map, the guy said that Chu Xuan lives here. The second one laughed. Great, it wasn't easy for them to get here. Having jumped over the fence, the villains cheerfully shouted that it was time to begin their long-planned operation against the Chu family. Soon the night visitors found themselves in the courtyard of the old house. The house was very close, and that was where they were heading. Xuan thought irritably, who was making noise outside again? At this time, all normal people were already asleep, and someone had come to see him. I shouldn't have started the breakthrough after I studied the Thunderfinger. Now I can't stop. Otherwise, it will lead to dire consequences. Maybe it was Sister Yun who came back. No, it was too late. Even the servants couldn't come at this hour. It doesn't matter. I need to concentrate. One of the robbers ordered the second to install a spiritual network over the estate. But be careful. You never know what might be there. The squad leader noticed that the light was still on in one of the windows. Maybe this Chu Xuan wasn't asleep yet. Then he might make a noise. The bandit carefully approached the glowing window. He heard rapid breathing, but the man stood still. Perhaps he was preparing to make a breakthrough. This seemed very strange to the guy. Wasn't Chu Luo's son a loser? Then how could he have reached the breakthrough point? Something was wrong here. At that moment, the second bandit approached the elder and reported that everything was ready. Now no one would hear any noise from the estate. The elder one shared his observation that it looked like the owner of the house was overcoming the barrier into a new kingdom. The second guy couldn't believe it. The robber grinned evilly and said, "Let's see what he will do when a poisonous shuriken hits him." But the elder stopped his companion. This should not be done under any circumstances. They needed to wait and see what would happen next, and then act. If Xuan is attacked during the breakthrough, he will go crazy or die, and he is their main hostage. They cannot kill him yet. The second one agreed with regret, and then the energy in the estate began to stir. The trees began to rustle their leaves restlessly. The uninvited guests became worried. It was simply unbelievable. According to their information, a weakling expelled from his family was supposed to live here. The second bandit frowned. Did that guy really make a breakthrough? And what should they do now? It's not easy to capture a cultivator. The elder replied in bewilderment that he could not feel not only Xuan's movements, but also his breathing, as if no one was there. The second bandit shouted, "Stop pretending," and kicked open the doors of the house. The elder asked his companion if he had really gone crazy. Li Fan stood at the threshold of the house and demanded that the scum Xuan come out and greet his senior guests. In response to the insolent speech, a powerful bolt of lightning flew out from the depths of the house and hit the brazenly intruder straight. The intruder swayed, took a step back, and began to fall, with severe electrical burn marks visible on his neck and face. The elder rushed to Li Feng, asking what was wrong with him, but he only moaned, unable to utter a word. The impudent bandit was dying. Chu Xuan's dissatisfied voice came from the depths of the house. The boy reproachfully said that the uninvited guests were very noisy and disturbing him. The elder angrily asked who it was there and demanded that the enemy come out and fight with dignity and not kill from behind the curtain of darkness. Xuan cursed. What a creature. He even asks who is there. Naturally, the owner of this house is here, who was disturbed. Coming out of the shadows, Xuan reminded the bandit that he had burst into his domain at night without an invitation, and now he still dared to be so insolent. Frowning, the guy asked the robber who had come to his estate if he had gone completely crazy and was going to scold the owner. The elder bandit asked Xuan in a trembling voice who he was, a human or a ghost, why he didn't feel anything from him. Chu grinned, pretending to be a typical villain. He was going to kill them anyway. He had no one to talk to, okay, he would tell. The guy told the bandit that he used the Dasta technique. Whether the bandit had heard of it or not, it turned out to be a very useful thing. The bandit asked again, Dasta? It's like dust, Xuan explained. Others can't feel either his aura or his breath. And since the robbers themselves took care of the spiritual canopy, no one from the outside will be able to spot them and see what is happening in the estate. This meant that Xuan could calmly show the bandit his renewed, powerful aura of a successful cultivator. The owner of the estate said menacingly that his house would become their grave, and even if they ran away, no one would ever believe them. The elder bandit gritted his teeth. Chu has really entered the Xuan realm. He may even be at the top level. Xuan decided to end the conversation for now. He had already answered many questions, and the bandits would have something to think about in the underworld. The boy struck the robber with a snake, instantly knocking him down and killing him, before the intruders even had time to make a sound. A powerful explosion of energy occurred in the courtyard of the Chu family's old house, but due to the protection of the bandits, no one heard or saw anything. And then the guy realized with horror that he had gone too far, even though the bandits had gone to the next world. But what should Xuan himself do now? The powerful blows have left guts and blood scattered all over his yard, and he can't wait until the morning for the servants to clean up. The guy didn't want to bury the corpses himself. He was disgusted to touch them. But how could he sleep with these corpses under his window? Suddenly, the system announced a reward for defeating the villains. As an additional gift, the young man received a living flower. The young man noticed that the stones of his yard had cracked, and a green sprout had broken through them. This was his magical flower. The gift grew with astonishing speed, scattering its predatory shoots in all directions, and now a devouring bud has appeared. Within minutes, the flower had grown to an incredible size, and soon a toothy carnivorous flower was blooming at the very top of the plant. The predatory bud looked around, saw two bloody corpses, leaned over to one of them and sank its teeth into it. Soon, only the legs of the impudent Li Fan were sticking out of the flower's mouth. The plant had almost completely chewed up and swallowed the bandit. The second bud took on the gang leader, and after a few minutes the only reminder of the fight was a pool of blood on the stone floor of the courtyard. Xuan shuddered. It was awful. It was clean here now, of course, but he was a bit afraid of something. Fortunately, this thing would recognize its owner. The well-fed flower sighed contentedly. Streams of blood from the people it had just devoured ran down its petals. It looked terrifying. The guy knew that by devouring people, the flower was able to preserve the memories of the dead person for some time, which meant Chu could read them. Xuan called the good carnivorous boy to him and placed his hand on the flower's head to find out what the bandits knew. He called upon the great force of Qi, and asked it to reveal the thoughts and secrets of the recently deceased minds of his sworn enemies. Chu heard the elder tell Li Fan, a member of the family was captured. Another dozen people from the sect are now rotting in the Chu family prison, even Brother Ding. The elder gave Li Fan a small ball. He asked what it was. It turned out to be poisonous smoke. The guys were planning to use it. The leader said that he had learned that there was almost no security in one of the Chu family's houses, and that a young master lived there, so they would sneak in there. Here Xuan saw how two sectarians approached his estate. After checking the map, the elder said, "They are here. It's time to start." Chu whispered, "Idiots. The toxic smoke is like radiation. This place wouldn't be able to recover from the damage for another 100 years. The boy praised the flower. The good boy had done him a great service. Chu treated him to divine pills and told him to go to bed. Xuan thought, a dozen sectarians. It seems the tournament was very fruitful. But events forced the enemies to act more actively. Perhaps this was not the first assassination attempt. Xuan survived only thanks to luck. He overcame the barrier, feeling the danger growing outside the walls of the house. Time flew by. More than a month had passed since Xuan lived in exile. The system rewarded him with a large number of pills, elixirs, and tablets. The guy already had several different types of weapons in his arsenal, but this was still not his most important achievement. The main thing is that Chu Xuan was able to discover in himself an amazing, extremely rare and useful talent. Inner vision. It all happened soon after his breakthrough. At first it was just darkness. Xuan didn't even realize that it was his inner vision. Little by little, a glimmer of light began to appear in the darkness, and over time it grew brighter and brighter, flaring up with renewed vigor. Finally, the light filled Chu Xuan's entire inner mental space. This was the first stage of gaining vision. Then something incomprehensible began to appear inside the space of his mind's eye. At first the guy discerned a blurry spot in the distance. Over time, this spot turned into a tiny grain of sand, but the grain of sand continued to grow, becoming larger and larger. The reward for the day was the book The Art of Kisan, which is a technique for external protection and internal spiritual preparation. Xuan had the impression that the system was selecting rewards specifically for his level of learning, knowing all his pros and cons. But this technique seems to work at all levels of development. With it, Chu can protect himself from the damned cultists who do not allow him to sit quietly at home. A messenger knocked on the gate of the large main estate of the Chu family, shouting to the old master that a message had arrived from the mountain. After reading the letter, Chu Tianming was surprised. Could it be that their old butler was also in cahoots with those evil sectarians? The head of the family ordered that the spy family be provided with resources, and a messenger reported that about a dozen more members of the Chu family were injured. The old man cursed. They need to unite with the three great families against this scourge. Then we'll see how long these sectarians can continue to run amok. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan continued to cultivate, immersing himself in practices every day, tirelessly raising his level. Suddenly he heard the ringing voice of his little sister Yun. She, as always, entered and called out to her 13th brother with a smile. The guy was very surprised. Had Sister Yun already returned? He didn't expect her to finish her training so quickly. The girl smiled and said that she really wanted to visit him and brought him excellent tea from the mountains. His brother should try it. But Xuan said that he did not want to drink and asked Sister Yun to tell him what she had seen when she came down from the mountain recently. The sister shouted angrily that if the tea gets cold, it will become tasteless, and that the brother should drink it right away and not spit it out. With these words, the girl began pouring freshly brewed tea from a pot-bellied teapot onto her confused and protesting brother. The boy woke up in bed, still screaming at Sister Yun to stop, while something was actually pouring on him. Xuan jumped up and gasped in surprise, his eyes widening, some strange yellowish liquid dripping from his face and hair. The young man sighed. What a nightmare. It was just a dream. But wasn't he training? Chu didn't even remember when he managed to fall asleep. Running his hand over his face, he wondered why his face was wet and why it smelled so disgustingly bad. Suddenly, a white, smiling cat's face appeared right in front of Zhuan's face, and the animal greeted its owner with a meow. The guy realized that cat urine was dripping down his face, and he yelled angrily at the animal, asking what this brainless cat had done. The system then informed him that Xuan was depressed and needed stress relief, so he was kindly rewarded with a relaxation cat. The guy was puzzled. This animal urinated on his face. He needs to train the kitten to use the litter box so that it doesn't wake him up like that every day. The kitten meowed pleasantly. Xuan thought that he was actually very cute and was worried that the guy would die of depression. After several days of training, Chu saw a whole piece of land. It was no longer a grain of sand, but real fertile soil. But still, this piece of land remains empty in the endless starry space of the vast and mysterious cosmos. Suddenly the guy saw something very strange. He just said that there was nothing there. But what is this? What kind of UFO is there? It turned out to be a kitten's paw. So that's what it is? External objects can affect internal vision? I didn't get to stare at the little green men. Xuan scooped up the kitten and sternly warned it for the 1000th time that it shouldn't bother him during training just because it was so cute. But the cat made a dissatisfied face and pointed his clawed paw at the empty bowl, meowing expressively. The guy frowned. It seemed he forgot to feed the pet. Xuan immediately apologized to the cat, saying that no one is perfect. In response, the little animal released its claws from its soft paw and ran them across the cheek of its hapless owner, meowing indignantly. Xuan poured some treats into the kitten's bowl, and it began to eat, smacking its lips with relish, no longer paying attention to Chu. The guy taped up his scratched cheek and thought resentfully, "This rascal didn't even say meow, so feed him after that." And then the young man heard someone knocking loudly at the gate of the estate. He wondered who it was. Servants usually didn't knock. Chu asked them to come in right away. They had already gotten used to leaving food in the yard if Xuan was not visible. His sister had not returned yet, and the sectarians were definitely not so polite. The guy decided that if a person was knocking, then everything wasn't so bad, so he headed to the gate to let the polite guest in. Xuan's elder brother Chu Qing stood at the threshold of the estate. After greeting him, he asked his 13th brother how he was. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Xuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. The most promising young master of the Chu family had come to him. An amazing honor. The young man invited his elder brother to the table and offered them some tea. Qing politely thanked the exile and sat down at the table. And then Xuan remembered, that's right. His sister had said that Qing wanted to visit him, but he didn't think that the elder would come so soon. Qing replied, despite his business, he had to do it. If it weren't for Xuan, their family would still not know that there were rats among them. The young man laughed cheerfully and replied carelessly that Qing was exaggerating his merits, since he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly, the elder brother said seriously that he wanted Juan to come down from the mountain with him and help him deal with this misfortune. The younger one was taken aback. He didn't expect that Qing would say such a thing. How could he go down? He definitely wasn't going to do that yet. The usually serious Qing smiled. Yes, come straight down from the mountain. They want to unite with the major families in the fight against evil. The elder brother explained that Xuan would gain experience, and at the same time they would overthrow the evil. When he did this, the grandfather would be happy to return the boy to the family. Xuan stuttered as he replied that he couldn't come down the mountain yet, because then he wouldn't be able to continue working with the system. Qing thought that his younger brother did not want to run away without his grandfather's knowledge, and suggested asking his permission for Xuan. The young man replied that he understood Qin's good intentions, but he did not like this. He would only be able to wash the shame from his name when he truly deserved it. Qing was shocked by the 13th brother's answer. So that's it. He clearly underestimated his little brother. He turned out to be not so insignificant. The elder admitted that he was wrong. He never thought that Xuan's spirit would be so strong, and he had already come up with all sorts of schemes here. As he left, Qing told the younger man that it might be months before they met again, and asked him to take care of himself and beware of the sectarians. The guy also added that the grandfather was angry with Xuan, but he did not feel any hostility towards him, and asked him not to hold a grudge against the old man. After seeing Qing off to the gate, Xuan wished him good luck, promised to carry out all his orders and not to be offended by the head of the Chu family. The young man closed the gate behind his older brother, and, oddly enough, this visit greatly moved him. His family has not forgotten him. Xuan leaned against the closed gate and sighed with relief. It was finally over. He was so nervous. A secret spy was watching Xuan's elder brother from the bushes, and was surprised to see Chu Qing near the estate. The spy thought, so that's it. The elder one came to visit his brother. The villain promised to come for Qing when he dealt with the brat. As soon as Qing disappeared into the distance, a sectarian spy quickly flew out of the bushes and headed towards the estate where the younger Chu lived. It was the deputy leader of the local sects, Lu Qian, who wanted to take advantage of the weak and unsuccessful son of Chu Luo. If Chu Luo returned home and found out that his son had been exiled from his family and then killed by the sectarians, he would be incredibly angry at old man Chen Ming. The villain was sure that if he could control this brat, the whole family would be under his control, and Xuan would return to the ancestral home with poisonous smoke. Even if the boy wasn't allowed back, the smoke from here could still conquer the entire Chu family, which was a great opportunity. Lu Qian jumped over the fence of the estate and quietly entered the outer courtyard of Chu Xuan's house, whom he considered a weakling. The sectarian even felt a bit shameful fighting with Xuan. Qian was confident that he had no equal in secret work and was impossible to detect. But Lu Qian was too self-confident, and his presence in the younger Chu's estate was discovered by the kitten the system had given the boy. Walking around the courtyard, Lu Qian saw that there weren't even any guards in this house, so why were they hiding at all? Junior Chu was no match for him. The deputy leader of the secret cult laughed. It was time to act. He activated the talent Great Breath, rope key. Opening the gate to the inner courtyard, the cultist launched his ghostly rope of ki into it in search of his victim. Soon, indignant shouts and swearing were heard from behind the gate. The guy asked in bewilderment what the hell was going on. On the stone slabs of the courtyard, the youngest master of the Chu family was writhing, bound with a ghostly rope, shedding tears. Lu Qian laughed contemptuously. He advised the boy not to even try to escape. He would not be able to get rid of these bonds. Suddenly, the cultist noticed with surprise that his captive's body was getting smaller, but he couldn't possibly possess such techniques. Suddenly, the guy's body exploded. Lu Qian covered himself with his hand in confusion. The sect member cursed. He didn't understand what was happening here. Qian was confused about what kind of ability this was. It couldn't be ki transformation. It was too strong for such a brat. At this moment, Chu Xuan's white kitten suddenly jumped onto the unexpected guest's shoulder, and the sectarian shuddered, wondering what this new misfortune was. The animal instantly released its blade-like claws and began to hit Lu Qian in the face with a force that was unexpected for it. The master of disguise of the secret cult lost consciousness from the blows, and the kitten became very cute again and called for its owner with a meow. After leaving the house, the guy told the pet that he had real death paws. He praised the kitten. He thinks surprisingly quickly. Xuan smiled. Next time he wouldn't have to scold the cat for pestering him during class. He was not only cute, but also helpful. Chu leaned over Lu Qian. He was the deputy of the local sectarians. Letting him go wasn't the best idea, nor was giving him to his family. And then he remembered about the flower. Xuan told the flower that there was work for him, and immediately a green, powerful sprout appeared from the ground. A few minutes later, a carnivorous, toothy flower bloomed in the courtyard of the estate, which could instill terror in anyone. The satisfied plant immediately grabbed the lifeless sectarian at its owner's command and greedily sucked him inside. The guy decided to see what was going through Lu Qian's head when he came here, and why these sectarians were constantly pestering Zhuan. Here, one of Chu's servants reports that after 3 months the family did not realize that he was a sectarian. Lu Qian praised him and ordered him to continue. Here, the deputy leader of the cultists hands one of the agents some poisonous smoke, warning the servant to use it with caution. After the tournament, the sectarians were perplexed as to what had happened to the Chu family, and why there had been no news from there for a long time. Xuan understood, so it was the same group as last time, and again there was smoke. Then the system announced that the guy received a reward for killing a cultist. The lands in Xuan's inner eye had grown noticeably, but were still bare. It seemed the training had borne fruit after all. And yet, it seemed to the boy that the land of his inner vision was empty. Would anything else appear if he continued training? But in any case, Zhuan clearly felt that his spiritual power had increased, but he had not yet been able to test the 2 new techniques he had received. Soul Seal and Sword Technique are imperial techniques. It is said that there are no people in this region who can use them. This means he needs to quickly break through to the next level, even though it's a long road. But Zhuan still has nothing else to do. One of the sectarians asked what had happened to Lu Qian, why there was no news from him. Had Chu really discovered him and eliminated him? One of the supporters of the secret cult doubted this, since there were no messages from anyone from the lands of Chu about this fact. But what happened then? Lu Qian didn't do anything he planned. Did he really betray them? He knows what happens when you betray. Perhaps Lu Qian is waiting for an opportunity to release poisonous smoke into the heart of the Chu clan, which is why he has not sent word to the sect. A local sect council member exclaimed, "Chu is too arrogant. We need to report this to the higher-ups and send someone strong to them." The girl asked if they disturbed the higher-ups, whether they would get into trouble in the future, and whether the royal court would still value them. The local sect leader said, "The Chu family is really bullying them. There is no need to wait for a chance. They must act now." The pride of this generation, Chu Qing, leads the operation against their cult. Old man Tianming uses the sect to train his young masters. But the old man doesn't know what will happen if Chu Qing dies. The leader ordered to find this brat. He himself will sprinkle his hands with his blood. Having bowed respectfully to the leader, the strongest local supporters of the secret cult scattered in different directions. The old sect member knew they wouldn't be able to find Lu Qian unless he contacted them himself. But what should they do? How could they find the deputy leader? All that remains is to use the pearl. With its help, it will be possible to find out whether Lu Qian is alive at all or has already been killed by enemies. The old man crushed the pearl in his fist and sent a mental message to Brother Lu to respond as soon as he received the message. Another sunny day arrived. Xuan was in a great mood. His level was rising, and the sectarians no longer showed up. Seeing a servant on the threshold of the estate, the boy exclaimed joyfully. As soon as he thought about food, the messenger immediately appeared. Xuan asked, "Apparently something happened in the big house." "Today the food is tastier than usual," the servant confirmed. "There is great joy there. The young master led the clan to fight the villains, and it was a great success. The master was so happy that a feast was held." Chu Xuan was surprised. Qing defeated the sectarians so quickly, among whom there were many strong masters. It looked very strange. The members of the local council of the secret cult gathered again in the cave. The mood of the sectarians was depressed, and they remained silent. Finally, the old man told his comrades that Lu Qian was most likely dead. He sent him a message through the pearl, but there was no answer. The seasoned warrior chuckled. "Well, at least he didn't betray them." The old man cut him off. "That's not the point at all. Who could have killed him?" The girl reminded them that they still hadn't heard of any battles on the Chu lands. So how could such a warrior simply disappear? The leader roared. This joint attack of the clans had dealt them a huge wound. They had lost the stronghold and 4 elders of the Void Realm. Half of these losses were caused by the Chu clan. It seems their strength cannot be underestimated. The sect will not act against the Chu clan for now. They would report the Chu family's actions to the king. Let the demon court take care of them, and the sect would direct its forces to other clans for now. Xuan almost choked on his food when he heard the servant's story, which brought the recluse fresh news from the outside world. The guy was amazed that after such a thorough cleaning there were still sectarians in the house, and how strongly they had occupied the clans. The servant sighed. The land of the Huo family's ancestors was torn apart by poisonous smoke and fire. A third of the land was damaged. The grass in the fields was ruined by the devils. Hundreds of Ho's men were killed and wounded. Who would have thought that the cultists would begin to take revenge so quickly? Everyone relaxed after the victory. The servant reported to the head of Chu Tianming that the masters in the vicinity of the family lands had returned, and the rest were halfway home. The old man sighed. That's good. We must not forget to strengthen patrols and security. They must not repeat the mistakes of the Ho family. The servant bowed and informed his master that 15 new posts had been added to the ancestral territory, and patrols had also been strengthened. Tianming praised him and asked where Chu Qing was. It turned out that the guy had led the cleanup operation and was returning to Bohui County. It is far from the ancestral home, but the clan elders are with the young master, and he will return safe and sound. Old man Tianming was tormented by one question. After all, it was their family that started the campaign against the sectarians. So why did they start taking revenge on Huo? Perhaps this was a diversionary tactic to lull the Chu family's vigilance, and the cultists were already very close. Chu Shen thought the same thing. He was sure that the sectarians would not let this go, and would soon attack the Chu family again. The servant assured Zhuan that most of the enemies had retreated, and they had strengthened their guards. Not a fly would enter the Chu lands without permission. The Chu warriors destroyed more than half of the cultists. It was only a matter of time before the rest were found. A guard post was also set up near Xuan's house. The guy laughed. Now his skin was safe. It seemed that from now on, Xuan would live peacefully under the watchful protection of his family. It had been 6 months since Xuan had settled in his Chu family's secluded manor, and his level had risen significantly. The young man heard a frightened bird fly off the branch, shedding tears, and was almost caught by Xuan's gluttonous cat. The angry kitten cursed, missed again. The tasty tender lunch flew away. Now this bird can no longer be caught. Xuan said with a laugh that Blackie had screwed up again. Now the boy could perfectly understand animals and feel everything around him. The offended animal frowned and answered the owner that he had released the bird on purpose, and that he had no need of it at all. The guy asked if Blackie really didn't understand. He had already reached the kingdom of emptiness, although his inner eye hadn't opened completely. Xuan has learned to perceive a distance of more than 100 kilometers around with his aura, so there is no point in lying to his master. Suddenly, a strange wave of emotions washed over the young man. He clenched his teeth. Not far from his estate, someone's emotions were overflowing. The furious waves poured out almost from the very gates of the house. The sensitive Xuan could not help but feel this emotional explosion. He decided to check what was going on there and mentally followed the bright stream of energy that literally pierced his aura. The stream came from a nearby small forest, which began right behind the gates of the estate and tightly surrounded the dwelling. Plump lips appeared before Xuan. Yearning for a kiss, the guy said, "Darling, if love is poison, then she is its antidote." An ardent lover told his girlfriend that without her, he would have already died. And she, affectionately fighting back for appearances, called him a liar. The suitor pulled the beauty, who was blushing with embarrassment, towards him, and whispered that he was a lonely iceberg, and she was making him melt. The gentleman passionately exclaimed that he was a wild beast, and the beauty tamed him. She laughed merrily and called her friend a little animal. Xuan gritted his teeth and frowned, mentally calling the passionate gentleman a dog's brat. This Casanova Chu was already getting on his nerves. The lovers circled around the beauty and exclaimed that the girl was a rag, and he was dirty water, and begged her to wipe him off, to absorb him. He whispered that if something was destined to happen, then why resist? His girlfriend pushed him away and told him to stop. Xuan could hear the passionate sighs and gasps of the young people in love. It seemed the girl was almost ready to surrender to her boyfriend. Xuan angrily exclaimed that they should not dare to do this on his territory. The seventh brother knows that he is alone here, as if in a cell. The elder brother deliberately does this right under Xuan's nose, and the angry boy decides to be merciless with the seventh. Chu Shen sent his aura towards the lovers who were secluded in the woods, and loudly told them to quickly get out of there. But the lovers didn't pay any attention to the shout. Then the younger Chu realized that he needed to use physical force. After breaking the tree branch, Xuan's aura painfully slapped the Chu family's seventh son on the butt, causing the suitor to flinch. The amorous young gentleman clenched his teeth in pain. The girl giggled, calling him a little devil. He was already very close to success. Having received a blow from a branch on his soft spot, the seventh son turned his head around in fear, asking if there was really someone there. After making sure that they were alone, Xuan's elder brother approached his girlfriend again, whispering that it was because of his love for her that he was in so much pain. He persistently offered the beauty to give herself up to sweet love. The girl blushed with embarrassment, and the suitor pressed his lips to hers. Xuan's insides were boiling. He screamed, "What a nightmare! The seventh can't do this here. Xuan can't, and the seventh can't." Meanwhile, Brother Chu pulled at his beloved's clothes, asking for permission to merge with her into one whole. The girl moaned passionately. Xuan shouted angrily, "It's time to end this. Enough of this bullying. Just a little more and they will make love here." Clenching his ghostly fist, the 13th son exclaimed that the 7th brother was to blame himself. He had driven the young man to this point with his groans and sighs. The guy, inflamed by the fire of love, suddenly felt that his clothes were being torn to pieces. His dress and pants were in tatters. The quiet forest around Xuan's estate suddenly echoed with the frightened cries of the failed lover, and the 7th one ran away. Having abandoned the girl, the guy ran and called for help, shouting, "There are ghosts here. These are the ghosts of the Sectarians. The House of the Black Moon betrayed them." In response, the angry Xuan made an obscene gesture and sent his elder relative away from his home. Having made sure that it was all over, the guy fell into a chair, thinking that he would kick the bucket if they really got to that point. Blackie approached his owner and meowed that he was too sensitive. "You never know what happens in the area. It's part of life and nothing to worry about." The guy didn't understand whose side Blackie was on. After all, it wasn't easy for Xuan to go through this, since he couldn't find a girlfriend. Xuan thought. The 7th talked about the Black Moon House when he ran. The guy seemed to have read about them. Why did the 7th remember them? For his long period of seclusion, the system rewarded the boy with the Heavenly Sword Sutra, and Xuan hoped that things would get more fun from here on out. The guy was immersed in studying the technology the system had given him, and didn't notice how night had fallen outside. It was time to go to bed. In the morning, sad news came. Xuan could not believe that Elder Yueqing had fallen. He was a master of the Void Realm, one of the best in the Chu family. How could this be? The servant who told about this sighed and said that it all happened because the Black Moon House leaked the information. Xuan became wary, now the servant had mentioned them. He must take the chance and find out more about this Black Moon House. The guy asked the saddened servant what kind of house this Black Moon was. Were they cultists or what? He had heard something about them, but didn't understand. The servant was surprised. Did the young 13th master really not know? They had always been informants for the Chu clan, and now they had betrayed them. Everyone knows that the Black Moon has its heart turned to the darkness, but it is mysterious and powerful. Its influence has spread throughout the region, but no one knows where its headquarters is. No clan would dare to destroy the Black Moon Tower. Xuan asked what the Chu family did in response to the betrayal. The family recalled all direct descendants to the ancestral home to prevent them from being killed by the sect. The Qin and Chu families made a deal with the Black Moon. For a huge price, Black Moon will no longer accept orders from the sect, and the Chu family will once again be the first to receive information about the villains. The guy smiled. If Qin has a plan, then he shouldn't worry about the sectarians, and he will sit at home and study the techniques for now. During his 7 months of seclusion, the system gifted Xuan a small 5-element formation and a formation plate. The young man knew very well that anyone who could create a formation in the southern region had great strength, and he could master this technique. The whole problem is that the lower the master's cultivation level, the weaker his formation, and the weaker the disc. After carefully studying the book with the theory of the technique, Chu Xuan still decided to try it. It was not for nothing that the system gave him this technique. The guy was satisfied. This formation was strong enough to trap or even kill those who belonged to the kingdoms below. If now an uninvited visitor of no higher than the 4th level of his kingdom shows up at the guy's estate, then there is nothing to fear. Soon it will be a year since Xuan has lived here. The reward for a year will surely be higher than the Emperor's scripture, in the worst case, at the level of the heavenly scripture. There was a scream in the Chu main house. Qing was attacked by 3 sect elders and he was seriously injured. It must be someone close to Chu Qing, a spy of the sectarians. One of the brothers asked permission to go and kick their asses. Xuan studied the book and thought how loud and angry they all were. It seems like they are forcing Chu Tianming to take action. Maybe this is a trick to lead the tiger away from the mountain, the guy sighed. The sectarians might try to attack him again. Xuan decided to use the formation every night so that his sweet sleep would not be disturbed. The 8th month of Xuan's seclusion had passed, and this time the system rewarded the boy with spiritual silk fetters. This is a binding and sealing imperial weapon. Xuan's imagination immediately drew a picture of a bound beauty. With the shackles and formations, even if Xuan was attacked by a 7th level fighter, it would be enough to make him suffer. Just at this time, the sectarians were approaching Chu Xuan's estate. His premonition had not deceived him. They did not give up their attempts to attack. A female cultist who was part of the local sect council asked her companion if Chu Luo's son lived here, and he confirmed it. The sect member smiled predatorily and said that she had an idea. With this little boy she needed to act not by force, but by cunning. The beauty's companion advised her to forget about Luo's son. They needed to deal with more serious matters. Who needed this outcast of the Chu family? The girl laughed. What if she gives Chu Luo a grandson, and that old bastard Chu Tianming a great-grandson? That's so funny. The beauty's companion shuddered. He thought how disgusting she was. and how such a thing could have occurred to her. And the sect member laughed, wondering if the Chu family would kill her if this happened, or if they would kill Chu Luo's son, or maybe his grandson. If the hapless grandfather returns home one day, what will be the expression on his face when he finds out who his daughter-in-law is? That's funny. The follower of the secret cult grinned wryly and thought that in his place he would have been very angry and would have definitely killed this bitch. The sectarian guy didn't like this idea at all and sadly asked his high-ranking companion, but his refusal was not accepted. The beauty snorted, telling her companion that he didn't understand, because they would make this brat their meek hostage. The guy asked if the Black Moon House would sell their actions to the Chu family as information, since they had made a deal with them again. The girl laughed. How could such honest people do such a thing? If the Chu family had suffered, they would have sold the information for more. Jumping over the fence of Xuan's estate, the sect member said that the Black Moon House was sowing discord in order to maximize profits. Xuan was resting peacefully in the courtyard. He felt that the followers of the secret cult had come for his soul again. How annoying they were. The guy didn't understand why they were interested in him. The two strongest in the Void Realm. It seemed like elite fighters were used. The owner of the house silently looked at the sectarians who burst in. The girl playfully told Xuan that he was so handsome. The young man was stunned by what she was saying. It seemed that this cute doll had had all her brains eaten away by dark cultivation. She had stopped thinking. Puffing out her chest, the cultist called the handsome man to her, saying that she really wanted to give birth to a sweet boy like him. The guy's face lengthened. The woman had really lost her mind. She had no brains left at all. She was attacking people with strange proposals. Xuan, not allowing the sect member to get closer to him, shot at the beauty, shouting for the old witch to be cursed. Looking at the dead beauty lying there, the guy sighed and said that he was sick to death of them always pestering him. The girl's companion looked at her body with horror. He didn't understand why Xuan had said that, how old he was, and why he was so strong. The sectarian was overcome by a fit of panic, and his head was pounding with the thought that he had to run away from here immediately while he was still alive. If the boy had killed that bitch with one blow, then there wouldn't be a wet spot left of him. Oh, he felt that this was a very bad idea. Suddenly the fugitive ran into a barrier, but asked in confusion where the formation came from, and whether the boy's father had really returned. Falling to his knees in the middle of the courtyard, the cultist realized that he was trapped, which meant he had to use the poisonous smoke while he was still alive. But he didn't have time to do this either. His body was bound by spiritual silken bonds, not allowing him to move. The sectarian was terrified. The flower was already finishing eating the cultist. Xuan asked how she tasted. The guy assumed that it was terrible, so he apologized to the flower. Chu Xuan exclaimed. How tired he was of these minions of the dark secret cult. How much longer would they continue to interfere here? And then an interesting idea came to his mind. He decided to try out the high-level Imperial Soul Seal technique. The captured sectarian felt a seal on his forehead, and he thought with horror what it was, what this monster was going to do to him. Suddenly the prisoner's expression changed dramatically, and his thoughts too. Previously he wanted to kill Xuan, but now there was only peace in his heart. Smiling, Xuan collected the bonds and explained that this was a soul seal. It changed his sensations. He could give the captive a piece of his soul. I wonder if it would be a violation of the system's requirements if the spirit left the courtyard, or if it was better not to take the risk. After all, Xuan had made great progress. The boy asked the prisoner why they came, and he replied that the sect asked him to bring a stream of magic smoke to harm the Chu family. This smoke will drive weak people crazy, and if the Chu family servants are seriously harmed, it will be a great loss for the clan. Xuan chuckled. This time the sect is really ruthless. They brought magic smoke, and it is very difficult to make. The boy ordered the prisoner to return to the cult's lair, release smoke, attack the strongest cultists, kill as many of them as possible, and not reveal anything about the Chu family. The elders of the local sect were outraged. They were moving for the third time already. What was the point? Is this really what villains should do? They were told that if they were discovered, the House of the Black Moon would immediately report their coordinates, and then their wolf heads could be cut open. The leader was shocked by these market squabbles of the high-ranking minions of the Court of Evil. They behaved like children. Jumping up, the leader yelled at those gathered to stop chattering in front of him about all sorts of trivialities, irritating him with their stupidity. Everyone suddenly fell silent and looked at the new leader in surprise, who raged that this Chu family was already getting on everyone's nerves. The gatekeeper announced that the second patriarch of Qin had arrived, and the judge of the Purple Moon Kingdom sect was also here. The leader of the local sect kindly exclaimed, "What kind of people? What brought them here?" Qin sarcastically replied, "They came to celebrate a happy housewarming." The local sectarians were puzzled as to what Master Qin and Judge Wang Tu were doing here. After all, they were very big shots, so why did they show up? The sect elders were waiting for news from Zhu Chang and Zhu Yan, who had recently secretly gone to the Chu family with the magic smoke. The leader dismissed the chatterboxes, showing that they were talking too much, especially in front of such serious guests, and everyone obediently fell silent. Qin grimaced. The people here talk too much, Wang Tu smirked. They can just kill them to shut them up. The leader of the local sectarians kindly apologized to the patriarch for his people. They were simply very worried about the latest failures. Qin asked if there was really no information from Zhu. The leader replied that it hadn't been long enough. There was no need to worry so much. The local leader was more concerned about why the Purple Moon Judge had personally come here. He replied that they had suffered heavy losses, and they did not like this situation. Because of that old devil Chu Tianming, they lost an entire branch of followers. The head of the sect was Qin's brother. He was also killed. The country is ruled by 4 families. After the latest incident with Chu, Qin, and other families gathered together to strike at the sect, the patriarch suggested that Wang Tu join forces and kill Chu Tianming. But the judge refused, saying they did not have a strong enough man. The local leader smiled. A young master from the Qin family is cooperating with them. No one from the outside world knows about it. The patriarch growled. Next time he will go to Chu himself. He has magic smoke. Even if he dies, he will still remain the winner. The leader noticed that the situation was getting tense, and he conciliatorily suggested that they first wait for a response from the Zhu siblings. And then the gatekeeper informed those gathered that Elder Zhu Qiang, whom everyone had been eagerly awaiting, had finally returned. The leader asked Chang in bewilderment why he was the only one who returned. Where was Zhu Yan? The patriarch strictly demanded that Zhu report. Xian replied, "They found important information." He returned to report. "Yan is still hiding in Chu territory." The leader sighed. Could Yan really be hiding? And her face was so beautiful. Part of Chang tried to warn the master not to listen to him. Qian secretly hoped that the master would realize that he was out of his mind and figure out what was wrong with Zhu. Since the leader was so smart and attentive, the patriarch asked Zhu Chang what else. It seemed to him that the guy was not telling him something. Everything inside Chang jumped with joy, right? Qin drew the attention of the local leader to the fact that something was wrong with the guy. He seemed to be ill. His whole face was red. Maybe he was sick. But Chang had placed his hopes on the wisest patriarch in vain. He agreed that they needed to gather a little more information and return to Chu. Suddenly Zhu Qiang smiled strangely and said that no one would ever leave here again. This cave would become their common grave. A magical smoke flowed from the sect elder's hand, and he released it right among the local sect leadership and guests. The leader shied away from Zhu Qiang. The head of the district sectarians realized that this was the end. They would not get out of the cave. The dam would kill everyone. The master did not understand what kind of fly had bitten one of the most loyal followers of the cult, the sect elder Zhu Qiang. The judge of the Purple Moon Clan Kingdom exclaimed that Zhu Qiang was a traitor. They had all been waiting for him and hoping for his success. But the sect elder didn't pay attention to anyone. Gritting his teeth, he walked forward like a wound-up mechanical doll. Zhu Qiang, with poisonous magic smoke, rushed towards the judge who accused him and shouted that he was ready to die for his master. The sect elder's fist was already rushing towards the judge when he shouted for the guy to stop. He also had magic smoke. Wang Tu opened his mouth and blew out a stream of black smoke. It was different from Zhu Qiang's smoke. The guy laughed loudly. Qiang shouted, "Whatever the cult, such is the protector. Resistance is no stronger than one hand," Tu cursed. "Dazhu has gone crazy. The Chu family will be destroyed." One of the pillars of the local sect continued to laugh, but they, a bunch of weaklings, would never be able to cope with the Chu family. The guy showed the cultists an obscene gesture and said with a laugh that no one in the whole of Qin could defeat him, that's for sure. The judge shouted that Zhu Qiang had gone crazy and that he needed to be killed as quickly as possible before he killed everyone present. The commander of the high-ranking sect's guards firmly said that the guards must not panic. These are all the 8 evils of the damn Chu family. Qiang's teacher reminded him that he had raised him from a young age and did not expect that he would repay his kindness in this way by becoming a traitor. The sect council member reprimanded the teacher. The old man is at it again. Zhu Qiang has already been sentenced to death. There is no point in wasting eloquence. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed on the tip of Zhu Qiang's finger. Everyone gasped. The guy definitely didn't have such talent before. A powerful stream of energy struck the teacher, who had taught the boy from childhood to deceive commoners and cause harm to everyone. Zhu Qiang, whose body was now controlled by Chu Xuan, mercilessly killed the old sectarian who was cultivating evil in young children. The guy chuckled. What nonsense. Fighting back alone, The owner of the body began to be a little amused by Zhuan's calmness. Zhu Cheng's mentor and one of the sect elders suddenly felt someone gently touch his shoulder. This smiling Zhu Cheng asked the teacher, "So what is he talking about? Is the death penalty inevitable? How is that possible?" The mentor, with a trembling voice, asked the others not to leave him. But the sectarians replied that they did not want to go to the next world with him. The sect elder scolded Zhu Qian, saying, "What's going on? Old bastard Tianming hasn't reached the level where he can control someone else's body." The boy grabbed the mentor by the hand, and with a smile, suggested that he try to carry out the sect council's sentence. Zhu Cheng smiled. He didn't expect that in the end only the mentor would remain. He cursed and asked for permission to talk to the others. The Purple Moon Cult Kingdom's judge called out to the mentor and asked why he didn't pull him out of there first. Tears gushed from Chang's eyes. In this dangerous time, the mentor decided to accompany him until the very end. "How touching." Sobbing, the guy said, "Who would have thought? They were not born on the same day. But the promise to die on the same day is very serious." Judge Wang Tu reminded himself again. Why doesn't Zhu Qiang pull him out first? He doesn't need him. He belongs to another cult. Chu Xuan smiled and said through Zhu Qiang's mouth that the time had come, he would die. But he would take all the other sectarians with him. Zhu Qiang's consciousness was horrified. He realized what Chu Xuan was going to do, gathering energy inside his body. He turned him into a bomb. There was a deafening explosion, and by that time the leader of the local sect had managed to escape from the cave, but everyone else died. As he walked away from the site of the horrific explosion, the leader thought with a grin that it seemed like it was time for the sect to move again. The system praised the guy. He destroyed the cult without leaving his home, for which he received a reward of 10 years of training. Chu Shen got out of bed and stretched sweetly. He had slept well after being able to blow up the sectarian's lair. The guy smiled contentedly. It was really cool. He really managed to completely control Zhu Qiang. But still, after overcoming the limit, it seems that the growth of strength immediately slowed down noticeably, although the progress is simply amazing. If this continues, within a year he will already be very strong. But this will not be enough to cope with the skill of the villain court. Although Xuan still has little strength, he has pills given to him by the system as a reward. By taking these spiritual steroids, he will become the strongest man in the Qin state. The guy swallowed a few pills. Suddenly, Chu Xuan felt a strange rumbling in his stomach. These pills had some strange effect on him. Maybe the guy took too many of them at once, but he felt visibly ill, as if he had swallowed spoiled food. Swaying slightly, Xuan walked up to the wall, and then he vomited. Everything he had eaten instantly flying out, staining the floor. Having recovered from a strong and painful attack of vomiting, the guy sighed heavily, wondering why he was being punished like this. But that wasn't all, Xuan cursed, feeling his stomach turning. Was there really another round? The young man felt like he could barely stand on his feet. He quietly said that he needed to finish his exercises for today and go to sleep. And then the guy's attention was drawn to a small bird that was chirping loudly and cheerfully on a tree near the house. Xuan instinctively waved his hand towards the tree, thinking about the small songbird that Blackie was trying to catch. At that very moment, the frightened bird appeared in Xuan's hand, and he was amazed that he had really moved forward so quickly. It seems that this is all thanks to the new kingdom. Here his powers increase many times more. It's simply amazing. Apparently, old man Chu Tianming should be at the same level now. The guy smiled. He is one of the best in the Qin territory. Xuan chuckled. He was even lucky that he was from the Chu family. They feed him for free. He has a house. Even the servants sometimes clean for him. Having covered the estate with magical protection, Chu Xuan began to snore peacefully. Now the guy was quite satisfied with his life in this world. An honored guest arrived to see the head of the Chu Tianming family. A representative of the Black Moon House respectfully greeted the master. The old man chuckled. Wang Chang himself came out of his hiding place to greet him. What made the spy do this? Tianming shouted that Chang was guilty of attacking his family. He was ready to tear the spy's head off for this. Wang tried to calm Chu down. The head of the family shouted and reminded Wang Chang that he had sent a message saying that he had important information about the Chu family. Tianming frowned and suggested that the spy get straight to the point without further ado. Master Chu was not particularly patient. The old man poured himself some tea and prepared to listen to the message from the representative of the powerful Black Moon House, Wang Chan. But the spy said that this information was worth 1 million spiritual stones, and old Tianming almost choked on his tea. Chu flared up, and since Wang didn't want to receive 1 million pieces of shit, the spy suggested that the old man listen to half of his information first, and then the boss can pay if he thinks it's worth it. Mr. Chu knows what magic smoke is. Tianming placed a bag containing 500,000 crystals on the table, and demanded that Wang Chang speak. The spy reported that he heard that a cult judge from the Purple Moon sect had come to the local sectarians because of the Chu family. There was a tense pause. The old master became wary. The sectarians alone were not enough for them. Would more join them? Frowning, Chu asked the spy if he would continue speaking, and Wang smiled and suggested that the old man continue paying. Now a million lay before Wang. Chu ordered the traitor to speak, he reported. The judge brought magic smoke to take revenge on Chu. The old man frowned. Was that all? Such information wasn't worth a million. The spy said he wasn't finished yet, but he didn't have to continue. Wang added that the Chu family was well guarded, so along with the smoke, the cult received 2 pieces of underground void fabric. Tianming asked if Chan was sure of this information. He smiled. He is a businessman? How can he sell unverified information? If the information turned out to be incorrect, Wang Chang promised not only to return the stones, but also to pay 3 times the amount in compensation. In addition, Wang has a magic weapon to deal with the magic smoke, but the head of the Chu family coldly thanked Chang. The old master's eyes flashed. If he found out that Wang had sold this void cloth, then the spy would never be able to pay back the 3. Turning his back to the guest, Tianming said that he had business and casually said goodbye to the representative of the Black Moon House. The head of the Chu family cursed. That scoundrel Wang sold him essentially the same information, only at twice the price. Tianming gritted his teeth. It was too late to turn back now, but when he was freer, he would destroy the Black Moon House. Yun came to visit the 13th brother again. She reported that a powerful cultist had arrived in their lands to sow chaos. Xuan replied, "That's interesting. That's probably why he's been noticing Void Realm cultivators around his house lately." The girl added that she had heard that the sect had also acquired a magical weapon that could conceal their movements. Junior Chu asked in surprise if this was true, and thought that he would have to be more careful with his aura now, as it might be noticed. The guy thought, the head of the family patrol on the outskirts of the territory should use the Sphere of Emptiness and the camouflage device. Yun brought him out of his reverie. She asked her brother to return with her to the ancestral home. She would persistently beg her grandfather for mercy. But Xuan said that he was fine here, in his bed, and he had no intention of going back and seeing old man Chu Tianming's face. The girl's eyes grew sad. She said that their clan was now in great danger. The guy asked in surprise why this was. Yun explained that the cult wanted to act, and Xuan was so far from home, the representative of the Black Moon House himself told grandfather about it. The guy was surprised how they could act. The local headquarters of the sectarians was destroyed. What else could they do? It was strange. Yun heard that a great man from the sect came to the land of Chu with a magical smoke that was so poisonous that even just touching it would kill you. Xuan asked his sister when it was. She replied, "Master Wang of the Black Moon said that this person arrived today." It is not surprising then that the servants are on patrol. It seems the head of the family has tried to protect his possessions from the cult as much as possible. If it weren't for Zhu Qian's timely attack on the main local sectarians, the Chu clan would have long since been engulfed in hellfire. The girl asked her brother not to be angry with his grandfather, to go home right now, to say something good, and he would not leave Xuan alone. But the guy was categorically against it. Yun answered well and sat down on Xuan's lounger. He asked in surprise what she was doing. The little sister cheerfully replied that she would stay here with her 13th brother, and would not return home until he changed his mind. This came as a surprise to the young man, and he bewilderedly asked Yun to be smart and come back. The 13th brother would be fine. The girl asked, what if the cultists came and there was no one near Xuan? They could kill his little brother. The boy replied that it didn't matter. He could take care of himself. But his older sister's stubbornness was starting to irritate Xuan. Yun smiled cheerfully. She sincerely loved her little brother, and due to her character she could not be serious for long. She got up from Xuan's favorite lounger and approached her brother again, still hoping to persuade him to go with her. The girl was surprised that her brother was so optimistic, while their entire family was in a state of serious anxiety and even panic. She hoped that if something happened, Xuan would stay in a safe place and not do anything rash. Xuan modestly replied that he would never dare to do anything. He was not good enough to fight the cult master. The guy assured Yun that he would take care of himself and asked if she would now leave, but the girl replied with a smile that she was staying here. Xuan's older sister stretched out on his bed and said, "It's nice here." The guy laughed. "Yun is too willful." The girl's gaze fell on Blackie. She whispered, "What a cute little cat. Did his brother really find him here?" Xuan grabbed his head. The leader gathered the elders of the Chu clan. Before the cult attacked, they had time to prepare. They entrusted the guard to the masters of the Void Realm. But they still need to be more vigilant. They need to lure the enemy deeper into the clan. Then they will kill all these freaks. One of the elders reminded the master that the youngest, the 13th son, lived on the edge of the clan and could be attacked. Tianming replied that he asked Chu Yun to talk to Xuan if he did not return to the big house, then he just needed to keep an eye on him. If Chu Xuan were to die at the hands of the dark cultists, it would tarnish the impeccable reputation of his very powerful father, Chu Luo. The next morning, going out into the yard, Xuan saw Yun smiling. She wished her brother good morning. He was surprised. She got up so early. The girl explained that she hadn't seen anyone from the sect yet, but she still had to train a lot. The guy understood that it was no wonder the old man loved her so much. While walking around the estate, Yun accidentally saw one of Xuan's technique books, given to the guy by the system as a reward for his seclusion. The girl was amazed. This was a very rare technique. She asked the 13th brother why he needed such an amazing book. He doesn't seem to practice at all. Where did these techniques come from? Xuan reminded whose yard this was. After all, his father lived here. The guy modestly said that he simply decided to look at his practices that remained here, and Yun was satisfied with this explanation. With Xuan's permission, the girl immersed herself in studying the practice, and continued to diligently study according to her program. Relatives were worried about Tianming. He had been walking back and forth in the yard for 3 days already. All this time he had not drunk or eaten, pacing the yard. The interlocutors admired the old man, as befits the master of the house. Even in such conditions he was cheerful, and it was interesting to know what was troubling him. Enraged, Tianming approached his interlocutors and asked if he couldn't speak more quietly, or if he thought the old man was deaf. Cursing, the head of the family barked at them to either tell the news or get lost, and not irritate him with empty chatter. The old man was burning with impatience. For 3 days there had been no news. No matter how shameful the cult was, these vile creatures could not fight him one-on-one. Tianming demanded that the elders of the Void Realm come out and find out what this evil cursed sect was planning. Chu Xian, who heard his grandfather's screams with his aura, patted his ear and irritably noticed how loud Tianming was. A spy from the sect came to Wang Tu and reported that the local cult had been destroyed, and that he could not attack the Chu family now. Van was surprised how this happened. The guy replied that there was internal unrest in the sect. Their gathering place was completely destroyed. It is said that Zhu Cheng exploded like a firework, painting the rooms blood red, and the cult judge went crazy from the sight. The guy noticed that after these events, Wang Chang now owed the Chu family, and he was sincerely surprised at why he owed them. Winking at the boy, Van cheerfully asked if he didn't want to make some more money, and he asked in confusion if Chan hadn't promised them. The representative of the Black Moon House frowned. The boy was making fun of him. He was going to deprive him of his bonus for talking like that. Wang Chang said that problems were brewing in the Black Moon House. The young man asked the master what to do. He replied that it was up to the boy to decide. Even though they screwed up, they can use the new information to their advantage, and then their house's reputation will not be in any danger. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, Wang Chang said that the cult was dangerous, but he still needed the young man to go there again as soon as possible. Xu Xuan knew very well that old man Tianming would soon find out about the cult, and the boy was afraid that the Black Moon would start to act. The guy smiled. He was already 1 level higher. Chu Yun would soon also overcome a new threshold. The enemies of the Chu family would have a hard time. If Xuan could take over the Black Moon House, everything would be under control. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that opportunity now. A servant from the big house came in with a large basket in his hands and told the young master that he had brought him and Yun today's food. The boy thanked him and ordered that the food be left there and that he simply leave. The servant respectfully replied, "As the master wishes." Suddenly Zhuan stopped the servant and asked who else besides the sect could be plotting against the Chu family. Maybe he knew. One of the guards ran up to old Chu Tianming and excitedly but respectfully called out to the old master, who was respected by everyone. The old man turned around abruptly. He asked what had happened. The sect had already attacked them. Well, why was the messenger hesitating? The head of the family frowned, but the messenger replied that he had good news. No one had attacked or would attack. Tianming was stunned. Did they learn anything concrete? The boy answered the teacher. The branch of the sect in their area was completely destroyed. The old man could not believe it. But how could this happen? The messenger confirmed that their meeting place was destroyed. The walls were covered in blood. The yard was full of corpses, and the head of the family asked them not to lie to him. The elders of the Chu family found not only traces of the magical smoke, but also traces of the judge and the elders of the sect. Tianming was perplexed as to who could have done such a thing, especially in the very heart of the sect. This person must be very strong, so the Chu family will no longer have to worry about the magic smoke. Chu Tianming's face twisted into a smile as he recalled Wang Chang's guarantee and his promise to pay compensation in case of inaccuracy. The old man laughed loudly. the famous Black Moon House and the greedy Wang Chang. How Tianming wanted to look at his face now. Turning to the messenger, the old master ordered him to go with him to the Black Moon House, so that Wang Chang could not escape the news. Chu Tianming was very eager to see how this supposedly all-powerful spy would pay him triple the compensation. Xuan was walking in the courtyard of the estate. His older sister had been living here with him for several days. The guy felt that both he and Xuan were on the verge of a breakthrough, a little more, and they would need to break through to a new level. Yun, stretching, told her brother that his courtyard was magnificent. Here she could devote herself to study and practice, and she already felt success. Xuan advised her to go to the ancestral home to make a breakthrough under protection. The girl smiled. Did he really feel that she would soon make a breakthrough? The young man insisted that she practice at home, and also asked that the old man not see the techniques he gave her. The sister promised not to show anything to her grandfather. Since Xuan asked so, the guy sighed with relief. That's great. Suddenly, Xuan felt that someone was approaching the estate. This person was very strong, and besides, he was not coming here alone. The boy realized with surprise that grandfather Tianming himself was coming towards them. He was the last person Xuan expected to see here. The young man asked in surprise what this old man was doing here. Tianming objected. He was more concerned about why Xuan was still here. The boy replied that he had disgraced the family and therefore remained in exile. But the old man ordered him to quickly return to the home of his ancestors. Unexpectedly, Yun asked her grandfather to stay here too. She would soon make a breakthrough, and her brother was taking good care of her here. Tianming admired how wonderful Yun was. If he did go to his ancestors, the family would have to rely on her. Yun smiled sweetly in response. She has older brothers. All of them are worthy masters, so she definitely won't be alone. The old man chuckled. If all her relatives were like the 13th brother, then the family would come to an end. They would be crushed by others. Tianming looked at his grandson with disdain, and said that if Chuluo knew what Xuan was like now, he would regret becoming his father. For a second, the boy lost control, and angrily asked his grandfather what he was saying. At that moment, his aura flared brightly. Surprised, Tianming asked what kind of power flashed by. Xuan cursed mentally. Yun was surprised. What kind of power? Finally, the old man decided that it was just his imagination. In fact, Xuan's aura was very weak, weaker than all the other young masters. Tianming repeated that it was just his imagination. Xuan could not have become a master of the realm of harmony. He had not seen such a one for many years. Still, the old man began to have suspicions. But this was not something that needed to be discussed in front of his subordinates. Everything needed to be clarified later. The head of the family told his grandchildren that he had business at the Black Moon House, so it was time for him to go. Yun cheerfully wished her grandfather good luck. Tianming told Xuan that he would be punished with 50 lashes of the cane, then return to his ancestral home. The guy refused, saying that he was fine here and there was no need to worry. The old man snorted with displeasure as he left. Soon, the head of the Chu family, accompanied by a subordinate, arrived at the local Black Moon House to meet with Wang Chang. For the first time in his life, the information received from the Black Moon turned out to be wrong. Wang objected. The information was not wrong. It was just an accident with the cult. Van didn't like this conversation. How could the information be wrong? What else were those idiots from the sect planning? The old man remembered that this swindler had robbed him of his entire fortune. Now Van owed him 3 times as much. Let's see how he would try to get out of it. Chu Tianming told Wang, Black Moon has always been reliable, but this time they really made a mistake, it is confirmed. Wang Chang understood that the compensation was small, but the loss of Black Moon's reputation would be a more serious problem, and he would be punished for it. He told Chu that there was important information about the sect. It could be exchanged for 1,000,000 stones. The old man asked if the sect was worth it. The spy smiled kindly, and assured that if Mortar's court wanted to enter the lands of Chu or Qin, Tianming would be the first to know about it. The old man sternly told Wang to tell him everything he knew at once, and not test Chu's patience when he had already screwed up so badly. Wang Chang replied with a smile, absolutely not. The Black Moon House had always been respected and kept its promises. The spy said that the first vice-patriarch and 2 sect guardians had already arrived in Chu County. That was worth 1,000,000, wasn't it? Tianming clarified that the main one of those who arrived was at the peak of the 8th realm of emptiness, and the guardians were at the 7th realm of emptiness. The head of Chu asked if Wang knew the location of the visitors. The spy smiled. This is another piece of information, the old man snorted. This information is not worth 1,000,000. Their family would have received a report that intruders had arrived during the day anyway. Wang Chang pushed a piece of paper towards the old man, saying that this was the current refuge of the sectarians, and that high-ranking guests of the cult were also taking refuge there. Taking the paper, Chu Tianming thanked Brother Wang and said that he would now go about his business and wished the spy good luck. Now that the cultist's new secret hideout was known, the old man sought to catch the villains off guard and kill them. In fact, there were already messengers from the evil court at the remote estate, called upon to deal with what was happening in the area. Vice Patriarch Zhang Kui listened to the report that Zhu Qiang had suddenly gone crazy. No one knew why it happened. Master Dong Qian guessed that Zhu Qiang was connected to the Purple Moon, but no one understood how he could cross over to the other side. The Vice Patriarch asked what happened to Zhu Yan, whether she was alive or dead, and if she was dead, then who killed her. No one in the area knew. Dong said that the cult did not suffer serious damage this time, but the Chu family was responsible for the loss of a fifth of the Qin cult's entire strength. Zhang Kui inquired how the Chu family knew where the hideout was. Master Dong believed that the Black Moon House told them, but the Vice Patriarch doubted it. They were not omnipotent, and besides, it was not their style. They never sold information in the name of the common good. Zhang Kui ordered Qian to get ready. They would be heading to Chu tonight. Dong warned that there were many strong masters in the Chu clan, but Zhang wanted to find out what was going on there, and who was so strong. Since they were against the sect, they should be confident that they would win. The Vice Patriarch had already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Realm, and he threw a ball to Dong, saying that he would go with him today. Dong Qian recognized the ball. It was an escape weapon, a pearl of the Void of Invisibility, a very rare item. There are no such things in the area. Zhang confirmed that it was true. If Dong was attacked by the Chu clan elders, if he was not killed instantly, he would be able to escape. And when the Chu family warriors realized that they couldn't even wound Dong Qian, they would definitely be afraid of such power of the local master. Night fell on the Chu district, and the sectarians, embittered by their failures, secretly went to the lands of the clan they hated. Xuan was in the courtyard of the house studying the latest technique presented to him by the system. Despite the late hour, the guy was not yet asleep. Fluffy Blackie, having climbed onto his favorite roof, was peacefully snoring not far from his strong but secretive owner. The Vice Patriarch of the evil sect, accompanied by the local master, secretly approached the mansion where Chu Xuan lived. Zhang Kui said that their goal was to infiltrate the Chu family's ancestral home, not to enter it, but to infiltrate it, to become a part of it unnoticed. Dong guessed that there should be many masters there. Kui felt that the elders of the Chu family were somewhere very close. Dong Qian was surprised that the sectarians were not afraid to go against those whose power was almost as great as theirs, if not greater. After looking at the estate, the Vice Patriarch asked the local master if Chu Luo's son lived here, and Dong Qian confirmed that it was so. Even though the boy is useless in some ways, he is still his cheese, and the sect will benefit from taking him in. There are two options. They can help him break into the kingdom and put him at the head of the family, or send him to the king to learn the dark arts. Zhang Kui laughed and asked if the proud and great Chu family could handle Chu Luo's son going down the evil path and becoming a sectarian. Someday Lo will return home and see his son after a long separation. Let's see if he can kill his own child. Dong Qian cautiously asked, what if Chu Luo went crazy and destroyed the cult for plunging his son into the abyss of sin and evil? Kui asked his companion what he was afraid of. If anything, they could always run away, just like Lo could kill his own son and relatives. The Vice Patriarch headed towards the manor. It was time to go after Chu Luo's son. They might just kill him and then old man Chu Tianming. Xuan listened attentively to the speeches of his uninvited guests and said with a grin, what a pity. Are all the sectarians really such idiots? The young man sighed in disappointment. Why is it that before doing something, they don't think at all about the possible consequences? Xuan doesn't even have to leave home to defeat them. But these people are to blame for bringing about their own deaths. The guy smiled. The power of the 9th level of the Void Realm is nothing against him. He must try not to kill them, but to use the soul seal. Seeing a dark figure in the courtyard of the house, Dong Qian told his companion that this was the one the Vice Patriarch was looking for. The delighted Zhang Kui exclaimed that they must do what they had planned, and hurried to the son of the hated Chu Luo. But suddenly the Vice Patriarch of the sect felt that he could not move from the spot. He had fallen into the trap prepared by Zhuan. Zhang Kui's face stretched out in surprise. This was impossible. Who could have created a seal so powerful that it bound him? There were no such people here. The sect's envoy tried to free himself, but to no avail, and he realized with horror that he could not activate the Void Pearl. He realized with horror that this pressure was coming from a person from the realm of harmony. But how did Chu end up with such a master? Why did no one know about it? The Vice Patriarch saw Xuan in front of him. His aura was blazing. Zhang stuttered, and asked if he really belonged to the Kingdom of Harmony. Dong Qian also couldn't move. He asked the master in confusion what to do. He couldn't activate the escape weapon. Blackie, awakened by the noise, took charge of the local sectarian and rushed towards Dong Qian with a furious cat cry. Flying up to the guy, Blackie hit him with his clawed paw, knocking out the follower of the evil king's dark court with one blow. Approaching his immobilized and stunned captives, Xuan said that they, the sectarians, were all sick in the head. The guy asked why they kept coming into his estate. Did they really attack him because his father was Chu Chiu Luo? Old Chu Tianming came to the Black Moon House again, knocking on the door angrily and asking if anyone was there. Chu didn't understand what was happening to Wang Cheng, another intelligence error. This time they should definitely return the stones to him. The head of the Chu clan was furious. He grumbled that this swindler Wang would get it from him. He slipped him fake information. Wang Cheng exclaimed, "This is impossible. They couldn't have been mistaken. Chu should understand. Zhang Kui is a living person. He could have left from there. Sooner or later he will return to the shelter. Van cannot communicate anything in an instant, just as people do not act," heeding his words. Tianming growled. Wang had told Zhang that he wanted to kill him. The spy objected. He couldn't do it so quickly. The spy told the head of the Chu family. Zhang Kui suddenly left. He is not far from the clan lands. Nothing else is known. Tianming frowned. Could he go to Chu territory? If the information was wrong again, Wang would have to give an explanation. Wang said quietly, "How could his information be wrong? It was always true and reliable. He was never wrong. Never." Xu Xuan paced the courtyard, wondering what he should do with these two sex scoundrels who had broken into his home. Looking at Zhang Kui, the guy thoughtfully said, "That's interesting. That means this one is at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Not bad at all." The young man thought that if he killed this one now, the cultists would send an even stronger person here, and that could be a problem. The vice-patriarch glanced sideways at his lifeless companion. Even if this guy's cat was very strong, who would he be afraid of anyway? Zhang Kui bowed politely to Xuan and introduced himself. "He is the first deputy of the cult in Qin." The young man grinned. "And he is not bad. If Xuan can control him, he will interfere with the cult, and he will find out their plans." He said with a smile that he does not intend to kill him. But Zhang Kui didn't believe it. Chu Qiulo once said something similar, and in the blink of an eye, he dealt with dozens of cultists. Dong Xian woke up. He didn't want to see the death of the worthy vice-patriarch of the sect. It would be better if this guy killed him. Rising to his feet, the local sectarian shouted at Xuan that he too had value, offering his life in exchange for Zhang Kui's. Xu Xuan and Zhang Kui turned to look at the guy silently. His unexpected heroism surprised everyone. It was quite funny. But Xuan had already decided everything. He told the captives in a conciliatory manner that the two of them should not argue, and soul seals appeared in front of them. The guy ordered Zhang to stop bothering Chu. He replied that he would restore order in the sect. If anyone disobeyed him, they would die. Xuan ordered Zhang to work hard to become the Qin master. The best way to deal with the sect is to control them. The guy asked about the Black Moon. Zhang replied that even they can't hide their operations from them. Apparently they have a spy tool. Moreover, it is said that the most powerful person in Qin is connected to her. The sectarians believe that this is somehow connected to the House of the Black Moon. Xuan noticed that this was quite interesting information. The guy felt that Chu Tianming had been informed of Zhang Kui's arrival. The guy told Zhang that he should go. He knew what to do. If he needed anything, he could contact Xuan. Xuan gave Zhang a plate that would hide them from detection. The boy wanted to check if the Black Moon House could really find out everything. After respectfully thanking the master, the two sectarians under Xuan's control jumped over the fence of his estate and disappeared into the darkness. The young man sighed with relief. Now he could simply rest for a while again. The system congratulated him on conquering the cultist. As a reward, Xuan received the ability to see through illusions, discern the laws of heaven and earth, and, with the help of golden pupils, see through the eyes of other people. Xuan's mouth opened in surprise and delight. He was already at the 8th level of the Realm of Harmony. How incredibly cool that was. The guy smiled. If any more cultists came to him, he would show them what he was capable of. Maybe then they would forget the way here. Junior Chu decided that he must continue training. It is the key to stable growth of strength, and strength brings security. An enraged Tianming headed back to the local office of the Black Moon House, seething with rage. Wang Cheng shuddered. He was sure that old Master Chu would definitely return to him with new claims. Tianming growled. Wang apparently takes him for a fool, or thinks that Chu will not be able to lower the reputation of the Black Moon House. Wang Cheng's face fell, and he asked in surprise what Master Chu meant. The reputation of the Black Moon House is as unshakable as a rock. The old man reminded that Wang had taken 1,000,000 stones from him, and the 2 pieces of information that the spy had given him turned out to be empty. Zhang had never appeared on their territory. Wang didn't believe it. It couldn't be. His information was always reliable. He couldn't be wrong again. Zhang was definitely there. Tianming sternly asked where Zhang Kui was. He was not at the place Wang had indicated, nor was he in the Chu clan's territory. The old man barked that he had personally inspected everything. Wang Chan's information had turned out to be incorrect, and it was time to return the crystals. The spy frowned and asked the angry Mr. Chu to wait a minute. Wang Chang should check everything himself first. Wang didn't understand what happened to Zhang Kui. Didn't he intend to infiltrate the Chu clan? Did he just give up? It was pointless. Wang Chang asked his secret agent in the sect where Zhang Kui was now. The guy replied that he did not know. He had disappeared. The spy was angry. He didn't know how it was. Soon the guy would have to take responsibility for his mistakes. The guy said that Zhang Kui was on his way to the Chu family last night. They haven't found him yet. It's like he disappeared into thin air. Wang Chang ordered that all people be used to find out as quickly as possible where the vice-patriarch of this damned sect was. Chang didn't understand why that freak Zhang Kui didn't go to the Chu clan. He needed to calm Tianming down, otherwise he, Wang Chang, might lose face. The spy approached the head of the Chu family and said there was no need to be angry. He had already given the order to find Zhang Kui. But Tianming was not satisfied with this. He told Wang that Zhang Kui was a cunning man, and the Black Moon House had already made 2 mistakes, which was why Chu could not get rid of him. Wang reassured the head of Chu, assuring him that Zhang Kui would be dead, and since that was the case, they would help their family get rid of this scoundrel. The old man was doubtful. Zhang Kui was strong and had the Void Pearl, so it wouldn't be easy to kill him. He could always escape. Wang objected. If the pearl was blocked, it would not be difficult to kill him. Tianming smiled. Then he would wait for news. The system rewarded Zhuan with the spiritual and true speech technique for being able to cause damage to the Black Moon House without leaving home. The guy wondered if this damage to the Black Moon House could be related to Zhang Kui. Most likely this is the case. Zhuan thought that these spies would be able to identify him too. It seemed that the Black Moon House was not as powerful as they said. Spiritual speech is a powerful secret art that can mend a broken soul and restore a person's strength. The technique of true speech allows one to force a person to speak the truth. It is also a secret technique related to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Xuan laughed. He received 2 secret arts from the system at once. So many interesting and fun things can be done at home. For his good mood, the system gave the guy another gift. 7-colored divine light. The young man smiled. What a nice day. The young man admired the 7-flower flower. It can help block not only physical, but also spiritual attacks. It is beautiful and useful. Xuan smiled. With this beautiful item he would be safer and could continue practicing without fear. Having received no news from the Black Moon House, Chu Tianming himself came to Wang Chang and angrily asked where Zhang Kui was. The spy was at a loss and honestly told the old man that he didn't know. Tianming asked Wang if he was making fun of him. Wang Chang assured the angry old man that whether Zhang Kui was alive or dead, they would definitely get information about him. It was a matter of honor. The spy didn't understand what was wrong with that idiot Zhang Kui, whether he really just disappeared, but Wang still had to find out about him. Chu didn't calm down. 3 days had already passed, but there was no news. He doubted the information from the House of the Black Moon or Wang's powers. Wang Chang assured Chu that the information from the Black Moon Tower was unique, and his strength was sufficient to find the sect's vice-patriarch. In that case, Chu Tianming agreed to wait another day. Wang Chang kindly walked the old man to the door and said goodbye. Wang Chang yelled at the agent, "And where is this Zhang Kui? Is he alive or dead?" The guy assumed that the vice-patriarch of the sect was most likely dead. The spy asked the agent if he was sure of this, and he replied, 80%. But Van was worried that he might still be alive. The guy lowered his head and promised to check again all possible places where Zhang Kui appeared, and report back immediately. Meanwhile, Xuan studied the received treatises, including a description of the tragic life of the Dark King. In his youth, he castrated himself and began developing powerful techniques, but then learned that the enemy had stronger techniques. Moreover, the enemy married his beloved girl. Then chaos settled in the king's heart. He went mad and changed beyond recognition. The king then decided to sacrifice the blood of 1 million people to get his organ back, the demonic blood technique he created. With the help of this terrible technique, he regained his organ, took revenge on his enemies, and subjugated the girl he once loved. But the beauty only coldly said that the Dark King was simply a weakling compared to her husband, and she would never love a villain. And then the Dark King finally became possessed and soon died. Xuan was surprised. He really had a tragic life. At this time, a servant from the big house entered the gate and informed the 13th master that the leader had ordered him to return home. Xuan grimaced. What was wrong with this grandfather Chu Tianming? Why did he suddenly want to bring him home, when he himself sent him into exile? The guy told the servant that he refused. He was living well here. If he returned now, then all this time would have been wasted. The servant conveyed the leader's words that all their disagreements were in the past, and he could return home. But Xuan repeated that he would not return. The saddened servant went back, saying that nothing could be done. He would convey the words of the 13th master to the head of the family. For refusing to return home, the system rewarded the young man with the tea of understanding the truth. Xuan was delighted, another reward from the system. The true limit is the realization of the true meaning. Tea will help you realize the truth of this world, and make a breakthrough to the true limit. Xuan smiled. He could only dream of the true limit. But tea would help him realize the truth of this world, and make a breakthrough much faster. The guy decided to brew the tea he was given right away to try its effect, wondering what he would feel. The young man raised the mug to his mouth with a trembling hand and took a sip. The tea tasted wonderful and aromatic. Xuan closed his eyes and listened to his inner feelings, as if he was waking up and beginning to see and understand everything differently. Suddenly he realized that he had immediately broken through to the 9th level of the Kingdom of Harmony, and now the true kingdom was just around the corner. Hearing the 13th young master's answer from the servant, the chief flared up, asking what it meant that this boy did not want to return home. Tianming quickly pulled himself together and calmly said, "Okay, if he wants to stay there, let him do it his own way." At the appointed time, the head of the Chu family returned to the Black Moon House again, to find out where the sect's vice-patriarch was. Wang Zhang told the old man that, according to the information he had received, Zhang Kui was dead, and that he was indeed nowhere in this area. Tianming asked if Wang was sure of this and who killed him. The spy assured that there could be no mistake. Most likely he was killed by people not from the Qing country. Wang thought, even if Zhang Kui survived, the Black Moon House would deal with him in an instant, but their information must definitely be correct. As for buying information, Wang is willing to accept Chu's assignment as compensation for previous inaccuracies. Well, since Wang is confident, Tianming will not investigate further, but he wants to ask to find out where his son Luo is. Wang Chang assured the old man that he had personally asked the Black Moon House to take on this matter, and that he would immediately inform him as soon as there was any news. Chu Tianming was satisfied and politely thanked Brother Wang for the good news and for his promise to help find his missing son. The 10th month passed, and as a reward, Xuan received the mysterious fire bell, an imperial weapon of incomparable power. The guy was delighted. Again an imperial weapon. This thing even contained technology. Consider that he was already 1 foot in the true kingdom. After drinking a couple more cups of tea, Xuan will be able to break through to the next realm almost immediately. It's incredible. At this moment, Sister Yun entered the room. The girl had been constantly studying and diligently practicing in the silence of the estate. She informed the 13th brother that she had broken through to the 3rd level, all thanks to the instructions of the 3rd uncle. The girl said that the 13th brother should work hard at cultivating and not slack off, otherwise he would disgrace the 3rd uncle. While pouring the tea of understanding the truth, Xuan said, "Yun doesn't understand. He has a good and calm life, but cultivation is nothing but boredom." Handing his little sister a cup, he offered her some tea. Since she had come so timely, the girl thanked Xuan. Tired from constant studies, Yun happily drank the aromatic, life-giving drink brewed by her younger brother. Suddenly her eyes opened wide and she felt strange changes inside, but these changes were very good. The girl exclaimed how delicious it was, as if this tea had some special effect. Yun felt her body filling with energy. Xuan explained that, of course, this was far from ordinary tea. His father had also left it for the boy, so he could drink it without any problem. The older sister smiled broadly, which meant it was a gift from the 3rd uncle, and then it was clear why the tea had such a magical effect. The guy thought that if he brewed this tea for Yun every day, she would easily break through to the true realm. Yun asked the 13th brother if she thought he never left this place. Xuan replied that he was practicing. The girl was very surprised. She had never seen him cultivate, and he clearly hadn't become any stronger. Xuan said that she misunderstood. He was cultivating his heart. The higher the level of the heart, the higher the physical level. Yun was taken aback. Oh, so the 13th brother is so weak because his heart level is very low. Strange. The guy said that his father told him in secret about this practice. If a person is weak, he needs to see clearly, and then he will instantly raise his level. This practice is not suitable for everyone. That is why Xuan does not return home, but lives here. Yun must understand him. The girl smiled. Then she would no longer ask him to come back and would stop sending for him so that he would not be disturbed. Wang Chang's agent in the sect informed his boss that Zhang Kui was alive, although no one knew where he was or what he was doing. Wang asked how this was possible. The guy said that the vice-patriarch appeared for a moment, but they failed to kill him. He escaped. The spy smiled. It was good that no one knew that Zhang Kui was alive yet. Wang only told Chu Tianming. The representative of the Black Moon House ordered that information about him be continued. it was unlikely that he would simply disappear. Yun had been living in Xuan's estate for quite a long time. One morning she went to see the 13th brother. She needed to talk to him. The girl said that very soon she would be able to break through to the 4th level of the realm, so it was time for her to return. Xuan wished her luck and asked her to be careful on the way. Yun cheerfully said goodbye to her brother and went to the ancestral home. The boy hoped that once Yun made a breakthrough, old man Tianming would forget about trying to marry her off into the Qing family. After seeing his sister off, Xuan returned to the technicians, sorting through the books. He thought about what useful thing he could read today. Suddenly he felt a familiar feeling inside. He had been through this many times before. Now he would be able to make the long-awaited breakthrough. Xuan settled himself comfortably and withdrew into himself, his aura flaring, streams of energy rushing throughout the entire space. After some time, the young man opened his eyes. He was again in his room. The energy flows calmed. He made a breakthrough. He extended his hand, and a small rabbit appeared from the clot of energy. Xuan was able to transform the object into reality. This is the distinctive feature of the true kingdom. People below this kingdom cannot know this. It is something created by spiritual forces. For achieving the true kingdom, the system gave Xuan another pet, the golden bird Peng, which shook the heavens. The golden bird Peng is an ancient beast with high speed. It can split the 9 heavenly realms and the 9 underworlds. In terms of strength, this bird is already at the 1st rank of the true realm. Only it is still small. But Xuan did not know when they grow up. Seeing another pet in the owner's house, Blackie meowed indignantly. He did not understand why this bunch of feathers appeared there. The golden bird. Peng chirped angrily in response. She also did not understand why the owner needed this tailed, clawed monster. The Peng bird spread its wings, and its golden aura flared with fire. It was about to pounce. Blackie the kitten also released his strong blue aura. He was not going to back down and give up the lead to some pathetic bird. Xuan took the pets in his arms and demanded that they stop quarreling. It would be better if they all went for a walk in the courtyard together. After breaking through to the true realm, the guy doesn't need to worry about the sect and enemies. Perhaps after a year of seclusion, he can break through to the Emperor's realm. And when this happens, nothing in Nanzhou Xuan will be scary for him. Oh, how good it is to be a hermit. When he went out into the yard, the guy noticed that one plant needed trimming, as it had grown too much and become untidy. Xuan sighed. The only thing missing from such pleasant days was a beautiful and skilled young maid in the house. The system gave the guy another gift. He received a cannon of 10,000 souls and a book of recipes for many different pills. The cannon of 10,000 souls contains information about all the souls of this world, and about places with a wide variety of natural resources. By becoming familiar with the cannon, one can know everything that contains the soul, as well as learn about places with riches, even if they were long lost. The Book of Recipes for Many Pills is a collection that contains a huge number of recipes, including ancient ones, as well as methods for cultivating them. Xuan was delighted. The thick books would give him something to do, and he could share the recipes with Yun so she could learn. The boy began looking for a couple of pages that could be given to his elder sister Yun to study magical recipes. After she trains, she will be able to surpass even Chu Qing. When Tianming finds out about this, he will definitely want to keep Yun in the family. Yuanchong stated that Yu Hufa died in Chu County of the Qing state, and the Chu family had a direct connection to this. His interlocutor asked whether he had not died during an internal dispute among a follower of one of the teachings, and what did the Chu family have to do with it? Yan frowned. Even if that was the case, who knows about it? Besides, even if it wasn't the Chu family's doing, how could things turn out like this? Because of them, more than 10 people from the Purple Moon died. Even the leader was injured. All because the Chu family went to war against them. Yuanchong demanded that all the elders be summoned. The Chu family must answer for everything. For how long can they get away with it? A new beautiful sunny day arrived. Chu Xuan was enjoying his hermitage and studying the books that had been given to him. The gates opened and the boy heard his sister's ringing voice. Yun informed her brother that she was now at the 4th level of the kingdom. He praised the girl, a quick breakthrough. Thanks to Xuan's techniques and the magic tea, Yun made excellent progress. The boy said he was looking through a book and found a description of the art of making pills left by his father and offered Yun to read it. The girl was amazed. Having a method for making the void pill, Grandpa should definitely break through to the realm of harmony. Yun was perplexed. So the third uncle knew this recipe and did not reveal it to anyone. Could this art really be so special? Sister Xuan wondered if she should find out more about this art, and whether it would bring trouble to the entire Chu family. Xuan was perplexed as to why Yun was so withdrawn now, and whether she really doubted the source of this recipe. He told his sister that he had known about this recipe for a long time. His father always told him to study, but Xuan pretended to be tired, so he achieved little. Yun knew that pill recipes were highly prized, and caution was a must. If the information leaked, the Chu family would be destroyed. It would be especially sad if cultists targeted the recipes. It would be better for her to study them secretly and then practice in a secluded place. If no one finds out, then there won't be any problems, Xuan agreed with his sensible sister. He needed to be more careful. The guy handed Yun a jade amulet that he had inherited from his father. Xuan wouldn't need it, but his sister would need it for training. It is necessary to contact Zhang Kui through the Soul Seal, so that he can discreetly keep an eye on Yun. Because of the seal, he will not be able to disobey. With him, the Chu territory will become calmer, and after all preparations are completed, one can continue to live as a hermit in peace. In a secret hideout among the rocks, the elders of the Purple Moon cult gathered at Yuan Chong's command. The master expressed his grief to those gathered over the death of their brothers in the country of Qing, due to the fault of the cursed aggressive Chu clan. Yuan asked who was willing to make the enemies pay in blood for the losses of the Purple Moon cult followers. One of the elders warned that the Chu family's strength was not as great as theirs, but they still couldn't be called weak, and besides, this was someone else's territory. Yuan Chong asked. But how could the cult let them get away with everything? They destroyed what Purple Moon had built for many years. Master heard that Chu Luo's son had been exiled, and now would be the easiest time to catch the boy, which would at least help him let off some steam. The elder asked why the Purple Moon cult needed him since he had been expelled from his family. The master called his interlocutor a fool. He's still Chu Luo's son, not some lowborn dog. Even if the guy himself is trash, he's still valuable because of his father. The elder agreed that if Chu Luo returned, his son would be held hostage and would be a trump card, so they could definitely lure him into a trap. Since this was the case, all the elders agreed with Cult Master Yuan Chong's proposal, although they were not eager to carry it out. The master offered to leave everything to the one who had mastered the art of disguise best, the cult elder Lu Yuan. Xuan sat in the yard, basking in the sun and enjoying his tea. Very soon it would be a year since he had lived here. The cultists haven't been doing anything lately, so it could be taken as a sign that they've finally decided to behave decently. Perhaps the young man will even be able to calmly study the practices, gain strength, and wait until the year of his seclusion comes. But as if to mock him, Xuan received a notification from the barrier he had erected that a strong fighter had been detected. The guy cursed. It's true what they say. You only have to mention the devil and he will immediately appear, which is what the sectarians needed again. Xuan determined that the person who had come to him was a third-level Void Realm guy. It must be an elder. Why didn't Zhang Kui report it? The guy was lamenting. And why do they all always go straight to him? Are there no other houses in the clan? Or do they consider this one the main one? Xuan's eyes flashed angrily. Well, this guy came to him himself, so let him blame himself now. No one invited him here. The Purple Moon cult's envoy walked confidently to the estate's gates, unmet or stopped. The guy was happy. There was no security nearby who could match his strength. It was very convenient. No interference. Upon seeing Xuan, the sect elder asked if he was Chu Luo's son, and the young man sighed and confirmed that it was indeed him. Xuan was already pretty fed up with this. Could it really be because of his father again? And why were they all picking on him? After all, he was not the father. Lu Wen exclaimed, "This is great!" and rushed forward, intending to quickly grab the boy and bring him to the cult's territory. Suddenly, the sectarian felt a giant ghostly beast behind him. The guy cursed. Did he really fall into a trap? The huge spiritual snake struck the intruder, knocking him away from Chu Xuan. The cult envoy frantically thought about what to do. Lying flat on the stone floor, Lu Yuan frowned and asked, so the boy was just a decoy. Xuan asked the elder which sect he was from, and who knew that he was his father's son. A spiritual beast was hissing next to the young man. Lu Yuan thought, next to the boy was a demonic beast of the Void Realm. Did Chu Luo really leave it for his son? There's no one around. It can't be an ambush. Everyone knows that this guy is very weak, so we need to somehow grab him. Xuan replied sadly, Okay, the sectarian doesn't even need to talk. He already knows that they all hate and fear his father. At the boy's sign, a huge snake rushed at the elder who had come to the estate. Lu Yuan had already decided that the end had come for him. But suddenly the snake disappeared, just as unexpectedly as it had appeared, and the bright sun was shining again over the courtyard of Xuan's house. Lu Yuan exhaled. The Purple Moon cult envoy thought, this is a truly high-level technique. Where did such a master come from in this hole? Lu Yuan stuttered, so it was Chu Luo himself in front of him. So the rumors about his disappearance were all lies to hide his presence. The sectarian was sure that Lo had staged his disappearance so that he and his power would not be disturbed. He had even changed his appearance so that he would not be recognized. The young man said with a laugh that his name was Chu Xuan. He was just Chu Luo's son, The boy didn't have to be afraid. He wasn't going to kill him. Xuan asked the guy again what sect he was from. Lu Yuan introduced himself, saying that he was the leader of one of the Purple Moon cult groups. The guy was very surprised. The leader of the group showed up in person to pick him up at the estate, which meant they were taking him seriously. Lu Yuan explained that the elders at the council thought it would be a good idea to take Chu Chulo's son as a hostage. So that's what happened. The last operation was so successful that they became even more angry at the Chu family, because the Purple Moon judge died that time. Chu Shen told the cult envoy that since they had come to him, they would have to take retaliatory measures. It was their own fault. The guy explained that he would put a soul seal on Lu and inject spiritual power. This would help ensure that Yuan would not turn away from him. Lu Yuan obediently said that he would cause a rebellion in the cult and try to seize power, take advantage of the confusion and destroy the Purple Moon. Yuan decided that if Lu became powerful, he would be able to deal a strong blow to the cult. Then they would have no time for the Chu family. Watching the elder he controlled, Chu thought that if he could break into the Emperor's realm, he would have no need to fear anyone. After letting go of the Purple Moon cult elder, Xuan was lost in thought about what his father had done to make them so angry. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan returned to the secret hideout, where the elders of the most powerful cult in existence were waiting for him. The gray-haired Purple Moon patriarch asked in surprise why Lu Yuan had returned alone. Had nothing worked out. Lu Yin declared that the elders had no right to ask him for anything. Their king was a nobody, so he, Lu, would take the throne. The elders looked at their brother in surprise. Lu Yuan seemed to have gone crazy. The old man asked him why he was so bold. Lu Yuan exclaimed that he had the opportunity to break through to the new kingdom. Was there anyone who was against him taking the throne? The elders began to chatter. Some asked if Lu was worthy. Some supported him. The old man shouted, "Nonsense! This will lead the cult to death." One of those present chuckled. As they say, they are all brothers. But some jokes are better not said out loud. Lu Yuan jumped up to the mocker and sternly told him that he, Zheng Tu, was a loser and should not dare to insult him. The offended Zheng Tu yelled back at Lu Yuan to stop. He himself was no better than a dog, a secret spy running errands for the master. Lu Yuan looked at everyone with a menacing gaze and asked who was against and who was for. He would kill every one of his opponents with his own hands. Zheng Tu smiled. None of them would dare to say such a thing. But how Lu Yuan was better than everyone else? One of the elders said that he was against it. Xuan Lu, under his control, frowned and rushed at the enemy who dared to speak out against his reign. Seeing the cold gleam of the weapon, everyone jumped to the sides. The elders realized that their brother was not joking. He had gone mad. Yuan swung his sword and cut off Zheng Tu's right arm. The elder howled in surprise and pain, and everyone was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Yuan smiling under the mask, another member of the cult assembly shouted at him, saying what he was doing. He was killing his own people. Attacking the opponent of his ascension to the throne, Lu replied that this man had disobeyed his word. He warned that he would kill everyone. The elder who dared to speak out against Lu Yuan cursed. The guy was strong and intended to kill him. Most of the sectarians were at a loss, and the old man demanded that Lu Yuan stop. Otherwise they would all have to fight. But Lu Yuan shouted menacingly at the old man to shut up, saying that whoever obeyed him would live, and whoever opposed him would die at his hand. The old man frowned and took a step towards the guy. He asked Lu Yuan if he was crazy, if he really thought he was a king. Bleeding, Zheng Tu, with his last strength, called for Lu Yuan to be killed. He went mad and began to kill the cult elders. Turning to the wounded Zheng Tu, Lu Yuan shouted that he would die first and swung his sword, attacking the enemy. The sword's deadly energy rushed towards Zheng Tu, who was writhing in pain, and everyone's mouths opened in surprise. Could Lu really kill his own? The wounded elder fell down dead. Everyone gasped. It seems Lu Yuan has become much stronger than before. What happened? The old man said this seriously. This is no longer a joke. He is really serious. He has already completely lost his mind. Turning to the Purple Moon elders gathered in the cave, the old man called on everyone to come together and stop the maddened brother Lu. Suddenly, Lu Yuan knelt down and flashes of energy of different colors danced around him. He concentrated and froze. Then he jumped up and yelled for all his opponents to die at once and go straight to hell. The old man understood everything. He shouted for everyone to save themselves. Lu Yuan is gathering energy to blow up this place and kill everyone. A deafening explosion was heard over the dense forest in the mountainous area, and the secret meeting place of the cult elders was destroyed. At this time, the master of the Purple Moon cult approached the shelter. He saw the explosion with horror and hurried to the entrance of the secret shelter. Rock fragments and corpses were scattered around the entrance, and the master asked in surprise if the Purple Moon cult had really been attacked. He walked around the ruins of the shelter, but there was not a single living elder. All around were only the bodies of cultists mangled by the explosion. Finally, the master saw the old man. He was alive. The leader asked who did this. Where were the rest of the elders of their cult? The injured elder muttered, "It was Master Lu Yuan. He turned his body into a bomb and blew himself up along with the others." The master couldn't believe how his loyal Lu Yuan could do such a thing. And why he did it. It was just some kind of nonsense. The leader asked the weakened old man where the other elders were. He replied that they were all dead. Only he was left. The master was shocked. But this is almost 70% of the elders. With such losses, they will not be able to resist other cults. The old man muttered that the master should not stand still, but help him immediately. Otherwise he could die from his wounds. The master came to his senses and took out a bottle of potion, handing it to the old man. He told him to get healed quickly and tell him everything. The system congratulated Zhuan on defeating the enemy thousands of miles away, and gifted him 10 years of cultivation and a chest of heavenly flashes. This will help him quickly get to the 3rd level of the true kingdom, because the higher the kingdom, the slower the accumulation of strength. Sky Flash is a one-time explosive weapon that contains the power of lightning and has an effect on cultivation. If activated, the explosive force will be enough to seriously injure an opponent in the 1st level of the true realm. Xuan hoped that after the destruction of the Purple Moon cult, no one would come to him anymore, and he would be able to live in peace. Suddenly the guy felt that the soul seal began to move. Could it be that another strong opponent had come to him? Indeed, a very powerful cult master was approaching the gates of Chu Xuan's estate, hurrying to the guy with an urgent message. Jiang Kui came to Xuan. He respectfully greeted Master Chu and politely bowed to his secret master. Xuan asked the vice patriarch what he wanted, and he said that the vice leader of the Purple Moon sect and the leader of Qin had secretly conspired. This was done with the aim of attacking the Chu lands and destroying the powerful family. Xuan did not understand why the Chu family was the target. The guy thought that if their plan worked, Chu would suffer serious losses. Chu Qing and Chu Yun could also come under attack. Xuan sighed heavily. If problems started in the family, it could have a very bad impact on his beautiful hermitage. He told Jiang Kui to find a way to inform Chu about this, and inform him of the planned time of the attack, so that the family could prepare. Jiang's mission is primarily to protect Chu Yun, the vice patriarch said with a bow that he understood his task. You also need to secretly pass elixirs and valuables to Chu Yun, so that she appears to have accidentally found or received them. Having given the elixirs to his sister, the boy promised that if Jiang Kui came up with a reliable method, he would receive spiritual medicine himself. The vessel contains 2 boa constrictors that possess true 5th-level strength. Although their strength is short-lived, it will make Zhang one of the invincible ones in Qin. The boy ordered the vice patriarch of 1 boa constrictor to hand it over to his elder sister Chu Yun in case of danger to protect the girl. The 2nd boa constrictor will help Zhang save his life if something unexpected happens. Kui respectfully thanked his master. Throwing a magic pill to Jiang Kui, Xuan smiled and told him to always strive to break through to the next realm. The vice patriarch of the sect gratefully accepted the pill from Xuan's hands, saying that he was ready to obey his master in everything. Xuan knew that Chu Tianming already had 1 foot in the realm of harmony. He could cross over into it by taking just 1 Xuan pill. However, Xuan had no intention of giving his grandfather this pill. He had to wait until Yun created them herself. His old man had always hated him. The old man does not have any outstanding talent, otherwise why was his son able to move to the Kingdom of Harmony, and then to the True Kingdom, unlike him? Perhaps Chulo's cultivation techniques were stronger. If he really possessed them, wouldn't father want to pass them on to the Chu family? According to the scrolls, in order to break into the realm of harmony, and then into the true realm, one must certainly possess abilities. 11 months of Zhuan's seclusion passed, and the system rewarded him with an improved spiritual exercise map. The young man was very happy. It just so happened that the effect of the previous card was weaker. It had already become practically useless. Zhuan's spiritual consciousness was no longer weaker than that of a 5th-level True Realm warrior, but the inner vision only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. And with this new improved map, he will be able to successfully improve and finally reach the Emperor's kingdom. However, by that time a new card will be needed again. This one is still low level. We need to think about how to use it correctly. Chu Qing had already recovered from the injuries inflicted by the cultists and was studying in his ancestral home. He was incredibly angry at the cult. Last time when he was attacked by the cultists, if it weren't for the disappearance pill, this cult still needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. But the Black Moon is cruel, and the price for information is too high. One should rely only on one's own family's intelligence agents. Everything in this district is under Chu's control. They have enough of their own sentries, but internal intelligence alone is clearly not enough to fight the cult. It is necessary to know the key positions of the enemy cult. The servant entered and reported to the young master that a messenger had arrived with an intelligence report. The scout said that they had been given information, but the sender was unknown. He was not from the Chu family or the Black Moon House. Xing read Zhang Kui's message about the impending attack on their lands and family by the powerful Purple Moon cult. The young master ordered his servant to call his fourth uncle to him. The boy wanted to consult with the senior for information. Soon the footsteps of one of Tianming's sons were heard. The servant did not tell him why the young master wanted to see him. Chu Qiuhai, the fourth son of Chu Tianming and a master of the first level of the Void Realm, entered Qing's room and asked what was the matter. Qing handed his uncle the note and asked him who he thought might have sent it, and whether the information should be taken seriously. After reading it, Chu Hai said that it was interesting. He wanted to believe this letter, but he should be careful with it. You never know what might happen. Moreover, the matter concerns not only the Chu family. Hai hastened to immediately go to the Hui domain and warn. In one of the abandoned forest caves, Yun set up a secret laboratory for herself and practiced creating pills. Having loaded all the necessary ingredients into the cauldron, the girl began cultivation. She needed to process the pills with her energy. Having completed the ritual, Chu Yun commanded the magical pills to rise, leaving only the final decisive stage of creation. Glowing golden balls flew out of the cauldron and began to swirl around the ceiling of the cave. These were the magic pills that had been created. Yun's alchemical cauldron glowed with magical energy as it transformed the processed ingredients into pills. After looking at the results, the girl sighed. 4 pills went into the trash. 5 turned out to be ordinary. Only 3 remained. In Yun's palm, 3 blue Xuan pills shimmered in all shades. They were made correctly. It was immediately obvious. She poured the pills into a bag. She was making obvious progress. The girl was sure that next time she would definitely do better. Out of 10 attempts, only 3 were more or less successful. Even though the pills were of average quality, she began to succeed. Yun was confident that she could make high-quality pills, but she had used up her last elixir and needed to get more. The girl decided that after she learned how to create Xuan pills, she should try making spiritual ones. Zhang was watching her closely. Seeing the girl emerge from her magic laboratory, the vice-patriarch sent the boa constrictor Xuan had given her to her towards her. Before Yun had time to gasp, the boa constrictor entered her body. The girl was confused about what it was and where this snake came from. This power was unfamiliar to Chu Yun. It was like a boa constrictor. But what was it? Was it just luck? And how could she use this power? Suddenly, on the straight path, the girl saw a bag with materials. Strangely, she did not feel anyone else's presence. After opening the find, Yun was surprised. There were so many pills in there, and the bag was also filled with spiritual stones, a real treasure. Yun was perplexed. If this bag was for her, then who left it? Maybe her grandfather, hardly. He had no need to do it secretly. The girl felt an unknown power inside her. Maybe one of her elders found out what she was doing and decided to help her in this way. But since she had the ingredients, Yun decided to return to making pills. Zhang Kui and Dong Qian watched her from the thicket. The vice-patriarch ordered Dong Qian to stay here and keep an eye on the girl so that no one would dare attack her. And Zhang Kui himself must come up with a plan to keep Brother Chu safe, and so that no cult will bother him in the future. Leaving Dong Qian to look after the girl, the vice-patriarch of the sect hurried to Chu Xuan to report what he had been able to do. He reported to the master that his sister Yun had an obvious talent for creating pills. She had only been practicing for a short time, but had already achieved success. In a short period of time, she had already become capable of creating Xuan pills. And in a little while, she would be able to create spiritual pills. Xuan ordered to continue to supply her with the necessary materials. Not killing Zhang was the right choice. He became a real faithful dog. The boy handed Zhang Kui a bottle of potion, saying that it would help him become stronger and complete assignments better. Even though Zhang is trying more for himself, he will never betray because of the soul seal, so let him gain strength. The Chu and He families joined forces and were the first to attack the cult, and victory was assured. The battle was said to be fierce. It is said that even the head of Qin, Lu Wang, invested money from the treasury, but it did not help. Lu Wang was seriously wounded and fled with his tail between his legs. The remaining cult centers were also almost completely destroyed. Xuan mentally praised Zhang Kui for his successful plan. The servant spoke excitedly. The elders also surrendered, and their equipment was destroyed. The Purple Moon cult was on the verge of extinction. Xuan was pleased. Great. Now there was a high probability that the cult would not be able to function fully for some time. For developing a strategy and defeating the enemy cult, the system rewarded Chu Xuan with a secret surveillance technique. The resulting technique allows one to explore the secrets of others, peer into the minds of others and learn about their past, even peer into past lives. Xuan was delighted. Mastering this technique meant that no one would be able to hide their true identity from him now. The guy looked at his pet Blackie, who meowed affably to his owner. It turns out that this is not just a cute animal. A spirit cat, a magical beast of heaven and earth, possessing great strength and a will of steel, ran around Xuan's estate. The guy even felt a little sick while examining the spirit cat. Its origin is very unusual. It is an amazing creature. Xuan needs to explore the sources of his power. It will be difficult to subjugate the cat's will because he possesses the power of the true kingdom. These animals are amazing creatures. They are too strong. Judging by what Xuan can discern, their strength is equal to his or slightly lower. The Chu family has won. The cult will not be able to cause problems for a while, and we can finally calmly wait for the arrival of the Year of Solitude. But Xuan was not destined to enjoy peace for long. Soon another guest from the large house of his ancestors came to visit him. Chu Yuan, the third young master, came to the estate to visit his youngest brother, who had been exiled. Seeing Xuan lying on the couch, Yuan reproachfully said to the 13th brother, "Was he worthy of being the son of the third uncle?" The young man thought bitterly that this grumbler had already returned from his practice in the mountains. The last thing he needed was a lecture. Yuan didn't lag behind. Third uncle and aunt were missing. Doesn't Xuan want to become stronger so he can quickly go and look for them? Xuan silently rolled over onto his other side. Yuan angrily exclaimed that he was hopeless, and yet his father was the strongest of all. Yuan admired his father, studied with him from childhood, and one could say that it was he who taught him everything he knows and can do. Rushing to his 13th brother, Yuan shouted at him to get up quickly. He couldn't just lie around on the bed. Xuan turned to his elder brother and suddenly asked him if he was trying so hard because he wanted to become Chu Chulo's heir. Yuan was confused. Did Xuan really think that he wanted to get his hands on his inheritance? But the young man did not want to be disturbed. Xuan told his brother that everyone lives differently. He chose this lifestyle. He is fine and everything suits him. There is no need to interfere with him. Moreover, when Xuan's father was around, he did not take care of his little son, and when he left the child at his grandfather's house. Xu Yuan's face fell. There was nothing to say to this. Everyone in the family knew that Xuan's parents really did leave him when he was very young. The third young gentleman sighed heavily. After all, everyone has the right to behave as they see fit. Yuan sat down next to his brother. Xuan realized that this guy had already guessed that something was wrong. Among his peers, Chu Yuan was the most talented and strong. His strength is equal to the first level of the spiritual realm. Although Chu Tianming was optimistic about Qing, he is behind Yuan. But Chu Yuan doesn't cultivate the Chu family's techniques. He found them outside the clan's territory. Or maybe Chu Luo told him about them. Xu Wen told the 13th brother that he wanted a calm and peaceful life. Perhaps this really was a good choice. Xuan thought it sounded like a farewell speech, but he was really worried about him. If there was an opportunity, he would need to help him. The young man turned out to be right. The third brother came to say goodbye to him, because he was soon going to leave the home of his ancestors. He said that in a few days, he would have to set off on a journey, and it was unknown when he would return, or whether he would be able to return at all. Yuan promised that he would keep an eye on the news about third uncle, and if anything came up, he would definitely pass on the message to Xuan. The guy took out a book from his bosom in order to continue living as a hermit. Xuan still needed to properly cultivate his powers. He advised Xuan to read this and then talk to his grandfather. Then his position in the family would improve significantly. As he left, Yuan told the young man to quickly move from the mortal realm to others, higher and more interesting ones. Xuan looked at the back of his brother as he left and couldn't understand what was on his mind. Had he really lost his beloved? That was probably the case. This animal skin material is often used to record cultivation techniques and writings. Not only does it preserve the text longer, but it also leaves a spiritual mark. The guy gasped. This is an imperial scripture, although not a complete collection, but somewhere around half. Nevertheless, it is a very valuable thing. Relying on this book, the Chu family could have established itself in Qin for thousands of years. It would not have been possible to break into the emperor's realm, but it would have been easy to break into the true realm. According to ancient records, the reason why there is no one with the power of an emperor in Nanzhou is because of the great war that engulfed the place. However, while the scriptures are useless for Xuan, and the pills are of little use, using these techniques to attract Grandpa's attention is not a bad idea. It seems that Yuan wants to remain in the shadows. Maybe he has made enemies for himself and wants to lie low. The main thing is to notice in time that he is in trouble in order to have time to save him. The next morning, a loud scandal erupted in the Chu family's large house, and Chu Tianming's screams echoed throughout the area. Xuan opened his eyes and sighed, which meant he hadn't dreamed it. His grandfather was really throwing thunder and lightning. The guy knew very well that it was really hard to earn Chen Ming's good word, but getting a scolding for some misbehavior was easy. I wonder what's going on in that big house. Why is there such a commotion so early in the morning? Blackie meowed philosophically in response. Xuan smiled. He could hear those screams even from here. He wasn't going to kill Chu Yuan. The old man wasn't that cruel. The cat moved to the roof of a large house. Grandfather asked how Yuan breaks off the engagement. His bride is Princess Qin Keiyun herself. The third son, Chu Chulo, broke off his marriage with Qin Keiyun's mother. And now Yuan wants to call off the engagement. Tian Ming cannot allow this. Grandfather shouted. He doesn't care who Yuan loves. He is forbidden to interfere with this marriage in any way. They must get engaged immediately. Yuan's father grumbled. The third brother shouldn't have been mentoring his son at all. And this is what the boy learned from him. The head of the family asked if Yuan and Qin Keiyun weren't on good terms. It seemed like everything was going well between them. What was the matter? If Qin finds out what will happen to Chu's reputation, first the third son broke off the engagement, and now the third grandson, and all from the Chu family. Yuan said that he had already notified the Qin family about everything and personally told Qin Keiyun. For him she is now like a younger sister. Xu Tianming almost choked with anger. He growled, unable to find the words to respond to his impudent grandson who dared to contradict everyone. The boy told his grandfather and father that he came to say goodbye. He was going to leave the family. Chu Feng roared that his son was saying such a thing. Chu Qiucheng noticed that the Chu family had always had a strong relationship. But after what happened to the third brother, the wind had changed. The head of the Chu family yelled at his grandson that he forbade him to leave. He would immediately notify the Qin family that the engagement was still valid. The servant reported to the master that a representative of the Qin family had arrived. Chu Tianming asked anxiously who had come. The elderly butler said that a mother and daughter, Qin Pingxia and Qin Keiyun, were waiting to meet with Mr. Chu Tianming. The head of the Chu family was stunned when the wife of the ruler of the Qin country herself arrived at his house with her rejected daughter. Xuan smiled. Well, that was to be expected from a man who revered his father so much. He even had the fortitude to break off the engagement with Qin. If Chu Tianming wasn't a cultivator, his veins would probably burst with anger. And what would he do? Lock Yuan up? Or he will force him to marry a girl from the Qin family. But does the girl herself want to get married? Is this marriage voluntary? The guy laughed. Oh, these dynastic tricks. Here everything is decided not by feelings and desires, but by agreements between the heads of great clans. But Chu Yuan certainly understood that he would face the consequences of his heroic, yet willful act. By Chu Tianming's order, the servants invited the distinguished guests of the Chu family's main house into the great hall, with all due honors. The tiny feet of the wife of the head of state Qin confidently walked up the stairs. The woman was burning with indignation. The guest immediately turned to the head of the family and asked if the Chus really wanted to break off the engagement again. This was already becoming a bad tradition. Chu Tianming smiled broadly at Qian and exclaimed, "They never even thought of such a thing. He just wanted to inform them that the engagement was still valid." Yuan stated that the Chu family's affairs were the Chu family's affairs, but he personally would do as he saw fit, and the grandfather barked at the boy to shut up. But the boy told his grandfather that he couldn't be forced to like someone. He had to ask Mrs. Keiyun first if she liked him. Unexpectedly, the girl, blushing slightly, replied that she really liked Yuan and she dreamed of marrying him. Yuan was taken aback by what she was saying, and his grandfather threatened that if the boy dared to upset Keiyun, he would break his legs. Tianming could not allow the engagement to be broken again. Otherwise, the peaceful coexistence of the four families would begin to crumble at the seams. Yuan asked, "So Keiyun wants to tie the knot with a stranger. They only met a couple of times. How can she like him?" The young princess of the Qian family shyly replied that she fell in love with Chu Yuan at first sight. He was such a handsome man. But the guy didn't believe it. He said that he already had a girlfriend, and nothing could happen between him and Keiyun. "Qian Pingxia," Keiyun's mother shouted loudly. "Enough of these stupid arguments and assumptions. That's not why she came here." Turning to Chu Tianming, she asked if he thought the daughter of the Qian ruling family was not good enough for Chu. The head of the Chu family asked the lady to calm down. He assured that the situation from the past would never happen again. The wedding would take place. Tianming ordered Chu Yuan to be locked up so that he would think carefully about what he was doing, and would not contradict the head of the family in the future. Yuan turned to his grandfather and father. Although he was not as talented and strong as his third uncle, he would never give in to the battle for his love. The guy said that none of them could force him to marry a stranger and give up his beloved. Chu Qiufeng yelled, so this is what his third uncle taught him. Breaking off engagements, he ordered his son to be seized and locked up, to let him come to his senses. Yuan told Keiyun that she was truly a wonderful person. He believed that she would find a worthy husband, and he said goodbye to everyone. The boy used the Void Pearl and disappeared from the Great Hall of the ancestral home in the blink of an eye. Chu Tianming cursed loudly. The head of the Chu clan ordered to urgently find the fugitive and return him to his father's house. One strong warrior from their family had already left. That was enough. Qin Pingxi said disdainfully, "There is nothing worthwhile about Chu's third son." She heard that his son was expelled from the ancestral home. Chu Tianming confirmed with a smile that Madame Pingxi's information was absolutely correct. Xuan was currently living in his father's house. Suddenly she turned around and headed towards the exit, saying that we must see what Chu Chulo's son is like. Tianming ordered his two sons to follow and make sure she didn't go crazy when she saw Chu Xuan. Soon, the Qin mother and daughter, accompanied by the eldest sons of Chu, approached the gate of the estate where Chu Xuan was living as a hermit. Entering the courtyard of the house, Pinsea frowned. This house brought back sad and humiliating memories of when she was rejected. Seeing the young man reading, the woman asked if he was Chu Chulo Chu Xuan's son, as he didn't look much like his father. The guy looks up from his book and asks in surprise, "Who is this auntie?" He actually wasn't expecting anyone to visit today and didn't invite anyone. An indignant Pinsea asked what the guy called her, what kind of aunt she was to him. She looked great. How dare he insult her like that? Xuan was genuinely surprised by her indignation. She was the same age as his father. How else could he address her? Sister or something? The woman turned to her eldest sons and asked if the Chu family really wanted to break off the engagement, and if they had thought about the consequences. Chu Qiuchang said with a sigh, "Of course the family is wrong, but they saw him escape. But even if they lock him up, it won't do any good." Pingsea said that Chu Chulo had wronged her in the past, so let his son take responsibility and correct his mistake. Xuan asked his aunt how old she was. He had, of course, heard that there were old cows who wanted to eat fresh grass. It was good that his father hadn't gotten involved with her. Enraged, Qin Pingsea shouted, "What an impudent fellow!" and swung her sword at the impudent youth, intending to attack the sharp-tongued boy. Chu Qiuchang, sensing the danger of the situation, rushed between Qin Pingxi and his nephew to stop the conflict. Having shielded the young man from Pingxi's blow, the eldest uncle quietly asked Xuan if he even thought about what he was saying, or if he was trying to cause a quarrel between the families. Suddenly, Madame Qin said that since Chu Yuan didn't want to, Chu Xuan simply had to marry her daughter Qin Keiyun. Everyone present was simply speechless from surprise. Even the sharp-tongued Chu Xuan couldn't immediately find a response to this. Finally, the young man asked Pinsea in surprise what his aunt had thought of. Why should he suddenly marry this girl? Chu Qiuchang asked the woman in confusion. What about Keiyun's feelings, since the bride's opinion should also be taken into account? The girl blushed slightly and quietly said that she didn't mind. This young man was handsome. He would probably be a good husband. The elder sons of Chu opened their mouths in surprise. This girl changed her mind so quickly. She said that she loved Yuan, and then Xuan intervened in the conversation. The guy decisively stated that he did not agree. He was not going to marry someone unknown. Qin Pingsea indignantly asked the young man what right he had to refuse such a beneficial marriage for his clan. Xuan smiled slyly and asked the angry woman, but he was a weakling and worthless person. Wouldn't her daughter's marriage to him ruin her? The mother and daughter fell silent in confusion. Indeed, Mrs. Qin did not want to marry the girl off to an obvious weakling. The woman asked sarcastically, "Why is it that he suddenly declares so abruptly that he is a worthless person?" "This remains unknown," Xuan asked, after marrying him, whether her daughter would be able to look people in the eye, whether Pinsea really didn't value her reputation at all. Everyone would think that her daughter Qin Keiyun was only fit to marry a worthless trash, and nothing more. The guy told his aunt that there was nothing wrong with his father abandoning her. But her daughter's reputation as a cur was much worse. Qin Pingxi was shaking with rage. She blushed with anger and hissed, clenching her teeth. After such words, it was humiliating to insist. Frowning, she said that there was no one worthy in the Chu family, so their engagement agreement was cancelled. The eldest sons of Chu realized that this high-born bitch was angry, which meant they needed to get out of Xuan's estate as soon as possible. Pinsa growled. The boy said everything correctly. A worthless guy like him is not needed by her daughter. They are leaving here. The system praised the guy for refusing a high-born woman, for which he received a heavenly fireheart as a reward. The guy watched the departing guests. Pinsea was burning with anger, and her daughter Keiyun secretly glanced back at the handsome young man. Xuan thought, this Qin Keiyun looks like a decent girl, but for some reason there is a feeling that something is wrong with her. Through heavenly vision, he learned that Keiyun had the soul of a fox demon and a reincarnated emperor. Beautiful on the outside, but a true cunning fox on the inside. Chu thought, the soul of the fox demon and the reincarnated emperor. How much power was in it? No wonder she liked him. We need to take precautions against this girl, in case she wants to harm Yuan for the broken engagement. Xuan decided to warn his brother of the danger with the help of his pet heavenly bird Peng, who tears the skies. Having told the bird the situation, the boy sent a light-winged messenger to look for his older brother, who had run away from his engagement. Now you can see the reward from the system. This time he received a heavenly fire heart, a heart burner, and a furious fire. The heavenly fiery heart, like the flame of anger, makes a person literally flare up. His body is fried in the fire of rage until he dies. A raging fire is fed by a person's anger. If there is even a little anger in the heart, it immediately becomes fuel for the fire. Xuan admired, "This is power, and it is almost impossible to resist. Who among us has not experienced anger, a method of secret murder?" It seems that this time Chu Yuan's case will not make much noise. There have always been big and small disagreements between Chu and Qin. With the restoration of the Emperor's soul to Keiyun, her strength will grow by leaps and bounds, and the Chu family will regret not having accepted her into the family through marriage. The reason why there is no Emperor's power here is not so simple. Could Keiyun be involved in this? There is too little information about Nanzhu. If her soul is a fox demon, where would reincarnation come from? And why was her mother so eager to marry her off to a member of the Chu family? It seems there is some kind of conspiracy here. We must be adamant. As long as the strength increases, Xuan is not afraid of any conspiracy. The guy saw a pung bird fly into the window. He was surprised how quickly it returned, apparently having already conveyed the information to Yuan. Xuan immersed himself in studying the books. He didn't know how Chu Yuan could cope. He needed to think of something, although he couldn't do much. The leader of the defeated Purple Moon cult, Hu Quan, went to a remote cave to see the old sectarian Quan Wu. Quan said the old man's time was coming to an end, but if he did the deed, Hu would give him a spirit blood pill that would prolong his life. The toothless, half-blind sectarian asked the cultivator if he really had a spiritual blood pill. Maybe he was lying to the old man. Hu Quan showed the pill. He explained that his cult was destroyed, and the Chu family was to blame for everything. He couldn't just leave it like that. Quan Wu was surprised that the cultist would really give him a spiritual blood pill just for killing a couple of elders of the Chu family. The cult leader explained that the main target was Chu Lo's son. The boy needed to be captured and delivered to Hu Quan. As long as he had it in his hands, he would have leverage over the Chu family, meaning he could take revenge on them for destroying the cult. Moreover, he is the son of Chu Lo himself, so in order to revive his cult, Hu Quan needs to witness the Chu family killing themselves. Quan Wu calmly listened to the excited speech of the head of the recently very powerful and influential Purple Moon cult. Finally, the old man replied that he agreed to sort this matter out, but he had very little strength. He was already with one foot in the grave. The cultist threw Quan Wu a treasured pill that could revive his decrepit body and prolong his dying life. Hu Quan said that half of the pill would be enough for him to complete the job, and once he finished, he would receive the other half. The old man extended his decrepit hand towards the life-giving magical remedy, and as soon as the pill touched him, he began to come to life. Quan Wu has stepped outside the gate. He has been at the very top of the Void Realm for too long, but his life is coming to an end. This is his chance. As long as he isn't attacked by people above the Void Realm, he can always escape. All he needs is a boy and to kill a few elders. By the time the strong family members arrive to help, he would already have returned to Purple Moon territory and obtained the spiritual blood pill. Xuan was busy cultivating. It would soon be a year since he settled here in his father's house. Time flies so quickly. The guy learned so many new things, broke through from the mortal realm to the true one. Who would have thought? It's been just 7 days. And it'll be exactly 1 year since Xuan has been sitting here like a real hermit, although someone is constantly pestering him. It is necessary to stay at home at all costs and do everything so that no one interferes with him living peacefully these 7 days before the year. Xuan sighed heavily. Some old stump, another supporter of the evil king's court, had come to see him again. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with the sectarians, why they immediately went to him as soon as they entered the Chu clan's territory. The old man asked the young man gloomily if he was Chu Lo's son. Quan Wu looked at the young man with his half-blind old eyes. Xuan replied that he was his son, but he couldn't understand why all the cults were coming to him. Did his father cause them so much trouble? The old man's toothless mouth stretched into a nasty smile. He laughed and said that he was not a member of the cult. He was just their mercenary. The old sectarian shouted at the boy to behave quietly and obediently. He must go with him immediately and not resist. The boy calmly watched the old man approaching him, pretending to be a formidable mercenary warrior. Chu Xuan commanded the old man to kneel down and freeze. Stop waving his hooked fingers around here. Surprised, Quan Wu fell to his knees and froze on the stone slabs of the courtyard. He felt that he couldn't even escape from here. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. Was this kid really that strong? Why didn't the head of the Purple Moon cult warn him? The guy told the old cultist to stay on his knees and not even think about running away. He wouldn't be able to anyway. Quan Wu was puzzled by this power. It was similar to the Emperor's realm. Could it really be Chu Qiuluo's son? The Chu family was terrifying. Zhuan demanded that the old man tell him about the purpose of his visit to him. As far as the boy remembered, he did not invite him to visit. So who was he? Quan Wu looked at the young man silently. He didn't want to talk about the Purple Moon cult, afraid of losing the spiritual blood pill. The old man was surprised how this boy at such a young age could possess such incredible strength, what his secret was. Looking at the old man, Zhuan thought, the cultists have gone completely crazy. They are already practically destroyed. Isn't it time for them to stop? He wondered if these villains had completely lost their minds while cultivating dark techniques, and had now sent the old man away. This old man is stuck at the top of the Void Realm and can't seem to break through, which just shows how bad his skills are. While his techniques are not bad, after such a long cultivation, it is impossible to break into the realm of harmony. He really is trash. Besides, his days were running out. He was about to die, Xuan thought. Can he help him break through? Or is it a waste of resources? Still, the guy put some strength into the old man and made him a controllable weapon, punishing the sectarians who had become tiresome to him. After receiving the soul seal, Quan Wu felt a completely new sensation, and his face reflected surprise and confusion. Xu Shen told him with a smile to go away from here, to live out his last days, and finally do something worthwhile. Quan Wu left the estate. He failed to complete the job. What would happen if he went straight to the head of the Dark Kingdom? This guy, Chu Qiuluo's son, also gave Quan Wu something as a last gift, but the old man doesn't know how to use it. Xuan told the sectarian that if he met people equal in strength to the Kingdom of Harmony, then in order to win, he would have to throw this in their faces. The elderly sectarian cursed, who knew that in his old age he would go to the main villain to cause trouble, to do amazing things. After some time, Quan Wu came to the palace of the head of the Dark Kingdom, the most evil king. Armed guards stood at the entrance. Seeing the old man, the guard ordered him to stop, but Quan Wu continued to walk forward, despite the menacing shouts of the fighters. The old man understood that he could not resist the influence, so he would do something truly serious, so that his name would remain in history. He said that today he, Quan Wu, came to the sacred place of cultivation of dark forces to destroy its greatness. The guard asked the decrepit old man with a smile what he was saying. He was probably out of his mind and could barely move his legs. Another asked Quan Wu if he was crazy, if dark techniques had driven him crazy, or if he was just joking. Taking out his weapon, the old man said that they should take note of his name, Quan Wu, and in his old age he will create light and go down in history. Let all dark cultivators forever remember the follower of the dark forces, Quan Wu, who fearlessly attacked the palace of the Dark Lord. After killing the guards, the old man said that even if he died, his name would go down in Nanzhou's history, so he had nothing to regret. Entering the palace, which seemed completely deserted, the old sectarian ordered the guards to show themselves to him. The palace guards demanded that the old man surrender. They were surprised who dared to attack the palace of the most powerful ruler. But Quan Wu was not going to give up. All this began to amuse him. The squad leader shouted for the crazy old man to die. In response, the sect member threw the guard the same strange thing that Chu Xuan had given him as a last gift for protection. The squad leader didn't immediately understand what kind of object the crazed cultivator had thrown at him. And when he did, it was already too late. A deafening explosion thundered. The entire guard detachment perished. Part of the Dark Lord's palace was destroyed, and chaos began. The old man laughed. He was going to die as a great and powerful dark cultivator of Quan Wu, because no one would dare to break into the palace. The Dark King, hearing the noise, called the head of the palace security and asked what had happened there, whether someone had attacked them. The guard replied, it was the old cultivator at the top of the void, who had not much time left, who suddenly burst into the palace, killed the guards, and seriously wounded 2 elders. And then there was an explosion in the palace, but before he blew himself up he shouted, remember my name is Quan Wu. The Dark Lord's eyes flashed angrily. He frowned. Such a curious incident had happened in his palace for the first time. The king yelled, what a bastard this was. How could he be a supporter of his court all his life, and then attack him in his old age? The ruler demanded that his subjects bring the entire family of this old idiot to him, and he would deal with them personally. But the head of security said that this Quan Wu is so ancient that he most likely doesn't even have any living relatives left. Everywhere the sectarians were actively discussing the latest events. They were asking each other if they had heard what had happened. An old man from the Void Realm, a dark cultivator, invaded one of the palaces of the dark sovereign Shou Yuan and cut off the heads of several from the Harmony realm. Such an old brazen fellow will definitely be remembered for a long time. Many were delighted when they heard about this. Maybe Shou Yuan will want to resign. Hu Quan, hearing this news, was stunned. He did not understand what had bitten old man Quanwu that he had decided to take such a step. Quan thought, Quanwu, a sick old man. What came over him? He hired him. So why the hell did he attack the palace of the Dark Lord? What happened that made him run to the palace? Was he suffering from senile dementia? Or was this the work of the Chu family? If anyone finds out that it was who ordered him to go to Chu territory, and that he ended up breaking into the palace, then Quan is a dead man. The head of the cult was afraid that the Black Moon would find out about this. But only the two of them knew about it. No one else was in the know. The cultist decided that this had nothing to do with him at all. He had never even met this Quan Wu. He didn't know him. Hu felt that there was something wrong with the Chu family. Every accident was somehow connected to them. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be in this situation. The Purple Moon cult is practically exterminated. Would Hu be considered incompetent in the court of the Dark Lord if this became known? The cultist clenched his teeth in anger. This Chu family must pay for everything one day. How many sectarians have already died at their hands? Hu was thirsty for blood. The head of the cult returned to his house, and on a special stand lay a scarlet sphere, which was to become the instrument of his revenge. While in the Xuan kingdom, Hu Quan accidentally discovered this blood bead among the ancient relics and brought it home. Inside is the blood of an evil spirit. If the bead is broken, the spirit will take possession of everyone below the true kingdom, and they will become its slaves forever. Evil spirits are the main enemies of humanity. No matter whether light or dark cults obey them, they must be destroyed. Hu Ken decided to be cautious and wait until things calmed down after the previous uproar with Old Man Quanwu's attack. Xuan chuckled, disturbing the Dark Lord's court and shocking the evil cultivators, and Old Man Quanwu did a great job. The system gave Chu the ability to create his own secret kingdom, secret territories where he could leave artifacts for posterity. If Chu Xuan wanted, he could control the successor's cultivation and decide whether he lived or died. The guy smiled. The successor will not be able to betray his master. If he decides to disobey, then his cultivation will be cancelled. Without leaving home, Xuan can spread information to people all over the world and be a secret cultivator. It's interesting. If the successor deceives the master, he will instantly return to the mortal realm. Chu can even reward the successors with cultivation techniques. But Xuanya doesn't have enough strength for that yet, so there's no point in creating a secret kingdom now. We need to wait until the year is up. There were only 2 days left. The guy wondered what reward he would receive from the system for his patience in not leaving the house. And finally, the cherished day arrived. The system rewarded Xuan with the immortal scripture Yu Shu and 100 years of cultivation. Chu was dumbfounded. In addition to the scriptures and techniques, and also 100 years of cultivation to boot, then the reign of the Emperor is just around the corner. The boy felt his strength begin to increase. He was receiving the 100-year cultivation gifted by the system. Now he broke through to the 4th stage of the True Realm, then to the 5th stage. Chu Xuan's energy changed noticeably. The youth's aura flared as he soared upward, breaking through from one level to another with astonishing speed. Xuan couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream. He was already at the 8th stage of the True Realm. A little more, and he would move on to the next realm. His faithful pet, the spiritual cat Blackie, lay calmly on the roof of the house, his level also growing along with his master's. Chu Shen sat comfortably in his room and concentrated on breaking through, the energy of his powerful aura dancing around him. And now the breakthrough has been made. Now he has passed into the realm of the Emperor and can form a divine soul. The main sign of breaking through to the Imperial Realm is the transformation of spiritual energy and the formation of the divine soul. Even if the physical body suffers, it is possible to be reborn if the spiritual is alive. The power of the soul is omnipotent. It can communicate with the world and merge into it. Xuan felt like the world was revolving around him, and everything was subject to his will. He was the ruler of this small world. The guy assumed that there was no emperor, because the laws of Nanzhu had been violated many times. Maybe someone had a spiritual body, but he did not follow the rules. It is impossible to build your own little world. It can only be seen as half your own and half ordinary. Chu created his spiritual body to follow the rules of Nanzhu. Creating one world within another requires clear rules. Suddenly, Xuan's attention was drawn to one place. He was surprised. It seemed to be the forbidden area of the Chu ancestral home. There are a few elders here. They are just a little short of the Kingdom of Harmony. But shouldn't this place be guarded by the strongest? Xuan didn't understand whether their cultivation techniques were preventing them from breaking through to the realm of harmony, or whether they themselves were weak. At the very least, none of these elders are inferior in strength to Chu Tianming. This is the ace in the whole of the Chu family. This is their power. The construction of the small world is complete. Within a radius of 12 miles are the Xuan domains, which exactly encompass the lands of the Chu family. Cultivators believe that in the Emperor's realm, the ruler has no laws. This is the true power of the Emperor's realm. In the secret place of the Chu clan, everything was as calm as always. The strongest elders guarded this place and the family artifact. The 2 elderly cultivators of the family hovered calmly in the air, engaging in spiritual practice and guarding the sacred place. Suddenly, one of the elders interrupted his meditation and became alert. He felt a powerful surge of energy very close by. The old man asked the second elder. It seemed like someone had made a sharp breakthrough. The second one confirmed. It seemed that way to him too. However, none of them felt the energy of the master who made the breakthrough, so it seems they can continue to stay there. Chushen was surprised. Those elders actually broke through so abruptly. It must be all the influence of the divine soul. Since Zhuan's forces now cover the entire Chu territory, it seems that he accidentally influenced them and helped them break through. The boy knew that in the very center of the Chu clan residence, there should be an artifact that absorbs the breath of elders. This artifact works as a conductor, receiving the breath of a strong cultivator in the environment. It transmits it to a specific location. There is no one in the Chu family who is equal in strength to the Harmony realm. It seems that this thing suppresses advancement or forces those who break through to leave this place. However, Xuan is a hermit, so this does not concern him. The young man decided to first turn off the artifact's breath collection function. For reaching the Emperor's realm, the system rewarded the boy with the great immortal scriptures of Luo and the great techniques of Luo. These writings turned out to be a continuation of the writings left to the young man by Yuan, and the boy felt that he had risen to the second level of the Emperor's kingdom. Xuan sighed. So 100 years of cultivation has ended. But now he has enough confidence in his strength. Now he is the only one who has reached the Imperial realm in Nanzhou. Even if there is someone equal in strength outside, the guy here has nothing to fear. And there's no point in worrying about the evil overlord's court for now. Let the cult members kill each other, and then you can kill the rest. Satisfied, Blackie rubbed himself against his owner with a purr. Xuan asked the kitten, and he too moved forward, already in the realm of harmony. The young man told him to quickly move to the true kingdom. With his abilities, he would quickly reach the Emperor's kingdom. Xuan told his pets that once they reached all the Emperor's realms, he would be completely calm and confident in his abilities. Their common goal is to break into the Heavenly Kingdom. The Emperor's kingdom has only 2 steps. That's nothing. Then comes the Kingdom of Honor and the Heavenly Kingdom. And considering that the system gives him several years of cultivation at a time, this won't be a big problem. They can handle it. Xuan was planning to use the secret realm and restore the heavenly rules in Nanzhou, but Keiyun's appearance would hinder the balance of power. But if the boy gains strength, then there is nothing to worry about. If he is equal in strength to the Kingdom of Honor, and the Emperor will bow his head. This means that while Chu Xuan is confident in his abilities and his life will be comfortable, at least he can protect himself. Having looked around, the young man asked if there were enough servants or just a woman's hand. Beautiful girls attract more attention than servants. Should he put the gate of the secret kingdom in a prominent place? Maybe it will attract cultivators and girls. After all, there had to be someone nearby who could carry out orders and do things for Xuan personally. Dark cultivators didn't count. While touring his newly established imperial domain, Chu Xuan was choosing a location to install the gate to the secret realm. Finally, he found a suitable entry point. He decided to leave the gate there. Even without activation, it would attract people. After touring his newly created secret kingdom, Chu Xuan found himself back at home, in the manor where his father Chu Chulo had once lived. For staying at home for 1 year and 1 day, the system rewarded him with Imperial Realm cultivation pills. A satisfied Xuan said how well he lives. His family and servants take care of him. The system develops him and gives him gifts. By the way, Zhang Kui hasn't shown up for a long time. The young man used his soul seal to summon the vice-patriarch of the sect under his control. Soon, Zhang's footsteps were heard in the courtyard of the estate. He unquestioningly answered the call of his powerful master. Xuan asked how his older sister Chu Yun was doing, whether she was making progress, and whether Zhang was providing her with everything she needed. Zhang reported that in such a short period of time, the lady was already cultivating the creation of pills with all her might. But the progress was still small. The guy said great, and ordered him to secretly give her the imperial pill and several copies and writings on the topic that would help her. Xuan noticed that Zhang Kui himself had broken through to the realm of harmony, and he confirmed that it was all thanks to the master's pills. However, among evil cultivators, there is an unbreakable rule. Anyone who breaks through to the realm of harmony must report to the court of the evil overlord. They cannot disobey orders or leave its territory. All this is done with the aim of gathering the strongest to counter threats. Xuan gave his servant an item that would seal his aura, so if he didn't go to court, he wouldn't be detected anyway. Zhang Kui sincerely thanked his master, whom he was glad to serve faithfully and truly, albeit with the seal of his soul. Another cultivator approached the Dark Lord's palace, secretly watching the guards from the bushes and pondering what to do. After Quan Wu's invasion of the palace, an investigation was conducted, but no secret plots were discovered. The guards thought that the old man had completely lost his mind in his later years, and that he wanted to make a splash before his death, so he showed up at the palace. Now Quan Wu has become famous not only among the evil cultivators, but also among all the cultivators of Nanzhou. Everyone has heard of this madman who was not afraid to make a fuss at the evil rulers, and now Quan Wu has his first follower. The old cultivator Fan Kai suddenly attacked the unsuspecting guards of the Dark Sovereign's royal palace. The security detachment didn't even have time to put up any resistance to the strange, long-haired old man before they were all instantly killed. Old Fan Kai said, "Well then, it's time for us to go to the Holy Land of Evil Cultivators to take a look at the palace." The commander of the security detachment, seeing his dead comrades, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Just madness." Fan Kai said with a laugh that he would be the second evil cultivator who was able to attack the palace in this millennium, and would die without regrets afterward. The commander of the security detachment shouted to the old man that the old geezer, out of his madness, had killed innocent guards. But Fan Kai laughed, asking which evil cultivator would not want to attack the Dark Sovereign's palace. He will be as rebellious and uncontrollable as old man Quan Wu, and will give his life for the triumph of madness. Soon, another deafening explosion was heard in the palace of the Dark Lord, killing the guards and several elders. The Dark Lord Shou Yuan walked around with a gloomy expression, worried by this unusual tendency of his subjects attacking him. Frowning, he asked if it was another one. What kind of madness had taken hold of the evil cultivators? Why were they attacking their lord? Following Fan Kai, 3 friends from the Evil Spirit Mountain arrived at the palace with the intention of attacking the palace before their death. The friends were having fun, saying that no one can disturb the evil lord, because he is the ruler of evil cultivators, and they will make noise today. The guards did not understand why their friends were trying to attack the palace. Apparently, their death was already near, and there was no other chance to single them out. The squad leader asked the cultivators what kind of arrogance they were showing. Did they really think that the evil overlord's guardian could be defeated so easily? The palace guard attacked the evil cultivators, shouting for the old men to quickly die and go straight to hell. Another explosion thundered, even louder than the previous one, and the friends from the Mountain of Evil Spirits joyfully went to the other world together with the guards. As he lay dying, the guard of the Dark Lord's palace thought with horror that this old man had blown himself up so quickly. It was enough to drive him crazy. At the entrance to the palace of the Dark Lord, dust swirled from another explosion, and leaves torn from the branches quietly fell. The head of security reported to the Lord that over the past 2 weeks, more and more evil cultivators have been attacking the palace. Xu Wen growled through his teeth that they would immediately go to the palace gates together and find out what was going on there. There was already a whole group at the gate. The cultivator told the guard that he did not know who he was talking to. The one who was able to break into the palace was his brother. Some guy smugly told the guards to stand and watch while he walked straight into the palace and no one would stop him. The evil cultivator resolutely walked towards the porch leading to the palace, clearly intending to immortalize his name like the others. He said with a smile that they should remember his name as the one who was able to invade the Lord's palace. His name. And then a huge shadow loomed over the guy. A menacing voice commandingly shouted for him to die, and the hero's face lengthened. The huge shadow of the hand, hanging over the intruder into the ruler's palace, burst into scarlet flames, and the gates became unbearably hot. Xu Yuan angrily shouted for this impudent man to die right now on the threshold of his palace, so that others would not dare to come. Everyone scattered, hurrying to escape as quickly as possible. The evil cultivators realized that the evil lord himself had come out to the gate. One of the cultivators said that he was not afraid to say that the one who was personally trampled by the evil overlord was his brother. After all, only a true brave man can force the Darkest Lord to intervene, and this is a great honor for anyone. A shadow fell across Shou Wen's face. He couldn't understand when it had become an honor to attack his Dark Master's palace. He asked if evil cultivators really did become mentally ill after practicing, and where did so many madmen come from? It's all that idiot Quan Wu's fault. He was the first to attack the palace and became famous, becoming an incredibly popular old man. Xuan was perplexed. It had already been 2 months since he left the entrance to the secret kingdom, but no one had come. It was so strange. Are there really no lucky people in Nanzhou who would suit him? Or are they so far away that it would take them a very long time to get to his kingdom? For causing chaos among the dark cultivators, Xuan was rewarded by the system with the magic mirror of 1,000 heavens. The guy didn't even realize what a mess he had created among the cultivators with the power of his mind. It was probably connected to old man Quan Wu. He still didn't understand what exactly Quan Wu had done, but then why all the fuss? The young man sighed. Even the system has its flaws. The mirror of 1,000 heavens can show any location and teleport objects. Each location is displayed randomly. However, it is not yet possible to move animals. But if you reach the highest level of the heavenly kingdom, then it will be possible to move animals. You can use the mirror only 3 times a day to find an item or place. After improving your abilities, there will be no restrictions. The spiritual trace moves with the soul, which means its location will also change. It needs to be tested. Chu Xuan saw in the mirror space a dense forested area, somewhat similar to the domain of his native clan. One of the guys worriedly asked his wounded friend how he was. He was sitting near a tree, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. Suddenly a knife flashed in the hand of the wounded youth, and he mercilessly inflicted several fatal wounds on the one who considered him a friend. As he was dying, the boy asked Ma Kun in surprise why he had done this, why he had killed him, since he hadn't done anything bad to him. Ma Kun was surprised, and his friend even asked him if he had always wanted to get rid of him, and now such a convenient opportunity had presented itself. The guy killed his friend because he was the sole owner of the treasure. Although he had great potential, Ma Kun did not want to put up with this. Taking the dead friend's travel bag, the guy said that he would probably take his bag too, as there was a lot of valuable and useful stuff in it. Turning around at the noise, Ma Kun cursed. A heavenly tiger was heading straight towards him, a monster that was clearly beyond the boy's strength. The guy doesn't even reach the 9th level of the Zuan realm, but the tiger's strength surpasses the 7th level of the spirit realm. Suddenly the killer saw Chu Xuan's figure. His dark silhouette was golden in the rays of the sun. Ma Kun did not understand who it was in front of him. He prayed for the strongest to save him from the monster that was inexorably approaching him and could easily destroy him. Xuan didn't think that his first experience using the mirror would involve betrayal and killing a friend for the sake of treasure. He told Ma Kun not to be afraid. He would show him how to break through further and defeat this heavenly evil tiger. The boy happily thanked the strongest, hoping that he would be able to take advantage of the protection and survive, keeping the stolen treasure. Xuan said that when the tiger pounced, Kun should take the knife with both hands and bend down to get underneath it, then stab it into its stomach. The stomach is one of the most vulnerable spots of any monster, the guy asked the strongest one. Maybe he would do it himself. Chu reassured the guy that if he caught the enemy by surprise, he would kill him in an instant. He was looking after him. Nothing would happen. Ma Kun frowned. Apparently the strongest patron was testing his abilities. That's right. He needed to follow his advice and win. The evil saber-toothed sky tiger was approaching in the meantime. Just one leap, and the boy would find himself in its huge paws. The tiger roared and rushed at the traitorous man. Ma Kun frantically recalled what Chu Xuan told him to do. The shaking guy calmed himself down. As long as the strongest one was here, he had nothing to worry about, so he took his bloody knife in his hands. Ma Kun thought that this was his chance to show himself. He couldn't panic and lose face. He rushed at the tiger with a knife. But in a panic, the boy did everything differently than Xuan told him to, and as a result, he received a hefty slap from the tiger's clawed paw. He stretched out in a clearing not far from the beast, and begged the strongest to save him from the clutches of the enraged sky tiger. Xuan said Ma Kun couldn't do it. His hand was shaking, the blow was weak, and over time he miscalculated. The guy begged for help. Chu replied that it was already late. He was too far from Ma Kun, and would hardly be able to get there that quickly. But all was not lost. Xuan promised to tell the boy the sure way to escape, and he was ready to do anything to survive the fight with the beast. Chu told the boy to bow before the tiger and call him father. He would not touch his child, so the boy could survive. Xuan doubted that the beast would eat Ma Kun if he called him that. The guy was very surprised, and it would definitely work. Strong people have suffered humiliation since time immemorial while they were weak. Once upon a time there lived such a man, and he endured bullying, accumulating strength. So now this is Ma Kun's only chance for salvation. He must believe that the strongest knows a lot about tigers. Following Xuan's advice, the boy fell to his knees before the heavenly tiger, and calling him father, said that he was his son. The beast stopped and stared at the guy in surprise. He, noticing the reaction, was delighted. It was working. The strongest had not deceived him. Smiling slyly, the boy turned to the heavenly evil tiger again, saying that he was his child, little Ma Hu. Ma Kun closed his eyes, he thought with horror. This tiger is not completely stupid. If he calls him daddy, he will understand and will not touch him. The sky tiger extended its paw towards the boy's head. its claws frozen right above the top of his head. Ma Kun was shaking and sweating from fear. But then the tiger removed his paw, turned around and quietly walked away, leaving the guy behind. Ma Kun carefully raised his head. This trick had worked. Streams of tears flowed from the eyes of the frightened traitor. What a blessing that he still survived, even though he was on the brink of death. The delighted boy waved his hand to the tiger and wished his daddy a good journey. His son would pray for his health. The sky tiger turned its head towards the impudent fellow, frowned and growled menacingly. The beast realized that this pathetic little man was mocking it. He lashed Ma Kun across the face with his powerful tail so hard that the boy's teeth snapped, and now there was no need to think about saving himself. The tiger struck the man, frozen with fear, several times with its powerful paws, turning him into a bloody mess. The beast growled and continued to tear apart the weakling who dared to laugh at him, a mighty heavenly tiger, on his own territory. Suddenly the tiger raised its head and stared in surprise at the strange man hanging in the air surrounded by a golden glow. The beast took a few steps towards Chu Xuan, who asked the heavenly tiger where he was, what kind of place this was. The tiger obediently growled in response to the question. He is now in the deep mountain forests in the northern part of the country in the Beizhou region. The golden mirror space began to close. The young man realized that this time he was shown Beizhou. Well, not bad. Xuan snapped his fingers and closed the portal. He said tiredly, "That's enough for now." He had already spent a lot of energy on the journey. The boy is not yet strong enough to use the mirror constantly, even though he has already reached the Emperor's kingdom. Taking one of the recently obtained pills, Xuan threw it into his mouth, deciding to use it to increase his spiritual strength. The young man immersed himself in cultivation, and with the help of the pills and potions provided by the system, the process went easier and faster. Now it was possible to continue the experiments. Xuan commanded the mirror to open a portal and show him the sea. The guy was disappointed. Was there really no fish at all? He had wanted to try to move a couple of fresh fish to his estate. He indignantly shouted, "What the hell is this? The next portal. Maybe there is something worthwhile there." But he still didn't find the fish. At least he has this toy to pass the time. He can look at whatever he wants. It's really cool. Suddenly, Xuan saw a very strange place in the mirror portal. He did not understand what it was, and why they were showing him this place. To begin with, the guy decided to use a spiritual herb. He sent a small branch of the magical plant through the portal. Having passed through the golden mirror space, the branch turned into a shoot, but the plant died almost instantly. Xuan wondered why this place was so lifeless. Maybe it was a secret kingdom or some kind of cemetery. Suddenly, the guy noticed that there was someone there. There was a living person in this lifeless place. But who was there? Maybe a prisoner. There was a heavy wooden door in the large windowless stone building, and behind that door, Chu Xuan sensed a person. A skinny, half-naked cultivator sat on the stone floor, a heavy, evil energy flowing around him. This man was already old. Taking a closer look, the guy noticed that the old man was almost blind, bald, and had lost his teeth. How long had he been here? Seeing the young man in the portal, the old man asked who he was and what he needed here. No one had come here for a long time. Chu Xuan said that he is a deity who explores worlds and kingdoms, and that he accidentally wandered here. Who is he and what is he doing? The old man was surprised. What other heavens and worlds? What kind of thing is this anyway? Even though he is a cultivator himself, this is the first time he has heard such a thing. The guy was very surprised. Didn't he know about the division of heavens and worlds? It was very strange to hear such speeches from a cultivator. The old man said that he had never heard of such a thing. He only knew of 9 dominions and 50 kingdoms. Xuan understood. 9 and 50, apparently. This is the division of this world. Which of the 9 Nanzhu? He does not know that either. The young man told the cultivator that what he was saying was nothing. Just a small corner of the heavens and worlds. In fact, the world was much larger. The old cultivator frowned, thinking, "I wonder how powerful and rich the land of heaven and world is." The man, bathed in divine light, seemed dangerous and powerful to the old man. In all the places he had been, everyone was afraid to encounter a representative of the heavenly kingdom. Xuan felt that this old man was extremely strong and dangerous. However, perhaps he was stuck here and couldn't get out. The prisoner asked the young man how to get into these heavens and worlds of his. Xuan replied that he was too weak to know. The old cultivator's jaw dropped. But that can't be true. If he is weak, then who is strong? He said that although the young man could not know, he had long been stuck at the top of the heavenly kingdom. He was the strongest among the 9 realms. Chu was amazed. The pinnacle of the heavenly realm. How insidious the traps here are that even a person of such a level cannot escape. It would be nice to make him his servant, but Xuan can only voluntarily put a soul seal on him. He needs to be deceived. The guy said that the top of the heavenly kingdom is nothing. The heavenly kingdom he mentioned is just the tip of the iceberg. Now the guy will tell him in which kingdom the old man actually resides in the world of heaven and the worlds of Xuan. The old man's heavenly realm was no better than the harmony realm in terms of skill and strength. The old cultivator was shocked. How could this be? He wondered how big this young man's world was. So it was no wonder that his world was only a remote piece of land. Xuan asked how long it took the old man to cultivate to reach this level of strength. The prisoner replied with a sigh. He spent 10,000 years. Now it's even a pity that it took 10,000 years. Xuan said that in the heavens and worlds, some people only need 100 years to reach the same level. So he has ordinary abilities. In fact, the pride of heaven is those who reach the heavenly kingdom in 10 years. They are truly talented. The cultivator muttered, "But how could this be? It's impossible. Only 10 years. What kind of talents do you need to have?" The old man was considered a great and gifted talent since childhood. But all this time he was just a weakling, an ordinary cultivator. The young man chuckled. The old man was like a pathetic frog at the bottom of a well. He didn't even know how big the real world was. The old cultivator prayed, asking the young sage to teach him how to become stronger. This had always been his life's goal. Xuan smiled. The first step had been taken. The young man had made the prisoner believe in his deception. Good. He needed to consolidate the result. The boy shrugged. What could he tell the old man? The gap in their abilities was too great. But the old man continued to plead. He said that this was very important to him. His happiness and fate were in the hands of the sage. If he entrusted him with this secret, the old man would definitely become stronger. He has been locked here for over 100,000 years, and has never been able to become stronger. Instead, death has been nipping at his heels. He probably doesn't have much time left. Xuan noticed that it sounded dangerous. Why did the old man go here, and what kind of place is this anyway? He replied that this is a barren ancient domain, Luotian Cave. Many strong cultivators have gone here, but none have returned alive. They were too overconfident, and ended up trapped here. Chu said that apparently their meeting was fate. He would give a couple of tips. Dead energy is not lifeless. His anger can also become energy. By walking towards death, the old man will be able to enter the Great Path and escape from the troubles and traps of Luotian Cave. The cultivator asked if the sage was talking about reincarnation. Chu replied that the old man might not listen to him. After all, everyone has their own path. And there is no need to be impatient. You need to hold your breath. He has been locked here for so long already. What else can he do if not breathing practices? The young man added that he saw that the old man would be fine for another 1,000 years, so there was no need for him to rush. The cultivator agreed with him. The old man thought, really, why rush? If he himself does not understand the structure of this world, who will do it for him? The old cultivator respectfully thanked the sage for the hint, and he was inspired to see a clear path ahead. Heeding the young man's advice, the old man once again immersed himself in cultivation, his powerful aura blazing within the cave. The young man thought that the first step had been taken successfully. Now he needed to solve the problem with his trap, and then he himself would want to become his servant or disciple. Chu Xuan was very pleased. He didn't think that he would be able to recruit the old cultivator as his disciple so easily. It was important to leave the soul seal on him without pressure, because with his strength, nothing would have worked out for the guy otherwise. Xuan told his student to study, and he should move on. The young man hoped that at the next meeting he would be wiser. The boy waved his hand and sent the soul mark through the mirror space to the old cultivator in Luotian Cave. The cultivator wished his new mysterious teacher a happy journey and returned to diligent practice. Now, on the back of this truly strong man, Chu Xuan's soul seal was emblazoned, and he had fallen under control. The young man snapped his fingers and ordered the mirror portal to close, and the golden window instantly closed. Xuan chuckled. This mirror is an excellent thing. Even a heavenly realm-level cultivator can't detect it. An excellent attribute. The system congratulated the young man for deceiving Ren Changhe, and as a reward, he received a very useful collection of yin-yang harmony. By looking at the path of yin and yang, you will see the cycle of life and death, transforming the energy of death into life energy and vice versa. If Ren Changhe practices this technique, he will not only escape from the trap, but also be able to break through the shackles. But first, Xuan himself had to master this technique. He immersed himself in studying the received collection of yin-yang harmony. Concentrating, the guy literally absorbed the information from the book, instantly grasping all the theoretical subtleties of the technique. Finally read it. The great path of yin and yang is hard to comprehend. It changes life and death. After successful cultivation, the power becomes incredible. At first, Chu thought about dissolving the dead energy. But with this technique, it would not be a problem to change Ren Changhe's life. Xuan wanted the old man to submit to him himself, as long as he had the soul seal on him. He would not be able to do anything even if he suspected something. Today, he won't be able to use the mirror anymore, and it's unlikely that it will be able to find Ren Chang'e again so soon. He needs to give it time. While there was still time, the young man decided to take up the cultivation of the technique of the mysterious path of yin and yang obtained from the system. The flower and the golden bird Pan watched the owner in surprise. Blackie was happy. The owner decided to die. Finally, the yard would be his. Having immersed himself in the practice, Chu said that turning death into life, and life into death, is a cycle of infinite energy. And so, the black energy of death that was swirling around Xuan turned into the bright energy of life, flaring up like sunlight. A few days later, the guy started swearing again, saying, "What's going on? There's not even a normal person here." He's looked through so much and still can't find it. Chu closed the portal. The same thing for several days. Mountains of yellow sand, a raging sea, wildlife, and an uninhabited island. Another beautiful sunny day arrived in Nanzhou. Life went on as usual, but not everyone noticed this beauty. The Purple Moon cult's territory was almost deserted. Most of the powerful elders had died, and the rest had gone silent. Hu Quan cursed and angrily pounded his fist on the floor. Not only was his cult almost destroyed, but this Quan Wu. The head of the cult asked why the palace was so damaged and whether it should not be restored first. And now Hu Quan is constantly being called in for interrogations, and tears of anger flowed from the sectarian's eyes from the awareness of his own powerlessness. He fell onto the stone floor and clenched his fists. He needed to do something urgently. He couldn't let this situation slide. It's all that crazy old man Quan Wu's fault. Hu shouldn't have hired him. If the Lord starts an investigation, Quan Wu shouldn't be involved in any way. The cult leader took the blood bead with the evil spirit in his hands. He needs to act first. The damn Chu clan is to blame for all of this. The bell rang in the tower of the House of the Black Moon, announcing the arrival of a new order for the renowned spies. Wang Chong opened the box with the scroll, wondering who else needed what, even though everyone at home used the services of spies. Having glanced over the contents of the message, the spy was surprised. An order had been received from the Purple Moon cult, which meant they were still alive. Hu Quan offered Black Moon exorbitant sums for the commission to thoroughly explore the Chu family's holdings up and down. Wang Chong was shocked. Even the leader of the Jin cult didn't pay such a price for the Chu family. It seemed that Hu Quan harbored a serious grudge against them. But none of this matters. The most important thing now is the reputation of the House of the Black Moon, so they will complete the task and restore their glory. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan continued his travels, using the mirror to search for his potential disciples and servants. The young man was overjoyed. He finally saw a strong cultivator, the strong guy Du Yuan from Shizhou in the Realm of Honor. After speaking with Xuan, who appeared in a golden glow, Du Yuan thanked the wise man, saying that he had shown him a lot. At the boy's command, the mirror could put a mark on this place so that Xuan could find Du Yuan at any convenient time. He and Du Yuan are not that far from each other. This guy does not have a large pedigree. Only one family obeys him. The mirror can only place one mark, so you need to use it wisely. If you place it on a friend, the mirror will remove the previous one. But while Xuan can't remove these beacons from either Ren Chang'e or Du Yuan, both of these cultivators are of interest to the guy. And then Xuan felt that someone had invaded Chu's territory again. He was definitely not from the sect, only the second level of the spiritual realm. He uses invisibility armor, hides his breath, and is filled with weapons. And even those are so expensive that even the Chu family can't afford them. Having compared all the factors, the guy came to the conclusion that a scout from the House of the Black Moon had arrived on the clan's territory. Xuan smiled. It was a pity that he didn't have a spy in the sect to destroy the Black Moon, but since this guy came himself, the guy wouldn't stand on ceremony. Junior Chu focused. The spy is on the cult's mission to investigate the family's territory. Why are they continuing to dig under the Chu family? The Black Moon House's envoy carefully examined the clan's territories, recording all the features and details of the layout. The spy was confident that as soon as he completed this mission, he would receive a promotion and become an elite intelligence officer, and then he could get married. But one must still be careful. The agent must not reveal his identity. Otherwise he will be killed by his own colleagues from the Black Moon. Looking around, the spy frowned. Could this really be the residence of the powerful Chu clan? What a strange layout. A large, lonely thing on a hill in plain sight. And even one stupid and weak-looking guard. Is this really their protection? Oh, they even dug a ditch. What nonsense. The spy shook his head to make sure that everything around was not the result of some kind of influence. Looking up, he asked in surprise if there had always been such a high mountain here. He didn't remember it. How strange it all was. The agent remembered very well that he had not seen any mountain along the way. According to the information, The area of Chu's lands was 12 leagues, but what the Black Moon Sect scout now saw did not at all correspond to the information he had initially received. Xuan drank aromatic tea and openly amused himself with the sect's spy who had come to the territory of his secret kingdom. The young man smiled. Excellent. This guest was able to discover the deceptions of the Imperial Kingdom. So much the better. Let him wander. To begin with, Xuan decided to lock the spy here. Since the Black Moon values trust, the agent's reputation is over as soon as he loses it. If the House of the Black Moon loses contact with one of its scouts, they will send stronger guys to search for him. And so Xuan will catch a bigger fish on his hook, and then it will be possible to see what to do with them, maybe to convert them. There was growing unrest in the local Black Moon house. 3 days had already passed, and there was no news from the scout from the Chu lands. Wang Cheng was nervous about what had happened to the guy, or whether the situation was so complicated that he needed more time to investigate. The task must be completed as quickly as possible, so as not to tarnish the reputation of the House of the Black Moon, which has already suffered. Wang frowned. Something was wrong here. Even if he hadn't completed the task, he should have returned by now and reported on the work done. What cards does the Chu family have up its sleeve to detain Xiao Hu, even though he is not an elite intelligence officer, but a reliable worker? After some thought, Wang Chang ordered an elite scout to be sent to check out the situation and find out what happened to Xiao Hu. Soon, a generous customer appeared in the tower of the Black Moon House, the head of the Purple Moon cult, which was almost destroyed here. Hu Quan greeted Brother Wang politely and reminded him that it had been a long time since he had given them the task. The client was surprised that there were still no results, but Wang Chang reassured him, promising that everything would be done in the best possible way. The spy asked Hu Quan to give them 2 more days to clarify some very important details that would be very useful to him. Hu asked, "There won't be any problems. The Black Moon is always trusted, because they always do their job well." Wang assured that Black Moon valued Hu Quan's trust immensely, so they would try their best to do everything in the best possible way. The head of the Purple Moon cult muttered that he expected the results in 2 days, turned around, and quickly left the spy tower. Wang Cheng knew that if they screwed up, their reputation would be irreparably damaged, and he himself might suffer because of it. But there is nothing to worry about, because Wang is supposed to be promoted soon. The main thing is to complete this task from the head of the Purple Moon on time. Another day passed and night fell, and there was no communication from the second, now elite scout. He had disappeared. No longer trusting the others, Wang Chang himself went to the Chu clan's territory to find out what was going on there. The spy grumbled, "Damn the Chu family. 2 of his scouts were missing. How was that even possible? Where were they?" Now the head of the local house decided to find out what was wrong with the Chu family, what secrets they were hiding, and what was happening on their land. Wang Chang was confident that the information he had obtained would be more than enough to report on the completed task and receive all the money. He has been waiting for such an opportunity for 30 years. He must not miss this reward. Today even heaven itself cannot stop him. Easily jumping over the fence of the clan's territory, Wang exclaimed that it would be so. He would still show everyone what he was capable of. The Black Moon House elite scout, completely beaten, muttered that he had told everything and begged them to stop beating him. Xuan sternly asked, "Is it true that the Black Moon leader arrived in the Chu clan's territory?" The scout confirmed that it was true. The boy menacingly demanded to know who ordered the Black Moon scouts to infiltrate their family's territory and why. The beaten spy replied that the order came from Hu Quan, who spent a lot of money to get a detailed map of the Chu family's territory. Xuan was surprised. The customer was Hu Quan, the leader of the Purple Moon cult. What did their family do that made such a person so angry? The guy asked if there was any news about the cult. Wang Cheng replied that recently a man named Quan Wu caused a lot of trouble. Because of his antics, a group of madmen attacked the sect, and they were proud of the fact that they had broken into the palace of the evil ruler and exploded. Chu Shen cursed, trying to break into the palace of the Dark Lord. This is truly crazy. The Lord is clearly not happy about this. The young man also demanded that Wang Chang tell him about the Black Moon House, what was happening there now, and its structure. It turned out that the spy cult has many levels. Wang is an ordinary landowner with a bronze medal. His boss is an important landowner. The prisoner didn't know who the head of the cult was. They don't communicate directly with higher-ups, only through their superiors. This means that when Wang is promoted, he will be responsible for the state of Qin. And the spy explained the conditions for this. "You need to work hard, have outstanding skills or great strength," Xuan chuckled. Quite harsh conditions. Chu offered Van to take the tincture. It would help him break through to the realm of harmony. The spy thanked the master with tears in his eyes. But Xuan knew that with the soul seal, Wang was now his. The young man ordered that if he found out anything important, he should definitely tell him. Wang Chong asked the master what to do with Hu Quan, whether he should find someone to punish him, but Chu forbade him to do this for now. He ordered not to interfere with him, to give him a map and all the necessary information. It is necessary to find out what this cultist was planning. And for this they must pretend that they do not suspect anything. Wang laughed. His master is so wise, so be it. After receiving detailed instructions and a magical tincture from Xuan, Wang Chong headed back to the Black Moon Tower. Immediately after he left, the guy heard a familiar sound. The system praised him for introducing a spy into the Black Moon sect. As a reward, Xuan received an incredibly useful magical item from the system. A talisman for communication between fathers and children. Thanks to the communication talisman, not only relatives, but also mentors and students can exchange information with each other. All messages from the derivative talismans are transmitted to the main one, who can control the communication and movement of each derivative talisman. The main talisman can make hundreds of derivatives. The higher the level, the more derivative talismans can be created. Chu smiled. Not bad. It can be used to exchange information about the Black Moon. He has the main talisman. He can receive all the information. Xuan heard that the Black Moon House's spies still use demonic birds as a means of communication. To begin with, the guy decided to create derivative talismans and test them. The young man's aura flared with golden light. Creating derivatives is not a problem, but it is a hassle to do a lot at once. If only he had an assistant to make his work easier. Once the talismans begin to work properly, Xuan will be able to stay at home, cultivate, and learn all the secrets of the sects. It's surprising that the Secret Kingdom hasn't attracted anyone for so long. Xuan is already noticeably short of manpower. After finishing creating the derivative talismans, Chu Xuan called the Black Moon scout Xiao Hu, whom he had captured, to the estate. The spy bowed to Xuan and asked if the master was looking for him. He was ready to carry out any of his tasks, not sparing his life. The derivative talismans appeared in front of Xuan and Xiao Hu. Chu told the guy to take them with him to the Black Moon House. Xiao Hu smiled. These were excellent talismans for transmitting information. He had already seen such ones in their sect. This means that the Black Moon's top leadership knows about such talismans. They will certainly attract attention, so one must be careful. But few people know how to use these things. The Black Moon is in turmoil now, but Xuan has nothing to worry about. Having driven all the Black Moon spies out of the house, the guy decided to return to the mirror. Now he needed to talk to Du Yuan. Young Chu thought with a grin. He should enjoy his superiority. This boy considered him almost a deity. Du Yin told the wise man that he was tormented by a question to which he could find the answer, so he wanted to turn to him for advice. There is a family living in Shizhou. Among the younger generation there is a genius, but 3 years ago his abilities suddenly disappeared, and the engagement with him was broken. Xuan thought, it seems like this is the beginning of a sad story about one hero. And what happened to him? Apparently, he became the object of ridicule. His father went to get medicine for his wounds and disappeared, and his relatives began to mock him. But 3 days ago, the boy suddenly changed. He had suffered for a long time, ignored his pride and was afraid to leave his family. But his clan declared a hunt for him and even appointed a generous reward for the murder. The Du family was heartbroken and went looking for him. But Yuan himself does not know what to do, whether to join his family. Xuan thought, this genius is not so simple. Maybe he has a secret patron. The main characters do not die so easily. Chu told the boy that it would be better for him not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, he would not be able to avoid serious and even disastrous consequences. Du Yuan asked the wisest man why he thought so. Xuan replied that the minds of geniuses are sometimes incomprehensible. He will see it himself. Chu said that most likely this genius will either destroy himself or take someone's life. He is sure that everything will be exactly like that. Du Yuan, after a pause, said that he would listen to the words of the wisest and would not participate in this, and would dissuade others. Xuan thought, the next gate of the Secret Kingdom should open in Beizhou. Apparently this genius will appear there soon. Half a month passed. Xuan's life was surprisingly calm. He cultivated, raising his level. No one bothered him anymore. The boy wondered why the Purple Moon cult was still inactive, even though they had received information about the Chu family's lands. And then he remembered that he hadn't spoken to Du Yuan for several days. He needed to find out how he was doing. Chu waved his finger and opened a portal. Yuan was very happy about the appearance of the wisest one. He said that thanks to Chu's advice, his family did not participate in the siege. That genius destroyed every enemy in his path. Almost all of Tianjiao fell. The great sage did not expect a lesser due from the great sage. Yuan told the wisest one that he had recently decided to go to the land of the living dead and draw it on a map. Chu asked what this strange place was. Du explained that this land in Nanzhou would be opened within a few decades. Xuan realized that Du Yuan was fighting for the opportunity to reach the secret realm. Apparently he really wanted to win his trust and rise further. The 13th young Master Chu repeated thoughtfully, "The land in Nanzhou." He knew the ancient history of this place very well. In ancient times, humans and monsters fought a brutal battle here, leaving Nanzhou in ruins. But in modern times, life is returning here, and soon the lands of the living dead, left over from the war, will once again appear in the world. That's why Du Yuan wants to go to Nanzhou early, so that he can be ready when the gate to the land of the living dead opens. Chu didn't like this idea going there. No, not now. Until Xuan has a lot of combat power, he can't let Du go. Xuan said that Yuan's time had not yet come. If he wanted to prove himself in Nanzhou, he first needed to become stronger. The guy answered the wisest one. But those lands are in complete ruin. It's unlikely that anyone there will reach the Emperor's kingdom. Xuan was surprised by this naivety. Du knew almost nothing about those parts. He asked why Nanzhou was now in complete ruins. Yuan confidently replied, "Of course, because of the bloody war," Chu confirmed. "Exactly. So no one will act recklessly. So it's impossible to rush there headlong." Du Yuan frowned after thinking. He asked, "What about those who are above the heavenly kingdom?" Xuan said. Although Du is stupid, he understood this. Since he realizes that only strong cultivators will go there, is this his final decision? The boy bowed. The wisest one opened his eyes. Without him he would have certainly died there, Chu said. Fate itself brought them together. He is obliged to help him. Chu wished Yuan to become stronger quickly. The boy obediently agreed. Xuan giggled, fooling the boy like a complete fool. The young man thought, even though he had forbidden Du to go to Nanzhou, he was not the only one who had heard about this place. Chu also needed to become stronger quickly. It's still nice to have people around you. Today, Xuan can use the mirror again. We need to see how Changhe is doing. As soon as the mirror portal opened, Xuan almost screamed in surprise at what this was. What had happened to Ren Changhe? Chu angrily called the old man a blockhead. The cultivator lay half dead on the stone slabs of the cave, incredibly emaciated. Hearing Xuan, the cultivator prayed for the wisest one to save him. He was stupid, could not understand his advice, and lost 200 years of life. The guy thought with horror that this old man looked as if he had escaped from a movie that he wanted to watch in a past life. Xuan sighed. Okay, it seems that this is fate. If Ren Changhe wants, he can accept him as a disciple. Does the old man agree to this? The unfortunate cultivator fell to his knees and exclaimed, "Of course, he really wants to become the disciple of the wisest young deity." Chu said, "Although he calls Changhe a disciple, he is still weak, but the cultivator has well-developed basic skills. This is good. Xuan will make an exception for Changhe. With the help of the Soul Seal, new opportunities will open up for him, but only if his intentions are pure." A scarlet imperial seal lit up the golden mirror portal, and the old cultivator stared at the seal with wide eyes. He watched as the seal approached his head and lightly settled on his forehead, the old man not daring to utter a single sound the entire time. When Xuan's soul seal lit up on his head, he quietly said that he understood the teacher and would not dare to abuse the science. Chu smiled. He didn't think it would be so easy. The old man not only didn't die, he almost reached the heavenly realm, and Xuan led him. For gaining a disciple, Xuan was rewarded by the system with 100 years of cultivation, and the second part of the 100-year cultivation book. Chu was pleased. Great. Now he could break through to the realm of honor, and this book would help him strengthen his fighting spirit. However, first we need to resolve the issue with Ren Changhe. He has had enough of sitting in this terrifying cave and wasting away like a skeleton. Xuan told the student that he would share the yin and yang technique with him. If he could cultivate it correctly, life and death would become his control. The old man respectfully thanked the teacher for his great favor, and Xuan sternly told the cultivator to try harder. Through the soul seal, Chu sent Ren Changhe the contents of the treatise, transmitting all the contents of the great yin and yang technique. Accepting the technique, the old cultivator thought that the teacher was truly a god. He gave him the most important and necessary knowledge. Xuan asked the student how much he had learned from the stream of great mysterious technique theory he had just received. The cultivator asked the teacher not to be angry. Changhe was quite stupid, and had only learned about 1/10 of the amount he had given him. Chu was surprised. 1/10. But there are so many pages in this teaching. And this old man is not bad. He learns new things so quickly. The young man glanced sideways at the treatise he had just handed to his student, wondering if this technique was really more complicated than he thought. Ren Changhe was puzzled as to why the wisest one was silent. Did he really no longer want the old cultivator to be his disciple? Xuan told the student that he would first explain to him how to transform death energy into life energy. This would help him. The satisfied cultivator thanked the teacher. This technique would save the old man from certain death in the cave's trap. The guy started to explain the cultivation technique and stumbled. Explaining it thoroughly turned out to be a very difficult task. He thought, being a teacher is not easy. The guy added that cultivation is very important. Changhe should not forget about training. Having listened attentively to the instructions on technique, the old man respectfully thanked the teacher for his wise advice. Changhe smiled. Before he was too arrogant and thought he was strong, but now he would not let anyone defeat him and would not let the teacher down. Following Xuan's instructions, the old man immersed himself in cultivation, mastering the technique of transforming death energy into life energy. Having completed his first lesson, Chu closed the golden portal. Now it was time to use the system reward and level up. The young man settled himself comfortably and began to break through. And now he reached the 3rd level of the Emperor's kingdom, then the 4th and 5th. The higher his realm, the longer it takes to become stronger. It took a whole 100 years of cultivation to break through 3 levels. In the second part of the descriptions of the cultivation of the Emperor's realm, in contrast to the first, more attention is paid to the defense and attack of the soul. There is also a special weapon, the Soul Spear, which wounds your soul, not your physical body, and is impossible to dodge. After reading the book, the young man realized that the map from the previous reward was now useless. When would the system give him a new training map? How are his spies in the Black Moon doing? Let's try to contact them. Xuan approached the talisman and told Wang Chang to listen to him. Chu ordered to collect information about the land of the living dead, whether any powerful cultivators were going to Nanju. Currently, only the weak members of the Black Moon have connections with Xuan, so they need to expand their influence in this spy sect. If he takes control of the powerful lords and officials at the level of the Qin state, that's when the real fun will begin. The satisfied young man exclaimed that soon, the entire house of the Black Moon would be under his control, and then he would learn all the secrets of the country. While the boy was lost in his dreams, the talisman vibrated. Wang Chang hurried to report on the completion of the task to his master. Wang apologized, but with his current powers, he would not be able to obtain the information the master needed. Xuan thought so. He ordered Wang to quickly advance in his career, and Xuan would also give him a soul seal, which he must place on a sect member with a bronze token. Fortunately, there is still time. Strong cultivators are not yet visible on the horizon, but Chu has the opportunity to expand its influence. Well, there's no point in wasting time. Now we need to distribute tasks to the others, and talk to the stronger members of the Black Moon. A high-ranking spy, on whom Wang was able to place a soul seal, obediently came to the gate of Chu Xuan's estate. Yao Xiong, the holder of the Black Moon House's bronze token, obediently asked Xuan what the Lord wished to know from him. Xiong cursed because of the soul seal that was placed on him. He could not resist. The sectarian mentally promised to remind Wang of this. Xuan asked him what he knew about the land of the living dead in Nanzhou. Yao Xiong apologized. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything. Even one of the deputies is not aware of this situation. Apparently the matter is more complicated than Chu thought. But as soon as something becomes known, they will tell him. Xuan gave Yao a soul seal and ordered him to place it on one of the people with a silver token of the sect, but not stronger than the Emperor's realm. Despite his inner resistance, Yao Xiong obeyed. But he felt that the Black Moon House would soon fall into disarray. Soon, Fan Chao, the holder of the Black Moon House's silver token, stood in front of Xuan and mentally cursed Yao with all his might. Despite his high position, Fang Chao also couldn't tell Chu Xuan anything about the land of the living dead. Chao's anger was blazing inside him. He couldn't believe that Yao Xiong could set him up like that and turn him into a puppet in the hands of young Chu. Xuan was disappointed. This is unbelievable. Even he doesn't know anything about this place. What's wrong with this famous Black Moon House? Chao explained that the sect consists of an owner, logistics and maintenance teams, and they provide alchemical components and artifacts. There is also a military detachment that provides security. This detachment is the main one in the sect. It supports its existence. There are only 7 people with silver tokens in Nanzhou. Chu gave Fang a soul seal and ordered him to place it on the owner of a gold token. Fan Chao's entire being resisted this order, but the seal did not allow him to disobey, and he thought with horror what would happen. After some time, Bao Hongyan appeared at Xuan's estate with a golden Black Moon token and asked Chu how she could help him. Xuan was stunned. Could this girl really be a spy, such a stunning beauty, and what a powerful aura she has? She is very strong. Overcoming his embarrassment, the boy asked Bao Hongyan how many people in Nanzhou had the Black Moon House gold token. The girl obediently replied that there were 3 of them here. Mentally, she scolded Fang Chao, promising him that this idiot was already dead. Taking a closer look at Xuan, she realized that this boy was quite strong, which meant that it was unlikely that anyone would notice that they were under his control. Who knew that the Chu family had such a cultivator? How creepy. And who would have thought that there could be a spy in the Black Moon sect? Xuan asked the girl if there were any Black Moon sect members at the Emperor realm level, or higher in Nanzhou. Bao heard that there was one, the star of their sect, who was one step away from the Imperial realm, but had not yet reached it. So we can forget about him. If he is as strong as Bao says, it will be difficult to control him and all efforts will go down the drain. The guy asked Yan if she knew about the land of the living dead, and the girl admitted that she knew very little about it. They say that in ancient times, powerful demons walked this land, dreaming of destroying or enslaving the human race. The land of the living dead is a territory in Nanzhou that in ancient times was a battlefield for the strongest people against demons. In that battle, rivers of blood were shed, and Nanzhou was destroyed. So now there is not a single person of the level of the Emperor realm there. The forces were unequal, and the battlefield disappeared from the face of the earth, becoming the land of the living dead, turning into legend. It is said that when Nanzhou returns to its former state, and the balance of power is restored, the land of the living dead will reappear. And along with it, a lot of treasures will appear, so everyone wants to get there, although it is unknown what will be on that land. Of course, it was not a fact that this land would appear so soon. Bao believed that she would have to wait another 20 or 30 years, or even more. Xuan didn't expect that there were so many, but there was still time to become stronger, and he couldn't forget that strong cultivators would come to Nanzhou earlier. Chu ordered Yan to inform him as soon as someone of the Imperial realm level or higher appeared in Nanzhou, the girl promised. The young man handed the beautiful spy a talisman, explaining that it was for communication with him, and explained how the item worked. Bao meekly accepted the talisman and thanked the master for the trust he had placed in her. Now she was in constant contact. 2 months passed. No events occurred in the Chu clan's territory. To Xuan's surprise, all the sectarians became silent. Junior Chu continued to cultivate while sitting at home and receiving gifts from the system. He had nothing else to do. One day, he was lying on his lounger and lamenting how boring it was, how big the world was. Where was his great love wandering? Suddenly Xuan felt that someone had appeared near his estate. It didn't seem like an enemy, and he hadn't invited guests. Just in case, the young man closed the golden mirror portal. Strangers shouldn't know what he does here in his free time. Xuan concentrated. It seems like this is a person who is carefully hiding himself. This is always suspicious. You have to be careful. Who is this? A guy dressed as a girl or not? It's some kind of nonsense. She's definitely going to Xuan's estate and it seems is bringing him food from home. We need to look at her soul. So her name is Su Xian'er. She is 16 years old, the daughter of a concubine from the Su family of Zhongzhou. She escaped from a forced marriage and accidentally wandered here, disguised herself and hid in the Chu family's territory. Xuan's heart began to pound. Such a beautiful and strong girl came to him. It was fate. She must stay with him. Seeing Xuan, the girl thought that it was he, the 13th young master of the Chu family, to whom she was carrying a basket of food. Xian'er mentally scolded her relatives and weak-willed father. She needed to train to reach the realm of the Emperor. The simplest job in the Chu family is bringing food to the young master, and she can devote the rest of her time to cultivation. The girl looked up and was stunned, cursing. She asked what kind of power this was. She was told that the young gentleman was weak. Dropping the basket, the frightened Su Xian'er screamed out what it was, covered herself with her hands, and begged the man not to come closer. Xuan smiled at the girl and said that he needed a maid for the estate. Would she like to become one and stay and live in this house? Xian'er was at a loss. She looked at the young man in bewilderment and tried to understand who it was in front of her, whether it was the young master. She knew for sure that only direct descendants of the Chu clan lived in this estate. So who was he then? There shouldn't be any strangers here. Xuan told the girl that this was a great opportunity for her. She had the potential for great yin power, but she was using the wrong techniques. However, under his guidance, she quickly reached the heavenly realm. Chu's aura flared, almost knocking the girl off her feet. Su looked closely at the guy, she thought. This man is very strong, but how does he know so much about her? She is disguised. The girl thought about whether to refuse or agree, and what it meant to be his servant, and if she refused, would he use force against her? Then it dawned on her. He said that she had the makings of a great yin force. Did she really have a chance to become strong? Xuan said she came here to start a new life and was lucky to meet him. Or she thinks Chu was captivated by her beauty. Or does she think that it is shameful for her, a girl from the Su family, to serve him? Xian'er replied with embarrassment. That is not the case. Coming to her senses, the girl firmly answered, not at all. She was ready to be a servant and apprentice to such an amazingly strong master. Su Xian'er knelt down and said, This is my bow to the wisest one. He can dispose of her. She is waiting for his instructions. Xuan smiled. Excellent. He ordered that from now on the girl should address him as Sir. From now on, she is his servant. Xian'er winked cheerfully and replied, "Yes, sir." Her fear had already passed, and she looked at the owner of the estate with curiosity. The girl noted that this young man was handsome, but if he were her fiancé, would she have run away from the altar or stayed? Chu told Su to get up from her knees. She obediently stood up and again called Zhuan her master. Xian'er arrived a few days ago, but has already become someone's servant. Well, at least he is not an old man. How old is he? About 25 years old, probably. The system immediately congratulated the guy on the appearance of the maid and rewarded him with a book of secrets of the great power of Yin and the expansion of the secret kingdom. These scriptures will greatly help Su Xian'er in her cultivation, and she will be able to fully realize her rich potential. Xuan told the girl to come to him. She was a little confused. Could it really be that fast? What kind of impatient gentleman is he? She timidly replied that she was obeying the master. A shadow of fear fell on her beautiful face, but she did not dare to refuse. Xian'er thought, "She's finished. It's all over. What will happen to her now? The young master can do anything." The girl's embarrassment amused Chu a little. He told her that since she now served him, he would share some techniques with her. He touched Xian'er's head with his finger and handed her the yin technique he had just received as a gift from the system. The young beauty looked with all her eyes at the amazing gentleman. She felt changes taking place inside her. Unexpectedly for herself, Su made a breakthrough and instantly found herself at the third stage of the true realm. Xian'er was amazed at this technique. She felt stronger. So perhaps the heavenly kingdom really was just around the corner. She thanked the gentleman with all her heart for helping her gain new strength. She did not expect such generosity. Chushan himself was pleased. He gave the new servant an elixir and a talisman for communication with the House of the Black Moon, so that she would keep an eye on him. He told her to train hard. She would do small housework. First, she needed to help him sort everything out here. The girl did not expect that the gentleman would assign her to do minor housework. She expected that other services would be required of her. Su was surprised, so she wasn't for anything else. Although the gentleman was so handsome, she, in principle, wasn't against it at all. Xuan, leaving, told her that he would later teach her breathing techniques, so that she could reach the Kingdom of Honor more easily. Chu was pleased. She was a perfect fit. She had a cute face. She was capable, and she was willing to carry out small tasks. Then he could hand over the responsibility of taking care of the Black Moon. True, she is still too weak, but no matter. With her innate talents and the writings about the power of Yin, she will rise higher very soon. While sorting through Zhuan's papers, Xian'er came across a record of information about the Black Moon. The girl's eyes widened in horror. She asked the master if he was one of the top ranks in the Black Moon. Chu replied no, he was just trying to join the ranks of the sect members. The girl fearfully asked Zhuan if the Su family had really commissioned the Black Moon sect to find her and bring her back home. Young Chu reassured her that she didn't have to worry. As long as she was here, no one would find her or be able to find out anything about her. The young man suggested that she stay in this clothes. It looked cute. Chu thought that as long as she helped him, he could not worry. Su Xian'er calmed down and smiled. Now she was obliged to carry out all his orders, but for some reason this did not bother her at all. After some time, the beautiful Bao Hongyan came to Chu Xuan's estate with an important message on matters of interest to him. Xian'er, her mouth open in surprise, asked the master in surprise who she was. This strong and very beautiful girl. Xuan explained that this was one of the holders of the gold token in the Black Moon sect. Her name was Bao Hongyan. Hearing that the guest had a gold token, the maid dropped the teapot and screamed in panic that this girl should not see her. The guy snorted in displeasure, spilled tea dripping from his hair and clothes. He asked Xian'er what she was doing and why she was so worried. Having handed the talisman to the maid, he declared that she was now responsible for communication with Hun Yan, so she needed to pull herself together. Su should listen to all the information from Bao and convey the most important to Xuan. The rest can be written down just in case. The girl looked at the talisman in surprise. The master entrusts her with such a responsible role. But why did he choose her? While wiping his soaked hair with a towel, Zhuan explained that Xian'er was quite suitable for this role, so go ahead. Chu added that sooner or later he would take control of the entire Black Moon sect, and Xian'er, receiving reports from her, would be able to monitor the actions of his family. In this case, both Xuan and Xian'er would be in an advantageous position. The girl took the talisman and thanked Chu in confusion. As time went by, Xian'er had fully settled into the estate, diligently engaged in cultivation, and became an indispensable assistant to Chu. 2 years passed so quickly. This time was quite calm. Xuan instructed students and improved his level. The system congratulated the guy on his latest achievement. Chu Xuan was surprised. Time flies so quickly that you don't have time to look back. In front of him stood a box filled with excellent pills. 2 years had passed since his sister Yun began to practice. The quality of her pills is much better than those of the Tianding mountain masters, who knew that this girl would be so capable. Then Xian'er approached Xuan and reported to the master that something seemed to be happening to the Qin family. The guy asked what happened. He immediately remembered meeting that girl, Qin Keiyun. Xuan was sure that the strange events were definitely related to her. Chu said that the head of the Qin family has abdicated the throne. It is said that he was forced to do so. The new head has not yet been determined. Looking up at his assistant, he asked if everything was correct, that he had not missed anything significant, and that nothing more was known. Xian'er said that the Black Moon sect is still investigating what happened, but for now the ruling families of Chu, Zhao, and He are not aware of this situation. Everything is about to change in Qin, and most likely this will affect all of Nanzhou. Apparently the fox demon will soon be reborn, but will she remain in human form? A crowd of people gathered near the royal palace of the rulers of the Qin state, expecting the announcement of a new leader. Qin Keiyun loudly declared that from today on, she would be the head of the Qin dynasty and their empress. "Is there anyone who is against this?" the girl exclaimed. "The land of the living dead will reveal itself to the world. For Qin, this is an excellent opportunity to increase its influence. As long as people are on her side, they will be able to advance in their careers, and will also be in good standing with the entire Qin state." Everyone was silent. Keiyun's eyes flashed. Since everyone was supporting her, it meant that from now on, the final word of the Qin family was hers, and the head of the Qin family was also hers. After this, the girl ordered that an altar be built, and everyone should donate a drop of blood to it. Everyone was shocked by this. With astonishing speed, an altar was erected in front of the palace of the country's rulers, and the first drop of blood was donated by Qin Pingsea. The new empress's mother looked commandingly at her subjects, silently calling on everyone to follow her example. Frightened people rushed to the altar, hurrying to carry out the orders of the young heiress and the new head of state. Drop after drop of blood trickled down, and soon the eerie bowl on the newly built altar was almost filled to the brim with blood. Qin Keiyun held the sacrificial bowl over her and began the summoning ritual, and everyone around froze, holding their breath in surprise and horror. The new empress of the Qin country directed a stream of blood at a pillar that resembled the blood bead of the evil spirit Hu Quan. The pillar flared with bloody energy. Everyone around closed their eyes and covered themselves with their hands. No one understood what Keiyun was doing. Suddenly a giant figure appeared near the bloody pillar, radiating incredible power, and people fell silent. Qin Keiyun knelt down and respectfully greeted her ancestor, thanking him for coming to her call. The giant leaned towards the girl and graciously said that she had finally come to him. He had been waiting for her for so long. Now everything would be as it should be. The people in the square were in shock. They whispered to each other. So the ancestors really do exist. According to legends, their power is like the power of the sky. Keiyun told her ancestor that the Qin family was now in decline, and she was afraid that she alone would not be able to resurrect their state from the ashes. The giant placed his ghostly hand on the kneeling girl's head and transferred some of his power to her. He exclaimed, "So be it." And an unstoppable energy flowed into her fragile body, filling the ruler of the Qin country with strength. Keiyun's aura flared up, becoming larger, denser, and brighter, and people silently watched this extraordinary scene. Suddenly, a bright flash and a deafening explosion occurred. The great ancestor of the Qin family returned to his ghostly world again. Where the altar with the sacrificial bowl had just stood, there was a huge pit gaping, and only Qin Keiyuno was still kneeling. Finally, the new empress stood up to her full height. After meeting with the ancestor Keiyun, she had changed greatly. She ordered everyone to stand up. The subjects, with their mouths open in surprise, looked at the young heiress of Qin. The girl had become twice as tall as an ordinary person. She declared that she had received the inheritance of her ancestors to restore Qin to its former glory, so they too should work hard. Pointing to Qin Pingxi, Keiyun said that she would teach her mother everything necessary, and then she would pass on the techniques to the others. The girl added happily that although the Chu, Da Qian, Zhao, and Su families had previously been vassals of Qin, now Qin would not rule over them. Qin Pingsea leaned towards her daughter and quietly said that she was afraid that the other families would not allow them to restore their former power. But Keiyun calmly replied, they simply wouldn't have a choice once she awakened her full power. They wouldn't be able to resist her. 2 hours later, Qin's mother and daughter arrived at a secret ancient shrine that almost no one here knew about except the family. Keiyun walked down into the dungeon with confident steps. This girl became stronger and more confident, as if someone was leading her. The girl stopped near the stone cache and pulled out a special technique for reviving the demon soul that was dormant within her. The new head of the Qin state settled comfortably in the cave and prepared to cultivate the awakening of the fox demon soul. The demon's secret sanctuary was filled with death energy. The insidious fox was reborn, giving Keyun his strengths and weaknesses. She understood that the balance in Nanzhou had been disrupted, and until it was restored, the land of the living dead would not return to this world. Keyun saw only one way to become stronger and break through to the Emperor's realm, and that was to rely on the demon fox's powers. As events rapidly unfolded, Chu Xuan received reports from his secret agents in the Black Moon House. He couldn't understand what the Qin family had planned. Da Qian wouldn't allow it. They were one of the strongest in Nanzhou. If the families unite, they will be a serious opponent. But Qin is challenging them so openly, it will be a spectacular show. The system reported that Chu's maid had broken through to the realm of harmony thanks to his instructions, and for this, he received 10 years of cultivation. Xuan thought about it. He taught Changhe the technique and received cultivation as a reward. The maid broke through to the realm of harmony, and the reward was also cultivation. The guy laughed, which means that the student's achievements are the shortest path to their own successful and rapid cultivation. A satisfied Xian'er looked in on Chu, hurrying to report her achievement, and he said with a smile that she had done a great job. Xuan added that today was a wonderful day. She had reached the realm of harmony, but she needed to remember that there was still a long and difficult path ahead. The girl was stunned, but how did he know that she had broken through to the realm of harmony? Was he really so strong that he could see right through everyone? Keyun, having acquired the powers of a fox demon, attacked the families that were previously friendly to Qin, seeking to subjugate them all. After a brief fight, the young heiress of the Qin family grabbed her exhausted opponent by the neck and laughed. She asked what was going on. Was the fighter giving up already? Or was there someone else here who wanted to fight her, the young fox? The head of another family, defeated by the treacherous Qin heiress, asked in bewilderment what had happened to the head of Da Qian. In response, the fox demoness only laughed cheerfully. She had finally become herself and could enjoy her own power. Xu Wen watched what was happening near the gates of his palace. He chuckled. There was a real crowd of people here today. Keyun asked the evil lord. He is here to commit robbery while there is an opportunity. The enemy of her enemy is her friend. They can destroy people together. The ruler answered the young girl. She is talking about him, the most evil ruler. For him there is nothing better than a big catch. Qin Keyun chuckled. The man gave the wrong answer. He seemed to not understand who he was dealing with. She was not just a girl to him. Shou Yuan angrily shouted at the little one. It was not for her to judge his answers. He could instantly turn her into a wet spot or ashes. In response, Keyun attacked the Dark Lord with a powerful bolt of lightning. Shou Yuan's favorite attack was not scary for the young fox. The dumbfounded evil lord stuttered and asked how she could do this and where the girl got such terrifying power from. Keyun exclaimed, "Everyone listen. Now the Qin family is breaking the agreements with other families. From now on, they are not a single state. Today she, Qin Keyun, proclaims herself empress, and anyone who goes against the new ruler will be killed immediately." Xuan couldn't believe what Xian'er said. Qin Keyun proclaimed herself empress. That couldn't be true. The girl confirmed that this was exactly the case. Moreover, she recalled all the Qin masters from the 3 families, as was written in the report. Chu himself took the report. Keyun single-handedly dealt with 10 Da Qian masters, and even wounded the evil overlord Shou Yuan. The young man realized that this meant that a demon fox had truly been reborn in her body. Her strength was increasing too quickly, and she could become invincible. Pushing the report aside, Xuan said thoughtfully, "It seems that the time of peace and union of the 4 families will soon come to an end." A satisfied Xian'er said cheerfully, "Empress Qin is so powerful, so cool, she can almost defeat everyone with one finger." The girl vividly depicted how the empress was fighting. Chu asked the maid in surprise if she really wanted to become empress. Xian'er winked cheerfully at young Chu and replied, "No, she wants to always be by her wise and strong master's side." Zhuan said, "Su must remember, whether it is emperor or empress, these are just false titles. The most important thing is strength. What kind of Empress Qin is she if she can be crushed with one hand?" Xian'er laughed cheerfully. The master is always right. However, this time Qin Keyun really went too far. It is unknown where her antics will lead. Definitely not to anything good. And then Xuan felt that someone was approaching his estate. He told the maid that someone had come to them. The young man immediately scanned the space with his aura. It was not a cultist, but a luxuriously dressed girl approaching the estate. Xuan was very surprised. The new Empress Qin herself, who had recently caused so much noise, stood at the threshold of his estate. The guy asked Qin Keyun why she came here. They had only seen each other once, and Chu hoped not to see her again. Keyun replied to him that today, as was known, She had become the great empress of the state of Qin, and was very eager to marry him. Su Xian'er was dumbfounded. Wow, the great empress herself was asking to marry her master? It was crazy. The young man shuddered at such a ridiculous proposal, and muttered, "Marry her? What nonsense, he's already refused." The girl flushed. Now she was an empress. She needed guys for her harem. She allowed Zhuan to show her such a favor. Seeing Keiyun reaching out to him greedily, the guy shouted, "Hands off. He's not gonna marry a girl with weirdos." She cooed. His third brother is not here now, so he will be first in line. How can he do this? Then there may not be such an opportunity. Xuan pushed away the overly intrusive empress bride, telling her to finally leave him alone. He would not marry her. Keiyun sighed. She didn't think he would kick. Let's see if he can escape from her fox-like grip. But to her surprise, the empress was unable to attack the young man. She was struck by such a powerful aura that she had never seen in her life. A powerful stream of energy almost knocked the uninvited guest off her feet. She was amazed. How could this be, after all? They said that he was weak. Chu Xuan commanded Empress Qin to kneel down, and the maid looked at her master in surprise. Qin Keiyun obediently fell to her knees on the stone slabs of the courtyard of the estate, as if she was paralyzed, deprived of will and strength. The mighty great empress was at a loss. This guy suppressed her power with just one phrase. "What is going on here?" Xuan sternly asked the great Empress Qin who gave her the right to show such impudence in front of him and force him to marry. Keiyun lowered her head and quietly said that she was mistaken. She had no idea that the 13th master of the Chu family was so strong. Having broken the pride of the newly made empress, Xuan allowed her to stand up and even sat her down at the table. After all, she was a guest. The boy ordered the maid to first pour Qin Keiyun some tea to make up for the inhospitable start of her visit. Xuan asked Keiyun what she knew about the land of the living dead, the appearance of which many in these lands are expecting in the near future. The girl replied that she knew little, although she retained memories of past lives related to this. The guy said it didn't matter that she knew little. Let her tell him what she had. He wanted to put the different pieces of information together into one whole. Qin Keiyun began the story. In her past life she was the fox demon of the great and powerful Emperor Qinzong. Although she was just a pet, her cultivation power reached the Emperor realm, and her master was even stronger. Emperor Qin adored her. They were never apart for a moment, until that very bloody war began. Even before the war began, the Emperor hid it along with artifacts and writings, and after some time bad news arrived. After all, it was then that a great war between humans and demons broke out in Nanzhou, and nothing was heard from the Emperor. Soon the land of Qin was also captured by demons, and they, along with several elders, rushed to take the people away. She, as Emperor Zun's faithful pet, helped the elders in everything, but their enemies were too strong and there were many of them. In the end, the fox demon died in a fierce battle with a powerful demon, as did most of Emperor Qin's generals. Fortunately, the Emperor left her a shard with spiritual power that allowed her to be reborn again in a new body. Her current reincarnation is her daughter Qin Pingse, and her parents did not suspect anything until very recently. The Empress lowered her head. Zhuan himself knows the rest. She grew and became stronger until the time came to lead the family. The young man realized that she was not lying. This information coincided with what he had learned himself, but she did not say anything new. He needed to dig further. He asked Keiyun whether Emperor Zun had placed any notes along with the treasure before leaving for battle. The girl answered, no. When he left, he was very angry, by the way. He said something about traitors specifically among people. Chu was surprised. Could there really be a rebellion among the people? This war is completely shrouded in mystery, and there is only one figure who can shed light on it. That is Emperor Qinzong. After giving Qin Keiyun some tea, he suggested that she return to her domain and not tell anyone about their conversation today. The saddened great Empress Qin left Zhuan's estate, agreeing not to tell anyone about their meeting today. Junior Chu felt that he had no time to hesitate. Surely many cultivators would want to go to the land of the living dead. Once Keiyun was far enough away from home, Zhuan summoned the amulet to contact his agents in the Black Moon sect. Bao Hongyan, the owner of the gold token, immediately responded, respectfully saying that she was listening to her master's instructions. Chu Xuan explained to the spy that he needed all the information about Emperor Qinzong, who died during the war with the monsters. The girl bowed and replied that she would immediately begin searching for information about this emperor, and would report the results immediately. The young man hissed irritably. He must not miss the opportunity of the land of the living dead, but everything there seemed to be very complicated. 3 days later, Xuan received Bao Yan's first report on the results of her search. There was very little information about this emperor. The great Emperor Qinzong was the only one in history who managed to unite Nanzhou. Apparently, his power was at least in the Heavenly Kingdom. Xuan wondered, Wasn't the war between humans and demons directed against Qin? The human traitor was someone from Qin? Apparently there is more to this than it seemed. Since Qinzong himself fell in battle, Xuan must reach the heavenly kingdom before the land of the living dead opens up. At this time, the young man heard the voice of a servant from the big house. He informed the 13th young master that it was time for dinner. A pleased Xuan went out into the yard and asked with a smile what delicious food they would eat today, thanks to the kindness of their relatives. But the servant who came was sad. Suxianer told the master that something was wrong, and asked the servant to tell the latest news himself. The servant told Xuan that just today, the great Empress Chen Keiyun had arrived directly at the main house of the Chu clan leader. The young man was taken aback by what Chen Keiyun had in mind. He had thought that after their conversation she would return to her palace, so why did she go to Chu? But after thinking for a bit, Xuan decided that maybe it wasn't so bad. Negotiations between the strongest families would lead to order. The upset servant did not share Xuan's optimism and reminded his master that Empress Qin had treated them with disdain. The young man was having dinner and listening to the messenger's story. He said that Qianming was furious and now regretted the failed marriage. At this time, the old head of the Chu family, cursing, demanded that the runaway third grandson of Chu Yuan be brought to him immediately. Tianming shouted, "Not a grandson, but a punishment. What will happen to the Chu family now? They need to get him back quickly. They cannot fall under the Empress's wrath. If this continues, the He and Zhao families will soon be ridiculed by Chu. And if the enemy attacks, they will be left without allies." Old Tianming once again remembered the ubiquitous spies of the House of the Black Moon. Despairing of finding his grandson on his own, he turned to them. A scroll with another order fell onto Wang Chang's desk. This time it was from the head of the Chu Tianming clan. The task was very urgent. Wang was very surprised. Did the Chu family really want to seize their own grandson Chu Yuan? I really wonder what is going on there. The elders reported to the leader that the influence of the He and Zhao families had grown significantly recently, but the Chu lands were within the borders of Qin. At this time, a messenger came in and conveyed a message from the Qin family. They would not worry about the problems at the border. The Chu family would kindly take care of it themselves. Tianming's eyes flashed. It means they will have to defend the borders for themselves and the ruling Qin family. But they don't have enough strength for it. The old man realized that the Empress was probably still angry at the Chu family for failing to marry his third grandson. Damn him. Xuan felt the waves of his grandfather's furious anger. Apparently the old man was more angry than usual today. Qin Keiyun really offended him. The Black Moon agent sent another report. Xuan picked up the paper and glanced at it. This was already getting interesting. In the current situation, the Qin situation is unsettled. Many are rebelling on the border. Many Qin family soldiers have been injured or killed. The previously friendly families have fallen out, and their warriors are now fighting each other, with the subjects of the Qin family getting the worst of it. However, the unrest did not last long. Soon most of the rebels were killed by the masters of the Nine Swords Mountain. Upon seeing the elders of Nine Swords Mountain, especially Hong Fei, the dissatisfied ones scattered in all directions, not wanting to die at the hands of a powerful master. Qin Keiyun, with the help of the Fox Demon's power, had almost reached the Emperor's realm. But if it weren't for the deep past connections between the families, she would have been overthrown long ago. There is also a strong master of the true realm, Hong Fei. He is Qin Keiyun's father. He came down from the mountain to help his daughter. However, at Hong Fei's age, Qin Pingsei's father was already rich and powerful. Could this really be the true power of love? But it doesn't seem like it would be like that for Pingsei. It was as if this whole situation around Qin Keiyun was deliberately orchestrated. And was it somehow connected with the great Emperor Qinzong? Moreover, the Nine Swords Mountain was on this land even before the great war between humans and demons, and the masters of this mountain were Qinzong's comrades. Xuan smiled. With each report, everything becomes more mysterious and interesting. Events begin to unfold with astonishing speed. Du Yuan and Chang'e must come to Nanzhou. No matter how murky the situation here is, they must act carefully and prudently. Xuan laughed softly, wanting to show everyone how he could take control of this complicated game by staying at home. And then, having completed the task, he will also receive a system reward for it. Yes, it really is a lot of fun, sitting in his own estate. By the way, it's time to explore the hidden space beneath the Chu family estate, the one that is constantly guarded by the clan's most powerful elders. The guy immersed himself in practice. He tuned into the secret place of the clan. As he assumed, most of the family's heritage is located there. The power of some magical items exceeds the third level of the Kingdom of Harmony, and some are about to reach the true kingdom. According to the scriptures, the Chu family estate is part of the historical heritage. The family settled there because it was an ancient, powerful place. Xuan decided not to pry into the secret place for now. He had to wait until Chu Yun could increase her strength. Then she would reveal all the secrets to him. Late in the evening, one of the elders of the Qin Pingshan clan came to the great Empress Qin Keiyun to report on the past day. He reported that there were constant secret attacks by cults on the border, but the situation was gradually improving. Keiyun demanded that the elders speak more to the point, what the current situation was on the battlefield, who was attacking, what the losses were. Pingshan replied that after the head-on collision they had achieved complete victory. The cults were unable to organize an attack yet. They had become silent. The Empress ordered that attention be paid not only to cults, but also to preserving the wealth of the ruling Qin family and their state. Keiyun understood that her strength was growing too quickly. She needed to attack the enemies with all her might as soon as the opportunity arose. The girl frowned. She had to seriously prepare for the discovery of the land of the living dead, and all the weaklings had to die. Pingshan approached the lady with a message about the Chu family. A member of his family is related by marriage to this clan, at the present time. But the Empress interrupted him and ordered him not to mention the Chu family in the future, and to maintain a neutral status, letting the Chu take care of their own affairs. Qin Keiyun added that she forbids Pingshan from disturbing the Chu family himself, and the ruling family will remain neutral. The elder thought, judging from the madam's indifference towards the Chu family and her attitude, she was still angry at them because of the broken engagement. Now no one dares to disobey her will. Anyone who disagrees will either lose their head or become crippled. Pingshan mentally wished the Chu family good luck. Keiyun said quietly, "That idiot Qin Pingshan doesn't know anything about the situation in the Chu clan. They are not as weak as he thinks. Everything is not as it seems." The Empress remembered her recent meeting with Chu Xuan. This young man is stronger than anyone she knows. An angry Keiyun said that in her great Qin Empire, everyone must follow the rules. General Li bowed respectfully and said that he meant no harm. Keiyun barked at Li to shut his mouth. She showed him the scroll. He was secretly collaborating with the enemy. She ordered the guards to take him away and execute him. The captured general begged the Empress to spare him, but she was deaf to his pleas, and the guards dragged the traitor out of the hall. Keiyun said, "Now is the heyday of the Qin Empire. No matter who they were in the past, the sons of officials or nobles, she will not tolerate betrayal from anyone." Each of them swore their allegiance to her, but when General Li betrayed the Qin Empire, she reminded the others that they must follow her orders. Meanwhile, in the main Chu estate, the elders were training fighters and cultivators, forcing them to practice family techniques. The servants discussed the Qin attack on the Zhao and He families, and that the Chu family they worked for had not supported their former allies. The servants found this behavior shameful and decided to resign, deciding that it would be better to sweep the courtyards of other clans. The cleaners dropped their brushes and ran out of the main estate. Chu Tianming was furious at how dare the workers treat his family like that. Xuan chuckled, until the old man came to the estate to nag him with or without reason. The young man can do his own thing. To begin with, Xuan took hold of the mirror to see what was happening, and he instructively told Du Yuan to eat more and improve his skills. After watching Du Yuan practice, Xuan gave him some advice and suggested how he should do it better, and the boy was delighted. The young man glanced at his pets having fun on the roof. "These kids will also soon reach the Emperor's kingdom. That's great." Xuan sighed. He had been here for almost 3 years, and he still couldn't meet any worthy disciple right on the spot. Suddenly, a sob and a cry of failure were heard from the street, and the younger Chu looked in the direction of the noise in surprise. A frustrated swordsman walked along a forest path, exclaiming that he was a lazybones, a loser, and a complete disappointment to everyone. He exclaimed, "Is such a pathetic man worthy of such a beautiful girl? He is the most hopeless man in the whole wide world." Looking at the unexpected guest sipping wine, Xuan said, "What luck! A loser who can be turned into something worthwhile." Appearing in front of the drunken boy in the golden glow of the portal, Su Xian'er asked him where this strange boy came from. The girl asked the gentleman for permission to look at the guest, but Chu Xuan stopped her with a prohibiting sign. He would take care of him himself. The sobbing youth asked Xuan if he had any alcohol. Xian'er gasped. So he was also a drunkard, but Xuan sent her to cultivate his powers. The maid was surprised why the master didn't throw the drunkard out the door. Was he really worth it? She didn't see anything special in him. The unfortunate loser, intoxicated by alcohol, told Xuan that he had not a penny in his pocket, and offered to exchange his sword for a drink. Chu replied, "This sword of the Xuan kingdom, it is useless for him," the guy exclaimed. "Well, he is a loser. What else can you expect from him? He has no use for this sword at all." The drunken guest's face was distorted by a grimace of grief. He sobbed and began to wail. "Does the host know who is the most hopeless? Of course he is. It's immediately obvious." Xuan answered the drunken guest, Well, since he says so, it seems he really is no good for anything. He looked at him with his inner vision. Oh, he's not just a loser. He's a loser who was dumped by his girlfriend. Juan even knows that the drunk guy was dumped by his first love. Moreover, the new lover of his first love beat the guy right in front of her, making him cry like a baby. He really is a loser. The guest blushed deeply and looked up at Xuan with surprised eyes. He asked in shock how he knew this and who he even was. Xuan exclaimed that he was a guiding star for the lost, the main savior of everyone, and meeting him was the guy's main luck. The young swordsman looked at the owner of the estate with wide eyes, and finally he asked if the master would help him. Xuan said with a smile, "That's right." Drunk Ding Yue couldn't believe that he really had a chance to become better, that he could really change his life. This gentleman seems to be strong. Such a powerful person would not deceive him. A simple poor guy. And then Yue heard the order to kneel before his future teacher. Hope flashed in the boy's eyes. He whispered yes. The drunken guest fell to his knees before Chu Xuan and exclaimed that from now on he, Ding Yue, his disciple, would obey the teacher in everything. He bowed respectfully and reverently greeted the powerful teacher who had shown him great favor. Xuan said, "Fine. As long as Ding Yue respects him and follows the rules, Chu will protect him and do everything to help him become great." The new student assured Xuan that he would always listen to his teacher and strive to become stronger and wiser as best he could. Chu saw that Ding Yue was expelled from the warriors of Nine Sword Mountain. He has talent in martial arts and cultivation, but his meridians are weak. Because Xuan took in a promising disciple from Nanzhou, the system rewarded him with the heavenly sword art technique. Still not believing his luck, Yue asked the master if he could really make him stronger. Xuan advised him not to doubt him. Chu snorted. A savior literally fell from the sky on Ding, and he still doubted that even though the guy was worthless, Xuan could make a nugget out of him. Yu sobbed, since he was a failure. Wouldn't it be better to die? Xuan sternly told the disciple not to talk nonsense, but to concentrate on cultivation. The student obediently agreed, although he did not believe in the success of his studies, since they had not previously yielded any results. Xuan extended his hand to Ding Yue and solemnly told him that today was the day of the dawn of his power. He must be ready to accept it. Chu lightly touched the silent youth's forehead and, using a special technique, asked him to open Ding Yue's soul to him. At that very moment, some of the techniques known to Xuan moved into the head of his new student, filling him with understandable knowledge. The stunned young man instantly sobered up. He felt his body being filled with the strength and warm solar energy of the teacher. Yue's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that he had already reached the first stage of the spirit realm. The teacher was incredibly cool. Now Dean understood techniques that he had never known about before. The boy was sure that sword skills would come easily to him. Chu Shen told the student that he had passed on some sword techniques to him, and now he needed to practice them conscientiously. Su Xianer walked out into the courtyard and was surprised that this was still the same pathetic and worthless guy. But now his aura had become stronger. The girl had never even heard of such power before. What kind of kingdom did her master have if he was able to transform a person like that? For the new disciple's achievement, the system rewarded Xuan with 100 years of cultivation, and now he could finally break through to the realm of honor. When Xuan reached the realm of honor, his inner world finally took on a new form, and a tree and other objects appeared on the earth. When someone from the Emperor's realm meets an opponent from a weaker realm, he can trample the villain in the blink of an eye. But the power of the Kingdom of Honor allows one to change the physical structure of the world around one. Therefore, the Kingdom of Honor stands above the Emperor. It is capable of trampling all the kingdoms below with its power. Having broken through into the new realm, Xuan quietly said, "Well, I need to see what his strength is now, in the realm of honor." Young Chu soared into the sky. He could move easily like a light-winged bird. The boy was delighted with his new powers. The power obtained is simply astounding. Xuan's soul can move freely within a radius of 50 li, and no one can detect it. Chu clenched his fists joyfully. Now he was the strongest person in Nanzhou and could change the world as he pleased. How cool was that? Now Xuan's inner vision and inner world surpasses everything in the area. The Kingdom of Honor is not invincible, but now few are afraid of him. Powerful techniques, a strong soul, various sutras, all this is collected in Xuan. The guy grinned. He is worthy of keeping Nanzhou under his control. The system congratulated the boy on reaching the Kingdom of Honor, for which he received as a reward the halo of a saint and the sutra of the god's regret. The guy was stunned. Why did he need a saint's halo? The system explained that a halo allows people to cultivate and increase their strength. Xuan was delighted. This is what is needed. He will help his students become stronger and reach new levels and realms. Now he needed to take a look at the Sutra of God's Regret that he had just received. The guy hoped that it was something worthwhile. And so it turned out, the Sutra of God's Regret is a powerful technique that can increase strength and grant the owner techniques. After all, the system had never given him a useless reward. Each one made him stronger and moved him up a level. Having absorbed the technique, Zhuan exclaimed with delight, "This sutra is so powerful, simply miraculous." The young man felt like a giant. He said with a smile how good it was that no one felt his power, otherwise everyone would be terrified and would shy away from him. But now Zhuan was confident that with such skills he could overcome any enemy. And yet he couldn't stop. He needed to grow further. The boy began to think that if he combined the Sutra of the God's Regret with others, it could literally become a doomsday weapon. Chu Xuan laughed cheerfully. He needed old Ren Chang'e to try out all his new skills and ideas. Having opened the mirror portal, Zhuan asked Ren how he was. He replied that under the guidance of the teacher he was able to strengthen his body, and he would be able to get out of here any minute. Chu praised his student for making great progress and asked if there was anything else. Chang'e said that there was still a lot he didn't understand. Zhuan reassured him that he shouldn't be upset. As a teacher, he would fill in the gaps in his students' knowledge. Chang'e thanked him. Chang'e sighed. The teacher was truly a genius. Compared to him, Ren was as dumb as a tree. Only thanks to the teacher he wouldn't die prematurely in the cave. Xuan told Chang'e not to despair and to listen carefully. In order to become stronger, one must open one's mind and return to one's roots. The old man was so moved by the power and wisdom of his teacher that he burst into tears from the overwhelming feeling of gratitude and respect. Xuan was delighted. What a wonderful day. He gets everything he wants. Just a couple more students so that he can become stronger with them. However, students are not vegetables. They won't grow in a garden or appear out of thin air. They still need to be found somewhere in the big world. Although you can use the wonderful all-seeing golden mirror to wander here and there and look for suitable people, looking in the mirror, Zhuan saw that the soldiers had attacked his disciple Du Yuan, who claimed that there had been a misunderstanding and that he had nothing to do with Xiaoliang's escape. Young Chu wondered which Xiaoliang he was talking about. Whether he was the abandoned and persecuted genius, the son of the Shizhou family. Xuan knew that Du Yuan couldn't lie, so he was accidentally involved in this. But judging by the excitement, the young man was really in trouble. The fighters growled at the guy. How dare he interfere in the affairs of the Xiao family? They will arrest him. And if this is really a misunderstanding, then after the investigation, they will release him. But Du Yuan knew that if he went with them, he would definitely die. Fighting with these warriors was also not an option. He needed to find a way to escape from them. Shu wondered why his disciple was so worried, since his strength was higher than those two. How could they intimidate him like that? And then Xuan realized, so that's what it was. The weapons of these warriors are much stronger. Du Yuan alone really can't handle it. The young man asked why he was so angry. He knew very well that the Cao family was the main one in Shizhou. The warriors replied that they did not want a pathetic cultivator to cause them trouble. Despite Du Yuan's assurances, his pursuers were certain that this cunning boy was definitely connected to Xiaoliang's escape, and he must die. Yuan decided it was time to act. He appeared in a mirror portal sparkling with golden light and called out to his student. The soldiers of the Xiao family were at a loss. What kind of giant was this? Where did he come from? And what kind of unknown and powerful power did he possess? Du Yuan recognized Chu's voice and exclaimed, "This is the teacher. Has he really come to save his weak disciple?" The young man bowed to Xuan with tears in his eyes, telling the wise man that he was in danger and asking him to lend him a helping hand. Xuan asked in surprise, could these two bugs really threaten his disciple? Could such a thing be possible? The warriors of the Xiao family were shaking. They were finished. The boy turned out to be familiar with this strong man, and now they had become bugs, damn it. Du Yuan looked back at his pursuers in embarrassment. But if he couldn't defeat these bugs, then what kind of weakling was he? Chu Xuan, surrounded by a golden glow, asked menacingly why those two bugs were chasing his disciple Du Yuan. The trembling warriors fell to their knees and bowed to the wisest one, telling him that they were mistaken and that they did not wish Du Yuan any harm. Xuan's huge figure's eyes flashed as he sternly asked the Xiao family fighters whether they were telling him the truth or whether they were lying. The frightened warriors began to vie with each other to convince the giant that they would never dare to lie to such a great master. Chu told the shaking fighters that he hoped they were telling the truth. Turning to his disciple, he asked if their words were true. The cautious young man was afraid of revenge from the Xiao family, so he told the wise man that there must have been a misunderstanding. Xuan chuckled to himself. If the soldiers let Du Yuan go, they would then tell the Xiao family about Chu, so everything was going according to plan. Chu said casually that crushing two bugs would be a waste of effort, and they nodded in agreement that it was not worth getting their hands dirty. Xuan found all this funny. Now the arrogant warriors recognized themselves as bugs, and the soft-hearted Chu didn't even want to touch them. Du Yuan sighed sadly. He was still too weak. If Master hadn't intervened today, he would have definitely died at the hands of Xiao's soldiers. Xuan asked the student what he should do with these bugs. The young man asked him to spare them, because they realized their mistake. But the young man added that he only needed a small compensation from these bugs for the moral damage caused by the harassment and threats. The Xiao family's envoys thought that this boy only looked kind, but in reality he was a real sly one and wouldn't let them go so easily. Xuan said with a smile. Let them give Du all their things as compensation. The warriors unanimously agreed and asked if they could leave. Chu waved his hand, indicating that the fighters could go their separate ways. They were free for now. The warriors ran away as fast as they could, thanking the master. They were scared to death. None of them understood who it was. No one could be that strong. Having run to a safe distance, they stopped. They needed to quickly report everything that had happened to the head of the Xiao family. Falling to his knees, Du Yuan thanked the teacher for saving him from trouble. The young man was still too weak, just like a pitiful bug. The disciple exclaimed, in order to repay for the salvation, he was ready to do anything for the master, to be his slave and servant forever. Xian knew that Du Yuan was sincere and capable, and he would be useful to him. Chu reassured the young man, saying that their meeting was destined. Disappearing into the golden mirror portal, Xuan told his student that they would see each other again. But the confused youth continued to kneel. Because Xuan from home protected his disciple, the system rewarded him with the purple flame technique and the flame spirit treatise. Xuan lamented that there were too few people he needed. If only they could all gather together in one place, that would be great. He could use the mirror one more time today, so he decided to try his luck and look for potential students. And then Xuan saw a young man in the cave. He was diligently cultivating, his powerful aura blazing around him, giving off strength. This guy has reached the 3rd stage of the harmonious realm at such a young age. His skills are excellent, and his talent is definitely higher than Suxian Er's. Xuan frowned. For some reason, this young man in the cave seemed so painfully familiar to him. But he couldn't remember who it was. And then Chu realized, it seemed that this was the same Xiao Liang, the escaped genius from the main family of Shizhou. An interesting find. Suddenly, the small, elegant amulet on Xiao Liang's chest began to move. The young man stopped what he was doing and froze, concentrating on the amulet. A glowing spirit appeared in the cave, a beautiful girl with a tremendous power in her, who sank down in front of Xiao Liang. Xuan was surprised. What kind of spirit is this? Close to the heavenly kingdom, could she really be his personal assistant? This guy is lucky. The young man bowed respectfully to the lady, and she said kindly that with some effort, Liang would finally be able to leave Shizhou. Xiao Liang obediently replied that he would do as the lady said, and if necessary, he could leave Shizhou as soon as possible. A shadow fell across the young man's sad face, and he solemnly promised the Xiao family that one day he would definitely achieve justice. The lady encouraged Liang to cultivate his power. Once he reached the heavenly realm, the Xiao family would have no choice but to respect him. The young man assured the master that in 1,000 years, he would be able to reach the heavenly kingdom and help her change her body. Xu Xuan was surprised that the boy was going to achieve this in 1,000 years. He was crazy. Even with his skills, it was impossible. The teacher asked how Liang would manage in just 1,000 years. 100 years were needed for the reign of the emperor. 1,000 years for the reign of honor. The girl sighed. To reach the heavenly kingdom, another 10,000 years are needed. That is the minimum order of things. Many arrogant, impudent people are stuck in front of the heavenly kingdom for tens of thousands of years because of their ambitions. Xiao Liang asked his mentor in surprise if the heavenly kingdom was really so difficult to reach that many people got stuck there. The girl reassured the student that he shouldn't be upset. With her help and hard work, the young man would definitely cope with this. In her lifetime, there was a master who reached the heavenly realm in 10,000 years, becoming invincible. He killed 3 demons, but now he has probably already died. The young man asked his beautiful mentor who the invincible man was, and how he managed to do it. The girl replied that, of course, it was the greatest Ren Changhe, whose exploits had spread across all continents. Xuan was stunned. Could she really be talking about old man Changhe? So this ghostly girl was of the same generation as his old disciple. At this time, Ren Changhe was sneezing convulsively in his cave. The old man was surprised who he was remembering. Maybe his teacher. Xiao Liang clenched his fists and promised the beautiful lady that he would definitely become like Ren Changhe and become famous throughout the world. Xuan smiled. This guy is so naive, but Changhe himself is now sitting in a cave and now considers himself a worthless piece of trash. Meanwhile, the old man kept sneezing. Tears were already streaming from his eyes. He was asking who was remembering him. The guy decided to talk some sense into the boy and help him, since he had no idea how the real world worked. Xuan thought about maybe using the mirror to communicate with Xiaoliang tomorrow, but whatever, that's not important now. The girl told Liang that as his master, she believed in him and ordered him to quickly leave Shizhou and go to Nanzhou, where there were few worthy cultivators. Besides, the land of the living dead will open soon, which means all the masters will want to go there. The Xiao family will definitely not be able to find him. And then the giant figure of Xuan appeared in the cave. Xiaoliang and his mentor were confused and silently looked at the unexpected guest. The young man, having come to his senses, grabbed his sword. He decided that the soldiers of the Xiao family had come to seize him again and bring him home. But the teacher felt that this person's energy was too powerful. Could it really be one of the ancient ancestors of the Xiao family? Lin objected. This can't be. There is no point for the ancestors of the Xiao family to chase after him. He is their talented grandson. And the young man didn't remember that the Xiao family had such a strong ancestor. None of the cave's inhabitants could understand who he was. Xuan laughed to himself. He was deceiving simpletons again, just like when he deceived an old man stronger than him. Ren Changhe sobbed in his dead cave. He could no longer sneeze, but everyone continued to remember him in the big world. Xuan told the young man and his mentor not to panic. He was just a deity exploring the worlds. If they were not villains, then they had nothing to fear. The teacher introduced herself as Liu Piao Piao. The girl was surprised that this unknown person was so strong that he could move between worlds. Xiaoliang also introduced himself and respectfully greeted the gentleman who had honored them with his visit. Xuan said good-naturedly that their caution was appropriate. He could see that they looked tired, and the guy was also injured. Liu Piao thanked the guest for his understanding. Liang had never met such a strong master in his entire short life. Liu asked to tell what worlds the master was exploring, but Xuan replied that they were too weak to understand his purpose. Zhu said that the heavens and worlds are all-encompassing. Perhaps they would be better able to tell him about their land. Lao explained that there were 5 lands belonging to humans, 1 land of demons, another land of monsters, and a land of mixed races. Almost all lands have been developed, and only the land of demons remains unexplored and deserted to this day. Few people have ever been there. It is said that there is an ancient desert of vast area. Many cultivators perished on the border of that land. Even the great heavenly realms were unable to explore this place, as only a god realm cultivator could enter that place. Piao added sadly. But for some reason, even the cultivators of the god realm did not leave the desolate land. Xuan was surprised. A deserted land. It turns out there is also such an ancient place. So this is where Ren Changhe is now locked up. Chu chuckled. Since this place is shrouded in mystery, he should first strengthen his skills and body, and then go there. Xuan told Piao that she must understand that their meeting was destined by fate, and asked permission to give her some advice. Their world is just a drop in the ocean of his universe. Those they call God Realm cultivators are nothing more than pathetic weaklings. The young man and his mentor were shocked. Could the kingdom of God really be so insignificant, and their world just a small drop in a vast sea? Lu wondered how powerful that world was, and how dare she even think about cultivating her power when it was worthless. Xiaoliang thought in shock. He used to think that Changhe was his idol, but now it was no longer so. Now the young man realized that he was just a grain of sand. The cunning Xuan was pleased with the result. He had deceived Changhe and tricked them in exactly the same way. How naive they were. Xiaoliang and Liu Piao bowed respectfully to Xuan, and thanked the sage for his explanations and knowledge. Chusen told them that if they wanted to enter his world, they would first need to enter this ancient desert land of theirs. Piao frowned. So the desert land was a direct path to the great universe. That's why, according to rumors, no one ever returned from it. Xiaoliang stubbornly thought he must, no matter what, reach the god realm as soon as possible and go to the desert land. Xiaoliang's mentor thanked the wise one for opening their eyes today, showing them the greatest mercy. Xuan smiled. What a polite girl. Although she is weak, she understands what it means to respect others. He likes such people. Piao was confused. Maybe this strong and wise man wanted to help her change her body so that she could move on. Chu, leaning towards the girl, said mysteriously, answering her thoughts. Although her body is weak, he will not deprive her of opportunities. Piao asked the wisest one to apologize to her for her insolence, but she does not understand at all what he wants to tell her by this. Xuan smiled. It was not necessary, because the most important thing was that Liu wanted to continue cultivating his strength further. Now Piao Piao is just a floating soul, separated from her flesh, but the soul is the most important thing on the path to becoming strong. If Piao uses her soul to cultivate, it will be filled with energy, and Liu herself will gain unprecedented power. The girl replied that she understood the wisest gentleman, but did not know how to strengthen her soul cultivation. Xuan explained that not everything comes easy. The realization of power comes with time, because energy permeates everything from flowers to minerals. Chu told Liu Piao that he would help her, since fate had brought them together, and under his guidance the girl would be able to become stronger. The guy thought that Xiaoliang and Liu Piao wanted to get to Nanzhou, so it was high time to install a soul seal on them. He told Liu that even a drop would help restore the stability of her soul, but she couldn't take too much. She wouldn't be able to bear the strain. Having thanked the wisest one, the girl opened the bottle with the potion and dropped one drop onto her hand to put into her mouth. At that very moment, a soul seal shone on her hand, and the powerful female cultivator was under Chu Xuan's influence. After swallowing a drop of the potion, Liu Piao suddenly felt her body changing. The system rewarded Chu for tricking him into placing a soul seal on a strong cultivator. Xiaoliang bowed and told the master that he was an incomparable master, the most powerful in the whole world, respected by everyone. Xuan didn't understand the purpose of this fiery speech. Was the young man trying to curry favor with him or something? An unexpected turn of events. The young man continued. He told the gentleman his story and said that now they were hunting him with all their might with the aim of killing him. Du Yuan said, he understands that the master can help him, but it is unthinkable to ask the master to protect him always. The boy thought that after receiving a couple of instructions from the master, he would be able to independently resolve his difficulties and become useful to the master. Xuan chuckled. What a sly one. Liang will become a powerful weapon in his hands if he becomes stronger and is loyal to his master. Chu teleported one of the books to Liang. He said that these writings with breathing techniques, although their level is weak, are just right for the young man. The young man sincerely thanked his great mentor and benefactor for the mercy shown in strengthening his strength. Xuan laughed to himself. If he had known that the boy would fall for it so easily, he would have told him more and more lies. Liu Piao also thanked the gentleman for his help and said with embarrassment that they still didn't know his title, but he would tell them. Chu was at a loss. The title. Well, yes, he had fooled them. It was time to say his name and title, but what would be a nicer name for him? Proudly puffing out his chest, Xuan said that he was immortal, powerful, incredible, peerless, graceful saint of virtue. Xiaoliang and Liu Piao were delighted. How lucky they were today. They were visited by such a great and powerful being. They fell on their knees, and with all their hearts thanked the great immortal saint of virtue for the honor bestowed upon them. Having enjoyed this picture, Xuan graciously told them that it was time for him to go, and if there was a chance, they would certainly meet again. The young man and his mentor joyfully wished the powerful lord a happy journey in exploring various worlds. Xuan took the soul-strengthening technique given to him by the system. Now it's time for him to look at this new cultivation technique. By relying on one's own strength, a person strengthens the power of his soul. One can divide the soul into sectors and redistribute the power. The soul cannot die or dissolve. Under the Chu kingdom, it will not be so easy for him to die. Thanks to soul techniques, he can become even more powerful. Xuan laughed contentedly. What a gift this was from the system. How great it was to be a know-it-all. Chu shouted to his disciple Ding Yue that his master was in a good mood today, so he decided to give the young man a sword. Ding Yue was amazed and stared at his master's gift. This sword seemed incredible to him. He had never seen such a weapon. This sword seems to contain a martial spirit. It is sharp, and its power literally flows over the edge. It is so unusual. Su Xianer snorted. This is a spiritual weapon. It's just that this fool Yue doesn't understand anything, but he's still singing and dancing with joy. The girl was indignant. It was so unfair. Why did this talentless boy receive such a powerful weapon? But she didn't. Hearing Xianer's words, the young man was stunned. Could it really be that he had a spiritual weapon in his hands? He had never even dared to dream of such a thing. Falling to his knees before the master, Ding Yue burst into tears of joy. The master valued him so much, he was so kind. The young man promised to never forget it. Xuan kindly replied to his faithful assistant that she should not be offended. Of course, she would also receive her gift. He told Xianer that he was giving her this whip, and that after training with it, she would be able to improve her skills and become much stronger. The satisfied students unanimously thanked their master and lord for such generous and unprecedentedly expensive spiritual gifts. Xuan looked thoughtfully at the moon. It was almost 3 years since he had been here. It was time to meet the head of the Black Moon sect. The next day, Xuan used the communication talisman and told the agent that he wanted to meet with the head of the Black Moon sect. Bao Hongyan replied to the master that it was not so easy to meet with the head of their sect unless it was an extremely urgent matter. Xuan passed her the Emperor Realm Pill through the portal, telling her to offer it to the sect leader in exchange for a meeting. Under Xuan Yu's control, Bao obediently replied to her master that she would do exactly as he ordered her. Half an hour later, a messenger arrived at the head of the Black Moon sect. informing the master that a very strong man wished to meet him. And a satisfied Xuan thought, it's good that he got rid of this stupid pill. Its expiration date was almost over anyway. But this time too, Xuan failed to reach the head of the sect. Only the leader Bao Hongyan, the elder of the sect, came to him. He told Chu that people of his status could not know such details as the location of the main palace or the name of the leader. However, he knows for sure that the Black Moon sect holds many secrets that most people are not aware of. His immediate superior is a third-level cultivator of the Emperor realm, and he cannot communicate with higher ranks. The elder of the Black Moon sect, kneeling in front of Xuan's door, said that he had recently discovered a strange record in the archives. Most likely, the great all-powerful lord would not have considered such a trifle important, but he still paid attention to it. Recently, an elder discovered a strange recording in one of their sect's residences. He doesn't know whether he should pay attention. The lord must have heard of the great battle between demons and humans. The sect's archives indicate that Nanzhu wasn't the only one to participate in that battle. The main target of this battle was the Qin Empire, but it was never possible to find out exactly who was the instigator of the war. After listening, Xuan sighed. Even though this old man is weak, he wants to take him under his wing. He is reasonable and can still be useful. Chu told the elder to leave here but was nearby. He would call him to him again. The old man respectfully thanked the master. Xuan's disciples, inspired by the spiritual weapons given to them, continued to diligently cultivate their strength. The heavenly pets Blackie the cat and Pan the bird grew stronger with their owner, but still competed with each other. Xuan dozed off in his chair when the system announced that it had already been 3 years since he had stayed at home and was getting stronger. As a reward, the boy received a cape of power, imbued with energy, which becomes an indestructible shield for its owner. The second reward from the Soul Pursuit bow system is capable of reaching the enemy's soul, regardless of distance or obstacles. After trying on the cloak, Xuan exclaimed that he loved the system. He was constantly filled with energy. This artifact was simply a godsend. And this is also the perfect weapon, the bow of Soul Pursuit. There are simply no words to express the delight. It was worth staying at home for this. Now with this weapon, Xuan can kill his enemies from thousands of li away without moving. It's just fantastic. The bow's power is directly related to Xuan's own strength. As he becomes stronger, he will be able to imbue the weapon with immense power. Su Xianer shouted to the master that it was time for lunch, time to eat, but Xuan replied that he did not have time. He was busy training. Xu Wen was wandering around the area around her laboratory and saw a cave. The girl said it looked like an ancient, forgotten place. Now she can create Harmony Realm pills. She still needs to work hard to help the younger 13th brother. Coming closer, Yun saw that in front of her was a cave of blessing. With such possibilities, she was bound to become stronger. The girl constantly thought about her weak younger brother. She did everything possible to help him get stronger. Entering the cave, Yun was surprised by these miracles. All kinds of rare magical plants were shining around her. Leaning over, the girl exclaimed, "This is a white spiritual mushroom. It's needed to strengthen bones. It's extremely rare." Yun turned to the other side and opened her mouth in surprise. Thousand-leaved snow lotus. It removes toxins and prolongs life. Having carefully collected the magical plants, the delighted girl whispered that she would bring all of this to her 13th brother. Forgetting everything, Yun ran around the glowing clearing and collected rare plants for magical potions and miraculous pills. Suddenly she smelled a wonderful scent. It was a little familiar to her, but this one was much stronger and brighter, and it had just appeared. Turning around, she saw a wonderful plant emitting this scent, and at that time a dark figure was secretly watching the girl. Taking a closer look at the fragrant plant, Yun exclaimed, "No, it can't be. This is the same flower." There was no doubt. This was the legendary Zuan herb that improves a cultivator's innate abilities. She had found it. Quietly picking the rare grass, Yun danced with joy. This was a real salvation for her younger 13th brother. And then Yun heard an evil laugh behind her. Someone said to her, "Wasn't the naive girl told that stealing is bad?" The girl turned around in confusion. A male figure stood in the shadow of the stone wall. The stranger was clearly not in a peaceful mood. Yun asked the stranger where he came from. Anyone worthy could find this place, so why was he taking the herbs for himself? The guy laughed. And who told the girl that? His family's medicinal herbs grow here because this place belongs to them. The stranger's mouth twisted angrily and he exclaimed, which meant that the beauty who had come here now belonged to him too. He walked towards the stunned Yun, smiling obscenely. This guy did not expect that the young, fragile girl would resist. The guy's eyes were shining with delight. He hadn't seen such a beauty here for a long time. He was looking forward to having a great time today. But suddenly Yun dealt him a powerful blow and shouted at the pervert, "Hands off, she is not such an easy prey." The stranger was delighted. Yes, this cute little girl is not one to be timid. How wonderful. Today is definitely a very lucky day. Seeing that the scoundrel was not going to retreat, Yun dealt him many hard blows, shouting that the shameless one should get what he deserved. The lover of lustful entertainment flew aside. The girl turned out to be surprisingly strong for her age. Having moved away to a safe distance, the guy said, "Oh, how good she is, young devil. He will finally get to her." Yun snorted contemptuously at the guy. Ugh, impudent and shameless. No decent girl would fall into the hands of such a person. The face of the lover of maiden beauty spread into a smile. He blushed. This impudent girl appealed to him more and more. Yun had already collected all the magical and medicinal herbs she needed, and headed towards the exit of the magical cave of blessing. But then, right in front of her, as if from underground, a powerful figure of a large man appeared. It seemed he had come to the boy's aid. A tall man blocked the path of the fragile Yun. The girl stared in surprise at another stranger. How many of them were there? The guy happily told the strong man to stop this beauty before she ran away from here along with the magical herbs. Yun frowned and sternly ordered the man to get out of the way, or he would get no less than that little scoundrel. But the second stranger didn't even deign to answer the girl. He silently looked at this cocky young cultivator. Without waiting for an answer, Yun clenched her fists and exclaimed that she had warned him. Now he shouldn't complain that it hurt. The girl attacked the stranger, trying to break through to the exit of the cave, but the man blocked Yun's attack with just one finger. Sister Xuanya gasped in surprise. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Some unknown force picked her up and lifted her up. A grinning face of a guy floated before the girl's face, looking greedily at the confused, impudent beauty. The silent stranger used a technique unknown to the girl. He immobilized the girl, depriving her of the opportunity to escape. The air in the blessing cave seemed to become liquid and viscous, as the cultivator created a protective barrier around Chu Yun. The girl found herself trapped in a magical ball from which she could not escape, and this ball was controlled by a silent man. The guy licked his lips lustfully, watching Yun's attempts to escape. He asked the beauty where she was going. Did she really want to run away? Yun was terrified. How could she escape from here? This silent man turned out to be incredibly strong. She definitely couldn't cope with him on her own. The guy demanded that she give him everything she'd collected. Then so be it. He would be kind to Yun, although everyone dreams of being next to him. The girl brazenly replied that the bastard shouldn't even dream about it. She wouldn't give anything back, and his disgusting face made her sick. The guy grimaced with displeasure. It couldn't be that she hadn't heard of him. He was the young master from the Nine Swords Mountain. Shu Wen exclaimed that this was nonsense. She didn't believe him. A noble swordsman couldn't possibly be such a vile person. The stranger barked. The beauty, of course, can swear for now, but later there is no need to beg him for mercy towards her. Seeing Yun's constant attempts to escape, the impatient young master from Nine Swords Mountain shouted at his companion to hold her. Yun warned that if the guy dared to touch her, she would kill him on the spot. He could finish her off, but he wouldn't get what he wanted. A wave of lust washed over the young swordsman, Yun's words further fueling his interest in her, and he moved towards the girl. Suddenly, Yun noticed that another person had appeared in the cave. She silently looked at the mysterious master, her eyes sparkling. The young master from the Nine Swords Mountain extended his hand towards Yun, who was trapped in magical captivity, and the girl jumped to the side. But at that moment, the mysterious master dealt the young master a crushing blow, sending him flying far away. The guy indignantly asked the stranger who he was and how he dared to enter his lands, and even raise his hand against his master. The masked master remained silent. The boy raged, shouting that the Mountain of Nine Swords was no joke to him, and that the impudent fellow would be in trouble. Yun smiled happily. It was the master in the mask. He came here to save her from those terrible young people. Last time, it was this master who helped the girl escape from a wild boar that was chasing her in the mountains near the cave. Then this master appeared literally out of nowhere and killed the monster without even touching it. Yun was saved. The huge fanged monster only grunted and fell right at the feet of the girl, who was scared half to death and bathed in tears. It was then in the forest that she first saw her secret guardian, who, remaining unnoticed, protected her peace and safety. Shu Yun then sincerely thanked the strong master for his help. She was so happy that the stranger saved her from death. But the master only bowed to the girl and replied, "No need for thanks. It was his duty to protect Lady Chu Yun." And this time, Sister Xuan bowed again and thanked the mysterious stranger, her enigmatic, faithful savior. Zhang Kui, hidden behind a mask, replied to the girl that he was glad to help Lady Chu Yun, to save her from unworthy men. He told the girl that first he had to help her solve her problems and free her from this magical captivity. He extended his hand and destroyed the technique of the young master's silent servant. The boy stared at the strong master with all his eyes. The cultivator from Nine Swords Mountain was shocked. One move from this master destroyed his technique. He is incredibly strong. Yun was free again, and could move freely, and she informed her masked savior that she was okay. The girl was perplexed. This master in a mask was so terrifyingly strong, who did he obey, and who assigned him to keep an eye on her? The guy turned to Zhang Kui and asked what other tricks he would show them, who he was to appear on their lands. The young master clenched his teeth and growled, "How dare this impudent fellow attack him, the young master of these places?" Zhang Kui replied that if they met again, the boy and his entire family would be punished. But for now they could get out of here. The boy bowed and said that he hoped that they would never see each other again. But he would definitely tell the master about them. An impatient Zhang Kui shouted at the men who had attacked Yun to get lost and never show their face to him again. Su Xianer called the master to look at her progress, but he asked her to wait. He had not yet finished reading Zhang Kui's report today. This is how the little sister had adventures. Given the size and strength of the Nine Swords Mountain, Chu Yun's identity will be revealed very soon. Xuan found this story funny and laughed heartily. It would be interesting to see what the swordsmen would do when they found out everything. Ding Yue approached his master and said that the more he cultivated his strength, the more he wanted to prove himself in action. Xuan reassured his student, assuring him that he would still have plenty of opportunities to prove himself and show his strength. Chu said that he understood the young man perfectly. But before he went out into the world, Ding Yue needed to become even stronger. The guy was stunned. Could he really become even stronger? But he was already strong enough. Thanks to the master, his level had increased greatly. Xuan sternly asked the student whether he still thought about his unhappy love, and whether that was why he was so eager to prove himself. An angry Chu advanced on the confused youth and angrily asked his student if he had already decided to leave his master. Frowning, Xuan asked menacingly if Yilding Yue had ever thought about the responsibility he bore for his swordsmanship. The young man blinked his eyes in confusion. The master had correctly grasped the train of his thoughts. He was indeed haunted by thoughts of his beloved. Xuan asked his silent and frightened student if he knew why there were so few true swordmasters in the world. Sweat streamed down Ding Yue's face from excitement. He silently looked at the teacher. This was the first time he had seen his master so stern and formidable. As Xuan continued to advance on the youth, he asked if Yue knew why many swordmasters had wasted their lives. The young man asked the teacher with a trembling voice if this was probably because they had no aptitude for the sword. Chu exclaimed sharply, "No, that's not the right answer. There were many talented people among the fighters. However, they did not become masters. Since ancient times, many talented cultivators have been born in the world, some of them much stronger than Ding Yue. But all of them at a certain stage of cultivating strength suffered defeat, and all because they do not understand the most important thing. They do not understand the true meaning of being a sword master. They do not understand the great responsibility that lies upon them." Ding Yue asked the master to forgive him for his recklessness, and begged the teacher to tell him about the true meaning of being a sword master, to open the mysterious veil. Xuan said that this was a skill that could only be mastered by going through a path of unbearable suffering. Was Ding Yue sure that he was ready for this? The young man assured the teacher that even if he had to go through hellish torment, he was ready. He really wanted to become a sword master. Chu agreed to tell the student about the 3 main obstacles he would face on his difficult path. Xuan's face became serious, even solemn. He looked at Ding Yue. So he talks about the 3 main commandments. The naive young man, holding his breath, repeated after the master, "Swordsmanship, 3 commandments." He is ready to listen to the first commandment. Xuan sternly told his student that firstly, in order to become a true swordmaster, Ding Yue must forget his love forever. The young man's face lengthened. Genuine pain was visible on it. He asked in confusion, was he really supposed to forget love? How could this be? Xuan explained in a moralistic and firm manner that there should be no other people in Yue's heart. Only feelings for the sword should remain there. Dean almost cried. Maybe there was a way to avoid this. Could they really not get along together in his heart? Chu asked the swordsman seriously, meaning that swordsmanship was not that important to him. Yue sighed heavily and sadly lowered his head. Xuan asked the sobbing youth if he would think about his skill when his beloved suddenly got into trouble. Chu continued sternly, asking what would happen to Yue if his beloved wanted to trample him. What would his power turn into then? Or maybe the girl's parents want to finish off Yue for some reason, in which case his student will be busy. Xuan asked the young man if he would consider cultivating true swordsmanship in situations like these. Tears streamed down Ding Yue's eyes. He sobbed, unable to speak. The master's words deeply touched him, stirring up memories. Before his mind's eye, pictures of bright days appeared, when he and his beloved girl were serenely happy. Then Yue remembered their quarrel, how his beloved left him, calling him a worthless loser. He remembered how crushed he was then. And finally, the scene of terrible humiliation came to mind. when his beloved's new friend beat Yue right in front of her. The tears in the young man's eyes dried up. His gaze became a little distant. He once again experienced the storm of emotions that almost destroyed him. Ding Yue exclaimed that he understood the master's words and the meaning of this first commandment of the true path of a true swordmaster. Chu Xuan smiled. This is good. It means the student has taken the first step towards a deep understanding of his complex and thorny path. He told Ding Yue that he would then tell him about the second commandment. A young man should not be distracted by beautiful girls. The young man's naive face lengthened again, and his large eyes became even sadder. How could he not look at beauties? It was impossible. Using his aura, Zhuan created 2 ghostly girls in the courtyard of the estate and invited the student to look at them. One was a fat, pockmarked, ugly woman, the other a slender beauty. Zhuan asked the student which of the 2 he noticed first. Ding Yue replied, of course, he immediately noticed the beauty. She is slim, cute, well-dressed, and even smiling. Chu asked Yue if he had to fight her, but the beauty would use her charm to cloud his mind about how it would end. Zhuan smiled. The young man, despite his skill, would lose to this beauty in that very second. That's what's dangerous about beauties. Ding Yue asked the master, if he were a woman, he probably wouldn't have to think about such sad things. Xuan indignantly asked if Yue really wanted to say that there were no handsome men in the world that women liked. Frowning, Chu said, he, for example, is quite a handsome man. The young man apologized embarrassedly. He somehow didn't think about it. Ding Yue somehow understood the first 2 commandments, but the last commandment, the most difficult to fulfill, remained. Chu became strict again. It was because of this 3rd commandment that many cultivators gave up and were unable to experience the life of a master swordsman. Ding Yue tensed up. If the first 2 commandments were so difficult to follow, it was hard to imagine what the 3rd commandment would be like. Xuan seriously told his student that if he followed this commandment, then there would be no one in the whole world equal to him in strength. The young man opened his mouth, afraid to miss even one word from his great and wise master, who possessed enormous power. Chu said solemnly, Yue must firmly remember that if there is no girl in his heart, then by drawing his sword, he can kill even a god. The touched young man fell to his knees before his teacher, tears streaming from his eyes, and he thanked the master for his kindness and wisdom. Yue asked the master to help him honor these commandments. He definitely couldn't do it alone, and then he wouldn't be able to learn true swordsmanship. Xuan sighed. He was so tired while he was trying to fool this young man so that he would finally forget about his nasty ex-lover. Ding Yue was training hard, repeating out loud that he should forget about love. Chu irritably asked if he could train silently. Xuan was terrified. He had been suffering for 3 days already. His head was spinning from Yue. He needed to see how the old man was doing, at least to change the scenery. Chu's huge figure appeared in the cave. He asked Ren how his affairs were going. He answered the master. After his instructions, everything became much better. Changhe noticed that the master looked stronger today, which meant that Ren himself had no limit to his strength. It was simply amazing. Chu told the disciple to continue in the same spirit and not waste time in vain. The old man bowed respectfully to the great master. Zhuan asked the cultivator if it was true that there were 1,000-year-old heavenly realm people in the area where Chang'e came from. A noticeably younger Ren Chang'e answered the gentleman that indeed, there were such people in his homeland, but there were very few of them. Chu was very surprised. He thought Xiaoliang and his mentor were pulling the wool over his eyes. But it turned out to be true. How interesting. Ren said that some old cultivators are reborn through secret energy accumulation techniques. Although even after 1,000 years, it is not easy for them to reach the heavenly realm. Xuan thought, that's how it is. However, this method has one drawback. It takes time to strengthen the body. These powers are accumulated by cultivators through their past lives. Otherwise, it will not be easy to break through the realms. Chu understood. This is how Qin Keiyun arrived at the border of the Emperor's realm so quickly. Were there others who were reincarnated due to the Great War? Chang'e added that this was rare in their world, and not every person could master such a cultivation technique. The old man heard that there was a special cultivation environment in the secret domain, but only the strongest of people could enter it. Zhuan asked the student, so this is apparently the very secret realm where only a cultivator of the god realm can step. Chang'e was stunned, as expected. What seems to him to be the main mystery of all life, for the master is just an empty sound. Suddenly Zhuan felt that he had guests. He quickly said goodbye to the student, telling him to practice diligently. At this time, Chu Yun's clear voice was heard in the manor. She shouted to the 13th brother that she had returned to him. Zhuan exclaimed cheerfully, his sister is back, she is probably hungry, and invited Yun to quickly enter the courtyard. The girl literally glowed with happiness. She asked her brother not to rush. First she would show him the real treasure. She handed the treasured herb to her younger brother, saying that it was a wonderful Zuan herb, and that she had specially brought it to him. Yun definitely doesn't need it. She brought it to Xuan on purpose, so that he could become stronger. She asked her brother to take it, otherwise she would be offended. The boy answered his sister with a smile that he had no need for her, so she could use this valuable plant for herself. The girl stubbornly said, "No way. Today my brother must take this herb." She tried so hard to make him stronger. If little brother can't break through to the next realms, he won't live longer than a common man, and in 100 years Yun won't be able to speak to him. Yun couldn't allow this to happen. She handed Xuan the herb and commandingly told him to take it right away. Then the girl noticed that her brother was hiding his hands behind his back, and she cheerfully asked what the guy had behind his back. Yun advanced on her younger brother, handing him the magical herb, insisting that he eat it. In response, Xuan smiled slyly. Suddenly Yun felt that her hand holding the grass stopped obeying her. The girl tensed, trying to regain control. Her hand treacherously pulled the grass into her own mouth. Yun desperately screamed, "No, not that." But her hand did not obey its owner. Xuan moved his finger, and the stunned older sister stuffed the grass she had wanted to feed her brother into her own mouth. Yun didn't understand how this could have happened. Why she herself ate the treasured bush of the magical plant. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Her lips trembled. All her wonderful mood evaporated. She couldn't help her brother. Shu Yun burst into tears, tears flowing like a river. Why was she such a loser? She couldn't even help her beloved younger brother. Xuan reassured her. He knew how much she cared for him, and that she had gone through a lot for this herb. But he didn't need such things at all. Yun's whole face was wet with tears, sobbing. She looked at her little brother. He was so kind, the best of all the young Chu. Xuan looked at his sister affectionately. This silly girl so sincerely considered him weak and defenseless and cared about him so much. He cheerfully told his little sister that he didn't need anything except this courtyard. There was no need to worry so much. He wasn't wasting his time. Having stopped crying, Yun shouted, "Oh, my brother is suffering from boredom here," and attacked him with her fists, but he fought back cheerfully. There was joy in the big Chu house. The family was being reborn. Chu Yun's elixirs and pills could bring in a lot of money. The head promised to punish everyone for illegal sales. Xuan chuckled. It seems that Grandpa Tianming finally acknowledged his little sister. Maybe now she won't be forced into marriage. The guy decided that now that she had returned to her ancestral home, it was time to reveal the secrets of the Chu clan's ancestral estate. Suddenly, in broad daylight, an explosion of unprecedented power thundered in the main estate of the Chu family, and thick white smoke filled the area. At the sight of the explosion, a huge crater formed, leading into the estate's dungeon, and the explosion caused panic among relatives. One of the servants rushed to the head of the clan as fast as he could, and reported that an explosion had occurred in Madame Chu Yun's house, and that the lady herself had disappeared. Old Tianming roared. What an explosion! He ordered that no information be leaked outside the estate. Everyone is forbidden to leave the Chu territory. The head of the family ordered the messenger to call all the elders of Chu. They should go to Chu Yun's house and wait there for him, Tianming. The 4 strongest elders must go with the leader. The rest will patrol the perimeter, grabbing anyone suspicious. If strangers are discovered on the estate's territory, they will all be thrown into prison. The head will deal with them personally. Hovering over the site of the explosion, the formidable Tianming gave orders to the elders that they must find his granddaughter Chu Yun at any cost. The elders, led by Tianming, dived into the dungeon. The old man ordered them to examine everything carefully, not missing a single corner. Suddenly, the head of the Chu clan saw a strange light ahead. He slowed down and asked his fellow travelers if they knew what was there. Taking a closer look, Tianming gasped. This light was coming from his granddaughter. Yun was floating in the air surrounded by a bright green glow. The delighted old man laughed. Chu Yun is fine. She is safe. It seems like his granddaughter is getting stronger and stronger. One of the elders asked the master what she had there, pointing to an ancient dagger hovering right in front of the girl. Chu Tianming paused for a moment and thoughtfully replied to the elder, "This means that the Emperor's soldiers recognize their master." The ancient spiritual weapon hung right in front of Yun. The girl seemed to be in a trance and did not see anything or anyone around her. Suddenly the dagger disappeared, as if it had dissolved into Chu Yun's body, endowing the young lady with ancient strength and imperial power. At that very moment, Yun's eyes opened wide, now green, and the ancient power she had received from the weapon glowed in them. Tianming and the strongest elders of the Chu clan who accompanied him gasped at the power that was now emanating from the small and fragile Yun. Old Tianming shouted to his granddaughter that it was he, her grandfather, who had come for her, and that they needed to go back up to their ancestral home. The girl looked at her grandfather in surprise. She looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened to her. Yun timidly asked where she was and what those flying things were. She was at home. Tianming realized she didn't remember anything at all. He gently asked Chu Yun if she really didn't remember anything about what happened to her recently. At least anything. The girl answered. She was in her chambers. Then she heard a voice that told her to come here. The voice was very kind. The head of the family frowned. He couldn't believe such luck. Was it really the call of the ancestors? But why did they choose Yun? One of the elders told the master that these floating balls of light are the power of the ancestors, which means that the ancestors want to give them power. Tianming confirmed that yes, these were the ancestors of the Chu family. The leader ordered everyone to remain silent about what happened today, otherwise they would be severely punished. The elders present here can accept the power of the ancestors now. After the breakthrough, they can inform the other elders. The old man turned to his granddaughter. He said with a sigh that Chu Yun had scared him to death. He was so happy that she was safe and sound. The girl told her grandfather that she was fine. She was completely fine, so there was no need to worry about her so much. Chu burst into tears. Of course she was fine, because the imperial warriors recognized her as their master. The head of the clan was touched. It finally happened. Now their family will become truly influential. He had been waiting for this for so long. Tianming called out to his ancestors, thanking them for their help and exclaiming that he had indeed finally done it. Zhuan, listening to this, sarcastically asked why his little sister made their stern and formidable grandfather cry so much. And then the guy heard a quiet rustling of leaves behind him. Someone appeared in the courtyard of the estate. Zhuan became wary, but the next second, the 13th young Master Chu smiled. He recognized the invisible guest. He had finally appeared. Empress Qin Keiyun was informed of the latest news about the Chu family, as they had recently been involved in conflicts then. Keiyun picked up the report. An interesting situation. The Nine-Sword Mountain and the Chu family. How will this funny conflict end? The speaker asked the lady if perhaps the Qin imperial family should intervene and try to resolve this misunderstanding. But Keiyun frowned and sharply replied that she would decide what to do, and he could go. The subject bowed low to the empress. Having summoned a messenger, Keiyun ordered him to inform the Nine Swords Mountain that if Song Yiming died, then nothing should change when the head was replaced. At the Nine Sword Mountain Manor, the leader and his son were discussing the recent event. Song Yiming asked his son if he was sure that the girl was an alchemist. The guy replied that his father could believe him. He felt her energy. She was definitely a first-class talented alchemist. Song Yiming clenched his fist. Great. Their Nine-Sword Mountain sect is just short of alchemists. He must do everything for this marriage. There was a lively excitement in the Chu family's main house. The Nine-Sword sect sent out a matchmaking letter. Chu Tianming asked if there was any news about that girl, the empress, and the family elders replied that there was nothing new. The old man wondered if Qin Keiyun's resentment could be somehow related to the Nine Swords Mountain, since she had become very angry back then. After what happened to his granddaughter, a couple of days later this sect came with an invitation to matchmaking. It all seems strange. Rumor has it that the young master of the sect is a real freak, so what can he do? Chu decided that if anything happens, he will help Yun escape from there. Soon the head of the Nine Sword sect, Song Yiming, and his lustful son appeared. The boy shouted to the beautiful Yun that he was already here. The girl turned to her grandfather in surprise and asked who these were, what was going on, why was the boss hiding something from her. Tianming sternly told Chu Yun that he had told her to wait inside, but the girl grumbled. Well, she was wondering what all the fuss was about. The old clan leader angrily asked his granddaughter if she really wanted to die. She shouldn't be so disobedient. Yun winked cheerfully. The son of the Nine Sword sect's leader smiled and pointed to Chu Yun to his father, saying that this girl was here, and then she recognized the young guest. Song Yiming looked closely at the young lady of the Chu family. The girl was indeed strong and talented, and also beautiful. The head of the swordsman sect turned to the head of the Chu family. He said that they surely understood the purpose of their visit today. Chu Tianming remained silent. He didn't like it, Yiming continued. Despite their past misunderstandings, he would like Chu Yun. Suddenly, Song Yiming froze mid-sentence. The sect leader felt that something terrible and incredibly strong was approaching him. The old swordsman raised his head and was stunned. The words froze on his lips. Everyone looked at Song Yiming in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with him. The head of the swordsman sect couldn't take his eyes off the giant demonic beast looming over him. It was a huge wolf. The swordsman screamed in horror. He saw that the red-eyed giant was heading straight towards him. The old man decided that the beast would kill him. But instead, the beast placed a soul seal on Song Yiming's forehead, and now Chu Xuan could easily control the head of the swordsman sect. The boy was puzzled as to why his father's aura had changed so abruptly. and Chu Tianming and Chu Yun couldn't understand anything either. Seeing that his father had fallen silent, the young master of the sect stepped forward and told Yun not to be afraid. He just wanted. Song Yiming didn't let his son finish speaking, giving him a resounding slap, and the would-be groom flew helplessly to the side. The swordsman exclaimed that he would kill the shameless freak. He was not even worthy of looking at Lady Chu Yun, the pathetic scum. A stunned Yun asked her grandfather what was going on here. She didn't understand anything. Tianming replied that he himself was in shock. Song Yiming continued to beat the boy, and he shouted for his father to stop for the sake of their clan, and in the name of their ancestors, but the swordsman was furious. Gritting his teeth, the old man growled at his son. How dare he mention his ancestors? He is a disgrace to the family, and will soon meet his ancestors in heaven. The face of the head of the Nine Swords sect turned gloomy. Despite the pitiful cries of his son, he prepared to take the boy's life. Yun couldn't believe her eyes. This old man was going to beat his own son to death, and right here in their estate. Shu Yun approached Song Yiming and asked if he would rather not stain their family's courtyard with blood and leave here with his son. The head of the Nine Swords sect bowed to the girl and replied that she was absolutely right. He would finish punishing the scoundrel at home. Lifting the barely alive guy by the collar, the old man demanded that the rascal pay homage to the lady and forced him to bow to Yun. Qin Keyun was informed that Song Yiming had returned home with his son, but for some reason the young master had been beaten to death. The empress smiled cheerfully and thought what an elegant punishment for insulting her sister. She understood whose doing this was. Keyun's face flushed as she remembered meeting the handsome and strong Chu Xuan. Yes, this guy was no slouch. Tianming was puzzled by the reason for Song Yiming's sudden madness, and what exactly had happened to him needed to be found out in more detail. Chu Tianming's longtime ally asked him. So he said that this empress cannot be restrained in any way, but what is so unique about her? Tianming replied, she is too strong. Even if they unite, it is still questionable whether they can withstand her madness. Moreover, Qin's relationship with the Nine-Sword Mountain is too strong, and the Chu family alone cannot break their alliance. Tianming's guest said, who knows, the situation is too complicated, because they have never seen the power of this empress in person. The Chu clan chief asked what her weakness was. Did she still harbor feelings for Chu Yuan? It seemed like her love had not yet faded. The old man clenched his fist tightly, remembering how his third grandson had ruined the engagement with the future empress. Tianming grumbled, idiot Yuan. Yun watched her grandfather. The third brother had long since left home. But even when he returned, the atmosphere here would be tense. The cultists were discussing the news. The new leader of the Purple Moon attacked the elders and attacked the previous leader right in his chambers. One of the sectarians said that he was there. The old leader was removed for incompetence. He was unworthy of being at the court of the evil ruler. Another Purple Moon cultist confirmed that yes, he was kicked out immediately after that. The worst leader of them all. The gates of the evil lord's palace slammed shut behind Hu Quan, and he left his apartments in the Purple Moon sect's palace. The exiled leader was angry. If it weren't for the Chu family, he wouldn't have been thrown out into the street. It was all because of them, the damned clan. Hu was confident that he had always been the one and only leader of the Purple Moon cult. He was the best leader. The sect member exclaimed that he must take revenge and clear his name in Nanju, and the bead containing the blood of the evil demon would help him in this. After releasing the demon from the realm, Hu Quan wanted to attack the Chu family. The sectarian was confident that no one would act in front of the demonic creature. The former cult leader dreamed that the Chu family would be destroyed by his demon, and that he, Hu Quan, would once again rise to the top where he deserved to be. Hu Quan coughed painfully. He had been feeling weak, and had been having constant attacks of debilitating coughing lately. He grumbled. It seemed like he didn't have long to live. But even if he died soon, he would drag the Chu family down with him into a damp grave. The former head of the Purple Moon cult frowned and said solemnly, it seems this is his last important mission. The elder ordered the servants to patrol well. While the elders of the Chu family were in the ancestral home, there should be no mistakes. Swaying from weakness, Hu Quan approached the main house of the Chu clan. The delighted sectarian addressed the hated family. The sectarian said joyfully that in 15 minutes the demon's blood would be shed, and they would all drown in the abyss of bitter despair. Suddenly, Hu Quan moved to the courtyard of Xuan's estate. The sect member asked in confusion how he ended up here. What happened? The cultist had been standing aside for so long after receiving the fake map of Chu territory that Xuan had almost forgotten about him and hadn't expected him to show up so suddenly. Xuan sensed the demon energy. Is this demon blood condensed into a sphere? This is definitely not ordinary demon blood. This guy wants to harm the Chu family. Hu Quan said that it was too late. The sphere had been activated. No one could stop it, and now the Chu family would definitely be finished. Xuan summoned his blood flower and ordered it to eat that harmful deposed head of the Purple Moon cult. The flower obediently swallowed Hu Quan, and soon only part of the clothes was visible from the toothed bud. But the bead managed to pop out. The activation time ended, and the soul of the evil demon that had been imprisoned in this bead long ago emerged from the scarlet sphere. Xuan frowned. The soul of a powerful demon had burst out of the sphere. He needed to be quickly confined back before he gained strength. Chu Xuan's disciples opened their mouths in surprise. Su Xianer quietly said, "It's a demon. It's been a long time since they've seen them here." The demon laughed. He was back in this world, and demanded that the pathetic humans kneel before him. He would allow them to live as long as they served him. Xianer was scared. This demon was too strong. Such a powerful aura. Would their master be able to deal with it? Seeing the cute Xuan, the demon shouted that this little one had such smooth and beautiful skin, he would probably take it for himself. But Xuan calmly chuckled and answered the demon that he could, of course, take the risk, if he was so brave or just stupid. Chu looked at the freed demon soul and thought, if he was from the heavenly kingdom, then what did he have to fear from this demon soul? Xuan exclaimed. Forbidden law. The demon was confused. What was happening? He was losing control of his power, and his consciousness was leaving. As the demon was being taken captive by the capsule, he shouted, "How is this possible? Who is this anyway, and why is he so strong? Isn't this Nanju?" A cry came from the capsule that the demon would not accept this. He had survived great battles. He could not die so easily. Xianer was delighted. Just by raising his hand, the master was able to suppress the demon's soul. The master's strength was simply beyond imagination. The demon's soul has a connection with the demon race that fought in the land of the living dead. And it seems he is not one of the weakest demons. This soul is definitely from a strong clan that fought in Nanzhou back then. He should know all the secrets of those times, especially about the traitors among the people. Chu looked at the prisoner. Such a strong demon. It's a pity to just kill him. But for interrogation, his strong will must be suppressed. For suppressing the will of the demon of the heavenly kingdom, the system rewarded Chu with 3 generations of Buddhist scriptures and a glass pagoda of the pure world. Xuan was puzzled. The system recognized the power of this demonic soul, which meant he definitely needed this strong demon. The 3 generations of Buddhist scriptures are divided into the Sutra of the Past Burning Lamp, the Sutra of the Present Tathagata, and the Sutra of the Future Maitreya. These 3 works contain many Buddhist stories and practices, and Xuan first decided to study 3 generations of Buddhist scriptures. The student watched the master study the scriptures, she whispered. This golden light seems to contain some kind of power. The glass pagoda of pure world is the highest treasure of Buddhism. It has the ability to purify spiritual energy and suppress the evil energy of demons. Xuan decided it was time to begin. He threw the demon's soul into the pagoda. After cleansing the demon, Chu would have another loyal servant. If Xuan can spread Buddhism, it will be easier to contain the demons, but they are crazy and will always resist. The guy smiled happily, staying at home. He will be able to spread Buddhism. The system does not give rewards for nothing. Seeing the students' fear, Xuan told them not to fuss. It was just a small demonic soul, nothing to worry about. Xianer asked the master how he could suppress even such a powerful demonic soul so easily. This was unheard of. Ding Yue sighed. Their master is really strong. He needs to work hard and cultivate his strength to quickly become a swordmaster. Yue added that he would soon be able to completely let go of his love, get rid of his suffering, and focus on the art of swordsmanship. Xuan's pet sky cat Blackie calmly watched everything happening from the roof of the house. It seemed as if he was sleeping in the sun. The demon, captured and imprisoned in a Buddhist pagoda, cursed like crazy, demanding that these vile freaks let him out. The prisoner was incredibly angry. He is a demonic soul of the heavenly realm. How could this kid even suppress his power? When such a strong cultivator appeared among the people, the demon felt that if this continued, he would completely lose his will. The demon screamed for the pathetic humans to let him out, or they wanted war. Once the war started, the demon race would grind them into dust. The pagoda purified the demon and he became worse and worse. He already called Xuan his master and was ready to become his servant. Chu Shen smiled, feeling very good knowing that he was turning the powerful demon Mo Tuo into the first Buddhist in this world. What would happen if Xuan converted the entire demon race like this? This thought was running through Chu's mind, because then there would be no demons left in the world. After Mo Tuo's transformation, his entire race needs to be analyzed and the next step planned, and Mo Tuo will now be the first Buddha. The heavenly golden bird. Peng watched with curiosity as its owner re-educated the evil demon that was screaming throughout the yard. Moto begged Xuan to spare him. The demon could not withstand the cleansing effect of the Buddhist pagoda on his energy. The guy chuckled. It seemed that acceptance into Buddhism was achieved through constant grumbling, which gradually cleansed the demon's soul. The demon imprisoned in the pagoda grew weaker and weaker. He was no longer able to scream. Tears were rolling down his face. He was muttering something. The minions of the evil king's court arrived at the palace of the local leader, with a report on the work done, and with news. The Dark Lord Shoyuan was furious. He angrily asked who allowed them to act arbitrarily. Why didn't they carry out the order? The hot-tempered ruler glared at his guilty subject, who, shaking, prepared for imminent death. Everyone knew that Shoyuan was quick to punish, and his deadly beam of energy instantly pierced the guilty sectarian. His companion thought with horror that if this continued, tomorrow would be the end for him, just as it had been for his commander today. Looking at the Dark Lord, the boy wondered if anyone would ever be able to defeat him, or if there were no such warriors here. The Lord asked his subject if it was true that the Chu family was no longer under the protection of Qin. The boy confirmed that it was the pure truth. Shoyuan knew that Chu was in a good position to spy on Qin internally, and if he could control them, he could join the party with Kei Qin. The Lord asked the boy how strong he was compared to Song Yiming, and he replied that the difference in strength between them was small. Shoyuan thought about it. Chu refused the Empress's offer. They must have strong people, so he decided to go there in person. He was perplexed. Chu had not given any explanation for their refusal, but he had not seen any people there who were stronger than the Empress could have put at stake. In this case, you first need to use the courtyard of the main Chu estate as a stronghold and observation point. The Dark Lord entered one of the clan's courtyards and looked around cautiously, deciding that this place would suit him perfectly. Meanwhile, the guy stretched sweetly. After an eventful day, he was already thinking about going to bed. But suddenly, Zhuan felt the aura of a powerful villain with the Emperor's realm on the family's territory. Who had come here? Chu smiled cheerfully. This was just what was needed for the evening, to end this wonderful day. He moved the uninvited guest to himself. The stunned Shoyuan instantly found himself in Zhuan's manor and stared wide-eyed at the guy who had transported him. The Dark Lord's jaw dropped in surprise. He couldn't understand what had happened to him, where he had ended up, and who this guy was. Zhuan sternly asked Shoyuan if he was the Dark Emperor and why he had come here, and in person at that. The Dark Lord was horrified at how this boy dared to speak to him so brazenly, and most importantly, how he was able to move him here. Zhuan rudely asked Shoyuan if he was deaf and didn't hear the question. Was he the Dark Emperor or something? What was he doing here? The Lord fell to his knees and confirmed that yes, it was he deserved to die, and was completely speechless upon seeing the respected gentleman. The guy barked that he wanted to hear the truth about why the villain had entered the Chu clan's territory, and that there was no point in evading it. Frightened and depressed, Lord Shoyuan confessed that he wanted to stab the Qin Empire in the back through the Chu family. Xuan warned the Dark Emperor not to lie to him anymore, otherwise a very painful death could await him here. Shoyuan bowed and replied to the elder that the younger understood everything and would not dare to say another word other than the truth. The guy asked if Shoyuan knew Emperor Qinzong, what he knew about this ruler, what he was famous for, and how he died. Shu replied, the great emperor once unified Nanzhou and founded the largest country in the northern territory, the great Qin Empire. The second thing that interested Xuan was what the Lord knew about demons. He replied that they said they came in the midst of a war on their own lands. Rumor has it that the land of the living dead will reopen when the strongest one capable of ending the war appears in the human world. The guy was very surprised. It seemed that even the Dark Emperor himself knew little about the past. He had not yet told Xuan anything new. Xuan asked the Dark Lord if there were any strong people at his court. He replied that of course his uncle was very strong, but he was a recluse. Chu's eyes flashed. Old man, that's what we need. We need to use the soul seal on him. Speaking of which, it's time to use this technique. He told Shoyuan that he was satisfied with his answers and would not kill him, and would let him go. Moreover, he would leave him a small gift. The soul seal sparkled before the stunned Dark Emperor. Xuan added that Yuan should not forget to give his uncle a gift. The Lord felt the seal touch him. He looked questioningly ahead, trying to understand what had happened. After letting go of the confused Shoyuan, Chu blessed his new powerful subservient, the Darkest Lord. The Dark Lord, who had been changed by the soul seal, went home in a great mood, exclaiming what a wonderful evening it was. The Lord was very kind to him. Shoyuan still felt the care for him. The Lord smiled blissfully. The evil emperor was sure that he had to continue in the same spirit, so as not to disgrace his strong and wise master. Shoyuan's aura sparkled, and inspired by his new mission, the formidable Dark Lord rushed towards his home. Stopping not far from the palace, the evil emperor looked in surprise into the courtyard of his vast and luxurious house. Frowning, he asked what had happened to his house while he was gone. Who had dared to make a mess here again? What kind of crowd was this? And indeed, a whole procession of followers of the evil court walked through the courtyard of the imperial palace. Everyone wanted to see the ruler. The palace guards tried to stop the guests, persuading the head of Li to calm down, but he asked where the king was. He needed to see him. The head of the guards said that the lord was invited by Empress Qin. Li sighed. He hoped that he could get his approval. Li explained that his brother fought alongside the evil king. Now his house is full of banners, and he has become a model for cultivating evil. Li wants that too. The head guard chuckled. So brother Li just needs a package with gifts from their all-powerful ruler. That can be arranged. Li jumped in surprise. So there are such parcels. The guard reached into his pocket to show brother Li the list of options. Liang handed the list to the sect member, saying that this was the evil king's sales package, and brother Li could choose whatever he liked best. It was so unexpected that Li doubted whether it would suit him. He hoped to prove himself, show his strength, and gain favor. The guard pointed out to Li the A package, a half-day trip to the evil king's palace with free snacks and 2,000 spirit crystals. For 8,000, Li can go to the palace for the whole day, receive the status of close associate of the king, and plus new lands. Li was very pleased and was ready to pay. The head of security said there was one more package, but this was a serious matter. Li exclaimed, "If A and B are so cool, he is ready to hear about package C," the guard said. The third package costs 500,000 crystals. The brother will be able to watch the king wash his feet, and as a gift, he will receive a chopstick that the evil king used. Li was delighted with the third package. He exclaimed, "This is definitely for him. He takes it." The satisfied security chief laughed. The guard and the potential client discussed the details of the deal, agreeing on when he would arrive with the money and enter the palace. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the palace visitors shook. Some lost their footing and fell, and everyone became wary. And then everyone felt the powerful aura of the Dark Lord, and both the guests and the guards, knowing Shou Yuan's character, were terrified. An explosion was heard in the middle of the palace square. The evil king announced his appearance, and his frightened subjects recoiled. As soon as the clouds of smoke cleared, everyone saw the ruler himself flying towards the palace, surrounded by the light of a powerful aura. The guards realized that the evil king had returned home, and it was unknown what to expect. Everything depended on the ruler's current mood. Soon everyone saw a powerful ruler, surrounded by radiance, standing on a pile of stones and looking at his subjects. Shu Wen frowned and shouted, "How dare they, worms and ignorant rats, sabotage here? He will show them who he is." The king clenched his fists. The energy of anger and death flared around him. It seemed that the ruler was incredibly angry at the whole world. The evil king slammed his fist on the ground and shouted for all the uninvited guests and his foolish enemies to die immediately. Obeying the Dark Lord's command, razor-sharp thorns rose from the ground and hunted everyone in the square. Enormous magical spikes killed everyone, both guests and palace guards. Streams of blood flooded the palace square, and soon everything became quiet. One of the guards was wounded but survived. He was horrified by what their king was doing. Something like this had never happened before. The stunned guard looked at the carnage and muttered that the ruler was destroying his own people and even his servants. The palace guard has disappeared unnoticed. He must hurry to Xuanli to report that their evil king has gone mad. Upon arrival, the guard bowed and informed His Highness that there was trouble in the king's palace, and that many of their cultivators had fallen. The prince listened to the report and thoughtfully replied that if they did not stop this, their evil masters would be unhappy with the situation. The chief of security rushed for help to the former evil overlord, the uncle of the current king, who had become a reclusive cultivator. The guard shouted to the master that the evil king had gone mad, and if he did nothing, they would be left without a single person at court. The envoy begged the old master to do something. Uncle Shu Yuan grumbled angrily. Things are getting worse and worse. The old king thought irritably. He knew that he had been wrong to hand over the throne to his nephew, and now he would have to deal with the consequences. The doors of the old cultivator's cave swung open. The recluse stepped out into the world, and the guard felt the powerful aura of the former king. The evil master's eyes flashed angrily. He was unhappy that he was disturbed while cultivating a powerful evil force. He cried out so that everyone could see how quickly he would pacify this crazy boy, and the former evil ruler burst out laughing. Shou Wen's old uncle, like a whirlwind, flew out of his hermit cave and rushed forward to meet his crazy nephew. He shouted to the guards who had come to him to quickly follow him straight to the palace of the Dark Lord. The recluse instantly moved to his former royal palace and hovered over the square strewn with corpses. His nephew, the king, was strangling another palace guard. Dozens of dead palace servants were already lying around the square. The old man shouted to his nephew to stop and look at what he had done. He had killed half of his own palace guards. Throwing away the half-dead guard, Shou Yuan answered his uncle that he was cleaning the courtyard, As the master said, the old man was taken aback. What master? The evil king smiled and told his stunned uncle that he had a gift from his master. He would show it to him now, on his forehead. The old man stared in surprise at his distraught successor. He couldn't understand what he was saying. Was he really under control? That's right, Shou Yuan smiled. And his uncle saw Chu Xuan's soul seal burning on his forehead. The sovereign's will was being controlled. Suddenly, the former king felt an incredible pressure from the soul seal, covering himself with his hands. The old man asked what it was. Carrying out Xuan's instructions, Shou Yuan installed the Chu soul seal on his reclusive uncle, and now the uncle and nephew thought alike. Smiling, the evil ruler asked his uncle if he now understood what he was doing. The former king exclaimed that he understood everything. Shou Yuan told the old man that he wanted to change the place beyond recognition, and the uncle responded by blessing his nephew to do so. The palace guards, their mouths open in surprise, watched this scene in shock. The old man did not intercede, which meant they were finished. Xu Yuan watched his new protege through his aura. He did everything his new master told him to do, even putting a seal on the old man. The guy was disappointed. He thought that after the trial of the evil king, something interesting would begin. But instead, there was a banal, bloody massacre. Xuan's heavenly beasts watched their master cheerfully, while he, having nothing better to do, lay on the lounger and picked his nose. But Xiaoliang was making great progress. He was already at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Chu Xuan was very pleased with the young man. These two of his pets also raised their level of strength cultivation, and most importantly, they finally became friends and stopped fighting. The boy took up his golden magic mirror, and his other students also gradually improved and became stronger. Xu Yuan sighed. It seemed like he needed to find someone again who could become his disciple and learn his cultivation skills. The system announced that Chu stayed at home for 5 years. For this, he gets a mini-world. The guy smiled. The system knows what he is missing. The mini-world is an additional spiritual space in which there are many resources for cultivation. You can even adjust the time difference between the mini-world and the present. The satisfied guy laughed. Very nice. I need to see what kind of world this is, and how similar it is to the other, real world. Zhuan looked into the mini-world given to him. It turned out to be beautiful, like the untouched planet Earth, only in miniature. The boy's eyes were shining. He was holding his little world in his hands and exclaiming, "The system is really magnificent, what a wonderful gift." A happy Chusuan decided that he should show this wonderful miniature world to his talented students. In the morning, Xuan was transported to a mini-world along with his students and pets. The children asked the teacher where they were. It was so beautiful here. Ding Yue said with admiration, "This is what their master is capable of. It is truly amazing." The girl completely agreed. Xuan pointed to a huge tree in the distance and asked his admiring companions if they knew what it was. Everyone looked at the giant tree that grew alone on the top of a high mountain. No one knew what kind of plant it was. The disciples guessed that it was a holy tree. Xian was so excited that she didn't even notice it at first, although it was so tall and beautiful. Ding Yue and Su Xian asked the teacher to tell them about this wonderful tree. Perhaps it had magical powers hidden in it. Chu smiled. Although this tree does not emit spiritual energy, it is indeed the most valuable treasure in the mini-world. It cannot be destroyed. Now this tree is still a small sapling, but when it really grows up, its branches will touch the sky. If you take the wood of this tree and make a weapon out of it, no Taoist weapon of any level will be able to destroy it. Shenner was delighted, Xuan added. And yet a tree is just a tree. A mini-world. That's what's really important. This world has more spiritual energy than the southern territories. The lands are self-sufficient, and heavenly materials are everywhere. Ding Yue thought, this is, according to rumors, the secret kingdom of time. Xian was perplexed. The master is so cool. What kingdom is he from? Yue decided that he should practice the supreme Tao of creation here. Then he would go to the Nine Swords Mountain and repay them for all the humiliation. After the breakthrough, Xianer planned to find the scum from the Su family who forced her to run away from home and make sure to settle the score with them. Chu Xuan told his disciples that their souls were not pure, and that before cultivating strength, they needed to purify their thoughts. Confused, Ding Yue muttered that the master had found out his secret thoughts, but he had suffered a lot of humiliation in the sect. Su Xianer blinked her eyes in surprise and made confused excuses. The master guessed her thoughts about revenge on her offenders. Xuan told the boys that they must understand that it is good to be motivated, but they cannot be obsessed only with revenge. They, like this tree, had only grown a little, but they still had a long way to go. And then Yue noticed that the little ones seemed to have disappeared. Xianer looked around in surprise, wondering where they had disappeared to, since they had just been there, sitting on their heads and looking around the new world. Xuan smiled. The little rascals probably went down to play. They got bored with people. They need to look for them in the clearing. Meanwhile, Xuan's pets rushed to hunt the unsuspecting, peaceful little creatures of the mini-world. The little animals played and frolicked in the clearing, not expecting any aggression. This world was still young and completely calm. The pang bird took aim at a small snake that was wriggling between the beautiful flowering bushes and was not causing harm to anyone. And Blackie, his eyes flashing, rushed after the frightened mouse, who, seeing the mustachioed monster, tried to escape. Xuan and his students saw what their usually quiet and obedient little pets were doing in the clearing. Xuan's eyes flashed with anger, and he loudly barked at the two of them to stop causing trouble in his new world. The boy shouted to the pets that he told them to go play here and not to bully others, and what kind of mess they had made here. Grabbing his pets by the scruff of the neck, Chu gave them a good beating, but they made excuses that they were just fooling around and weren't bothering anyone. Xuan told the kids that they should be friendly. The local animals are peaceful and not at all suitable for fighting. Chu told his pets that they were strong and, on the contrary, should protect the local kids, because this was his world. Hearing the boys' giggles, Xuan ordered them to stop gloating and get to training, and the students unanimously responded, "Yes, master." But before they practice, they must eat their fill. The sheep here are quite fat, and the fish in the river is also very good. The students rushed to get food, and Xuan hurried them. He was already very hungry and eager to enjoy a delicious lunch. After some time, all three were lying in the clearing and, like boa constrictors, digesting the delicious food prepared in the mini-world. The system cheerfully told Chu that he could now enjoy time spent not only indoors, but also outdoors. Chu Xuan tensed up. Come on, it should work. He was practicing a new secret technique that he had recently received as a gift from the system. And then a huge snow tiger appeared in the courtyard of the estate. The guy tensed up and shouted for it to become even bigger. The little bird Peng rushed towards the monster, growing to gigantic proportions, its entire body ablaze with golden flames. Xuan conducted this training, making the pets fight the demonic beasts and defeat them. The boy strained his strength and shouted to his pets to rush into battle. They needed to train so that they wouldn't get confused in a real fight. The training was in full swing, but the kids were already tired. Blackie helplessly stretched out on the yard tiles, pretending to be dead. Xuan was amazed. The illusion was truly amazing. She alone was able to seriously exhaust his two little ones in a short time. But this requires too much strength. If Xuan had reached the heavenly realm, it would have been much easier for him. Su Xianer called the master for lunch, but the guy did not want to be distracted. He told the maid that he was currently busy training. The creation of illusions is the art of the great Tao of time. It is no different from a real person or animal. But the advantage of creating illusions is that this technique is secret. Few masters know about its existence. Currently, Xuan's cultivation level is still too low for him to fully utilize the capabilities of this technique. The guy smiled. If he had enough strength, he would create his own eternal illusion of time. That would be really cool. Shu Yun continued to improve her skill in creating potions and pills, but she needed magical ingredients again. She had heard that Yan County was rich in medicinal herbs, but she hadn't found anything, so she'd have to start with something simpler. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. A young man appeared out of nowhere and asked the girl where she was going. The guy told Yun not to be afraid of him. He only wanted to be friends with her and had no plans to harm her. The young man's companion sarcastically remarked that even he didn't believe it, but he suggested that Yun ignore this idiot. But the girl was no longer afraid of anything. She felt herself under the constant protection of a mysterious and powerful warrior. Yun chuckled to herself. What an idiot. He couldn't wait for her to be afraid. The masked master could always protect her. She walked forward boldly and brazenly demanded that the strangers quickly let her pass. She was not afraid of them at all. The young man who had spoken to Yun politely let the girl pass, who snorted, coldly thanked him, and walked further into the forest. The guy followed Yun with an admiring gaze, noticing what a daring girl she was. He really liked such beauties. The young man's companion thought with regret. Junior Xiao Wang is known for his cruelty. What a pity for this beautiful girl. But this was the first time he had seen Xiao Wang behave so politely. Usually he dealt brutally with his victims almost immediately. One can only hope that this is not another trick to have fun with a young and defenseless pretty girl. After letting Chu Yun go ahead, Xiao Wang asked the girl to stop. He didn't want to let this beauty go just like that. Approaching Yun, the young man introduced himself. His name was Xiao Wang, but he still didn't know the name of such a beautiful and strict girl. Yun replied that she had no desire to chat here in vain, so it would be better for the guys to leave her alone. Wang apologized. He didn't mean to seem so rude. The girl frowned and explained that she came here for herbs. On business. Wasn't that clear? She had no time to chat. The young man smiled. Oh, so the alchemist is beautiful. Very interesting. In that case, he likes her even more than before. Yun immediately warned that she would not create anything for Van. He smiled. He didn't need it. He only asked for permission to protect her. It's dangerous for such a beauty to be alone in the forest, and Van can also help her find what she's looking for here. It's not that easy. But Xuan's sister firmly assured the admirer that she would not get lost in the forest, and that Xiao Wang could be more trouble than he was worth. But the guy insisted. She was all alone here. The forest was dangerous, but Chu Yun answered again that she didn't need his protection. Xie Wang told his companion that he would go and see the girl off, and he was surprised. It seemed that the gentleman really wanted to appear good. Or maybe this brutal killer really fell in love. Maybe it was love at first sight, an unhappy, unrequited love. There was a poor alchemist standing near the gate of the Chu clan's main house. He had heard that the Chu family was on the outskirts of the empire and was looking for talent. The young man was sure that this was where his ascent to the heights of power and glory would begin, and this was where he would find strength. The guard, seeing the stranger, asked who was coming. Not everyone could enter the estate, especially at such a time. The young man introduced himself. He was Wang Luo, an alchemist. He had come to join the great and powerful Chu family. The guards were surprised. So this poorly dressed guy is an alchemist, and how can he prove it? Wang Luo suggested that the soldiers look at the pills. He had 2 pills that he had made before coming here, especially to present to Chu, spinning in his hands. The guards opened the doors of the estate and invited the boy to enter the courtyard, sending a messenger to the head with a report. Wang Luo politely thanked the masters for the warm welcome and the opportunity to show their art to the head of an influential family. The soldiers were discussing whether the Chu family would hire this newcomer. One of the guards was sure that the guy would be rejected. He looked like a loser. Walking out onto the porch, Chu Tianming asked the guy if he was Wang Luo, the alchemist who wanted to join their family. The young man confirmed that he had heard that their clan was looking for new talents, so he decided to take a risk and offer his services as an alchemist to the clan. Old Chu Tianming asked if he could take a look at the pills Wang had made, and the young man readily agreed. The guy showed the clan leader his pill, saying that this was one of them. The success rate of its creation was only 1.5%. Wang Luo came from a poor village called Dandao, where he would not have been able to fully realize his innate potential. Tianming thought, they have enough pills of this kind. The family alchemists can easily handle its creation, so the guy is useless to them. The old man decided to give the young man some crystals for the journey and send him away. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo was shocked. How could this be? Why wouldn't they take him? But Chu Tianming coldly cut off the young alchemist, saying that this was all he could do for him. They didn't need experts of that level. The guy exclaimed, so they decided to look down on him. He will not leave it like that. He will prove to all of them that he is very talented. In response, a bag of spiritual crystals, given to him by old man Chen Ming for his return journey home, fell in front of Wang Luo. The young man cried out in despair to be allowed to show what he was capable of, as the Chu family was his last hope. His magical pill-making cauldron appeared in front of Wang Luo, and the young man immediately began heating up his instrument. Golden flames danced around the young alchemist as he began to create a rare, unique magic pill. The cauldron heated up, and one after another, medicinal herbs and magic mushrooms flew into its golden womb as the basis for the pill. Having thrown in all the ingredients, the young man began the ritual of processing the contents and creating the magic pill itself. Wang Luo closed his eyes and concentrated. This time he definitely had to do it. The head of the Chu family himself was looking at him now. The craftsmen gathered in the courtyard were talking among themselves, wondering if this weakling really wanted to join them. He had gone completely crazy and looked terrible. Wang Luo thought, let's see how you talk when you see the special pill he created. Even the strain won't bother him. The young man's body was burning. He was experiencing hellish pain. Because of the disease, he could not create complex pills and became a disgrace to his family. But today he had to overcome the physical pain and do it. Wang Luo knew that concentration was the main strength of an alchemist. The young man's whole body was shaking, but he was still confident that he could make the pill. Observers noticed that the guy was getting sick. Voices were heard that the young man was already red as a lobster. He had spent so much energy for one pill, he could die right here. People around him said that he was a disgrace to the Wang family. A weakling. He must have been expelled. Such trash is not needed here either. Blood gushed from Wang Luo's mouth from the strain. He could barely stand on his feet, but he tried to complete the ritual to the very end. But then the young alchemist's strength left him, and he sank down helplessly onto the stone slabs of the courtyard of the Chu family's main estate. The magic cauldron shattered into pieces, its contents spilling out, blood pouring from the young man's mouth, and there was already a scarlet puddle in front of him. The observers exclaimed indignantly, This guy even had a broken stove. He's a liar who came for free food and water. Soon everyone left, deciding that there was nothing more to see here. This Wang Luo was just trash. He needed to learn this lesson. The shamed alchemist left the main estate, leaving behind only a scarlet pool of his blood on the courtyard floor. Sitting in a comfortable chair in the courtyard of the estate, Xuan felt that his second local disciple had come to him. Wonderful. Wang Luo from the northern state, the son of the Wang family, born with the power to create Dan pills, was poisoned during a fight as a child. And why do children with talents always suffer humiliation? Most likely, his family was unable to properly guide him to reveal his power. If the Wang family had known about Wang Luo's natural Dao, they would have done everything possible to help him. But this did not happen. Some small failure decided his whole future life. Luo thought that the first thing he needed to do was get to the south. Seeing the gate of Xuan's estate, the young man thought, "Such a small courtyard. I wonder if they will let him stay here." Suddenly Luo heard a voice, an unknown person asking. It seems that the young man feels lost. He wants to get back on his feet and take revenge. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man loudly asked who was talking to him, and how he knew his secret innermost thoughts. Xuan replied that he was the light of lost souls, the savior of losers, and that he would give Luo what would allow him to rise to the top of the world. Luo replied that he was unable to do so due to his physical condition, but Xuan countered that with the help of the great master, the boy could do anything. Van rushed to the gate of the small estate as fast as he could, exclaiming, "Could this really be true? This was such incredible luck." The young man introduced himself to Xuan. He, Wang Luo, was paying his respects to the elder. Chu demanded that he kneel down. The delighted alchemist looked at the amazing master with eyes wide with surprise, and did not stop expressing respect. Obeying Xuan's order, the young man fell to his knees before him, and, in addition, hit his forehead on the floor as a sign of complete obedience. The system, as always, did not stand aside and added a new necessary technique, Heavenly Flame of the Void, to Chu Xuan. The owner of the estate allowed Wang Luo to stand up and solemnly said that from today on, he would name him his second disciple. Pointing to Ding Yue, Xuan said that this was his senior disciple, and that he would assist the young man in every way in cultivating his strength. Su Shener cheerfully told the newcomer that although he was only in the Xuan realm, with a master he would quickly develop his talent. Xuan told Luo that he was born with the power to create pills, but due to an injury, he can no longer fully use it. Wang Luo confirmed that, unfortunately, this was true. Xuan explained that he had a technique that could restore the flow of qi in Luo's veins. Xuan could have done it himself, but it wouldn't have revealed Luo in the future. His talents were too rare to be extinguished by such manipulations. Listening to his new master, Wang Luo gritted his teeth, which meant he really could have achieved everything. But it was all ruined by that damn poisoning. Chu said he has the heavenly flame of emptiness. Luo is waiting for 40 days of agony. If he can't withstand it, he will die. If he can withstand it, he will recover. The young man quietly replied that he was ready. Xuan suggested that he think carefully, because he could die without achieving anything. Wang Luo told the teacher that he would either become a bird or a worm, but he was not prepared to live among the despicable little cockroaches. Ding Yue exclaimed, "This is an excellent decision. He is all for the new brave disciple of their all-powerful master." Suddenly, Xuan said that since his new disciple was ready, they would begin right away, and flames danced around the stunned Wang Luo. The young man was very surprised. This fire was too powerful. What kind of technique was this? But he would not run away, but would take advantage of this chance. Handing the flame to the disciple, Chu explained that if Luo was strong, he would be able to refine the flame, but he must not forget why he needed it. Shener said, "One breath of heavenly void flame could burn away all spiritual powers." Wang Luo was too weak to use it on his own, but the young man replied that he had already made his choice, and if he ran away, he would never be able to prove to anyone that he was worth anything. Xuan instructed his student to use the flame. He could do anything. The main thing was to concentrate and not forget why he was doing it. Before handing over the flame to the young man, Xuan warned him not to make a mistake. Wang Luo replied that he would do his best. Chu Xuan extended his hand, but it was filled with dancing heavenly flames of emptiness, and directed a stream of fire towards his new disciple. Wang Luo screamed as he was engulfed in flames, feeling terrible pain. But this feeling was very familiar to him. The alchemist thought that he would make those who once laughed at him, insulted and despised him, stand behind him, below, and beg for mercy. Xuan hoped that the child of fate would overcome all adversity, perfect the flame, his strength would increase, and Chu would receive a bonus from the system. Chu transferred Wang Luo to a mini-world, and he himself watched him from the real world. Days passed by, the young man coped well. The guy saw that the power of Qi Luo was growing. The flow of energy was being restored. As expected, he was able to conquer the flame of emptiness. Not only did the young alchemist recover, he also broke through to the next realms. This young man is definitely very talented. For the disciples' wise guidance, the system rewarded Chu with 100 years of cultivation, allowing him to break through to the 6th level of the realm. He also received a powerful technique of the divine soul of 100 threads. With its help one can weave carpets of eternity and live forever. Now he will be able to resurrect, restore his physical body, return to the peak of his strength. This is a combination of attack and defense, a very subtle art of the soul. Although Zhuan is only at the 6th level of the realm, his soul power is no weaker than that of a 9th level practitioner. Wang Luo's recovery was complete, and Xuan brought his new, transformed disciple back from the miniature world to the real one. The young man bowed respectfully to the master and thanked him for his kindness. Xuan smiled. He was glad that he was not mistaken about Luo. But now Luo is in danger. People will hunt for such power, especially cruel seductresses. It is necessary to give him advice. Chu said that the path of an alchemist is full of endless sensations, passion, flattery, and the temptation of exotic treasures, among which beauty is the most difficult to overcome. Luo must remember that if there is a girl in his heart, then the path of the incomparable alchemist is closed to him. If his heart is driven by beauty, his mind is not focused on the path of creation. Wang Luo smiled and promised to remember this instruction. His heart would be closed to the beauty of the female body. Chu explained that Luo had to concentrate on the flames of emptiness. Only then would he be able to create fine pills and be invincible. Zhuan's disciple must not be weak. For merging with the heavenly flame of emptiness, Chu gave Luo a great furnace and a fan as a reward. Wang Luo thanked the master. These are real divine relics, unlike what he was given in the Wang family. Chu Xuan handed the book to the disciple and said, "This is the scripture of 10,000 pills, and the canon of 10,000 spirits. He must study it." Luo was shocked. Such a small book. But so much was written in it. The path of strength is also the correct use of resources. Chu also taught the young man several breathing techniques, and he will be able to benefit from them much more than he thinks. Xuan told the disciple, "Today he is going to teach them the great art of the soul. They must cultivate it well." Su Xian'er readily exclaimed that they were ready to obey their great master in everything and follow in his footsteps. Chu picked up his favorite golden mirror to find a suitable place for his disciples to cultivate the new soul technique. But suddenly the mirror showed Zhuan a very beautiful girl walking through the forest. Chu looked at it in surprise. This girl was incredibly beautiful. And the thought flashed through his mind that maybe the mirror had found him a new talented student. But after scanning the girl, Zhuan was stunned. She was at the 3rd level of the Emperor's realm. How so? She only looked about 20 years old. No more. Except for some special abilities, no one can break into the Emperor's realm at this age. So who is she? She is the pride of the Luo family, the ruler of the Central Eastern region, the reincarnation of the great Emperor Qinzong. Xuan was surprised. She is the reincarnation of the great Emperor Qin. So the Emperor is a woman. This can't be. Something is wrong here. He must continue to keep an eye on this princess. He cannot let her interfere with his plans. She will certainly head to Nanzhou. The problem is that she comes from a family of rulers of an entire region. Moreover, these are not just people. Thanks to them, the human race is now on the rise. Xuan placed the final seal of his golden mirror of 10,000 heavens on this amazing girl, so as not to lose sight of her. Chu didn't expect to find a connection with Qinzong, an important figure in the ancient wars. Since she was from the Luo family, it would be possible to try to put Wang in charge. Xuan summoned his agent Bao Hanyan and ordered Keiyun to be summoned to him to find out whether Emperor Qinzong was a woman. In the palace of Empress Qin, another report was taking place. A subject was informing Keiyun what messages she had received during the day. The Empress listened calmly. Suddenly she perked up. The next letter came to her from the mistress of the famous Bao House. Keiyun was very surprised and wary of what the Black Moon sect member, the renowned spy Bao Hongyan, wanted from her. The Empress immediately demanded this very letter. She knew very well that the Black Moon spy sect was no joke. It turned out that it was Su Xuan who was calling her to him. Such a handsome man, but dangerous. Why was he looking for a meeting with her, and even on his territory? The Empress gritted her teeth and frowned. Bao Hongyan wrote that if Keiyun refused to go, he would come to her palace himself. Qin Keiyun took off her imperial attire, put on a simple dress, and went to meet Xuan unnoticed. Soon, she again approached the familiar gates. The owner of this house had twice refused to marry her, and even humiliated her. And yet she entered the courtyard. Xuan met the guest. Today she no longer looked like that arrogant, all-powerful empress. The guy didn't beat around the bush, but simply asked Keyun if Emperor Qinzong was a man or a woman. This question seemed strange to the girl. She looked questioningly at Xuan. How could it have occurred to him that Zun was a woman? Keyun exclaimed. Of course Zun was a man. The emperor was a great man who was able to unite all the lands of Nanzhou. Xuan was shocked. So Qinzong is a man who was reborn as a girl. What a twist. I wonder how he feels. What will happen when Qinzong discovers the land of the living dead? The great warriors will discover that their elder brother has turned into a beautiful woman. Chu Xuan reminded the formidable Empress Qin that she must be honest with him. It was very important, and a lot depended on it. Chu asked Keyun. She is now the leader of Qinzong's empire. If he reincarnates, will she side with him or fight him? The girl thought. But really, if her soul was reborn, then Emperor Zun could also be reborn. Xuan asked the guest if she was no longer afraid of him. Keyun clenched her fists and exclaimed that she would not betray the emperor. Chu laughed. Yes, Keyun is a real future pet, the girl objected. She is not a pet. She will be a loyal advisor and protector. Xuan learned everything he wanted and stopped the empress's speech with a sign. He said that this was enough. She could return. The guy laughed mentally. The great emperor became a woman. It was becoming more and more interesting what would happen next. Chu looked into the golden mirror again, curious to know what the reborn great emperor Qinzong was doing now. The beautiful Luo, whose body contained Zun's soul, cultivated her power on top of a high cliff amidst the cool clouds. And then a guy flew onto the cliff, another cultivator, clearly in love with the young and surprisingly strong, slender beauty. Xuan determined that this guy was 200 years old, a 9th-level emperor realm, an extremely gifted and proud man. The guy told his cousin with a smile that he had found for her the fiery pulp that she had been looking for so long. The girl sullenly replied, "Okay." Chu laughed quietly. Yes, this beauty seems to have her own dog, ready to fulfill her every wish and lick her heels. The boy asked his cousin to smile. It would be his best reward, because he fought hundreds of battles to get the fiery pulp. The girl flared up and shouted at Zhu Yuanbai to get out of here, leave her alone and not interfere with her cultivation of power. But the guy looked at his beautiful cousin with loving eyes and babbled that she was so incredibly beautiful when she was angry. A shadow fell across the beauty's face, and the soul of the all-powerful Emperor Zun was furious at this endless courtship. Whirlwinds of energy swirled around the girl, but her cousin was not afraid of anything. He could not take his eyes off his fiercely beloved sister. Grabbing the spear, the girl angrily shouted at Zhu Yuanbai to go to hell. She was sick and tired of his endless courtship. The beautiful Lo flew over the cliff and warlike waved her battle spear, trying to scare her cousin, who was in love with her. The guy couldn't take his eyes off his beautiful relative, how strong she was, but at the same time so graceful, a real warrior. The girl struck the top of the cliff with her spear. A deafening explosion was heard, and Yuan Bai was thrown slightly to the side. The guy enthusiastically applauded the girl. He exclaimed, "The cousin is so charming when she is angry that it is impossible to describe." The fire of anger flashed in the warrior's eyes again. She swung her spear. It seemed that Emperor Zun was ready to destroy everything around. Another explosion rang out. Rocks from the cliff flew in all directions. The Emperor's soul released its furious anger. Clenching her fists, the beautiful girl angrily exclaimed that he was a 2-meter-tall man, not a small woman. When would everyone learn that? One day, the soul of the great emperor discovered that the great Zun had been reborn in the 18-year-old body of a beautiful girl. Emperor Qinzong was very pleased. His plan finally worked. He was able to survive and be reborn again in a new body. But suddenly he discovered with horror that this new body was female. He was shocked. It was somehow wrong. After all, he was a man. Zun was indignant at why he had breasts. How he, the great and fearless Emperor Qin, suddenly became a woman in his new life. But there was no choice, and Zun began to train the tender female body, breaking through to new realms and increasing strength. The body of the young Princess Ying became stronger and stronger. But the emperor lamented that this body still could not compare to the previous one. The Luo warrior family is the most influential in the eastern region, and at such a young age, Ying has already broken through to the 3rd level of the emperor's realm. Ice Mountain beauty Luo Ying became famous throughout the region, but her family was not very happy with her constant training. The warriors of the Luo family greeted the 3rd young lady with unanimous approval. The girl was not only strong, but also amazingly beautiful. Many felt the habit of domination in the gaze of the young beauty. The great Emperor Qinzong was becoming more and more apparent. On Luo Ying's fragile hand, a magical object gleamed, one of the treasures of an influential and powerful family in the eastern region. Xuan, who was watching her, guessed that the problem was most likely related to the king's Taoist soldiers that the bracelet summoned. Lo Ying was met by her mother, who told her daughter that she was already number 1 among her peers, and asked her not to ruin her body with training. What kind of girl is she who trains according to the law of yin and will be in power anyway? The woman asked her daughter not to train her body anymore. The girl angrily exclaimed that she couldn't not train. She had to become as strong as possible. Otherwise, why did she need this weak body? The mother was surprised why this was so important to Ying. Cultivation was killing girls. What she had done to her skin, to her tender body. Emperor Zunu wanted to scream that he didn't want this soft white skin and thin waist. He wanted to be a fierce man. But instead, the beautiful Luo Ying asked her mother, who was worried about her training, if there was a way to turn a girl into a guy. The woman was scared. How could Ying think about this? She was a beautiful girl. What need did she have to become a guy? Mrs. Lo exclaimed that her daughter had gone crazy. This was the end. The woman urgently called someone close to her. The two masters immediately knelt before the lady. The woman ordered that the great master be called immediately. Perhaps Ying had gone crazy. The stunned girl exclaimed that she was in her right mind. The Reborn Emperor was indignant at how complicated everything turned out to be. The Grand Master ordered the other masters not to tell anyone about the third lady's wishes. It must remain a secret. Xuan asked why not just have a sex change operation, but cultivation is the path of yin and yang. They are determined by heaven. Going against it is a curse. Chu closed the portal. He had been watching Qinzong for so long that he had no energy left. He needed to take a couple of energy pills. Xuan was so fascinated by the life of the former emperor that he spent the rest of the day doing it. Chu smiled. It was like a great TV series. Meanwhile, Luo Ying went to the Luo family workshop. In this tower, all sorts of treatises and artifacts were collected. After rummaging through the library, the Reborn Emperor found a couple of necessary techniques for further cultivating the power in this body. The reincarnated Qin Emperor needed to understand what was happening in the world, and the current state of his empire. After leaving the workshop, the girl headed to her chambers. In the courtyard, she again ran into her cousin, who was in love with her. Zhu Yuanbai smiled happily and told the girl that he had brought her some special ice cream for her skin. Zun was furious and yelled at the guy to leave him alone, but the guy kept saying that Luo Ying was so charming when she was angry. Suddenly he asked his cousin if she would marry him. He dreams of marrying her. They will have a baby, beautiful and strong, like In. This was beyond Qinzong's strength. He drew his spear and shouted that the guy be damned. He must die for his words. Seeing the beauty's anger, Yuanbai ran away, and Zun thought, they are both men. How dare this bastard talk about this? Xuan turned off the portal of the golden mirror of 1,000 heavens. All this seemed incredibly funny to him, a new home entertainment. The guy said that they should train too. They should show Ding Yue and Wang Luo how they can train their bodies. Xuan invited the young men and told them that today he would impart to them a technique for refining the body for more successful cultivation of powers. Su Shen'er asked the master, what about her? She also needed to cultivate her powers and become stronger. Chu smiled. She doesn't need it. She has a good flow of qi. Besides, this technique changes the body. Does Jian really want muscles for herself? The girl imagined herself with huge muscles and said with a smile, no, she definitely doesn't need that. Her body is quite happy. Xuan imparted the heavenly sword curved body technique to Ding Yue, and now the youth's body was like a huge creative force. He gave the alchemist Wang Luo's second disciple the technique of the body of 9 changes, so that every attack would only make him stronger. The young men respectfully thanked their master for the priceless gifts, and now they must go off to train new techniques. Lying in the fresh air, Xuan was thinking about whether he could pass on the body purification technique to Luo Ying so that she would become like a man. Chu imagined with horror the beautiful girl with the muscles of a bodybuilder. Or maybe he should just not interfere for now and continue to observe. But what Xuan definitely needs to know is what really happened in the land of the living dead, why it suddenly disappeared. The demon Mo Tuo has almost been completely purified, and will soon be ready to be interrogated to see if Qinzong can tell Xuan more. Yuanbai asked Ying to beg him and stop hitting him. He was wrong. If his cousin wanted, he would find a body purification technique for her. The boy exclaimed that he would immediately go in search of something that would suit his beloved cousin and would not return empty-handed. Luo Ying frowned and replied to her brother that he had persuaded her, then she would wait for his return. Yuanbai smiled. Great, she would be happy. The great Emperor Qinzong thought, this is the end. A shame. He uses the beauty of the female body, not strength, to threaten people. He didn't want to go back home. It was better to find a place to practice. He was still too weak to fight demons. Suddenly, the revived emperor saw 2 secret assassins flying towards him. They clearly wanted to kill the young daughter of the Luo family. Where did these bandits come from, and how dare they attack the young lady from the ruling family? Did someone hire them? Emperor Zun in Luo Ying's body frowned. He wasn't afraid of an ambush. It was unlikely that these slackers were that strong. but someone was hunting Ying. The two assassins put up their shields. It seemed they knew that this beauty would not be so easy to kill, and they got ready. The assassins rushed to attack, trying to catch the girl off guard with a lightning-fast attack. Luo Ying calmly looked at the bandits. A combat spear flashed in the girl's hands. She repelled the assassin's attack with a precise blow and prepared for a counterattack. Zun reasoned that the attackers knew exactly which family Ying was from, but no one knew about his reincarnation yet, which meant that the Luo family had enemies. The battle in the forest continued. Two swordsmen attacked Luo Ying, who skillfully repelled all attacks, wielding a huge combat spear. Xuan admired. Luo Ying's skills are far above the realm of the Emperor. It is obvious to the naked eye. The body purification technique will suit her perfectly. She can split the aura, directing one part to defense and the other to attack, abilities that are beyond the control of the Emperor's realm. In just a couple of seconds, she was able to suppress two attackers, and the enemies were not the weakest in strength, but Ying dealt with it quickly. Qinzun was puzzled. Where were the strong guardians of this family? Why weren't they protecting the young lady? This had to be put an end to. The girl with the spear flew above the forest, her aura blazing. The bandits looked in confusion at the fragile daughter of a wealthy family. The spear swung, and a blast of murderous lethal energy from the battle spear flew towards the bandits who had attacked Luo Ying. The mercenaries put up a shield and prepared to repel a powerful attack from the beauty and warrior famous throughout the area. The soldiers were sweating with fear. They never expected that this 20-year-old girl was capable of fighting so bravely. Emperor Zun let out a battle cry, preparing to attack the enemies. It was very strange to hear from the lips of a fragile girl. The killers stared intently at the formidable warrior approaching them, looking more like a seasoned warrior. The mercenaries' magic shield shattered under the impact of Luo Ying's spear, and they suffered significant damage from third young Miss Luo's attack. Emperor Qinzong looked at the wounded enemies and thought that now he would finish them off and the battle would be over. They could not be left alive. Suddenly Zun noticed a flash of light very close. The Emperor cursed. This is not a good sign. It seems more enemies have appeared. The warrior's experienced eye immediately noticed a secret attack. It seemed that these two were sent as a decoy, and more fighters were waiting in ambush. The blade flying at his back was instantly blocked by the fragile but strong fist of the warlike girl Luo Ying. The Emperor looked around. Several blades were flying towards him at once. It would be difficult for the girl to fight off such an attack. An imperial aura flared across the forest clearing. The nearby enemy weapons were destroyed, but the mercenaries' attack continued. One of the blades flew towards the tender body of young Luo Ying, and the Emperor did not immediately notice the enemy's weapon right next to him. Blood gushed out. The third young mistress of the Luo family was injured. Her exquisite dress was torn and stained with the scarlet color of blood. Qinzong shuddered. This body was so fragile and reacted so painfully to injuries. In his previous body, he would not have even noticed this scratch. Zun decided to use the Mad Tyrant technique, but he caught himself in time, because now he is just the daughter of the Luo family. He needs to take care of his clothes so that no one notices the traces of the battles. And if he uses the technique of the Mad Tyrant, he can be left without clothes at all. The girl was surrounded by assassins in a forest clearing. Zunu wouldn't have been afraid of them if she hadn't had to maintain her status as a princess. The wounded bandits hurried to escape, while the rest prepared to attack the fragile beauty with a huge spear. The Emperor realized that these were assassins. They had mastered the techniques of secret assassinations to perfection. Maybe Yuan Bai had set it all up, and in the end, the hero will come to save the beauty. If this is so, then sooner or later Qinzong will cut this lover into pieces. Suddenly, the Emperor noticed that his enemies had used the technique of invisibility to attack the warlike beauty secretly. One by one, the mercenaries became translucent, and then completely disappeared from sight, as if melting in the warm air. Zun waved his sharp spear, and the assassins stepped back. It seemed that this strange girl could see them even in transparent form. Qinzong shouted angrily. The idiots decided to use invisibility. Anyone can do that, but it definitely won't help them in battle. The Emperor rushed into the attack with fury, cutting through the veil of invisibility with his spear, energy and stones swirling around the warrior. When the clouds of dust settled, Luo Ying's body also became invisible. Emperor Zun had mastered this technique to perfection. Now, all the participants in the battle became invisible. Xuan noted that this was a little unfair, but how could he follow the progress of the battle? But no matter how well Zun or the assassins mastered stealth, nothing would escape Xuan's eye. The assassins were puzzled as to whether Luo Ying had decided not to hide, but to use a secret technique, or whether the assassination plan had failed. Having become invisible, Emperor Qinzong rushed towards the confused assassins with a spear, the sharp, wide blade approaching them. Now a deadly spear pierced one of the mercenaries. The rest recoiled in fear. The attack was unexpected. Luo Ying, having become invisible, dealt blow after blow, each of which was fatal. The secret assassins were terrified. Several souls flew to their forefathers, and now none of the mercenaries thought about a new attack on the beauty of the ice mountain. The two assassins escaped. Chu chuckled. Even such monsters value their lives. The technique of the beauty Luo Ying is merciless. Although at first glance it seemed that the two assassins had escaped, Qin Zong had already obtained their souls using a secret technique. Then Yuan Bai appeared in the forest clearing and exclaimed that whoever dared to kill his sister would definitely be destroyed. A war broke out between the powers that be on the Dongyu Plain, and the ruler of the people executed one of the ringleaders. But the identity of the second remained unknown and could not be captured. The ruler of the people is very powerful. Although Chu is at the threshold of the 6th stage of the Honorable Realm, he is still too weak. After a month of practicing in the mini-world, Wang Luo broke through to the true realm, and Ding Yue had already reached the 9th level in this realm. Su Xian'er's powers have also reached their peak, and she is preparing to break through to the next realm stage. The mini-world of Chu was no longer enough, but if we created a special Qiankan space, we could avoid some of the conventions of cultivation. This space is ideal for cultivation, allowing one to quickly break through to the next realms. Xuan received another report from his secret agents, and surprising news about Mount Baisheng reached the Black Moon Tower. Mount Baisheng was once the most powerful sect, but after being defeated in an ancient battle, it ceased to exist. After reading the report from his spies from the Black Moon, Xuan exclaimed, meaning that the relics of Mount Baisheng would soon be revealed. The mountain was once ruled by a powerful cultivator of the heavenly realm, but the sect fell after the war with the demons. There is definitely something worthwhile there. The 3 kingdoms and 3 sects of Nanzhou sent their strongest warriors to the last battlefield of the ancient battle near Mount Baisheng, Xuan said thoughtfully. It seems like the waters of Nanzhou have boiled. The cultivators are ready to grapple with each other for the treasures. Chu decided it was time for him to step in and get a systemic reward for solving the problem. The boy called his student Ding Yue from the mini-world and asked him to do something for his teacher. The young man immediately responded. Yue emerged from the portal and respectfully asked the master how he could help him. Zhuan explained that he had his first task. The ancient relics of Mount Baisheng will soon be revealed. Zhuan wants the young man to go there and bring back some valuable items. The young man happily agreed. Chu added that this time the 9 Swords Mountain would also send its people there. Wasn't Yue afraid? The student firmly replied that he was not at all afraid of encountering this sect. On the contrary, he believed that it was even for the best. Xuan said, "You must put an end to everything that happened in the past, become famous or be killed. Now it all depends on him." Ding Yue bowed and replied to the teacher that he would definitely prove himself and would not disgrace the name of his great wise master. Treasure hunters from all over Nanzhou gathered around the famous Baisheng Mountain, where the strongest cultivators were located. One of them noticed that Mount Baisheng was currently surrounded by several large forces, the weakest of which were at the true realm level. The Piaohua Pavilion has not yet arrived. Although it is all women, it is one of the strongest sects in Nanzhou. This is recognized by everyone. So, all the strongest are standing at the top of the mountain. Only the people from Piaohua were not there. But there is a place for them at the top. The game has already begun. Almost unnoticed by those present, the surroundings of Mount Baisheng began to move, steam rose, and stones fell here and there. Among the 3 kingdoms and 3 sects, there is one whose title does not correspond to reality. They do not even have a single 9th stage true realm cultivator. One of the people present asked Lu Pingfeng in surprise if he didn't worship his mistress Qin Keiyun. Pingfeng was puzzled. There was another kingdom in the region now, and couldn't they do something about all this? Dark Lord Shouwen replied to the renowned swordsman that their sect despised bullying the minority. It was unworthy. Those gathered indignantly wondered how he could still keep up appearances, or whether he was trying to humiliate them, a handsome man without brains. One of the Qin elders was confused, wondering if he was seriously planning to accuse anyone. And then the confused elder heard a greeting. A very strong cultivator shouted to her how many years and winters. She sighed with relief. Great. Finally, the reinforcements of the Mountain of 9 Swords are here. Otherwise, there were too many people. The evil emperor looked at the new arrivals. Yes, it was Ying Jiankong from the 9 Swords Mountain, the strongest swordsman of Nanzhou. Lu Pingfeng frowned. So it means that Mrs. Qin Keiyun is now relying on the support and strength of the 9 Sword Mountain. Reckless. A murmur ran through the ranks of those gathered. Ying Jiankong himself was here. At 50 years old, he was already at the pinnacle of the realm of truth, a true swordsman. The arrivals greeted Liu Pifeng, the elder of Qin, who suggested that they drop the ceremony and sit down nearby. The girl watched Jiang Kong leave. He finally arrived. She said with a sigh that the relics of Mount Baisheng would definitely go to him. Her grandfather replied that perhaps that would be the case, and after they finished with the relics, they should marry Ying Jiankong. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy, her cheeks flushed, and she quietly said that she completely relied on her grandfather for this. Grandfather heard that Jiang Kun was close with his girlfriend from the Nine Swords Mountain. His granddaughter replied that she knew. He didn't hide it, that's true. His girlfriend will become a concubine. He is a handsome man, and it is logical that girls will throw themselves at him. But only she will be his only one. The grandfather admired his granddaughter. Despite her beauty, she grew up with such a big and kind heart. Suddenly, everyone heard a roar. The entire area around Baisheng Mountain trembled, and a thick, dense fog covered the entire area. The girl excitedly asked her grandfather what this was, and whether the discovery of the ancient sect's relics had already begun. Experienced cultivators understood that these vibrations were so strong that it seemed that the discovery of the ancient treasures of Mount Baisheng would soon begin. Ying Jiankong leaned forward impatiently, eagerly waiting for Mount Baisheng to open, with the sect members and Qin elders standing behind him. The Dark Emperor, sitting on the throne, asked when the women from the Piahua Pavilion would arrive. Everyone else was already there, Shu Wen said with a grin. Let's all admit that these girls need guys. They definitely can't handle it on their own. Everyone was stunned. The Dark Lord really said that. It seems the rumors that he has problems with his head are true. A special place was left on the mountain for these women. If the Piahua heard this statement, a real war would begin. One of those present grumbled. Everyone has been waiting for them for so long, and they still haven't arrived. Maybe they won't come for the relics at all. And then everyone was stunned. In the place left for the Piahua sect, among the flowering trees, a young man was sitting calmly. Everyone started making noise, asking who he was that he dared to take the place of the strongest. If the boy wasn't so stupid, he would quickly get out of there. The old man exclaimed, "The boy doesn't know how high the sky is and how huge the earth is. Now he will teach this piece of shit a lesson." The cultivator rushed at Ding Yue, shouting that he dared to step into the place of beauties, which meant he would immediately accept death. The old man attacked the youth, whispering for him to see his third-level True Realm strength. But Ding Yue did not move. The boy looked at the old man and wondered why these old cultivators were so self-confident despite their weakness. Ding Yue swung his sword, and in that same second, the noisy old man was defeated. A stream of scarlet blood gushed out, and everyone recoiled in horror. The cultivator who had attacked the young man lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around him, his body cut in half. The evil king frowned and asked in confusion what had happened. Why had this powerful cultivator been killed instantly? Liu Lingfeng asked if anyone knew who this young man was, what kingdom or sect he was from, and why he was so strong. The girl couldn't believe it. This boy instantly killed one of the strongest fighters. How was that possible? The cultivators asked each other how this happened, and whether this young man was really human, and why no one here knew him. But Ying Jiankong recognized his former disciple and chuckled, wondering if this was Ding Yue, the same loser who had been expelled from their sect. 9 Sword Sect. Elder, take note. This is interesting. Apparently the kid has become stronger, but trash will always remain trash. Ding Yue looked at Ying Jiankong and asked if this was the old man who, after 50 years, had not been able to break through beyond the True Realm. Everyone started making an indignant noise. How dare he talk to Ying Jiankong like that? It seems like this impudent guy wants to die here today. The 9 Sword Mountain cultivator's face twisted in anger. How dare this weakling and loser speak to him so impudently? The young man chuckled. Did Ying Jiankong really think that he, Ding Yue, was not worthy of even talking to him? And who did he think of himself? The head of the swordsman sect stood in front of the impudent youth, who asked if Jiankong really thought he was the most special one here. Ding Yue shouted that he came here to let everyone know about him. He promised the teacher that he would complete the task and not disgrace his name. And then the young man's attention was drawn to the appearance of a new character not far from him. The words on his lips involuntarily froze. The young swordsman fell silent and stared into the thicket of flowering trees, where, among the flowers, a beautiful girl appeared. Slender legs and elegant shoes stepped carefully along the green forest path. It seemed as if even the birds had frozen around her. The light silk short tunic emphasized the beauty of the girl's elastic body, and the golden belt drew attention to the figure. A seductive slit slightly revealed her ample bosom, long braids, and a bright short coat with a fur trim completed the look. The beauty walked leisurely among the blossoming sakura trees. Looking like a delicate, beautiful flower, the cultivators froze at the sight of her. They whispered, "This is the maiden from Piahua, Han Yingmeng. She is an angel, so beautiful. Is this not a dream?" Everyone immediately fell in love with this beauty. Ying Jiankong knew this girl. He thought with admiration that she had the aura of a celestial being. She was able to instantly cloud one's mind. Inman was pleased. According to the teacher's plan, they would disorient everyone and then take advantage when the relics were revealed. But suddenly Ding Yue shouted at the beauty from the Piaohua sect to get away from him and stop making eyes at her. The young man told the stunned beauty not to even think about confusing him. In his heart there was only a battle sword. Seeing the surprised face of the beautiful Han Yingming, the guy explained that he couldn't put her in his heart as well. She had to accept it. Meanwhile, the vibration on Mount Baisheng stopped. Steam began to hiss from somewhere below, and everyone turned their gaze to the mountain. And in the cherry blossom grove a scandal broke out. The offended Han Yingmeng yelled at the impudent young man that he was incredibly annoying her. Firstly, he scared the girl to death, and he even dares to be rude to her. How can he even talk to her so terribly? She, the incomparable beauty Han Yingmeng, had never met such rude people before. The young man should apologize right now. But Ding Yue calmly replied that he was not going to apologize. And in general, it was time for the girl to shut up. She was irritating him. The enraged beauty screamed that this guy was a real monster. He was the first one who hadn't fallen under her spell, and he was also being rude to her. The young man calmly told the beauty that she would not be able to seduce him and make him turn away from the path of the sword. It was useless. Han Yingmeng gritted her teeth and muttered. She wouldn't kill him today just because they had more important things to do. But next time he would be finished. Ying Jiankong, offended by the young man's remarks, flew over to continue the unpleasant conversation alone with the impudent man. He asked Dian Yue. Apparently this was his way of taking revenge for his expulsion from the Nine-Sword Mountain sect. But insulting him would not help him become stronger. The head of the swordsman sect asked Maiden Han not to be angry. He, Ying Jiankong, would drive away this impudent boy in her stead. The young man chuckled. So this is the path of Ying Jiankong's sword, running after every skirt and making eyes at every beauty. Ding Yue laughed, a renowned swordsman chasing after a woman he just met. Truly a true cultivator. Suddenly the youth became serious, and said with disdain that Jiankong's cultivation was nothing but despicable trash. Han Yingmeng was angry. Why was this boy clinging to her? No, she took back her words. This young impudent one must die today. Ying Jiankong, hearing the young man's words, lost his composure and angrily shouted at Ding Yue to stop his madness. Grabbing his sword, the head of the sect hissed that without a drop of pity, he would now show the boy why he, an ignoramus, was expelled from the mountain. The swordsman demanded that the young man draw his sword and defend his honor. But Ding Yue stood calmly in front of Jiankong. The cultivators were surprised. Ying Jiankong was angry. Who would have thought that he would be angered by the words of a boy, especially in the presence of Maiden Han? But the audience was even more amazed by the young man's reaction. Ding Yue was not at all afraid of the threats. Moreover, he smiled calmly. Ying Jiankong frowned. This little trash was trying to embarrass him in front of everyone, but Yue wouldn't be able to do it. The head of the Nine-Sword Mountain sect angrily clenched his weapon in his hand. For some reason, this little guy made him very angry, driving him to the point of fury. The renowned swordsman grimaced and shouted contemptuously at the boy that he was about to receive a good lesson in politeness. Rushing to attack the young man, Jiankun shouted that now this impudent fellow would devour the earth and beg him for mercy. The spectators held their breath. Ding Yue didn't even draw his sword. He calmly dodged the fierce attack of the mountain's main swordsman. No matter how hard Jiankong tried, he couldn't even scratch the young man he so contemptuously called a weakling and a piece of trash. After retreating, Ying Jiankong told his opponent that even if he knew a couple of techniques, it still didn't mean he understood the way of the sword. Ding Yue's calm angered Jiankong even more than his harsh words, and he rushed at the youth with his sword again. Flying up to Ding Yue, the head of the Nine Swords Mountain asked the enemy if he was stupid enough to not even draw his sword. The young man casually replied to Ying Jiankong, who was jumping up and down in anger, that it wasn't worth it until he saw the point in taking up the sword. The sect leader frowned. The young man was acting more and more defiantly, and at the same time confidently. Jiankong advised Yue not to overestimate himself. Ying Jiankong exclaimed that it was time to end this fight. It was time to finally show who was the strongest swordsman here, his aura blazing. The sect's chief swordsman attacked the youth, sending a stream of furious energy towards him, and Jiankun's aura flashed across the clearing. But despite the danger, Ding Yue was completely calm. He had finally gotten to fight the one who had once taken his beloved away from him. A smile played on Ding Yue's face. There was no fear or excitement in him. He felt the fight with every cell of his strong body. Suddenly, the young man drew his sword with lightning speed. No one could even see it. The movement was so fast. With a swift strike, Ding Yue cut through the enemy's attacking energy, and Ying Jiankong's attack again did not harm him. Nothing was visible in the clearing due to the raging streams of energy from the battle cultivators. The spectators fell silent and waited for the outcome. Suddenly, Yin Jiankong felt that he was injured. It was unbelievable. A talentless youth who was expelled from the sect had injured him. The head of the Nine-Sword Mountain sect grabbed the blade that had injured him, a shadow on his face. He hadn't experienced such shame for a long time. There was no malice or excitement on the face of Ding Yue, who had wounded him. The young man was surprisingly calm and restrained in his emotions. All the cultivators on the mountain gasped in amazement. This daring boy was able to defeat the best local swordsman. Kneeling down, the wounded Jian Kun asked in confusion how this could have happened. He hadn't even had time to understand anything. Yue asked what was impossible, that he had to accept defeat with dignity. But Jian Kun didn't believe it. He couldn't lose. Something was wrong here. The sect leader suggested that the young man had used some kind of artifact. Yue chuckled, so Jian Kun couldn't accept defeat. Ying Jiankong frowned and demanded to fight again. He couldn't believe that this talentless boy was able to defeat him. But the same thing happened the second time. The renowned swordsman didn't even have time to blink before Yue's blade was near his neck. Jiankong was puzzled as to what had happened when this scum had managed to draw his sword. He hadn't noticed it at all. What was the matter? The head of the Nine Swords Mountain guessed that he had been inattentive and Yue had injured him. And now he had not been able to notice when he had drawn his sword. The humiliated Ying Jiankong tried to threaten the young man again. But at that moment he heard the worried voice of his beloved. Ding Yu's ex-girlfriend ran to them and demanded that the young man immediately stop torturing her lover. Yu realized that what the teacher said was true. How can one become stronger when there is a person in one's heart? A lover is a hindrance. The young man asked Ying Jiankong if he knew why he lost the fight. In fact, everything is very simple. He should understand it himself. The swordsman, considered invincible in Nanzhou, stared wide-eyed at the boy who had once been expelled for his weakness and incompetence. The girl who had abandoned this young man for another, stronger one, now looked at her former friend with surprise. Unexpectedly for everyone, Ding Yue pointed his finger at the girl and said that Ying Jiankong lost the fight because of her. The girl was stunned. The young man explained that the problem with the sect leader is that there is a woman in his heart, and she is preventing him from becoming truly strong. Ying Jiankong was shocked. Could it really be because of the girl? But how could she stop him from being an invincible swordsman? Jiankong's lover exclaimed. What nonsense is Ding Yue talking about? He's just taking revenge on her for leaving him in the past. But the young man didn't pay any attention to her. He explained that a woman influences the speed with which you draw your sword from its sheath. If there is a woman in your heart, you hesitate, which means you react longer. If you react longer, it means you will lose. Ying Jiankong wondered if this arrogant boy was right, and he lost because his heart was in disarray. The leader of Nine Swords Mountain lowered his head. In any case, he could not lose to the boy. It would ruin his glorious reputation. Turning to the worried girl, Jiang Kun told her that she should move away from him. Their fight with Ding Yue was not over yet. The young man smiled cheerfully and exclaimed that this was excellent. He would give the enemy some time to recover from his injury. An hour later, the opponents met again, and everyone present on the mountain watched this amazing duel with curiosity. Taking up his sword, Ying Jiankong told the young man that this time he would be more careful and would not give him a chance to win again. The sect leader exclaimed that he would never lose again. Otherwise, it would leave an indelible stain of shame on his reputation. Everyone saw that Jiankong was about to use his strongest move, and only Han Yingmeng was confident that Ding Yue would not be harmed. Jiankong shouted at Ding Yue to watch carefully. This was the unique sword style of the Nine Swords Mountain and his death technique. The sword in the sect leader's hands was burning. His eyes were bloodshot. He exclaimed that this time he would definitely not lose. But the young man smiled calmly. He was not at all afraid of the signature move of the Nine Swords sect, because he had a different technique. Ying Jiankong exclaimed, with a unique sword style. He activated the deadly technique of the renowned warrior sect. The sect leader's sword grew enormous, and was aimed at a small, impudent boy, standing in a clearing among the cherry blossoms. Ding Yue felt the attack and exclaimed, "This is great!" Ying Jiankong asked for it himself. He shouldn't be so confident in his victory. The leader of the Nine Swords Mountain pushed off the ground and launched a deadly attack on his young and wayward opponent. And Ding Yue was already flying towards the sword, attacking him. No one understood what technique the young man was using and why he was so calm. The guy flew over Mount Baisheng, covering everything around him with his blazing scarlet aura. Everyone silently watched him. Suddenly, Ding Yue's body burst into flames. The energy became surprisingly dense and sparkling, and the young man seemed to have turned into a flame. The cultivators, their mouths open in surprise, watched the youth's transformation and could not understand what had happened to him. Confused, Ying Jiankong asked where Ding Yue was, where he had gone, how he had managed to avoid his unique sword-style attack. Raising his head towards him, the head of the Nine Swords Mountain said in surprise, "Did the guy really decide to use a strong technique too?" And then Ying Jiankong heard the voice of his opponent. Ding Yue shouted to him that this time the swordsman had lost completely. A huge ball of fire fell on the spot where the head of the sect had just stood, causing an explosion and scattering stones in all directions. Ding Yue looked with regret at the head of the Nine Swords Mountain who had been defeated in yet another duel. The young man felt a little sorry for him. Ying Jiankong was wounded and covered in bruises, but his pride suffered even more than his body, and he lost the fight again. The defeated swordsman tiredly told Yue that if he wanted to kill him, let him kill him. There was no need to waste time. But the young man contemptuously replied to the sect leader that he had no intention of killing him, because Jiankong was not worthy of dying during a duel. Although Ying Jiankong leads the swordsman sect, he is a man who does not understand the way of the sword, and therefore he will not die by the sword. As he left, the young man concluded pompously, he, Ding Yue, was a man capable of killing a god, and Jiankun was just a grain of sand under his feet. Turning slightly, the young man asked if his opponent understood. Perhaps he would still draw conclusions and learn the true path of the sword. The Dark Lord's mouth opened in surprise. Could this boy really be capable of killing a god, and where did he get so much power? Liu Pingfeng was sure that this child had simply gone crazy, but in any case, he had to tell Empress Qin Keiyun about him. The girl wondered if this Ding Yue was really so strong that he would throw around such words, but he defeated Ying Jiankong. The old man grumbled. Where would this brat have such abilities? Everyone knows that he is scum. He probably managed to cheat. But the old man's granddaughter saw that the fight was fair, which meant the boy was very strong. Even she would not have dared to challenge the head of the sect. And only the beloved girl of the head of the Nine Swords Mountain sect thought about her lover, about his humiliation, about how bad he was feeling now. Indeed, the renowned swordsman had never experienced such public humiliation before. He continued to sit on the battlefield. All the cultivators present on Mount Baisheng were overwhelmed by the results of the battle and Yue's display of superiority. Zhuan didn't expect that Ding Yue would intimidate them all so much. Even the cultivators of the heavenly realm stood there and didn't dare to contradict him. The young man certainly looked like a conceited man, but with his strength, it was no wonder he didn't lose in the duel with Ying Jiankong. For the student's victory, the system gave Chu a heavenly mirror, with which he could spy on anyone, regardless of time or distance. Xuan was delighted with the new gift. It was an improved mirror. You can follow someone, peek, and no one will notice. By the way, I need to see how Yue is doing. Judging by the vibrations, the relics of Mount Baisheng should have opened by now, but they're still fighting there. On the mountain, everyone's attention was still focused on the two opponents, Ding Yue and Ying Jiankong. The young man told Jiankong that he didn't need to admit defeat. After all, Yue was only interested in Mount Baisheng now. The evil king noted with regret. But this thorn in Jiankong's side was not a dark cultivator. Such a fighter was very useful to them. The cultivators looked at the evil king with indignation, asking why he was always interfering. The last thing they needed was for him to lure the young man away. After recovering a little, the head of the Nine Sword Mountain sect told Yue that he was just an arrogant child who knew nothing about life. One of the elders of the Nine Swords Mountain sect intervened in the conversation and shouted at Yue, asking if he really thought he could defeat them. The young man asked, "What? This devil doesn't agree with Ying Jiankong's defeat. Apparently he also wants to try to fight." The old man let out a stream of curses. His students tried to calm their grandfather down. He was already many years old. His heart wasn't made of iron. Ding Yi demanded that everyone shut up and leave him alone. He wanted to rest a bit before opening the relics of Mount Baisheng. Yu's ex-lover shouted at him that he had crossed the line. The young man was surprised where he had crossed it. He had not taken the life of her man, so he had even shown mercy. Sitting down next to her wounded and humiliated beloved man, the girl suggested to her brother Jiankun that they leave here. She asked him not to despair. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, he would be able to overcome this arrogant and self-absorbed boy. Ding Yue shouted after the retreating Ying Jiankong that the woman had already destroyed him, so he would never catch up. The cultivators gathered on the mountain continued to be amazed by the young man, but the sympathies of the majority were on Jiankong's side. In the grove of cherry blossoms, the beautiful maiden Han of the Piaohua sect once again turned to the strong Lord Ding with a smile. The young man wearily told the woman to move away from him. He would not give in to her skillful temptation and would not turn from the path of the sword. The girl laughed cheerfully, but anger flashed across her beautiful face, in which case she wished the young man to die quickly. Xu Yuan was delighted with the boy's behavior. The Dark Lord exclaimed that Ding Yue was simply handsome. He answered perfectly. You can't just bow your head to women and love them. It's a waste of time. The right way is to follow the way of the sword. The beauty from Piahua gritted her teeth. This evil old man was talking nonsense, but he supported this foolish, strange young man. Yue's ex-girlfriend's eyes were full of tears. She was sure that as soon as Brother Genkong got the opportunity, he would kill the impudent man. Many powerful cultivators were certain that Ding Yue would one day pay for his words and disrespectful behavior. The evil king shouted to the young man that they really needed such people. Why shouldn't he join the minions of the Dark Court? The lonely cultivators began to make noise. It seemed that now they would fight for Ding Yue, because strength and courage have always been valuable. Liu Pingfeng also turned to the young man and suggested that he not listen to the nonsense that this dark cultivator of evil forces was spouting. The elder turned to Ding Yue, explaining that he was from the Daqian Empire and that he was thinking of joining them. The little lady of the Daqian Empire has just reached marriageable age. She is very beautiful and can even compete with Han Yingmeng. In addition, there is another wonderful girl at the imperial court. She is quite beautiful and very smart. The cunning Liu Pingfeng was confident that after seeing these beautiful maidens, young Ding Yue would not be able to refuse service in their empire. In addition, the elder promised Yue to provide him with the necessary pills and artifacts. They are ready to fulfill any of his conditions. The people from the other empire were surprised. Liu Pingfeng, this old fox, he can even sell his daughters to get Yue. Han Yingmeng thought that if Ding Yue joined Liu Pingfeng now, her sect would be in serious danger. The young man knew that Liu Pingfeng was cunning, and was going to use beauties to lead him astray from the true path of the sword. But Yue remembered the teacher's instructions. It was in vain that he practiced the sword style and mastery of qi. He would become so strong that he would crush the gods. Ding Yue frowned. Anyone who dared to hinder him from ascending to the pinnacle of strength would be mercilessly crushed. Outraged by Elder Pingfeng's flattery and cunning, the young man shouted for the old, treacherous robber to die immediately. But Liu Pingfeng bowed politely and apologized to Brother Yue for being reckless in asking him to join. The enraged Pingfeng decided that this boy didn't know what was right and what was wrong, and once Baisheng opened up, he would definitely be able to kill Yue. Han Yingmeng silently watched Ding Yue. This guy seemed to be truly true to his beliefs. But was he right to give up on love? Suddenly, Inman heard the worried voice of her mentor, the head of the sect, asking the girl what had happened to her. They had been here for a long time, but Inman didn't even notice. She was just staring at that guy. Had the girl really forgotten about the task she had received? The sect leader pointed at Yue and angrily asked who this child was and why he dared to stand here, on the site of the Piahua Pavilion. Maiden Han briefly told the teacher what had happened here, how this impudent youth had defeated Ying Jiankong. All the girls were shocked by what they heard, and the head of the sect ordered Inman to sacrifice her beauty for the sake of the teacher and the sect. The evil king exclaimed with laughter. It seems that the beauty of Piahua no longer works. Everyone understood that with the arrival of the beauties, the discussion of the opening of Mount Baisheng will begin. All the single cultivators looked at Ding Yue with hope, because he didn't like women, which meant he wouldn't be limited by their beauty. Everyone immediately rushed towards the young man, hoping to become his companions in the fight for the ancient relics of the Baisheng mountain sect. The first daredevil introduced himself to Ding as a lone cultivator and would like to, but Yue barked at him to get lost. The next one tried to flatter the young man for his firmness, but Ding Yue also asked him whether he was looking for death and why he had come to him. The cultivators walked one after another. The young man shouted that they should stop bothering him, otherwise he would kill everyone who came near him again. Xuan, who was watching this, laughed. It seems that his diligent disciple Ding Yue received a little respect from the people. This is great. Besides, the game for the ancient relics of the Baisheng mountain sect has just begun. It's interesting to see what will happen next, and what Yue will return to him with. A huge scandal erupted in the Chu family's main estate, and the head of the Qianming family was furious. Xuan became wary of what had happened again. Why was his grandfather making such a noise that his ears were ringing from his indignant cries? It turned out that Chu Yuan, who ran away several years ago, returned home with his son. Doesn't this sound like the plot of some drama? The enraged Qianming asked, so Yuan was brave, and as soon as the problems began, he immediately returned to his home. The guy noticed that his brother's strength was already at the first level of the Kingdom of Harmony. He was a great talent. It would probably come to him soon. And indeed, soon the third brother, together with his little son, stood at the gate of the small estate where Xuan lived. Xu Yun asked the 13th brother if he could ask him for something. He placed his hand on his little son's shoulder. Xuan sighed. What kind of person is this? He used to be so cheerful, and now he's so depressed, and just because of love, a woman is no friend to a cultivator. He smiled at his brother and asked what he wanted Xuan to do for him. he would definitely help, remembering his kindness. Wen said that this was his son, Chu Pingfan, and he wanted Xuan to help raise him so that the boy could live a simple life. The child, at his father's command, obediently greeted his 13th uncle. Xuan was surprised. The boy was so obedient. Strong, silent, and slow, with a stupid face, seemingly untalented. That is why he was called Pingfan, simple and ordinary. Xu Yuan sighed heavily. His exhausted face was very sad. It was incredibly hard for him to part with his child. He told his younger brother that the boy's mother was from a famous family. They fell in love and she gave birth to a child, Chu Pingfan. But no matter how they hid, the girl's family eventually found them, and the head ordered that the runaway heiress be taken to her home. Yuan's wife's relatives wanted to kill him, but his beloved cried and begged her father so much that the boy was spared and released. The third brother's eyes flashed, and he said that he was going to go to Dongzhou and tell them that he, Chu Yuan, was not some weakling. Xuan told his brother not to worry about Pingfan. He would raise him with dignity. Yuan would not be ashamed of his boy. The boy decided to give his brother a save card. As long as he didn't encounter a Heavenly Realm cultivator, he would be safe. The boy asked his father if he was leaving him. Yuan told his son that he was going to look for his mother, and Pingfan should obey his uncle. The saddened child shook his head sullenly in agreement. It seemed there had not been much joy in his little life. Waving goodbye, Yuan told the 13th brother that he was leaving. Xuan wished the third to take care of himself. The saddened boy did not let go of the small dagger. He sighed heavily and looked after his father, who disappeared behind the gate. Yun approached her nephew and asked Pingfan if he missed his aunt. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes. He sobbed and replied yes. The girl sighed. How could the third brother do this? Xuan objected. Every person has his own path, and Yuan chose his, the little sister asked. But what about Pingfan's talents? It seems they are not very bright. Not at all like his gifted father. Xuan said that he would try to find the ingredients and prepare an elixir to increase strength, because talent is not everything. The boy asked his little nephew if Pingfan liked daggers. The boy nodded happily. Yes, he really liked them. Chu asked the boy with a smile why he liked them. Pingfan exclaimed because they were cool. He liked cool things. Xuan asked the child if he liked swords. Pingfan shook his head. No, he didn't like swords at all. Yun, seeing that her younger uncle and nephew had found common ground, informed her 13th brother that she was going to train. She also took useful things from a bad guy in the forest. He also had several rather valuable elixirs, and she brought them. The pleased little sister handed her beloved brother a bottle of the elixir of strength, saying that it was a gift for him, and that it would come in handy. Xuan smiled sweetly and answered Yun that he didn't need elixirs, he thought. What a clingy person she was. She should do something else. Approaching the gate, Yun shouted to the owner of the estate that she had definitely left now. Xuan grumbled after his sister to go already. Several days passed. The boy got used to the estate of the 13th uncle. Xuan watched the child closely. Pingfan was inquisitive, but Chu couldn't let him enter the mini-world yet. It was too dangerous, and he was still just a child. Xuan called out to Pingfan, who was playing in the courtyard, asking him to come to him, and the boy obediently approached the 13th uncle. The boy offered to show his nephew how to properly use a dagger. The child was delighted and thanked his uncle. Seeing the boy's talent, Xuan gave him a dagger created from the materials of the mini-world. It was already a real victorious weapon. After teaching his nephew a lesson in weapon handling, Xuan handed him a new dagger, saying that it was made especially for him. People may think that Pingfan is stupid and lacks ability, but who knows? He might even show himself to be an outstanding talent. Only if you have feelings can you comprehend the Dao. Chu Pingfan loves knives, which means he can master them perfectly. Although the boy is currently going through a difficult time, he still tries his best to prove that he is worthy of his parents. Chu decided that the scripture about the heavenly sword would be perfect for him. There are no specific steps in this method. Everything depends on the student. Pingfan's results will be no worse than those of Ding Yue or Wang Luo. The boy is only 6 if he starts training now. Then under Xuan's guidance, breaking into the Emperor's realm before he's 20 won't be a problem. A 20-year-old Emperor realm cultivator is extremely rare. If Pingfan becomes that strong with Xuan's help, a reward from the system is guaranteed. Calling his nephew, Xuan told Pingfan that he had brought him a manual for mastering the dagger, and the child thanked his uncle. After looking at the book, Pingfan said that he really liked these techniques and would work very hard to master them. Xuan warned his nephew that in addition to training, he must also rest and study the Dao, and not overdo it or go to extremes. The boy replied that he understood everything. He would definitely train well and have a good time. Xuan smiled. Then from that day on, he would teach him. Education is the first stage in leadership, as well as in the comprehension of the Tao. After its completion, the the student becomes an order of magnitude stronger. Zhuan asked Pingfan which level he would ascend to after the first stage, the realm of harmony, or even the realm of truth. The uncle told his nephew to harden his body, opening a portal to a mini-world. He pulled out the necessary healing herb from there. Handing the plant to the boy, Xuan ordered Wang Luo to make special medicine for Pingfan to strengthen his body. By taking them, the boy will strengthen his body, Xuan added with a smile that even the emperor's son does not have such resources. Wang Luo was surprised. Couldn't a teacher directly improve a child's body? Xian'er shrugged. She didn't understand it either. The alchemist said that he would make pills for Pingfan. When he saw the boy, he remembered the Wang family and their attitude towards him. Several days passed. The boy trained diligently under the guidance of his 13th uncle in a small estate. One day, Wang Luo called Pingfan to come to him. The child smiled happily. He liked Uncle Wang very much. The alchemist handed the boy a large pill and told him to eat it. He had prepared the medicine for him as instructed by the teacher. Xuan added that Pingfan should eat boldly. This pill has a sweet taste and will benefit him, helping him master the techniques. Chu knew full well that the improved pills were useless for the child, but their taste had become much better. Pingfan happily ate the pill the alchemist had created for him. It tasted excellent, and the boy smiled. Wang Luo was puzzled why there was no change. There shouldn't be any problem. He made the pill himself. He asked the teacher why nothing had changed. Xuan explained that he and Luo had different paths of cultivation, and that Pingfan's cultivation system was also somewhat different from others. Wang Luo asked what the difference was. Xuan smiled cheerfully and replied that the alchemist would find out everything later. It was a secret for now. The young man looked questioningly at the master, wondering how much he still needed to learn to achieve perfection. Xuan kept an eye on what was happening to Ding Yue. It was clear that in another 3 or 4 days, Mount Baisheng would open. It wasn't without reason that these old men decided to kill Ding Yue later. However, for him it's not a problem. With his strength he can stand up for himself. Suddenly the entire courtyard was illuminated with golden light. Xuan turned to the Buddhist pagoda. The light came from it. She finished the work. This meant that the demon's purification was complete. Now Motuo had become enlightened, and Xuan would be able to ask him about the war. Looking into the pagoda, the guy saw that not only the energy, but also the appearance of the former demon had changed beyond recognition. But just in case, Xuan decided to install a soul seal on him. You never know how even an enlightened demon would behave. Having put the seal, the guy released the prisoner from the pagoda. The first thing Motuo did was call on everyone to be compassionate. He bowed obediently to Xuan and greeted his master. He was ready to carry out any order of the ruler. A pleased Chu Xuan ordered the renewed demon Motuo to rise, and the system rewarded the youth for enlightening the first Buddha. As expected, the reward for enlightening the first Buddha was very rich, but all of it would go to the first Buddhist of this world. The boy told the former demon that now that he had entered his Buddhist gate, Chu would give him the golden body of the Buddha, the staff, and the robe of the 7 treasures. The first Buddhist fell prostrate before the generous master, and thanked him for the incredibly valuable reward of his servant. Chu reminded the servant that his real name was Mo Tuo, but since he had taken refuge, his karma had been purified, so Xuan bestowed upon him the name Namo Buddha. The initiate again thanked his generous master for his new name, saying that the master's kindness knew no bounds. Now Namo must strengthen his body and practice dharmas. For this Xuan moved his new servant to a mini-world. Wang Luo, who was training in the mini-world, felt a flash of extremely strong golden energy near him. Looking closely, the alchemist saw a strange but strong man in unusual clothes. He was calm and friendly. Luo was surprised who it was. Unusual clothes, a magic staff in his hands. Most likely all these were magical artifacts. Namo Buddha respectfully greeted the unfamiliar youth and said Amitabha, which means boundless light and wisdom. After greeting Wang Luo, Namo Buddha flew away to practice and strengthen his body as instructed by his master. The young man asked the teacher who it was. He was from the heavenly kingdom. His power was strange but powerful. Wang Luo had never seen such a thing before. Xuan explained to the student that this was Namo Buddha. He was a high-ranking Buddhist. He had recently become the first Buddhist in this world. The young man asked, then this man was Shixiong, the senior disciple of the Lord and great master Chu Xuan and their comrade. Xuan smiled and answered the young man. Yes and no. They both study under him, but their paths are very different from each other. Once Namo has strengthened his body, he will need to be asked first about the Nanzhou demon invasion, and then about the great battle of ancient times. The guy was very pleased with the result. He received 100 years of cultivation as a reward, and reached the 8th level of the honorable realm. By the way, Mount Baisheng is about to open. We need to see what's going on there. Xuan looked into his new mirror, and indeed, The skies above the mountain lit up, and the ancient seal that had been closing the secret entrance to the sect began to open. Ding Yue, like all the other cultivators, stood on the mountain and calmly waited for the passage to the ancient powerful sect to open. And finally, the passage opened completely, and the gates of the sect destroyed in ancient times appeared among the clouds. One of the elders of Nine Swords Mountain exclaimed that the passage had opened, and they could go and explore the relics of Baisheng Mountain. Everyone, as if on command, jumped up from their seats and flew towards the narrow passage, hurrying to find the precious relics of the ancient cultivators. The first to rush into the sect were the cultivators of the Nine Swords Mountain, planning to try to kill the impudent Ding Yue in the confusion. The followers of the evil king's dark court did not lag behind the swordsmen. A group of villains immediately slipped into the open passage. Following them quickly but elegantly were the beauties from the Piaohua Pavilion. But because of Ding Yue, the beauties' plans were thwarted. Han Yingmei fell a little behind her master and her friends, and, as if by accident, flew up to the impudent young man who had angered everyone. She warned him to be careful. The Nine Sword Mountain and other sects were going to kill him, although she didn't understand why she was warning this idiot. The young man's cheeks flushed, wondering if this woman had good intentions, or if she wanted to lull his vigilance with a good attitude and get closer to him. Ding Yue shook his head. He would not deviate from his path. The young man grinned. Well, let them try to kill him. It's not easy. He flew into the passage last, so as not to push with elbows. The young man was confident in his strength. He would definitely obtain the mountain's relics. Having flown into the sect's territory, the young man found himself in front of a giant stone statue. Ding Yue looked at it with curiosity. He read the inscription. It was a statue of the founder of the Mount Baisheng sect. Although it was partially destroyed, it was still majestic. The sect was named after its founder. In front of the young cultivator sat a stone giant, the once all-powerful Baisheng. He is still the most famous cultivator in Nanzhou history. No one expected his sect to be destroyed. While the young man stood near the statue, several cultivators flew towards him, eager to take revenge for Ying Jiankong's humiliation. Ding Yue looked back. Around him stood 4 powerful cultivators from various sects, ready to engage him in battle. Spectators gathered at the gates of the ancient sect. Everyone saw that 4 cultivators who had almost reached the emperor's realm came out against the young man. Headmistress Piaohua asked Han if she was involved in this, but she replied that she was not, saying they didn't hate each other that much. The evil king said with disdain how disgusting the cultivators were, mocking those who clearly did not deserve it. One of the avengers approached Shou Yuan, saying that since he was standing up for the boy, he might want to help him in the fight against them. Ding Yue asked the opponents, they have almost reached the emperor's realm. That is, they are just scum who cannot advance further. The elderly cultivator, offended by the youth's careless remark, angrily shouted that he was a crazy brat who deserved to die. The young man drew his sword from its sheath and replied with a smile that only his techniques were crazy, but his mind was completely fine. Ding Yue said to the enemy who was jumping up and down in anger, "This level of cultivation is difficult for just anyone to achieve, but he is still so stupid." The elder shouted in rage at the young rascal not to go crazy. He had already insulted worthy and respected people. The young man frowned. If the old man was looking for death, then he, Ding Yue, would kill him, even though they had not met before and had not quarreled. The angry old man gritted his teeth. The boy's calm was terrifying. But couldn't 4 cultivators kill him? The old man understood that Yue was at the 9th stage of the Truth Realm, and he had almost reached the Emperor Realm, and besides, there were 4 of them. The young man asked why Mount Tianding was here. He was just curious about how he could have offended them. They had never encountered anything like that before. One of the elders surrounding Ding Yue explained that Ying Jiankong was this old man's son-in-law, and had come to avenge his relative. The guy laughed. Now it was clear why Ying Jiankong was so useless. All his thoughts were occupied with women and not cultivation. The enraged old man, having completely lost his patience due to the insults, yelled at the young man to make this idiot die quickly. The elderly cultivator's hand began to glow, and he frowned, intending to finish off the young impudent fellow once and for all. A stream of icy deadly fire flew towards Ding Yue. Everyone froze, watching to see if the guy could handle this technique. But the young man was surprisingly calm, moreover. All these attempts at murder seemed to genuinely amuse and entertain the young warrior. Ding Yue lunged and blocked the attack, telling the old man that his fire was even worse than the small, talkative Mushu dragon. Now it was Yue's turn to attack his opponents. Fiery swords, copies of his victorious weapon, swirled around the youth. Activating the attack, the guy exclaimed that he wanted to comprehend all the secrets of the Tao. Did this bunch of scum really think they could kill him? The young man skillfully controlled his swords and said that today he, Ding Yue, would kill them since they dared to attack him in such a cowardly manner. The old man who attacked Yue was wounded, blood gushed from his severed shoulder. The elderly cultivator gritted his teeth. The boy is strong. The youth's aura was blazing as he rushed into battle. Ying Jiankong's father-in-law shouted to the other cultivators to stop the youth. The three warriors prepared to engage the insolent warrior, while their comrade went around to attack the enemy from the rear. The nine-sword mountain elder attacked first. Yue dodged, saying that he would kill them anyway. No one could stop him. The guy flew up and used the sword technique that reaches the edge of the world. This blow was aimed at the initiator of this vile ambush. Ying Jiankong's father-in-law was horrified. Such a powerful killing technique. How could this boy know it? The young man raised his sword over his opponent to deliver the finishing blow. He knew that this technique was unstoppable. At the same time, Yue was attacked by the other three cultivators. The elder of the Nine Swords Mountain sect rushed towards the youth from behind. The old man lunged and wounded the boy, piercing his chest with his sword, while Yue himself pursued the frightened son-in-law Ying Jiankong. But despite the wound he received, the young man dealt the decisive blow to the one who had planned to kill him and had incited the other fighters to do so. Yue swayed slightly and clutched the wound on his chest. This was his first serious battle wound, and he needed to take some pills immediately. Everyone looked at Ying Jiankong's murdered son-in-law in horror. Yue's powerful blow practically cutting the strong cultivator in half. The wounded youth smiled, which meant they had almost reached the emperor's kingdom, but he would still kill them. They shouldn't underestimate him. Liu Pingfeng thought that he had to kill this boy now while he was injured. Otherwise he would cause serious trouble for everyone. Ding Yue suddenly became serious and asked the old men, so which of them was next going to die by his invincible sword? The Nine-Sword Mountain Sect elder told the other two to try to restrain this overly nimble young man. Pingfeng and his companion began to advance on the youth, while the elder of Nine Swords Mountain prepared to attack the enemy. The old men smiled. Stopping Yue was not a difficult task. Even one person who had almost reached the emperor's realm was stronger than Ying Jiankong. In response, the young man burst out laughing. How self-confident these old men were, and valuable healing pills flashed in Yue's hands. The boy threw them into his mouth and swallowed them immediately to heal the wound he received in battle and replenish his fighting energy. The opponents were shocked. Everything was very bad. This bastard turns out to have the Emperor's Kingdom pills. But where did he get them from? The old man exclaimed. Even in the Daqian Empire there are not many imperial pills. It is very difficult to create them. But Ding Yue easily swallowed two. Yue replied, "The old man is exaggerating. This is not an imperial pill. It doesn't even have value. His shidi made it for him." The old cultivator was stunned. This is an imperial pill of average quality, but even so, it is very rare. Yue chuckled. They really are trash. Such a small thing can make such a fuss. But where is the old man from the Nine Swords Mountain? Pingfeng thought. Ding Yue ate the pill. His injuries healed. There was no need to interfere with this, since the pill was made by his shidi. Then, how strong was their teacher? But the Nine Sword Mountain Sect elder was confident that all they could do was kill Ding Yue. If he was so strong now, what would happen next? Suddenly, everyone heard a loud, ringing laugh, and the Piaohua beauties took advantage of the noise to explore the treasures of Mount Baisheng. Han Yingmi told her friends to hurry up and explore everything here while the men watched the battle closely. Ding Yue smiled. What nimble girls, taking advantage of the situation. But how could he let them take all the treasures of the mountain? The young man immediately took off and headed towards the ruins, shouting to his opponents that he had no time to play with these old dogs. The elders opened their mouths in surprise. This boy ran away. It's too bad. When else will there be an opportunity to kill such a strong, insolent man? At this time, in the ruins of Baisheng, the evil king killed one of his high-class imperial soldiers, who was accompanying the emperor. Shou Wen snatched his sword and laughed loudly. Xuan, who was watching him, was puzzled as to what was happening to the Dark Lord. The soul seal shouldn't affect intelligence, but it seems like Shou Yuan is a little out of his mind. Could dark cultivation really cause this? Based on the information received, Mount Baisheng is good for body training, and there should be many different treasures there. Even if something was destroyed, weapons or something suitable for their creation and improvement, elixirs, pills, and much more. Meanwhile, Ding Yue found a field of medicinal herbs, covered by a protective magical dome from the greedy eyes of people. The young man's sword destroyed the magical protection, and Yue saw many valuable plants needed for potions and pills. The guy decided to take some supplies for his Shidiwang Luo. Let him do alchemy. Yue knew his friend would be happy with such a gift. The young man stood in the middle of the field, sorting through his supplies, choosing what he wanted to take with him as trophies from Mount Baisheng. And then the bushes rustled. A girl was running towards him. Yue clenched his teeth. He recognized Han Yingmei, the famous beauty of the Piaohua Pavilion. Ding Yue waved his sword and declared that this was his field, and if Yingmei dared to approach, he shouldn't accuse him of being rude later. The girl objected that this wasn't Yue's house, and that whoever saw what would take it, and that the territory of this sect didn't belong to anyone now. Instead of answering, the guy ordered his sword to split. He was ready to strike the uninvited guest with his sharp sword. At that very moment, numerous copies of the Ding Yue sword flashed in the air, ready to strike the beauty from the powerful sect. The young man threateningly extended his sword forward. The copies were ready to pierce Han if she moved forward. The girl took a step back. The Piaohua Pavilion maiden frowned and tried to neutralize Ding Yue's attack. A rose flew towards his weapon, but it was not possible to destroy the copies of the young man's sword. Piaohua's combat flowers bounced off the blade without causing him any harm. Han Yingmei was shocked. She was unable to break the young man's sword. Here it is, Ding Yue's strength. It turns out she cannot defeat him. The guy warned the beauty that if she continued her tricks, he would be forced to kill her. So it was better for her to leave. Han told Yue that she just wanted a flower that would give her eternal beauty. Did he really not find her attractive at all? A magic flower appeared in the young man's hand, he asked Inmi. Apparently she was looking for this flower. Many women are ready to give their souls for it. Han Yingmei handed Yue a pill, offering it for exchange. This pill is considered very rare. It can increase strength. The young man grinned and asked if she really thought he needed it. He showed the girl his pills, saying that she could throw away hers. Inmi was shocked. There were imperial pills of average quality shimmering on Yue's hand, several of them at once. It was such a rarity. She sighed sadly. This guy has everything. What could she offer him in exchange for this incredibly needed flower? Ding Yue wondered if there was a shortage of herbs in the Piaohua Pavilion. He handed her a flower, saying that if he liked something, they would exchange. The young man was sure that he would not lose anything anyway. Han Yingmei was beside herself with happiness. Yue was so kind that he gave her the flower. After taking everything he needed, Ding Yue walked on, and as he left, he casually said that they, the Piaohua Pavilion, were really poor things. Meanwhile, in the mini-world, Namo was practicing diligently. Suddenly he lit up like the sun. The creation of the golden body of Buddha was completed. Having completed the practice of creating the golden body, the first Buddhist of this world returned from the mini-world and greeted his master. Xuan asked Namo what he thought of the magical Buddhist relics of the first Buddha he had received as a gift. Namo replied that they were helping him in cultivation, and now he was strong enough to do good and serve his master. Former Mo Tuo informed Xuan that several powerful demons had discovered him, but they would no longer be able to cause him much harm. Demons is a general name, but there are many types. Mo Tuo is an elder of one of them, a cultivator of the 8th stage of the heavenly realm. One day, a strong man entered the demon kingdom to help them conquer the northern territories, and the demons agreed. Later, the demons discovered a conspiracy. It was not only against the people of the north, but also against the demons. Chu asked what the conspiracy was. Namo explained to his master that there was no ruler in the north, and that man dreamed of deceiving everyone and becoming the ruler of the entire north. Chu Shen was surprised. Wasn't there a ruler there? And what about Qinzong, as far as was known? It was he who ruled the Northern Empire at that time. Namo objected. Qinzong owned only part of the vast northern territory. Xuan asked who owned the other part. The first Buddha replied that he was a powerful cultivator of the divine realm, and he had plotted against all races. The boy wondered if Qinzun was also that strong if his opponent was a divine realm cultivator. Namo confirmed that at the time of the war, Qinzong was at the peak of the heavenly realm, almost reaching the divine realm. But he was a little short of strength. That strong man told the demons to invade northern Nanzhou and quickly destroy all the people living there. His goal was to endanger the people of the north, and later appear to save them and become king. And after the divine kingdom, rise even higher. Qinzong discovered his plan, and took measures to prevent this, by allying with the powerful cultivators of the north to defeat the enemies. Together they destroyed that man's plan. The war between demons and humans ended, but as a result, both races fell on the battlefield. Chu said that in the demon country in the north there are 5 treasures. Does Namo plan to find them? Because whoever gets at least one can become the king of the northern territories. Namo said that the demons have a plan. After the defeat the elder was reincarnated, he is going to enter the game for the lands. This message puzzled Xuan. Why did the demon leader want this land, since there were other powerful cultivators besides him? The first Buddha bowed and explained that those below the emperor's realm would not be able to participate and obtain the demon's treasure. It seems like the battle for the treasure will begin between the Sons of Fortune like Ding Yue, and 3 of them are already connected to Chu Xuan. Chu realized that he needed to control this confrontation. The king had to be his man. But even the divine realm wouldn't be enough here. He gave Namo a collection of Buddhist practices. He was already at the level of the divine realm. When the passage of demons was opened, he would be able to control the situation better. After sending Namo to practice, Zhuan decided to keep an eye on Du Yuan just in case. The young man respectfully greeted the master. Chu teleported a communication talisman to his disciple through the portal, and told him to go to Nanju and wait for a convenient moment. Yuan obeyed. The boy took advantage of the saint's halo given to him by the system, and his glowing figure became gigantic and terrifying. With the help of his golden mirror of 1,000 heavens, Xuan found Luo Ying, in whose body the soul of the great emperor Qinzong was reborn. Zun paused his practice and looked in surprise at the giant figure of a man that appeared out of nowhere right next to him. Xuan, who appeared among the clouds, looked more like a ghost than a living person. He looked at Luo Ying with interest. The girl bowed respectfully and greeted the great ancestor who had come to her, and asked how she could be of service. The guy asked the girl bowing before him in a thunderous voice who she really was. Luo Ying, or Qin Zun. An alarmed Zun asked Xuan who he was, and the boy calmed the child down, telling her not to be nervous. The deity sees everything. The girl asked if Prince Luo had come to her. Xuan replied that he had met Prince Luo many years ago. He was a deity, and meeting a deity was a rare opportunity. Zun couldn't understand what kind of creature was in front of him. Maybe he thinks that he is a child from his family. He asked again who was in front of him. Zhuan replied that he was a deity and had many names, and Qinzong, despite his wisdom, was unable to comprehend him. Zun opened his mouth in surprise, which meant this creature knew about his reincarnation. But why did he come? Was he a friend or an enemy of the emperor? Proudly puffing out his chest, Zhuan loudly declared that he was immortal, eternal, incomparable, the supreme first Taoist in the world. The reborn Emperor Qinzong fell to his knees and greeted the one and only elder. Chu said that the deity had just awakened from sleep, and since Zun welcomed him, he accepted him as his named disciple. Zun was stunned. His talent was enormous. The blood of a king flowed through him, and this creature accepted him only as a named disciple. Xuan noticed that he felt offended by the reborn great emperor, who hastened to assure him that this was not the case. Touching his forehead to the stone, Qinzong exclaimed that he humbly and obediently greeted his great immortal teacher. Xuan asked if his student had any requests. Zun replied that he lacked spiritual and physical practices. The guy asked if there was really anything else, for example for his upcoming fight with demons and people for the northern lands. Qinzong was stunned. His new teacher was so scary, he even knew about it. But he, Zong, had never relied on others in his entire life. All his achievements are his alone, so he himself will take back what is rightfully his, and take revenge for all the evil done. Xuan replied, Zun is very courageous even in a woman's body. Chu will protect him, but whether he wins or loses depends on him. The girl needs body training practices. He has many practices, but they are too strong for Luo Ying, even if she is now in the emperor's realm. Xuan said there are 3 more or less suitable ones. They are weak, but Luo Ying will do. Buddha body training, demon body, and dragon warrior body. The disciple must choose one of these 3 practices. Luo Ying exclaimed that she wanted to obtain the dragon warrior body practice. The guy passed on the practice to the student and explained that after training, her strength and defense would become like a dragon's, but this strength was considered average. Xuan added that his disciple should understand that the 9 regions were only a small part of the universe, and the king of the north was nothing. She must train hard to get to heaven. Her journey will only begin when she steps into heaven. As he disappeared, Xuan said that if she could step into heaven, then he would accept her as one of his official disciples. Qinzong clenched his fist and swore he would step into heaven and become the teacher's disciple. He would become the first king of the northern human race. And then Luo Ying realized that she had forgotten to ask the teacher if there was a way to turn a female body back into a male one without being rejected by the Dao. Everything went well. The future king should be Xuan's disciple. Xian'er is near the emperor's realm. Next is Ding Yue, and then Wang Luo. We need to send Chu Yun to the mini-world to train. It's time for someone from the emperor's realm to appear in the Chu family. Then Zhuan noticed that his talisman for contacting secret agents from the Black Moon sect was vibrating. Something had happened. Bao Hongyan reported to the master that a bloody battle was taking place on Mount Baisheng, and the soul of the ancient emperor would soon awaken. Xuan wondered who it could be, whether it was the remnant of the soul of the founder of the Baishan sect himself, or someone else. An awakened soul circled over the ruins of the newly opened sect. Many cultivators had already been killed by this evil spirit. The Dark Lord Shou Yuan attempted to stop the evil spirit with the help of the most powerful technique, Soul and Blood Devourer. Streams of blood flowed around the evil king, like snakes coiling around the awakened soul in the ruins of the sect. The bloody chains bound the soul of the ancient cultivator, the Dark Lord told the others to hold the captive while he purified his soul. All the cultivators concentrated their efforts to restrain the ancient martial soul and help Shou Yuan. The king said that he had always been on the side of justice, and they, the scoundrels, were attacking him as if he were the main villain here. Suddenly, the ancient soul threw off the bloody shackles of the Dark Lord and cried out in anger for all his enemies to die instantly. Shou Yuan screamed in horror. How bad it was. Not only his shackles, but also the techniques of the other cultivators were unable to contain this spirit. The evil king looked around. Dozens of cultivators were lying in pools of their own blood. Most of them were dead. The spirit, enraged by the resistance, killed everyone who did not manage to hide from his terrifying revenge, and streams of scarlet blood gushed out. Having had his fill of revenge, the spirit burst out laughing and shouted, "What a disaster! Almost everyone is dead." The most powerful cultivators silently looked at the villain. Suddenly, an explosion occurred above the ruins of the Mount Baisheng sect, and several streams of energy rushed towards the people standing in the square. The spirit burst into laughter and rushed away, leaving the stunned people to look around and wonder what had happened. The elders finally realized that the evil war spirit had created an illusion of its body being torn apart and was trying to escape. Seeing Ding Yue approaching, the spirit rushed towards him and shouted that he liked the young man's body, and that it would now belong to him. Han Yingmei shouted at Yue to run away quickly. Otherwise the ancient martial spirit would take over his body, and his soul would die. The girl put up her defenses to stop the evil soul that was trying to enter the young body of the guy she liked. Ding Yue gritted his teeth and said to the woman not to interfere in something that was none of her business. He didn't need her help to deal with the spirit. To the surprise of everyone present, the guy calmly allowed the spirit to enter his body. Han froze in fear not far from Yue. The girl cried out in horror, "This is the end. Now the spirit will get the strong body of the young man and kill the remaining surviving cultivators." But Ding Yue didn't pay attention to anyone. Now the struggle continued between his soul and the evil invader. The spirit that had burst into the young man's body suddenly saw that around Yue's soul, many blades, subject only to him, were blazing. The spirit of the ancient cultivator was very surprised. How was this possible? The technique used by the boy was incredibly complex even for elders, and Ding Yue, motionless as a mountain, smiled as he pointed all his blades towards the stranger, using the technique of 100 years of soul training. The spiritual weapon the young man received from his teacher, magnified tenfold, flew in the direction of the alien soul that had invaded his body. The spirit strained his strength and slowed the attack, but the blades were too strong, and the aggressor realized that he would not be able to hold them back for long. The old man realized with horror that he needed to run away immediately. Otherwise his soul, which had survived so many centuries, would perish in the body of this boy. The evil spirit quickly left Ding Yue's body, trying to fly away from this dangerous youth as quickly as possible. The young man smiled and took out his sword. He asked the spirit if he really wanted to escape from him, and he was sure that he could do it. The spiritual blades continued to pursue the soul of the ancient cultivator beyond the youth's body, surrounding him from all sides. The old men were shocked. What kind of technique could be so powerful? Yue was only at the 9th stage of the true realm, but it could crush the soul of the emperor's realm. Ding Yue launched a powerful blow with a spiritual weapon that could destroy even a very strong soul, and a scarlet aura strike flashed. The warlike spirit froze and began to quietly disintegrate into 2 halves, which in turn began to collapse. There was a powerful explosion, and the young man kept a weapon close to the spirit just in case it was another trick. After confirming that the hostile spirit had been destroyed, Ding Yue once again summoned his soul weapon, the blades turning into streams of aura. The youth's energy was blazing. He was restoring and calming his soul. All the surviving cultivators looked at him, frozen. This guy had mastered the secret technique of 100-year soul training to perfection, and could control not only ordinary weapons. Ding Yue turned to the quiet old men and asked if they still wanted to get hit. If so, they could come forward. The 9-sword mountain sect elder realized that they seemed to have a problem. Yue's strength had not only recovered, but had become even stronger. The old men looked around, seeking allies in a new attempt to kill the boy before he became all-powerful. The Dark Lord shook his head and said that he would not help them crush the boy with numbers. It was disgusting. The young man looked at the silent elders and said that if that was all, then he would go and continue exploring the ruins of Mount Baisheng. The elders exchanged glances. They no longer dared to attack this overly daring but clearly strong boy. Xuan watched the student. His will grew stronger. He had almost reached the threshold of the true kingdom and would soon enter the realm of the emperor. And then Xuan noticed that someone was flying towards Yue. The guy was surprised. Could there really still be people on Mount Baisheng? How was this possible? An unknown person appeared from nowhere and dealt a powerful blow to the Dark Lord, knocking Shou Yuan aside. The wounded evil king exclaimed in surprise. Are there really still people here? This Baisheng mountain is full of the most unpleasant surprises. Everyone looked in surprise at the newcomer who flew over the ruins of the mysterious ancient sect of Mount Baisheng. The evil king carefully landed near his retinue, who were ready to fight with anyone to save their ruler. A young man sat down on the stone slabs of the sect's square and calmly walked forward, examining everyone present. Seeing one of the cultivators breaking open the stones of the square with a huge spear, the young man threateningly clenched his fist. A deafening explosion occurred where the warrior with the spear had just stood, and the newcomer struck him with a powerful aura. Everyone prepared for a fight, but a young man appeared out of nowhere and shouted commandingly for them to lower their weapons. A girl approached the young man and said respectfully, "His Majesty has given an order. The young master should hurry." He asked if it was something serious. The girl confirmed it and asked Mr. Bai to forgive her for causing him trouble. The young master glanced casually at the assembled cultivators, muttering contemptuously, "These bugs are bothering me." Suddenly Mr. Bai frowned. He felt that someone else had arrived. A rather strong young man came out into the square. He looked around as if he owned the place, took a few steps forward, and his aura didn't deceive him. Another person had appeared here. Looking up, Bai saw a young man with a sword entering the gate. It was Ding Yue, who had been researching the relics of Mount Baisheng. Bai realized that the young man was in the sect's courtyard, and anger flared within him. How dare he enter the courtyard? Young Master Bai frowned and shouted menacingly at the calm Yue to stop immediately. Burning with anger, he instantly moved to where Ding Yue had appeared in the square, standing right in front of the surprised youth. Yue calmly asked the stranger what was the matter, what he wanted from him. It seemed like they had never met before, or he also wanted to kill him. Lord Bai commanded the young man to hand over the treasure of his Mount Baisheng sect, otherwise he would die. Ding Yue chuckled contemptuously and suggested that the young man try to take from him what rightfully belonged to Yue. The young master of Mount Baisheng sect frowned without further warning and immediately attacked the youth. Ding Yue didn't expect such a swift attack, and this young Master Bai was surprisingly a strong cultivator. The young man thought, "What an arrogant bastard, he really attacked. Where did he come from? It seems he wasn't there when the mountain was opened." Yu concentrated his strength and instantly drew his sword from its sheath to repel the attack of this newly minted master of the ancient sect. Young Master Bai growled that the boy was a crazy, ignorant scoundrel. It seemed like he wanted to test his strength on himself. Two blazing auras clashed in a fierce duel. Bai's white-blue ice aura and Ding Yue's scarlet fire energy. The young master of Mount Baisheng frowned. The boy was indeed strong. He was still resisting. The strike of young Baisheng's fist and the strike of Ding Yue's invincible sword met, shaking the surrounding area, neither of them giving in. Xuan's disciple gritted his teeth. This opponent seemed to be too much for him. He couldn't deal with him as easily as the others. The battle caused violent vortexes of energy to swirl around Mount Baisheng, as if there was a powerful thunderstorm. One of the elders tried to understand what was going on there. He was perplexed whether those two were already dead or still fighting. Liu Pingfeng thought with horror. Judging by this fight, the boy had not fought at full strength before. It was good that he retreated in time. The elder of the Nine Sword sect watched the duel in surprise. He couldn't believe that the young man had such a powerful blow. One of the Qin elders watched the fight with a smile and thought with admiration that there were still such strong people here. The Dark Sovereign, shielding himself from the energy flow, thought that this time the impudent brother Ding Yue seemed to be truly in trouble. But Yue was delighted. He realized that Bai was the one who would give him a boost in development. A fight with him would help the young man make a breakthrough on the path of the sword. He decided to provoke his opponent to use all his power. He shouted to Baiyu that his blows were like slapping a virgin. The young master of Mount Baisheng sect burst out laughing in response and shouted that he had just started. Let's see what Yue would say next. Lightning energy danced around the young Baisheng with renewed vigor. He gritted his teeth and prepared for another powerful attack. Seeing the opponent's reaction, the young man thought, "Great. Every blow from Bai will make Yue stronger and stronger." Moving forward, the impatient young Baisheng rushed to attack his young and daring opponent, seeking to destroy the impudent man. And so they met again in a duel. Blow after blow rained down. The fists of young Baisheng flashed and the sword of young Ding Yue sparkled. A decisive blow. Baisheng's fist and Ding's sword. Two auras, two energies, one power against the other. Everyone froze in anticipation. Yue gritted his teeth and frowned. His opponent was indeed incredibly strong. Anger and a sense of righteousness gave Bai even more strength. The youth felt his blade tremble as the pressure from the young master of Mount Baisheng grew stronger. After hitting the guy, Bai shouted at him to die because he was a cancer on the cultivation system and a disgrace to all swordsmen. Ding Yue, having received a powerful blow, flew to the side, no longer able to resist the enraged young Baisheng. Young Bai's blow was so powerful that he tore a huge trench through the lands of the Baisheng mountain sect. Ding Yue fell among the cracked earth. Everyone was absolutely sure that the impudent and sharp-tongued young man was dead. The young man lay on the ground in a thick curtain of dust, still clutching his sword in his hand. No one knew whether he had survived or not. But young Baisheng casually told his opponent not to pretend to be dead. This attack wouldn't even kill a fly. In response, Ding Yue mockingly replied that he just wanted to take a little rest. What was so special about it? Can't he even rest for a couple of minutes? After all, he's been on his feet since the morning, and this fight is far from his first. The young man vigorously kicked his legs to get up. He was indeed alive and not even injured by the blow he had received. Yue jumped to his feet, exclaiming that he had rested and was ready to resume the fight with the young master of Mount Baisheng. Shaking his head, the young man said that it would be a good idea to warm up and stretch first, as his neck was a bit stiff from all the rest. Young Baisheng asked the boy if he had finished warming up. Yue replied with a smile. Basically, yes, they could continue playing. Bai chuckled. It is true what they say. You can't take away the courage of fools. They cannot understand who they are fighting against. Yue's sword blazed as he responded to the arrogant Baisheng. Let's see what kind of fool he would be when he saw Ding's sharp stick. Bai looked questioningly at his opponent's powerful weapon. His sword was indeed strong and seemed to be getting stronger. The youth launched an attack towards Baisheng and shouted for the arrogant idiot to get what he was after. A furious sword attack flew towards the young master of the ancient sect, cutting through everything in its path and leaving a deep rut. Bai tensed up. The bragging of this stubborn youth had already angered him quite a bit. But the boy was strong. That couldn't be taken away from him. Young Baisheng blocked the sword attack, destroying it with a punch. He asked Yue. And that's all. Yes, it's not a stick, but a pencil. A gigantic stream of scarlet sword energy flew at Bai. It was difficult to block such power, but Baisheng stood firm. An explosion of terrifying force was heard. The cultivators on the mountain fell silent, and did not dare to even approach their opponents. Ding Yue was stunned. How could the young master of Mount Baisheng be able to destroy such a powerful attack? It was simply amazing. Bai chuckled. He sarcastically remarked that the boy was very weak, and it was not fun to fight with him at all. He had hoped for more. The young man, offended by the caustic arrogance of the owner of this mountain, boldly replied that he too expected greater strength from the heir of the sect. Accelerating his energy to the maximum, young Master Baisheng proposed to put all his strength into the next blow. Ding Yue supported his opponent. The fiery energy of his victorious sword condensed around him. He pushed off and rushed to attack. Bai clenched his flaming fist, his body tensed to the limit, and roared for the impudent boy to finally die. Ding Yue shouted almost the same thing. The young fighter was tense. He understood perfectly well that he was facing an incredibly strong opponent. Here they were again, one-on-one, fist against sword, flame against ice, the entire space around the fighters ablaze with energy. Both warriors were losing patience. Both were extremely tense. Everyone understood that the battle had to end with the victory of one of them. But neither Bai nor Ding were going to give in. They glared at each other with hateful eyes until neither of them could win. The release of energy was so incredible that it turned into a giant tornado, which picked up the fighters and lifted them up, and Mount Baisheng shook as if a volcano had erupted there. The Elder of Nine Swords Mountain was shocked. In his incredibly long life, he had never seen such a fight. The second old man couldn't close his mouth in surprise. No one could even suspect the exiled swordsman of such incredible power. Liu Pingfeng was puzzled as to how it was that the strongest people here were the young people, and not the clan elders. Empress Qin Kayun's courtier was horrified that Lord Bai had gotten into a fight instead of heading to the palace. And finally, the giant tornado began to weaken, and everyone waited with bated breath to see the result of this battle. The Dark Lord frowned. He too was curious about who had won this amazing battle, and whether the fight was over. Everyone was asking each other if Ding Yue had died. The mountain almost stopped shaking, and soon the clouds of dust almost died down. Everyone saw that the young man was still alive. He was clearly wounded. His suit was in tatters, but he was still standing on his feet. True, his victorious sword, given to him by the master, was broken, which meant that the young daring swordsman was left without a weapon. The young master of Mount Baisheng looked at his fist in surprise. There was a deep scratch on it. Bai was shocked. For the first time in his life, the enemy was able to inflict physical damage on him. His body was hardened by many different secret techniques. Bai grinned. The boy left a scratch on him. He asked Yue who the hell he was that he dared to fight him. Looking closely at his opponent, young Baisheng noticed that the youth was not whole either. They had both been injured in the battle. Closing his eyes, the heir of the ancient sect of Mount Baisheng concentrated on the mysterious youth standing before him. A little earlier, the opponents fought fiercely, destroying everything in the immediate vicinity. Their blows crumbled the mountain and sent stones flying. Seeing the young man's broken sword, Bai laughed, called the boy an ignoramus, and asked if that was all he could do. The young master of Mount Baisheng declared that he wanted to continue. He was ready to continue the fight with the daring opponent. In response, Ding Yue slashed the broken lump of the sword at Baisheng's outstretched hand. The arrogant gentleman frowned. This was unexpected. And then Bai saw how the young man's aura began to change. Not only did he not die from his wounds, but he also became much stronger. Young Baisheng realized that thanks to this fight, the boy would break through to the next realm. But was that even possible? Ding Yue is too terrifying. It's unclear how he can make a breakthrough in such a battle. This young man has a very rare talent. The heir of the ancient sect clenched his fists again. No matter how talented this boy was, he was a hindrance to him, and therefore he must die. Yui could no longer fight with a broken sword. Bai, confident that he would kill the young man when he struck, wished his opponent a good journey. Having received a powerful blow to the face, the young man staggered, took a few steps back and began to quietly fall to the ground. Suddenly Bai noticed that Yue began to dissolve and disappear. This cunning man had deceived the heir of the sect, and decided to run away from him. Bai was shocked. This was a divine-level technique, the ghost of the setting moon. When did this young man manage to master it? The enraged Baisheng shouted after Ding Yue not to dare run away. He must return and continue their duel. The young man laughed. What a fool. There's no need to be so angry after all. Yue only needed a breakthrough, and Bai helped him a lot with this. Ding Yue really wanted to fight Bai again. But he was really strong, perhaps the strongest person in Nanzhou after his master. Thanks to the strike from the young master of Mount Baisheng, Yue was able to initiate a breakthrough. Bai brought the situation to the brink of life and death. Yu understood why the teacher sent him here. If you want to become stronger, then you need to fight the strong. Only then can you make a breakthrough in strength. The satisfied young man exclaimed. He had made a breakthrough. Now it was time to go home. He had to quickly tell the teacher the good news. Landing near the mountain, Yue noticed a flash in the thick fog, wondering if someone was following him. But he didn't feel anyone. The young man frowned. Someone had clearly come here. Perhaps those old men had secretly followed him to try to kill him again. And then Ding Yue saw that it was the great Empress Qin Keiyun herself flying. She was also clearly surprised by this meeting. Yue wondered what this woman was doing here. Did she really come because of the mess she and Bai had made on the mountain? Qin Keiyun looked at the young man in surprise. Wasn't this Ding Yue, one of the disciples of her old friend, the handsome Chu Xuan? Ding Yue rushed forward, saying that he needed to go home as quickly as possible. That was it. No more troubles. That was enough for today. The Empress didn't understand what was wrong with the young man. But oh well. Now it was more important to find young Master Bai and urgently return him to the palace. Changfan tried to calm young Master Bai by reminding him of Her Majesty's order, but he rushed to catch up with Ding Yue. Empress Qin asked Changfan what was going on here, and the girl quietly told Bai that Her Majesty had flown here herself. The Grand Empress approached young Master Bai and kindly told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Keiyun asked Baisheng what was wrong with him. Wasn't he happy to see her? Bai replied, if it weren't for that crazy Ding Yue, he would have. Changfan replied that she had just seen Ding Yue, but she still didn't understand what had happened, whether she and Bai had some kind of disagreement. Baisheng gritted his teeth and frowned. He thoughtfully replied that it was more. He asked to tell where Ding Yue went. He would kill him. Baiya was overcome with anger and exclaimed that the boy had stolen his treasures, deceived him, humiliated him, and that he would break him in half and grind him into dust. But Qin Keiyun cooled Mr. Bai's ardor, saying that they could not afford to offend the person who stood behind Ding Yue. Young Baisheng was amazed at how this was possible. Why couldn't they afford it? What was Her Majesty Qin Keiyun saying? The great Empress sighed and spread her hands. They absolutely cannot do this. No one can. She recalled Chu Xuan's incredible strength and repeated that no one in this world could do this. Baisheng must understand this and calm down. In the courtyard of Xuan's estate, his sister's clear voice rang out again. Yun loudly called out to her 13th brother from outside the gate. The guy asked in surprise what Yun was doing there, and she, very pleased, offered to look at her very carefully. Suen sarcastically remarked that the girl was so happy it was as if her breasts had grown 3 sizes, but somehow it wasn't noticeable. Yun was offended and called her little brother a fool. He had to ruin such a wonderful mood with his remark. But the girl could not remain angry for long. She smiled again, and exclaimed that she had reached the 9th step of the Kingdom of Truth. Xuan praised his little sister. She was so good. She was the pride of Grandpa Qianming. The guy yawned and said that he was very tired. Now it was Yun's turn to be sarcastic. She suggested that if her brother was tired of lying on his right side, then he could roll over to his left. The owner of the estate indignantly exclaimed that this impudent girl had absolutely no respect for her elders. Xuan immediately smiled and approached Yun. He said that he was very happy for her. He was just joking. His sister replied that she knew it and was also joking. Xu Yun told the 13th brother that on the way to his place, she ran into Xiao Wang and he seemed very strange to her. Xuan frowned and replied that this guy seemed normal, but he knew very well that he was the prince of the Dark Kingdom. Yun spoke thoughtfully. Even despite this, for some reason it seemed to her that this guy was, well, how to put it, a little off. The girl made a sad face. It was certainly not nice to say that, but it seemed to her that he was mentally ill. The constant companion of the young prince of the evil empire saw the gentleman talking with Tai, a regular at brothels and cheerful women. Ever since young Master Xiaowan saw that girl Chu Yun, he had become completely abnormal, a complete headache. The prince said that he wanted to ask Tai for some love advice, and his interlocutor smiled. Apparently the lady of his heart was treating Van too coldly. Xiaowang smiled bitterly. That's right, Mr. Tai understands everything. The Dark Prince can't attract the attention of a beautiful girl. Tai told His Highness that since he had not found an effective method, then he would try to help him with his experience. First of all, sweet nicknames like Darling, My Heart and Dear are already outdated. Now it is fashionable to call girls treasure. Shi Wang readily repeated. Tai remarked that it was good that the prince understood this, but that was not enough. There was something else he needed to know. Tai leaned towards the enamored prince and said mysteriously that the main thing is how you talk about love, because the result depends on it. The Dark Prince's mouth dropped open in surprise. Oh my god, I still have to talk about how many complications there are in love. Tai squeezed his knees to hold back a smile, and in a serious tone he continued to teach his interlocutor the art of love. Pointing his finger at the surface of the water, Tai asked His Highness if he saw any fish in the pond. Xiao Wang looked at the water in confusion. The boy asked the prince what he thought of when he looked at this fish. Xiao Wang replied that he imagined the fish stewed, steamed, or fried. The prince's interlocutor shook his head negatively. This was a completely wrong answer, as he wouldn't be able to conquer anyone that way. Tai smiled and slyly asked if His Highness knew why he liked to eat fish. Xiao Wang asked in surprise. And why? In response, Tai's eyes sparkled with moisture, and placing his hand on the prince's head, he said tenderly, Because he loves him, Xiao Wang. The touched heir of the evil kingdom sobbed. Tears welling up in his eyes, he muttered, It's so sweet of Tai. And then Xiao Wang exclaimed that he understood everything, and the Dark Prince's eyes began to shed tears that were so uncharacteristic of him. The heir's companion, who had been observing the conversation, scratched his lush hair in confusion. For some reason he had a very bad feeling about this. At this moment, the crows that had been spying for the Dark Prince flew up to him and reported that Chu Yun had appeared in Ziyue County. The enamored Xiao Wang exclaimed, Chu Yun, treasure, he will come to his beloved right now. The prince's eyes sparkled, and his cheeks flushed. Tai and the prince's faithful companion opened their mouths in surprise and unexpectedness, while the heir teleported away. Yun walked along the familiar path that led from the Chu family's main estate to the small manor where her 13th brother lived. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky, and Xiao Wang appeared right in front of the girl. He knelt down and called Yun his treasure. The heated prince exclaimed that Yun's lips looked lonely. Could he introduce them to his lips? Xu Wen was stunned by such unexpected pressure. Wang, seeing her confusion, joyfully asked if she was really touched by his speech. Instead of answering, the girl flashed her admirer a glance at his smiling face, and the blow made everything swim before the prince's eyes. Listening to this funny story, Xuan laughed until he cried. His jaws hurt and his stomach churned from uncontrollable laughter. Enraged, Yun demanded that the 13th brother stop laughing at her, and he, sobbing, replied that she had made him laugh to death. To stop this stream of laughter, the angry girl hit Xuan, who was overly amused, with all her might. The 13th brother was still laughing at his older sister's adventures, while she was snorting angrily and regretting having told him about it. Finally, she said angrily, That's it. It's time to go home to Grandpa. Xuan supported her. Let her go and bring him a treat. Xuan reminded Yun that she had trained so hard that she had now become the backbone of the Chu family, so she couldn't relax. The girl smiled. She had no intention of relaxing, but still, the 13th brother was overdoing it with his irrepressible joy. Chu Shen smiled at his diligent older sister. Despite his sarcastic remarks, he loved her very much. An angry Yun went to her grandfather's big house. Night fell, and Zhuan sighed. He was incredibly bored. He took a mirror and decided that before going to bed he should watch someone. Suddenly he would see something interesting for himself. The guy's gaze stopped on a strong cultivator sitting near a giant tree, Chu thought. It seems he found someone. But, apparently, this cultivator is not a human, but a demon. Although it is not immediately obvious, the boy is surprisingly similar to a human. Suen guessed that he looked so much like a human because he was a heavenly demon, the strongest of the race. According to all the legends known to Chu, among all types of demons, only the celestial ones can break through to the divine realm. Maybe Zhuan found another treasure. He needs to take a closer look at it using the all-seeing eye technique. Mo Luantian was bullied because of his human blood, and one day he couldn't take it anymore and left home, with a huge power dormant in his body. Zhuan saw that Luantian's power was about to awaken. The demon gritted his teeth and cursed. He exclaimed that he wanted everything or nothing. The young demon concentrated and stuck his right hand into the cauldron with golden flammable liquid. He decided to perform a demonic ritual. The liquid in the cauldron began to bubble, and Mo's hand began to become covered in wounds, causing Luantian's body unbearable hellish pain. He clenched his teeth and frowned to keep from screaming. This terrible ritual is called a demonic bite. It awakens the power of a demon. The demon's hand, lowered into the cauldron, burst into flames. The sleeve immediately turned into shreds, and bloody fiery wounds crawled across the body. The young demon could not bear it, and screamed piercingly. Almost his entire body was engulfed in demonic fire and covered in wounds. Chu Xuan stared at Yuluantian's torment with wide eyes and said in shock that this demonic ritual was so terrifying. Mo Luantian's aura became fiery. Xuan read that the success of this ritual depended entirely on the demon and his will. The boy saw through the mirror that although the wounds on the demon's body were already disappearing, he continued to suffer unbearably from the demonic fire. The pain began to subside, Mo Luantian thought in confusion. Did it really work? Did he go through the ritual and become a real demon? Zhuan, who was watching the young demon, saw that he had gotten to his feet. It seemed that he had succeeded. He had endured the pain. Mo clenched his fist and told the heavenly demon clan that he would definitely return, for he, Mo Luantian, was the strongest of all the demons. The young demon's fist glowed with the purple energy of death, and after completing the ritual, he became noticeably stronger than before. Xuan thought, Mo is still too young. He doesn't understand that even strong demons can die if he is directed to the path of light. Xuan's gigantic figure appeared in front of the dumbfounded demon in golden light, and the youth greeted him with a wish for light. Mo Luantian was confused. He did not understand who he was, what he wanted, what he was going to do, and why he had appeared to him. The young demon looked in surprise at the strange creature that appeared to him in the demonic forest immediately after the ritual. Zhuan kindly told the young man that the demonic path had no future, but Buddhism did, and invited him to join his sect. The demon did not understand what was being discussed. He had never heard of Buddhism before, and could not understand what kind of Buddhism this was. But Luantian noticed that this man looked very strong, although he didn't know who he was. But perhaps Buddhism was something interesting. Xuan decided that this guy had too many questions. He needed to confuse his mind so that unnecessary things wouldn't come to his mind. He told Mo that their meeting was destined. Chu sees considerable potential in the guy, so he wants to make him his disciple. The 9 realms are just a small part of the world. The Mo clan demons are far below. How can they compare to a deity? Buddhism is the right path, and it will also reveal talent. Mo was very surprised. The demons are so ancient. Are they really so far from the goal? He asked how big the world was, Chu explained. It was insanely big. The divine realm was nothing more than the ability to reach the heavens. Chu said that Buddhism is righteous and goes far beyond the demon realm. If he is a Buddha, he becomes the founder of the 9 domains of Buddhism, and not just a descendant of the demon clan. Mo thought it made sense. No matter how strong you are just a descendant. But what if you are the founder? The young demon asked the giant in the golden glow. He says that Buddhism is limitless, and how strong it is, what can it be compared to? Xuan replied, the foundations of Buddhism in Mo's body are currently weaker than the cultivation of demonic powers, but they will become stronger later. Luantian generated a clot of purple demonic energy on his hand and threw it into the space next to him. Xuan released a golden stream of his energy towards him, which instantly neutralized Mo's demonic power. He thought, so that means there is another power inside the body, one that little is known about, one that can be used against enemies. Mo decided that Buddhism could be very powerful and provide enormous opportunities, so he fell down and greeted his new teacher. A pleased Xuan said that this was excellent. He was very glad to see Mo Luantian among his disciples. May the light be with him. Once Luantian enters his abode, he will have to accept all the laws and vows. The young demon agreed with the teacher. The second Buddha of this world instantly changed. Xuan told him that as for the other rules, he would understand them later himself. Luantian had just started training, so his level was low. Chu gave him a robe, a magic staff, and a cup to help him. Xuan told the newly converted Buddha that he had now become a soldier of the heavenly kingdom and could not let his teacher down. Chu created the weapon himself for the first time, and was quite satisfied. It also had other properties that instantly improved his heavenly soldier. Xuan passed on the necessary knowledge to his new student through the portal, and a golden stream poured onto the humble Mo. Having mastered the knowledge and techniques, Luantian enthusiastically praised his Buddha and felt much better and stronger. The teacher solemnly told the former demon to stand up. Xuan was very pleased. He was able to brainwash Mo. Chu didn't know why, but there was a strange feeling about this guy. Something magical. He could only hope that nothing would happen. For Xuan's initial efforts to establish a Buddhist sect, the system rewarded him with new Buddhist scriptures. Xuan passed on Buddhist scriptures to Luantian in the hope that he would spread Buddhism to the world, and the disciple obediently replied that he followed the path of Buddhism. As he closed the portal, Chu bid his disciple and the second Buddha farewell to train hard and become as strong as possible. The system informed Chu that he had found the Son of Fortune from the demon realm, and as a reward he received the test of the secret realm. By experiencing the secret kingdom, one can challenge oneself, find one's shortcomings and real limits. Such is the path of the strongest. Now that there is such a place, all the techniques can be tested a large number of times, without there being any real injuries or deaths. Xuan went to his secret kingdom. He was in a hurry to experience the new opportunities given to him by the generous system. He chose a one-on-one fight. The strength is the same as his, the 9th level of the honor realm. I wonder if Chu can win. To Chu's surprise, he almost instantly defeated a strong opponent who was at the same cultivation level as him. It turns out that he is indeed stronger than the people in the same realm, which means he is the strongest of the 9th level of the honor realm. Now we need to try to fight with a fighter of the 1st level of the heavenly realm, to see if he can defeat an opponent in a higher realm. This fight was not as easy as the previous one. The enemy gave Xuan a good beating, and at the end there was a deafening explosion. Chu wiped his face. Both of them were about to die. The gap in strength was too great. It seemed like he needed to expose his own shortcomings to break through. An unperturbed Blackie calmly watched his master's training from the roof and, as befits a pet, kept quiet. Xuan continued to fight battle after battle, gradually increasing the strength of his opponent and improving his own fighting skills. He said that within 10 days, he should be the only being who can kill an opponent with a superior realm. The guy decided to try something different. For better training, he needed to increase the variety of attacks and combat conditions. The cat jumped into the yard and stared at his owner in surprise. He had become significantly stronger in just half a day. It seemed incredible. For the fact that Chu had survived many dangers and accumulated rich combat experience while staying at home, the system rewarded the guy again. He received the memories of thousands of battles. It is a special spiritual technique that makes you feel as if you were born to participate in battles. Now Chu Xuan is the best in fighting. He smiled smugly. Let anyone try to defeat him in battle. He opened a secret kingdom for his disciples to train, gain experience, and make breakthroughs in strength. Shenner was surprised that the master could open the secret kingdom to people. She asked if he could force someone to accept a duel. Xuan asked his assistant what she was planning. The girl clenched her fists and exclaimed that she wanted to kill the scoundrel Ding Yue. She set up a wooden dummy for training, and every time she opened her eyes, she looked at it with the desire to kill. Chu smiled. Okay, since Shan'er wants it, he will make the young man fight. Xuan mentally apologized to Yue for another lie. He called the young man, who obediently responded to the master's call. Xuan asked Yue how his sword technique was developing, what his successes were. The student answered modestly. He feels that he has already broken through to the 2nd level of the kingdom, and is in the process of consolidation. Yu hoped to soon reach the level where no woman could penetrate his heart, and he could kill gods. Xuan said with a smile that the young man did not understand something. Ding Yue obediently asked the teacher to explain what mistake he had made. Chu explained that Yue avoids women. It is a mental barrier. He is afraid that a woman will hinder his self-improvement. This is wrong. You look at a woman and see a woman, you look at a woman and don't see a woman. She may be nearby, but not in the heart. This is the true path. Xuan pointed to Su Xian'er standing not far from him and asked the young man what he saw, whether it was a woman or not. Ding Yue looked at the master's assistant and his fellow disciple with a smile. He replied to the teacher that there was a woman standing in front of him. Xu Xuan asked the disciple to look at Xian'er again to see if she was really a woman, and how confident he was in his answer. Then Xuan pointed towards the mountains and asked the young man to look there and see if he could see any mountains there. Yue confirmed. The teacher told the student to look again to see if these were really mountains. Yue turned to the mountains in confusion. He was a little confused. Chu said, "You look at the mountains and see mountains, you look again and don't see them, the third time you see mountains again, these are the 3 states in which he is." The young man repeated in confusion, "You also look at a woman and see a woman, you look and don't see, the third time means you see again." And then it dawned on Ding Yue. He shouted to the teacher that he understood everything. Now he realized his mistake in perceiving pretty women. Turning to Xian'er, he said that she was not a woman, she was a mannequin. And the mannequin was she, although she was a woman, but not for him. The naive young man bowed and asked his master if he had understood his lesson correctly. Xuan glanced sideways at Xian'er, who was furious. Xian'er's eyes flashed with malice, exclaiming that this was an excellent answer, and demanded that Ding Yue come to her immediately. The girl took out the whip the master had given her for practice, and struck it loudly against the stone slabs of the courtyard floor. Wrapping the whip around the young man, Xian'er dragged him into the gates of the secret kingdom, growling angrily. So who was she in the opinion of that bastard Yue? Xuan heard her asking Yue who she was, and he replied that in his eyes she was not a woman, although she was a woman. But in his eyes she was just a mannequin. The beaten Yue begged his sister not to hit him. Nothing would change if she hit him again. He already understood everything. When you look at a woman, you should not see a woman. The young man added that he was sure that in the teacher's eyes, Xian'er was also just a dummy. Otherwise he would not have been able to become so strong. Xuan's enraged assistant gave Yue a painful kick to the jaw, screaming for the bastard to finally die. Tired of being beaten by the stronger Xian'er, Yue begged the teacher to help him. Sister Su has gone crazy and wants to kill him. Xuan realized that he couldn't just deceive them anymore. Ding Yue could easily be deceived. But Wang Luo was far from being such a naive guy. From the secret realm, Xuan's disciples moved to a mini-world to continue practicing cultivating their powers. An offended Xian'er asked the teacher if he was taking her for a dummy. Xuan advised her not to listen to Yue's nonsense, but the girl still persistently asked the teacher if she understood correctly that he did not consider her a mannequin, as Ding Yue said. Xuan laughed. He asked the assistant, "Ding Yue is a fool, but is she really following in his footsteps? He didn't expect this from her." Su Xian'er sighed. Her eyes were indescribably sad. She sadly said that she understood everything, she just hated this bastard. Later, Ding Yue and Wang Luo trained almost constantly in the secret realm, and Su Xian'er was also there every day. But besides training, Su Xian'er still stood by Chu Xuan's side every day, cooking delicious food and playing with Chu Pingfan. The girl was still extremely angry at Ding Yue, and would occasionally beat him brutally to let off the pent-up steam. Chu Pingfan was learning how to use knives, but he still had a stupid face and didn't look like a smart child. Namo Buddha, the first Buddhist of this world, learned the techniques of Buddhism with amazing speed, but was kind and humble. Having handed him another technique, Chu sent Namo to a secret kingdom to train there in order to develop his abilities and Buddhist techniques. The former demon thanked his master for his immeasurable mercy and generous gift, and he would immediately take advantage of the opportunity. Obeying his master's command, Namo moved to the secret realm where the rest of Chu Xuan's disciples were training. Namo greeted the boys warmly, wishing them wisdom and light. As Buddhists usually greet each other, he said, "Oh, Amitabha." He had already mastered a new Buddhist technique and immediately decided to practice against a very strong demon opponent. The boys were amazed at how quickly and calmly Namo dealt with the strongest enemy. The demon only had time to scream and was killed. Su said, "The training material of the 8th level Heavenly Realm demon was destroyed in an instant." Yue added, "Namo is strong." Xuan decided that after the end of the demonic war, Namo should return, become a supporter of Mo Luantian, and spread Buddhism throughout the land. After half a year, Ding Yue's cultivation had reached its peak. Enough spiritual power had been accumulated, and it was time to break through to the Emperor's realm. At the same time, Su Xian'er was able to break through to the 2nd level of the same realm. For the student's success, the system rewarded Xuan with 100 years of cultivation. Chu was satisfied. His strength had leaped forward. The heavenly realm was getting closer, but as expected, it was not enough to break through. After Ding Yue made a breakthrough, Wang Luo also gained enough spiritual power to break through to the Emperor's realm. Because Wang Luo was able to make a breakthrough so quickly under Xuan's guidance, the system gave Chu another 100 years of cultivation. Xuan was one step closer to the heavenly realm, but without a breakthrough, would it be necessary to wait another 10 years for Pingfan to reach the Emperor's realm? Maybe Mo Luantian will summon the system reward faster, now that his strength has reached the 6th level of the Truth Realm. From time to time, Xuan checked on him and passed on the scriptures, but did not mention the commandments. Although everything was going well, Chu felt that one day everything would go wrong. During one of the conversations, Mo Luantian suddenly asked the teacher if the student could exchange his staff for a bladed weapon. Xuan was very surprised why the student wanted to change the magic staff that helps him cultivate his power. Mo explained to the teacher that he was very grateful to him, but people were cruel and treacherous, so he would like to forge a weapon with the commandments. Xuan replied to the student that he had an understanding of Buddhism. He was very talented in practices. The teacher was happy, so he gave him a sword. A battle sword created by Chu Xuan from the materials of his mini-world was transported to Mo Luantian through the golden portal. Having received the magical weapon as a gift, the former demon knelt down and thanked the teacher for this magnificent gift. Xuan wondered what else he could do to make the system reward him and bring him closer to breaking through to the heavenly realm. He understood perfectly well that it was still too early to send Mo Luantian to the secret realm for training. His level was too low. Chu didn't know who had to enter the secret realm to trigger the system reward, and what else Xuan had to do. And then an interesting thought came to Chu's mind. He smiled broadly. Something needs to be added to the Taoist canon. He picked up a book and a writing brush, smiled cheerfully once again, and went to look for a comfortable place to work. A smile played across Xuan's face, and as he opened the treatise, he added that to practice the scriptures, one must carry out castration, completely, down to the root. Chu was absolutely sure that no one would run and wield a knife over their own body before finishing the book. A little further he added that one can practice without this. How one can work on oneself without isolating oneself from the bustle of the world. A few pages later, Xuan wrote that if you remain childless, you will be a coward and a fool. But if not, you will be healthy in all respects. In the end, Xuan added that he bowed deeply to such cultivators, even bowing 3 times as a sign of respect. Carefully closing the treatise, Xuan asked himself, no one would castrate themselves after this, of course not. Xuan decided to create a unique weapon that would be capable of inflicting damage on the enemy's spiritual nature. Each needle will pull a thin thread. There are 9,000 of them in total. The higher the level, the more needles can be used. In addition to the set of heavenly level needles, Xuan also created 2 sharp daggers that could injure on both the physical and spiritual levels. The next step is elixirs and the like. Wang Luo made many different kinds of imperial pills, including those that heal mental trauma. And the final act is the protective field that Chu Xuan decided to establish on the borders of his home region of Nanzhou. The protective field generated by Chu took off from his small estate and rushed over the mountainous and forested areas. An energy, invisible to most people, like an invisible wall, surrounded the entire Nanzhou region where war was brewing. The blast sent by Xuan struck the very center of the region and rose up in the form of an invisible protective magical dome. Now Xuan was sure that whoever approached the borders of Nanzhou would immediately find out about it, be it a human or a demon. The borders of the native land were now reliably protected from a possible invasion, which was expected in the near future. The demonic wolf, seeing the magical dome that appeared, snapped its teeth angrily, meaning that people were expecting an attack from demons. Xuanyu was still very close to the heavenly realm. He continued to train, and sometimes gave advice to Mo Luantian. The second Buddhist had many questions about both techniques and teachings, and conversations with the master helped him understand everything. Chu often noticed that Luantian seemed too self-confident. Maybe he should explain everything again. Dingyue created statues of women, and endlessly repeated, "You look at a woman, and she is not a woman. You look again, and she is still a woman." Looking at the young man, Xuan sighed heavily, but it seemed useless to explain anything to him. He was stuck on the same thing. Yui told the teacher that Brother Wang Lo gave him a pill to clear his mind and break through to the 3rd level of the Sword Path. But after swallowing the pill made by the alchemist, Ding Yue saw before him a sensual beauty who was in love with him. The young man was terrified. He had seen a woman, which meant he was still not strong enough to resist a woman's charms. Wang Luo, under Yue's influence, also ate a pill that created hallucinations, which strengthened one's spiritual strength by testing one's mind with various fears. One of Wang Luo's fears was that he would stop making potions and pills, but he was able to overcome this fear. Xuan cursed, "These 2 zealous freaks are putting themselves into a state of hallucination just to get rid of the influence of women. This will not happen until they lose their intercrural sticks." After some time, Ding Yue and Wang Luo came to the master with questions, and the puzzled young men said that they had doubts. Xuan asked what other doubts there were. He thought with displeasure. Well, what have these 2 idiots come up with again? Again, probably about women. Ding Yue told the teacher that every time he entered a different state, he saw women. But how to overcome these illusions? Wang Luo added that it was the same with him. Xuan said that they have psychological barriers. They are too fixated on one topic. Chu said, "The truth is false and the lie is true. It's all because they are obsessed with the truth. But how can they then concentrate on cultivation?" The disciples pondered the profound wisdom expressed by the master, and their eyes lit up as if divine light had been poured upon them. Finally, Ding Yue exclaimed that he understood everything, and respectfully thanked the teacher for the greatest science of cultivating strength. Wang Lo smiled, and, thanking the master for the lesson, said that he also understood everything. How good it was that they came to the teacher with this question. Xuan sighed heavily. What could these disabled people even understand? Being attracted to girls at their age is a natural thing. Yun came several times. She was halfway to breaking into the Emperor's realm. The girl was very pleased with her success. Mo Luantian had reached the 9th level of the Truth Realm, and had already begun to walk through the Demon Realm without fear of his kin. For some reason, there was no news from Du Yuan, but he should not have entered Nanzhou yet, but he could be called through the mirror. Chu Pingfan is 8 years old now. His realm is already at the 3rd level. The boy has reached the limit of the current level, and is about to break through. The boy's aura was strong and indomitable. Chu could clearly feel it, especially the wooden knife, the aura of which seemed to merge with Pingfan's aura. The knife made from the materials of the mini-world, given by Zhuan to his nephew, was named the Common Blade, in honor of its little owner. Ding Yue once used the Imperial Sword against this blade, but the knife was not damaged, not even the slightest crack. Yue then asked the teacher if he could also have the same wooden blade as little Chu Pingfan. Xuan replied, such a wooden sword Yue would not do, as long as only little Pingfan could use such a weapon. 3 years have passed since Chu Yuan's departure. The strength in his body is not chaotic, which means he is not in danger and is still alive. Perhaps the situation is not very good. The boy remembered how her mother's father had shouted that they were so worthless, that his heiress had given birth to such trash. Grandfather shouted at Pingfan that he had never seen such a useless person. It was a disgrace to their famous family. These painful memories brought tears to the child's eyes. He clenched his teeth and instinctively pulled his head into his shoulders. Zhuan commandingly told his nephew to calm down. He would succeed. He would be able to become strong and save his parents. The boy obediently focused on cultivation, his aura blazing. The blade he never parted with was right there. And then Chu Pingfan began to break through. A dense light energy of unprecedented strength lifted the boy and his weapon up. So he passed through the ordinary kingdom and went into the amazing kingdom, and then broke through into the magical kingdom that followed. Along with the boy, his weapon also changed. During this time, the blade's growth was completed, and now the change began. Chu Shen's disciples, observing the child's breakthroughs, were surprised at what kind of abilities these were, and what kind of cultivation methods these were. Under his uncle's guidance, the boy made amazing progress. In just 3 years of cultivation, he broke through to the true realm. The boys whispered that if Pingfan succeeded, the 9 regions would be conquered, since this child was only 9 years old. Under Xuan's guidance, Pingfan became the 9th cultivator in the history of the world, to reach the true realm at the age of less than 10 years. For such amazing successes of the little disciple, the system gave Xuan 300 years of cultivation and the Northern Lights technique. With this technique, you can transform into the Northern Lights, while being thousands of miles away, ignoring space, prohibitions, and barriers. A satisfied Chu Pingfan came to his 13th uncle and reported that he had broken through, and the boy said that he felt much stronger. Xuan praised his nephew very well and told him to try to break into the Emperor's kingdom before he was 20 years old. But you need to combine training and rest. It's not good to work all the time, and you don't need to put all your energy into training exclusively. The boy smiled and answered the 13th uncle that he understood everything and would try to follow all his instructions as accurately as possible. If a boy wants to go out and play outside, he can go out and even fly on a very large pengbird. Pingfan's eyes sparkled. He was very fond of his 13th uncle's magical pets, the celestial cat Blackie and the bird Peng. The power of the magical animals grew very quickly. The heavenly cat was already at the 1st level of the honor realm, and the Peng bird at the 3rd. Xuan knew that with these 2 animals, nothing dangerous would happen to Chu Pingfan in Nanzhou. They would protect the child. Xuan used the 300 years of cultivation he had acquired. His soul and body had changed, and he was on the threshold of the heavenly realm. The rules in the heavenly kingdom are more precise, like a mini-world in which the word Chu is the law. He is the sky there. This is the heavenly kingdom. But due to some laws of qi that can destroy cultivation, before moving to the heavenly realm, Xuan must pass a test. He lay in the courtyard of the estate on his favorite lounger, and wondered what he should do now. His cultivation path was too unusual. Previously, when moving to new realms because of the system, he did not pass the QE tests, but now, it's just a disaster. Suddenly, Xuan felt that the time for a test had come. His aura sparkled, and he plunged into a previously unknown space. Amidst the raging elements, Xuan used the secret technique of being still as a mountain, creating an impenetrable protective sphere. To protect himself from penetration into his body, he used another secret method, the 100 Soul training technique. Chu was surprised that he had successfully passed all the tests, using the techniques that the generous system constantly supplied him with. After completing the test, Xuan finally broke through to the heavenly realm. Everything changed, both his soul and of course his body. The pleased Xuan said, "It is so wonderful to live, not even 10 years have passed, and he has already reached the heavenly kingdom. Isn't it amazing?" Chu became the youngest person in history to break through to the heavenly realm, and for this, the system granted him a mini-world upgrade and the radiance of the Dao. To begin with, Xuan decided to improve his miniature world. Thanks to the system's gift, it significantly increased in size. The students who were inside the world at that time were very frightened, deciding that some terrible catastrophe had begun in the mini-world. Looking into the portal, Xuan reassured them, telling them not to panic. It was just an extension of his miniature world. Nemo philosophically noted that the power of Buddhism is limitless. The Lord is able to create worlds and change their sizes at his will. After the upgrade, the mini-world expanded to the size of the northern region. The world's riches became countless, and time became endless. The primordial Dao Radiance Crystal can absorb and produce Dao, and also improve the world, and also help in long-distance communication. Xuan decided to use it in the mini-world. This crystal can help those inside to perceive the Dao from the outside world. The primordial Dao crystal sparkled above the mini-world's main tree, enhancing the already beautiful cultivation site. Xuan's next target was the Dao realm. He didn't know if there was even one cultivator in the Dao realm in all 9 regions. It will take a long time to break through the divine realm. But for now, he will receive rewards for his disciples' breakthroughs. Once Chu allows Mo Luantian to enter the mini-world, he needs to develop into the Emperor realm as quickly as possible, and he needs disciples. Over the next few days, Xuan used the mirror to look at various random places, hoping to find suitable candidate disciples. He also tried to move through the mirror portal, but it turned out that it could only move creatures of a lower level. As the decade of seclusion approached, Chu Xuan added to his entertainment, such as asking Suxian Air to dance. He also took out an ancient kin and asked the girl to play something. And so the days and evenings in the estate became more and more cozy. Ding Yue and Wang Luo spent most of their time in the improved mini-world, exploring it and practicing new techniques and moves. Chu Pingfan completed the preparatory training stage and officially began training with his favorite weapon, the blade. The boy's daily life was filled with hard training, games, and his new passion for wood carving. Chu Xuan passed on the Northern Lights technique to his little nephew, even though it was high level and a bit difficult for a child. But the baby quickly began to master it, although Yue and Wang Luo encountered some difficulties while training this technique. Xuan's decade of seclusion was approaching. He couldn't wait for it to arrive, wondering what the system would give him. Thanks to the help, Luo Ying succeeded in training the body of a dragon warrior. The girl was already at the 5th stage of the Emperor's realm. Thanks to his tireless training in the improved mini-world, Namo Buddha was already at the 9th level of the Heavenly Kingdom. The 10-year period is getting closer. I wonder what the reward will be. Maybe it will be possible to break through to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Kingdom. Xuan was in a pleasant anticipation. He threw a sweet pill into his mouth to improve his mood and tuned into thinking. Suddenly, the system reported that thanks to Buddhism, Xuan's disciple Mo Luantian had broken through to the Emperor's realm. Chu received a reward. Xuan jumped in surprise at what had happened. How could Luantian, thanks to Buddhism, have so quickly broken through to the Emperor's realm? He immediately looked into his mirror to see his disciple. Mo was in the high desert mountains of the demon realm. In one of the deep caves, Mo Luantian was located. The space was illuminated only by the light emanating from the second Buddhist of this world. The former demon was immersed in meditation, practicing the techniques he received from his teacher, and giving thanks to the great and powerful Buddhism. Suddenly Xuan saw that a heavenly eye had opened on his disciple's forehead, and a golden radiance began to emanate from his body, like from the golden body of a Buddha. Chu gasped, "Wow, it seems Mo Luantian and Buddhism are linked by fate. He has talent, a special understanding of all the laws of Buddhism." Xuan's talented disciple stood up, his aura blazing with golden flames, revealing that he had acquired the power of an ancient dragon. Seeing such unprecedented power, Xuan's mouth opened in surprise. He didn't immediately understand what it was. He definitely didn't give him such a technique. So, this is Mo's inner strength. But when Chu deceived him, he just said the first thing that came to mind. And it turns out that this is true. Now, thanks to Buddhist practices, Mo Luantian not only broke through to the Emperor's realm, but also released the power of his soul. Coming out of meditation, the second Buddhist of this world humbly said, "O Amitabha," thanking the teacher for guiding him on this path. Enlightened Luantian stood up with a smile and walked towards the exit of the prayer cave. his entire body glowing with golden light. Xuan closed the mirror portal. His disciple Mo Luantian's breakthrough brought him, as a teacher, rewards from the caring system. This time, Chu received the Dao Search Mirror. It can help one find one's true path, Daoists, and also remember the qi of cultivators. Xuan was delighted. It turns out that you can not only search for your own path, but also for strong cultivators. This is simply a wonderful thing. He decided to immediately try to use the system gift and look for strong cultivators located in the Dao realm. But just a few minutes later, Chu Xuan felt weak. This new gift seemed to be sucking the strength and energy out of him. The guy stopped searching. This thing consumes a lot of energy. It was the first gift that was so energy-intensive. Xuan looked at the direction the arrow stopped. He should better prepare to work with this magical item. To restore his strength, Xuan threw an energy restoration pill into his mouth. Fortunately, Wang Lo had made a lot of them. Xuan decided that there was no need to worry. If he searched a little every day, he would definitely find someone very strong. Once the Taoists are found, their qi can be memorized and absorbed using the crystal. The enemy can transfer the qi into the crystal himself. Having decided thus, Xuan began to use the mirror daily, searching for cultivators in the Dao realm. But his search yielded no results. Is it possible that in all 9 regions there is not a single cultivator of the Dao realm? Since such a realm exists, then where are they all? Are they really in the heavens? Su Xian'er approached Xuan and timidly asked whether she should dance for the master to improve his mood, or for variety. Chu, engrossed in studying the mirror, replied that he didn't want to. It was boring. The girl was a little offended after all. She was a good dancer. Xian'er approached little Pingfan and asked if he wanted his aunt to dance. The boy was just going to practice with his blade. He shook his head and hands, telling Aunt Su that he was very busy training now, and had no time to watch her dance. Xuan's assistant frowned. No one was paying attention to her. No one was interested in her. Everyone was so busy with their training. The head of the Chu Tianming family ordered his 13th grandson Chu Xuan to return home and sent one of the elders to him. The messenger went to the small estate where the 13th young master Chu Xuan had lived alone for many years. Xuan said that he did not want to return. The messenger said that the master ordered it. Did the young master really want to disobey the master? The 13th young master said that he liked living here too, and he asked the elder to tell the chief to leave him alone. The elder tried to convince the young master to follow him, but all attempts were in vain. The boy flatly refused to go home. Xuan threatened that if grandfather did not stop trying to persuade him, he would persuade his sister Yun to leave the Chu family home. Hearing this threat, old Tianming let out a stream of curses, shouted loudly, and the leader waved his hand. Well, let him live there forever. Tomorrow the 10-year period will end. It's crazy. A whole decade. I wonder what the rewards from the system will be for this. Unexpectedly, Xuan told Xian'er to dance something cheerful for him, since today was such a beautiful day. The girl thought so unexpectedly. The gentleman wants to watch her dance again. Maybe next time they will share a bed. Su Xian'er whirled around the gentleman in a dance, emitting fluids of love passion. Xuan asked the girl in surprise what was wrong with her. Realizing that the assistant was trying to seduce him in this way, Xuan hit the girl on the head, and she burst into tears from pain and resentment. Chu exclaimed indignantly that Xian'er could dance for him, but nothing more. She was still just a child, and what was she thinking about? Xuan invited the offended girl to drink his unique Daoyuan tea, which means the flow of qi, each sip of which washes the body and soul. This tea is a real treasure, but it can only be drunk once a month. It won't help anymore. He suggested Xian'er to try it. The girl replied that she understood everything, and took a sip of the precious drink. The tea that the gentleman was drinking could definitely not be ordinary. And now it has been 10 years since Xuan has lived in the house, and as a reward he received from the system the immortal body of chaos and the bell of chaos. The immortal body of chaos is an eternal, invincible, and invulnerable immortal body born from chaos that cannot be destroyed. A bell born in chaos can absorb or suppress the Tao. The ringing of a bell can be heard through the centuries. It has the best protection. To begin with, Xuan decided to use the immortal chaos body to transform his body and make it invulnerable and immortal. Streams of eternal chaos began to flow around Chu, gradually concentrating in one place and enveloping his mortal body. Soon, energy began to flow into the cocoon that had formed around Xuan, and it began to change everything in his current body beyond recognition. Having completed the transformation of Xuan's body, the streams of eternal chaos began to gradually disperse, releasing a renewed and strengthened Chu. The transformation is greater than breaking into the heavenly realm. The body is so powerful that it seems nothing can resist it. And the body constantly absorbs qi, can absorb all the powers of this world, and the speed of cultivation has increased 100-fold. Zhuan felt that he had broken through to the second stage of the heavenly realm. But a warrior of the same level would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. But you can't use the bell. Using these two techniques together will destroy Chu's body. You need to test your strength in the secret realm. At first, Namo will be his opponent. He has already reached the 9th stage of the Heavenly Kingdom, so he should be strong enough. Following his master's instructions, Namo Buddha attacked him to test whether Xuan could withstand a blow of that level. But with his 2nd stage cultivation, Xuan defeated Namo at the 9th stage, meaning Chu is invincible in the Heavenly Realm. After receiving the Immortal Chaos Body, the pills stopped working on Xuan, but he received a new reward from the system. He received a book of Dao techniques from the myriad universes, which described various ways to purify the body and spirit in all realms. Xuan decided to create 2 Heavenly Realm training puppets from the chaos to practice his new Dao techniques. The courtyard was filled with the pieces of future knights, which Chu had created more for the sake of practicing his new abilities. In front of Chu stood 2 soldiers of the 5th stage of the Heavenly Realm. With the help of the crystal, they could be promoted to the Divine Realm. Xuan sighed. He didn't have a genius student who could handle the processing, and he was too lazy to do it himself. The system gave Chu a codex of 10,000 positions, and he thought that perhaps the system wanted to fill in some of its gaps. Having gathered the students, Zhuan said that today he would tell them about the limitations and positions that depend solely on them. Chu asked Ping Fan if he understood. The boy replied, "The blade is the way of fighting, and fighting is the blade. But the blade is just a blade." Xuan praised his nephew, asking what he didn't understand. The child replied that there was something. Chu asked him to tell him everything. For Xuan staying at home for 10 years and 3 days, the system gave him a whole box of heavenly elixirs for training. After his body changed, Chu continued to train and consumed a lot of elixir, going through 1 bottle per training session. Xuan's disciples tried to understand the meaning of formation and limitation in the mini-world, each having their own understanding of it. Wang Luo created special pills using not ordinary materials, but processed ones. For him, the elixir was a formation. Ding Ye took the art of the sword as a basis. The young man began to create the position of swords with the help of techniques. This was his formation. But Su Xianer had a completely different understanding of how to use formations from everyone else. Ping Fan practices blade control. He uses stances during training, and although they are not perfect, he already has the basics. 3 months passed like this. Xuan's strength was constantly increasing. He was already close to the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Realm. At this time, outside of Chu County, in the deserted mountains, in the forest, a young man was languishing. The poor fellow was tormented by a strange congenital disease. The boy plopped down into a puddle to extinguish the fire that was tormenting him, which arose involuntarily and engulfed his entire body. He rose from the muddy mud, black smoke rising from his tattered clothes and flakes of ash from his body swirling above his head. There was inexplicable torment in the young man's eyes. As long as he could remember, he had suffered, and no one could cure his illness. The fire finally went out, and one could breathe a sigh of relief. Numerous burns, abrasions, and dirt were visible on the sufferer's face. Suddenly his body was engulfed in flames again. He screamed piercingly, another attack, and each of them was probably worse than death itself. But the fiery attack ended. The young man calmed down a little and hid in the shade of a tree to rest a little. He cursed. After the fire, he felt this weakness again. He didn't know if he could stand it, if he could walk in this state. The guy sighed heavily. After all, if he died, it would be a kind of relief. His endless suffering would end. He had previously thought that he could avoid a premature death from a strange weakness in his body, but it seemed that his fate had decided otherwise. The young man's whole body shook, and he began to fall to the ground. He managed to get here in the hope of finding a magical healing artifact. Weakness washed over the boy, preventing him from getting up, and he had run out of medicine. Was he really going to die like this? However, now all that the young man had left was a small hammer, kept in his dantian, which was constantly hammering. He turned to his inner, very noisy little hammer, talking to it as if it were his only old friend. Overcoming a fit of weakness, the young man thanked the hammer for accompanying its unfortunate owner to the very end. He is just the son of a craftsman's younger wife, and also has some strange illness. Everyone has bullied him since early childhood. His greatest achievement would be to forge a weapon linked to his heart and mind, and he thought that hunting for the relic would fix everything. But nothing worked. What can he do now? Being here, in the dense forest, the young man looked at his burning hand. Overwhelmed by the pain of the fire, weakness, and despair, the young man again turned to the hammer, desperately pounding in his tortured chest. The young man's eyes filled with tears, and he mentally said goodbye to the hammer, saying that it seemed its owner was really dying. A burning tear rolled down the martyr's cheek and flew onto his palm, which was about to burst into flames, like his entire body. The guy looked at his hand. In fact, he didn't want to die. He wanted to be cured and become a great weapons master. But he was again engulfed in a furious and excruciating flame, causing unbearable pain to his entire body. He fell backwards and lost consciousness. Several minutes passed. The flame died down, but the young man was still unconscious and urgently needed special medication. At this time, Chu Yun, who had gone into the forest to pick herbs, came across him and was surprised at what kind of person was sleeping here in broad daylight. Taking a closer look, the girl realized that it looked like this young man was not sleeping. He was dying. Maybe someone had wounded him. Approaching the unfortunate man, the kind-hearted Yun said that the guy needed to be saved. It was truly fate that she found him here. Luckily, the girl recently invented a resurrection pill, so the young man will try it completely free of charge to save his life. Yun made this pill for 7 days and 7 nights. It is made from first-class herbs. No matter what illness he has, this medicine will help him. Leaning over the motionless boy, the girl sent a magic pill into his body. But there was no change. Shu Yin was shocked. How could it be that it didn't work? This simply couldn't be. He should have come back to life from this medicine. The young man opened his eyes. What kind of medicine was this? The pain in his body subsided. He regained consciousness, but he still couldn't open his mouth. Sister Zhuan looked at the patient with curiosity. Although she had not given this medicine to anyone yet, the effect should be different. The guy mentally begged the beauty to give him more medicine, and then he would have more strength. No need to think that he was dead. Yun decided to check if this man was still alive and what was happening to him. Why her resurrection pill did not revive him. She carefully touched his exhausted body, and he mentally asked her not to beat him, but to give him another pill. The girl gasped. This man definitely died. How could this have happened? No, something is wrong here and we need to sort it out. Yun loaded the young man into her travel bag and decided that she would take him home and show him to one of her relatives. Zhuan's sister quickly headed towards her clan's lands, wondering who would be best to ask about this matter. The half-dead youth sat in Yun's backpack and thought that for some reason he had some strange feeling that he had found what he was looking for. Shu Yun approached the border of the ancestral lands. Now she had to decide where to go next. After thinking for a bit, she headed towards Xuan. Entering the estate gate, the girl loudly shouted to her 13th brother that she had returned, and that she really needed his help in one matter. Coming out to his little sister, Xuan asked in surprise why Yun was in such a hurry. Usually she was so peaceful and leisurely. Yun replied with a smile, because she really wanted to see her beloved 13th brother, and she also brought something. Looking around, the girl asked in surprise why there were so many people here, who they were and what they were doing here. Xuan explained to his sister that these were his students and maid. They had been living here for a long time, but Yun had never met them before. He announced to the students that Chu Yun was their Shishu, co-teacher and sister of the master, and demanded that everyone introduce themselves to the girl. The first to greet the Shishu was Yun Wangluo. He introduced himself and said that he was an alchemist and was familiar with various pills and elixirs. The next to introduce himself was Chu Yun Dingyue. The young man told his Shishu that he was a swordsman, and with the help of a master he was learning the way of the sword. Bowing to Sister Yun, Su Xianer said with a smile that she was Master Chu's servant and assistant in all his affairs. Yun asked her brother in confusion. So it turns out he took on disciples, Xuan confirmed. Yes, he teaches them and guides them on the path. Xuan asked his sister what kind of help she needed, and what big thing she had in her backpack. Had she really caught something? Oh, that's right. Yun got carried away talking with the 13th brother and completely forgot to tell him about her rather unusual find in the mountains. She carefully lowered her bag and said that she had found this man in the deserted mountains, where she had gone for ingredients. The girl blushed a little and admitted that she was looking for her brother precisely because of this, not knowing which other relative to turn to. She said that she gave him a life-giving pill, but for some reason there was no reaction. By all indications, this young man was dead. Chu realized that this guy had a special body structure that caused his bones to ignite, and the pain was so severe that it could kill him. The boys sympathized with the young man. They felt so sorry for him. It seemed he was the same age as them, and he already had to endure such inhuman torment. Chu Sen noticed that such a body could only be possessed by a very strong and incredibly capable cultivator. It was not just a coincidence. Ding Yue was surprised. Xianer understood. It seems that the master wants to take on a disciple again. But why are all the master's disciples such weirdos? Meanwhile, Wang Lo noticed that this newcomer with a special physique seemed to be about to die. He was very weak from the pain. The flaming youth was perplexed as to who this 13th brother was. He seemed to see right through him. Ah, if only he could speak. The young man mentally asked Xuan, didn't he save him? Stop discussing his illness for the 100th time, something needs to be done. Xuan ordered the disciples to move away from the guy and let him look at him. They needed to think about whether this poor guy could be helped now. Everyone moved away so that the teacher could figure out how to save the young talented cultivator from a painful fiery death. The young man thought that if the wisest 13th brother could help him and save him from endless suffering, he would kneel down. After examining the sufferer, Xuan quickly gave orders to Wang Luo, and he ran to the pill warehouse to bring what was needed. A pill glowed on Xuan's hand. He said that it could not cure the guy, but it would pull him out of this painful state. He carefully directed the medicine towards the young man, who could not wait for his suffering to finally end. And suddenly he felt that he felt better. The feeling of fire in his body disappeared. Could it really have been that same 13th gentleman who did this? The body gradually began to return to normal. The unknown gentleman really did bring the suffering boy back to life. The young man opened his eyes and looked around. It was amazing. But he again felt that he was alive. He could move and even speak. Shu Yun and Xuan's disciples exclaimed with a smile that the new guy had finally woken up. The teacher had actually brought him back to life. The young man, having come to his senses, fell to his knees before the owner of the estate, thanking the wise man for the miraculous rescue and deliverance from pain. He exclaimed, "This insignificant one is alive," and heard his words. He really wants to thank the 13th master for saving him. Chu Shen said that there was no need to bow like that. He introduced himself and allowed them to call him sir, and also asked the young man's name. He replied that his name was Xiang Xing, and from now on he would serve his master faithfully and truly to repay him for saving him. Xuan chuckled, so he found a new student. The guy turned out to be from the southern part of Dongzhou, and he ended up in Nanzhou by accident. The owner of the estate was pleased. This young man was clearly talented, which meant Xuan would definitely receive a good reward from the system. He asked Xiang Xing to tell him about himself, and the boy briefly told the gentleman the sad story of his painful life. Sin asked if such a special physique was really a sign of ability, and if so, why was it in so much pain? Chu replied that he would first remove the danger of such a physique. Then Xiang Xing would get rid of the pain, be reborn, and enter the path of the Tao. The young man was amazed. The master not only saved him, but also helps him become stronger. How can Sin repay him for such kindness? Xuan warned the guy that this process could be painful. He must show patience and perseverance. Then he will win. He told a slightly confused Yun that he would borrow the medicine she had recently invented to treat this young man. The girl looked at her pocket in surprise. At the behest of her 13th brother, her pills were heading straight to him. Yun quietly said that for some reason her medicine was flying away from her to Xuan. It turns out her little brother is not so weak. Xuan laughed cheerfully and repeated that he would borrow them from his sister and later reward her for her kindness. The girl laughed in response. Okay, she agrees to help the 13th brother. If it's not enough, she has more pills. After collecting some of his sister's medicinal pills, Xuan began to transform them, which would help alleviate Xiang Xing's pain. Soon, several pills turned into one glowing ball. Chu Yun's medicine was mixed with Chu Xuan's powerful energy. He launched the ball into the boy's body, saying that this mixture would help him change, but that going through this change would be very difficult. Xiang Xing cried out in surprise. The sensation was completely new and unusual. His body actually began to change. The boy felt that the medicinal pill and the energy of the 13th master were mixing in his body, forming a strange vortex inside. Chu Xuan warned Xiang Xing that it was now up to him whether he would become stronger or return to a miserable existence. Sin screamed. It seemed like this spiritual force was tearing his body and soul apart. But he had endured pain and suffering all his life, and he would not give up now. Suddenly, a bright flash of light blinded everyone. Xiang Xing, flying into the sky, shouted that his reincarnation would happen today. Shu Yun, shielding herself from the flash, asked her brother in bewilderment if this was really the power of the fiery bones. She had never heard of such a thing. Xuan's disciples exclaimed in unison that the new youth was indeed strong, and his abilities were certainly not inferior to any of them. Xiang Xing descended into the courtyard of the estate again. He asked the master if it was all over. He confirmed that it was true. The young man had succeeded. The guy smiled. Could it really be true that he would be able to develop and not suffer from constant bouts of terrible pain and weakness? Xuan laughed. That's right. Xiang Xing shouldn't doubt himself and his abilities. But they need to be developed, and that's not easy. The young man fell on his knees before the master and asked to be accepted as an apprentice. He was ready to work day and night just to develop his gift. Xuan agreed and ordered the young man to stand up. The system immediately rewarded Chu for a new student, giving him the technique of fiery heavens. Xiang Xing stood up and bowed to his teacher, promising that he, his student, would never let him down and would be diligent and obedient. Chu gave Xiang Xing the fire heaven technique. Once he understood how to use his body, Xuan would teach him how to improve weapons. The touched new student burst into tears. No one in his life had ever been so kind and attentive to him as his new teacher. Chu knows Xing's origins, but only by becoming strong will he get what he deserves, and all his plans and goals will come true. Sin was surprised at what plans he could have. Chu replied that he would find out everything when the time came. The main thing was that he now had a teacher. Xuan sent the newcomer to train in the mini-world. If he needed anything, he could tell the senior disciples about it. Falling to his knees again, the young man obediently replied to the teacher that he understood everything and would immediately begin training with the Shixians. Xuan thought that the whole process of Xing's transformation would take longer, but the boy had a strong motive in the form of pain. Moreover, Xing's willpower is much stronger than that of Ding Yue and Wang Luo, even though they also went through hardships in their childhood and youth. Several days passed. Xuan's new disciple showed amazing diligence in his training and practices of the fire heavens. One morning, Xuan went out into the courtyard and met Xing, who replied that the teacher had gotten up early. Chu replied that Xing had also gotten up early. Xuan praised the guy. He trains hard and has already conquered the fire bones. He needs to continue. Xing promised not to let the teacher down. Chu has already transferred the techniques and exercises into Xing's mind. He needs to develop. He shouldn't think that he can relax because of his talent. Xing bowed to the teacher and said that he understood everything perfectly. The master had done a lot for him, and he would not disappoint the teacher. Xuan promised that as soon as Xing recovered a little, he would teach him how to establish a mother-child bond. The student bowed deeply. The young man smiled. The teacher had so much faith in him, he must not let him down. He must follow all the master's instructions perfectly. Xuan asked Xing with a smile. "What is that hammer in his chest? It is quite interesting and very useful." The young man was a little taken aback, as expected from the teacher. He even knows about this. It seems he knows absolutely everything, even Sin's thoughts. He told the teacher that he made this hammer when he was little. Now he is intelligent. Although it is not valuable, it is important to him. Xing carefully handed over to the master a small, fiery hammer that had lived in the boy's chest for almost his entire life. Xuan replied that he understood the importance of the hammer for Xing, but the guy had not yet revealed its true powers, and it could do a lot. The young man looked at his hammer in confusion. Xing could not understand what kind of Xing powers the hammer master was talking about. The master directed his energy to the student's inner instrument. He explained that as a child, Xing made it for a reason. Suddenly the young man saw that under the influence of the teacher's energy, the hammer dear to his heart was cracking and falling apart into pieces. Xuan asked the student not to panic. The soul of this hammer is a special treasure, but Xing made it rather crudely. It needs some refinement. Xing's beloved hammer shattered into tiny pieces, leaving almost nothing left. Even the handle fell apart. The guy's face lengthened. How could this be? What would he do now without his old friend who had grown up in his chest with him? But Xuan reassured the young man, saying that he would not harm his hammer. He just wanted to help it develop and become stronger. Xuan laughed, and before him, a small ball cleared of debris shimmered in different colors, shining. It was the soul of the hammer. He directed streams of his energy at the hammer, filling the hammer's soul with power. The ball glowed even brighter and began to grow. Xing stared at the amazing ball with wide eyes. It changed color slightly, began to shine, and became noticeably larger in size. The young man smiled and asked the teacher, "So his hammer can also develop? It's so surprising and unexpected." The soul of the hammer continued to grow and change, absorbing streams of energy. Sin did not take his eyes off the ball. And now, in Xuan's hand, a renewed Xing hammer appeared. It had the same soul, but now it looked completely different. Handing the completed hammer to the student, Xuan confirmed that, yes, this instrument was capable of evolving with him. The young man was amazed. His hammer had changed so much, and yet it was he. With the help of the master, it had become an amazing tool. Chu said that after turning into a heavenly weapon, it would still develop, so Xing had to grow it inside his chest. But bringing the hammer to the endpoint is not so simple. Xing was stunned, which means that the heavenly weapon is not the endpoint of development. Xing thanked the teacher for his hammer. Xuan told him to return to the mini-world and continue to train hard. After 3 months of practice and constant training, Chu Xuan was finally able to break through to the 3rd stage of the heavenly realm. Just now, in his mind, he simulated a battle with Namo Buddha and was able to defeat the first Buddhist of this world in just 1 minute. As he replayed the battle, Xuan thought that perhaps if he increased his pressure, he could win in just a few seconds. The system reported that his disciple Moluantian had spread Buddhism and defeated 1,000 demons, and as a reward, Xuan received a grimoire. But judging by the system's message, Moluantian is looking less and less like a decent monk. He doesn't let go of his weapon. Xuan picked up the mirror. He needed to see what Moluantian was doing. Maybe he needed to adjust it. Looking into the mirror, Xuan saw a huge fortress wall, near which stood his disciple and former demon Moluantian. Around Luantian lay dozens of demons he had killed. The monk with a sword in his hand turned to the guard on the high fortress wall. He said to the guard, "O Amitabha," thus wishing him goodness and light. The man looked at his strange interlocutor in confusion. Finally, the guard stuttered and asked Luantian who he was, and why he had come here, and what he was telling him that was so incomprehensible. Taking a closer look at the bald Luantian, the guard said, "Well, he's a demon, so he can't come in here. It's better for him to leave." Xuan's disciple cried out to the guard to immediately put down his sword and convert to Buddhism. Then his soul would be immediately purified. But the soldier wasn't about to lower his sword, because this strange bald weirdo had just killed several powerful demons near the wall. Moluantian explained that this was kindness. He, a good monk, was only saving their souls so that they could turn to Buddhism. The guard's eyes widened in surprise. He said that the monk had clearly gone too far with the rescue. It seemed like he was just a crazy psycho. Xuan thought that this man had lost his mind. He was clearly looking for death. How could he talk like that to a powerful demon? Luantian replied to the guard that he was possessed by evil forces that did not allow him to turn to the light and wise forces. The monk said that it seemed he needed to cleanse the guard's dirty soul and turn it to the infinite light and wisdom of Buddhism. The soldier on the wall asked in confusion what all this meant. What kind of nonsense this bald weirdo was talking? And what kind of Buddhism was this? Moluantian frowned and looked at his opponent, saying again, "Oh, Amitabha," activating one of the Buddhist techniques. The monk's palm, surrounded by the fiery energy of the dragon's power, flew straight towards the armed guard at the fortress wall. The guard was dumbfounded, he thought with horror. What is this? He had never seen such military equipment before. The former demon dealt a powerful blow to the man, killing him instantly. The guard didn't even have time to understand what had happened to him. True, the guard began to feel somehow very unusual, as if he had suddenly become much lighter than usual and could fly. The soldier thought that he seemed to be okay. It seemed that this bald guy was not as strong as he had first thought, even though he had killed the demons. And yet the guard couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with him. That something had changed. But he just couldn't figure out what exactly. Suddenly he looked down and exclaimed, "How could he lie there on the stone floor? Could it really be that bald man who killed him after all?" The guard screamed in horror. There was no doubt, his lifeless body lay down there. This could mean only one thing. He was dead. Moluantian raised his hand and, like a magnet, began to attract the soul of the fortress wall guard he had just killed. The soldier was horrified. It seemed that the bald freak was bringing his soul down to earth. But why was he doing this? Wasn't it enough that he killed him? With a wave of his hand, Luantian instantly brought down the high and thick fortress wall, which had previously seemed indestructible. The guard, seeing this, was stunned. Could the bald man really be so strong? Then no one in the city would be able to escape from him. Soon everyone would be killed. The monk explained to the soldier that he had deliberately left his soul behind, and that he must jump into the golden bowl and guide the soul onto the path of Buddhism. The guard was horrified. This bald man is so cruel. He wants his soul to climb into this cup, and what will he do with it? The golden cup that Moluantian Xuan had given him was like a powerful magnet, drawing the soul of the soldier who had just died. The guard tried to resist, but it was useless. He was pulled into the bowl with enormous force. He screamed desperately and flew down. Soon the soldier's soul found itself in a bowl, now held captive by the zealous Moluantian, who sought to spread Buddhism. He took the golden cup in his hands and again said, "O Amitabha." Now he had to cleanse the soul of the wicked soldier from dirt. The guard shouted at the bald man from the bowl that he had played unfairly. How could he be considered a hero after that? It was a complete deception. He demanded that the monk release him from this captivity and return his body to him, and offered to fight honestly with swords without any tricks. The soldier admitted that he had been careless and too harsh in his words. This battle did not count. They needed to fight at least one more time. But Moluantian remained silent. The guard desperately shouted for the bald man to tell him at least something. The monk's silence frightened him. Meanwhile, Luantian began the procedure of purifying the lost soul. He exclaimed, "O Amitabha, kindness and kindness." Hearing Luantian's muttering, the guard turned to the bald man again, asking why he had imprisoned him and what he had done to him. The monk asked the soldier what he thought, whether people could be satisfied with thousands of treasures and then not want more. Moluantian quoted Subhuti, who said no, people will always want more than they currently have. The guard begged the bald man to stop reading the sutras, saying that his ears were already hurting from his constant moralizing. The prisoner asked his tormentor if he really didn't want to take a sip of water. His throat wasn't made of iron. It was probably dry already. Leaning towards the cup, the former demon tried to enlighten the indignant soldier, saying that nothing is separate from emptiness. The guard begged. He begged Luantian to let him out. He was not at all interested in his endless boring sermons. Mo Luantian sighed. It seemed that the guard still didn't understand the essence of Buddhism. It was a pity, but he could still purify his soul. The former demon said that he had not previously understood the essence of Buddhism either, but the appearance of the teacher changed him and his outlook on life. Chu shuddered. He still had the conscience to mention him. He had to find time to teach this child a lesson, otherwise he would lose his way. The monk added that if the guard could comprehend the Buddhism created by his teacher, then everything done today would not have been in vain. He bowed prayerfully over the cup and again said, "O Amitabha," addressing once again the soul of the dead guard. This enraged the soldier's soul. He shouted that he was ready to become a saint, but to study with this bald freak or his teacher was unacceptable. Luantian's eyes flashed with anger. He shouted, "How dare such a lowly, insolent person talk about his teacher like that? He will die for his words." Taking the cup with the captured soul of the guard in his hands, the monk began to read the Heart Sutra, and golden streams of wisdom flowed around him. The guard screamed in horror. He felt his soul burning. These golden streams seemed to dissolve it, turning it into nothing. He cried out from a golden bowl, begging the monk to kill him immediately. He was in great pain. The streams of wisdom were causing him suffering. And then the guard cried out one last time and fell silent, his immortal soul disintegrating into pieces and disappearing into the flow of the sutra. Now the soldier's soul had to be reborn anew and begin its spiritual path from the very beginning, born as a simpleton. Mo Luantian looked into the golden cup. It was empty. The Heart Sutra had done its job, destroying the soul of the unfortunate wicked man. The monk said the prayer again, thanking Buddhism, and at the end, as always, he said, "O Amitabha, kindness, kindness, light and wisdom." Xu Xuan was horrified by what he saw. If Buddhism was spread like this, people would fear him rather than love and follow him. And Mo Luantian is just a barbarian. The way he dealt with the guard, even destroyed his soul and sent it for recycling. A nightmare. However, he had already reached the second stage of the Emperor realm. Chu didn't expect that he would be able to advance so much without a miniature world. There is a huge difference between Ding Yue and Wang Luo, who trained in the mini-world, and Mo Luantian, who broke through in the real world. It seems they all still have some growing to do, and it's time for homeschoolers to go out into the world and develop through external stimulation. Seeing the young men, Xuan called Yue and Luo, saying that he had a very important task for them. They must go out into the world. The boys readily approached the master. They loved the teacher so much that they were ready to follow his instructions to the ends of the earth. Chu said that they had only practiced in the mini-world. It was not enough for development. Now they had to go out to the outside world. He knows what happened to them in the past and that they have grievances. But the most important thing is a breakthrough. They must make a splash. The boys unanimously told the teacher not to worry. They would not disgrace his name. Both of them had long wanted to go to the big world. Xuan reminded them not to worry if they encountered any problems, because he, their master, was behind them. Ding Yue bowed to his teacher once again and assured him that his disciple Ding Yue would not let him down, and that he would continue the path of the sword and make a breakthrough. Wang Luo also bowed to the master and assured him that he would not disappoint his teacher, and that soon he would be spoken of in all 9 regions. Xuan gave them 2 marks. If something goes wrong, they must leave this mark on the enemy and teach him to kill him at any distance. The students once again thanked the teacher for the assignment and for caring about their lives. They were eager to show themselves to those who had once humiliated them. While giving the boys a parting word, the teacher reminded them not to forget to return before the discovery of the land of the living dead, and the students promised. As soon as Ding Yue and Wang Luo walked out of the gate, Su Xian'er approached her master, her face flushed with indignation. She said that she also wanted to return to her native Zhongzhou and take revenge on that monster for harassment and forced marriage. Xuan asked if she left. Who would serve him? Where was she rushing to? Let her wait for the Heavenly Kingdom and then go for revenge. The girl agreed with a sigh. She thought that the Heavenly Kingdom was really close if she trained in the mini-world. Pingfan knew that only if he was strong could he go and look for his parents. He wanted justice. He was not trash or garbage. Recently, processing equipment had improved, so Xuan decided that it was time to prepare for his plan. If you combine the main talisman and the Dao crystal, you can get a huge flow of information, the complexity of the Dao level. To make the main talisman, Xuan decided to take wood from the main tree of his own miniature world. Xuan called it a heavenly talisman, meaning that it would be the heavenly Dao that governs all flows of information. He invited his student Shangxing, saying that he could watch from the sidelines as the teacher refined the talisman. Having prepared all the necessary ingredients, Chu Xuan began to improve the communication talisman he already had. And so the energy flows dissipated, and the master and his students saw that the improvement of the talisman was complete. It had been successfully changed. Xiangxing proposed to introduce classification, low-level processing method, high-level method, and also purification. The young man explained to the master that purification was a secret method of processing, intended only for select people. Xuan was pleased. His new student Xiangxing turned out to be a very talented and thoughtful young man, and also very serious. He told the student that the rest would be left to him to study. Chu wanted to train Xing to be in charge of the talismans. Now it didn't matter who or with what authority used the talisman, Xuan would be able to hear any message sent. After the Daoxuan kingdom, he will definitely be able to do this. And then the heavenly Dao will quietly spread to all 9 regions. The system praised Xuan for starting to implement the plan of the heavenly Dao, for which he received the heavenly technique of soul absorption. The owner of the estate received a system reward and felt that he had immediately made a breakthrough to the 4th stage of the heavenly realm. Chu smiled happily. Thanks to the technique, he could clearly sense the flow of the Dao and could nourish himself, as if his spirit was the Dao. Zhuan exclaimed that at this rate, he and the system would actually be able to break through to the divine level quite quickly. But he needed to see what his students were doing in the outside world. So first Zhuan decided to look at what was happening with Ding Yue. Chu looked into the mirror and was stunned. He saw Han Yingmeng next to the disciple. Did Ding Yue really go to the Piaohua pavilion? But why? Maiden Han asked the young man with confusion why he had come here. Yue replied that he wanted to ask Yingmeng to help him with one matter. The beauty smiled. Ding Yue is asking for help, that's great. She answered him that she is ready to do everything in her power. The swordsman's answer stunned Yingmeng. Yue asked her to try hanging on him, that is, to hug him very tightly. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and looked questioningly at the young man. He was definitely the most unusual person of them all. She asked in confusion, but why should she hang on him? Yue evasively answered that she seemed to have agreed to help him. But if Han Yingmeng doesn't want to do this for some reason, that's okay. Then he'll find someone else to help. The girl quickly replied that she would help. She thought that in all of Nanzhou there was no one who would ask for such a thing. The young man concentrated internally and said that this was great. Then she could come as close to him as possible and hug him. Han Yingmeng's face flushed. She really liked this guy, but he was such a surprisingly strange weirdo. She walked up and hugged Ding Yue tightly. His gaze fell on her lush, seductive chest, and the young man's head began to spin wildly. Yingmeng's slender leg slid along Yue's leg. He trembled all over. With the last of his strength he muttered, "The girl is there, but not in his heart." The young man exclaimed, turning to the teacher, that he was still so weak, he could not, but he must work hard to break through. Hearing this muttering, Han Yingmeng was taken aback and looked at the guy questioningly. So that's why he came to her. Xuan sighed, hopeless. Chu cursed. He taught Ding Yue a lot, but for some reason he only firmly remembered this phrase. Chu grabbed his head. What the hell is this bastard doing? With his behavior like that, he's simply doomed to eternal, dreary loneliness. Meanwhile, Ding Yue had a hard time coming to his senses. He didn't expect that Han Yingmeng's influence would have such a strong effect on him. But he firmly pushed the beautiful, enraged Han away from him, and said that he had to reach the highest level of the sword path. After that, he pushed off the ground and was gone. Han Yingmeng almost jumped with anger. How could this bastard do such a thing? Frowning, the beautiful Piaohua screamed loudly. She was inexpressibly angry at Ding Yue, who used her as a training device. Clenching her fists, she loudly cursed the young man with the last words, and shouted that she was not finished with him yet. He had to come back. Xuan sighed. Ding Yue is hopeless. There is such a beautiful and strong girl right in front of him, and I wonder what Wang Lo is doing. The alchemist hid his power and put on a mask. He knows well how to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. He deliberately behaves stupidly. In every alchemy competition, the Wang family has been in the top 3 in Beizhou, and this time they are one of the organizers of the competition. Luo wanted to crush the geniuses of the Wang family, trample them into the dirt, let them regret that they rejected him, and let his ex-fiancée repent. Xuan decided that this was boring. He needed to wait a little until the events came to a final conclusion, and Wang Lo defeated everyone. Now Chu decided to use the golden mirror of 1,000 heavens to communicate with his other talented disciples. Luo Ying is already at the 5th stage of the Emperor's realm, and will soon break through to the 6th. Emperor Qinzong is training her body well. Ren Zhanghe's spiritual power has changed slightly. His aura has become golden, like Namo's. He is already close to the divine realm. Great, now he can use the search mirror. Maybe he'll get lucky and be able to find strong Dao realm cultivators. Xuan launched the search arrow. Nothing again. There should be at least one such cultivator in the 9 regions. Suddenly the arrow stopped and pointed to a point. Chu jumped with joy. He finally found a Dao realm cultivator. The cultivator's soul power amazed Xuan. He decided to first collect some Dao energy into a crystal for him to remember. Chu replenished his spent strength with the pill. He still needed to think about how to deceive this strong cultivator. The powerful cultivator Xuan, found with the help of the searching mirror, was meditating in one of the caves in the desert mountains. He instantly felt someone else's interference and opened one eye. It was the first time in his life that someone was establishing a connection with him. The disciple looked at the master with interest. He realized that one of the cultivator brothers seemed to be spying on his old man. The cultivator felt that something seemed to be used to memorize his chi energy. He would like to know who this person was. Perhaps his cultivation could be challenged or even destroyed. Nightmare. The opponent's strength is superior to his. The recluse asked the brother cultivator if he might have some business with him. If he was looking for a connection with him, he was ready to talk. The old man understood that, fortunately or not, he had to communicate with this man. He again loudly asked his brother cultivator to answer. Shu decided not to show himself. He replied that his dear friend should not rush in. Now that there is a chance to enter, it is fate and opportunity. The surprised cultivator asked what the honorary title of his radiant interlocutor was. Xuan mentally chuckled at this. He is the immortal, eternal, unrivaled great virtue. The supreme heavenly ruler of the 10,000 worlds. The first Daozong. The old man was amazed. Why had he never heard of such a strong cultivator? Xuan stated. Sooner or later everyone finds him. The cultivator wondered whether he should tell his friends about this and take action, or if it was all a scam. He decided to conduct a test. Chu was pleased. He could finally research the cultivator in the Dao realm, which meant they still existed. He just needed to know where to look for them. The search mirror does not show the distance to the cultivator. It can be very far away, or even in an independent space. Unfortunately, it is impossible to maintain a Dao crystal unless the other party agrees to share the flow of Dao energy. Xuan smiled with some effort. One can contact other cultivators in the Dao realm, resulting in a whole group. Encouraged by this idea, Chu Xuan spent several days persistently searching everywhere for other cultivators in the Dao realm. A month of searching passed, but there was still only one cultivator found in the Dao realm. Xuan was puzzled by the result. One day he decided that he needed to go and talk to this old man, to see how he was doing. Maybe he could tell him something interesting. Chu asked how his cultivator friend was doing, and he told the elder that he had recently mastered something and wanted to consult with him. Xuan chuckled. The realm of the Dao is somehow not impressive. Is his understanding of the Dao really so low that he needs a consultation? All the methods that Chu practiced were given to him by the system, and he reached a high level. They differed only in the level of cultivation. In order not to appear foolish, Xuan simply pointed out Ying Kun's shortcomings so that he would not continue to ask more questions. Ying Kong developed great respect for Xuan, thanked his brother for his teachings, and accepted a talisman from him for further communication. Chu wished him to train well. The path of the Tao is endless. One must constantly forge one's body and methods. That way one can reach heights. Ying Kun asked the elder how one could forge the methods of the Tao. Chu replied, very simply, by constantly absorbing the Tao and preserving it. This way you can improve your perception of the Tao. It's like forging a weapon. Only continuity will help you forge a good blade. Ying Kun said that he understood everything. Only training will help improve all aspects of mastery of the Tao. A truly wise elder. Xuan added that absorbing Tao during combat is not the best strategy. Dispersal and compression are the most correct path leading to victory. The cultivator thanked the elder for the teaching, and began to absorb and disperse the Tao with his entire body, instantly absorbing a third. The Tao crystal, having memorized Ying Kun's ki, began to shine with streams of his energy. And now the cultivator was feeding Chu Xuan's mini-world with his ki. The owner of the estate was pleased. In the end, he was able to successfully deceive such a strong cultivator as Ying Kun perfectly. Soon, thanks to Ying Kun's Tao, the mini-world can be improved. Tao cultivators are great, but one is not enough. More is needed. Ying Kun was surprised. Having dissipated, the Tao instantly disappears. It is felt so weakly, it seems to return to the original Tao. The cultivator ordered the Tao to return to him. The bottleneck that he had been unable to overcome for a long time seemed to have widened slightly. Shen was surprised. Ying Kun was so diligent, constantly busy training with the Tao flows, just like an ideal cultivator of strength. The Tao crystal gradually completes its collection process, and after some time, the mini-world will undergo improvements. Chu Xuan allowed Namo Buddha to cultivate near the crystal, so that he could break through to the divine realm even earlier. The system reported that his disciple Ding Yue had wandered into the ancient kingdom, and Xuan received 500 years of cultivation as a reward. Chu grumbled. Of course, these children need to be kept under close watch. But 500 years of cultivation is a great gift from the system. Xuan felt that he had reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm. He was getting closer and closer to the divine realm. He decided to look at his student, who brought him such a good system reward. Where else had he wandered off to? Yue was among the swords, and right in front of him was a pitch-black sword with a ferocious appearance. It was the divine sword of the ancient lands. Ding Yue is already at the 4th stage of the Emperor realm. This sword looks strong, but Yue is lucky. He will be able to resist its influence. Xuan looked at his second disciple, who he had sent out into the big world to practice and break through. His level had also risen. When Wang Lo left, he was at the 1st stage of the Emperor's realm. He was a breakthrough during his participation. Now he is at the 3rd. Half a year has passed since Xiangxing began to accumulate energy to break through to the Emperor's realm. Su Xian is already at the 5th stage of the realm. Nanzhou's recovery speed suddenly increased, perhaps due to Ding Yue's entry into the ancient lands. One day, the clear voice of his little sister Chu Yun was heard again in the courtyard of Xuan's estate. The girl had not visited him for a long time. She told the 13th brother with a smile that she had returned to him. The girl had trained a lot to grow as much as possible. Due to the laws of Nanzhou, it is currently impossible to break into the Emperor's realm. So Xuan suggested that she enter his Qiankun space. There she will be able to break through. Yun smiled. She was right. The 13th brother is really strong. He just hides it. After another 6 months, Chu Yun broke through to the Emperor's realm by practicing in the Qiankun space, specially created by Xuan. A month later, Xiangxing was able to break through as well. He was also helped by the Qiankun space and practices in the miniature world. Xiangxing's first task after the breakthrough was to improve the communication amulet called the Boundless Heavenly Amulet. The young man also had to improve the puppet dolls that would mass-produce amulets as per Chu Xuan's instructions. Once production was established, Xuan invited Bao Hongyan and ordered Black Moon to start selling these amulets. Nanzhou is recovering faster and faster, and the lands of the living dead will soon open up. It's time to implement the plan of the Heavenly Dao. Black Moon started selling the communication amulets produced by Xuan, and the people of Nanzhou immediately started buying them up quickly. The Black Moon sect was so powerful that sales were happening at breakneck speed, with cultivators buying several at a time. A few months after the start of sales, Xuan learned a lot that even the Black Moon spies did not know. Qin Keiyun, taking advantage of Emperor Qinzong's absence, restored the cultivation of the Emperor's realm in her empire. Bai Shaokun, the young master of Baisheng Mountain, secretly left Nanzhou and entered Beizhou Nine-Sword Mountain to cultivate. Chu learned that the power and supporter of the Daqian Empire is the palace in Zhongzhou. They say there is someone in the divine realm there. Perhaps this is the same person who initiated the war between humans and demons. In other words, this palace was created by him. Some don't trust the amulets, so Chu will implement a processing method. They will do everything themselves, but Xuan will learn all the secrets. A month later, a famous person came to Nanzhou because of the communication amulets. Bao Hongyan introduced him to Chu Xuan. He was a cultivator of the 6th stage of the Emperor's realm, and he came specifically to study the processing method. Realizing that he had been controlled, the cultivator cursed and angrily shouted that Bao Hongyan had deceived him and set him up. Half a year had already passed since the plan was put into effect, and all this time Xuan continued to communicate with Yingkun, who was making great progress. Yingkun is an ascetic, and while cultivating, he slightly changed the Dao crystal, which means the mini-world is not far from its changes. The Tao permeates the mini-world. Everything becomes more harmonious, and because of this, Namo Buddha is half a step away from breaking through to the divine realm. The Nine Swords Mountain sect also acquired communication amulets, and Xuan learned that their strong fighters were preparing to return to Nanzhou. With the help of the amulet, Xuan contacted Du Yuan, who told him to infiltrate the Black Moon, become a guard, and wait for a signal from him. Ding Yue never left the ancient lands. Xuan periodically watches him. The young man successfully practices his favorite sword technique. The alchemy competition is about to end. Wang Luo has attracted a lot of attention. At first glance, he is an ordinary alchemist. The Wang family wants to marry him to the eldest daughter. When Wang Luo's identity is revealed, the Wang family will be disgraced. Chu was worried about him. Suddenly, the system reported that Mo Luantian's blood had changed. The heart of a Buddha had been born, and Chu had received the path of the spiritual Tao as a reward. Looking into the mirror, Xuan saw a field littered with the corpses of the demons Luantian had killed. But the battle was not over yet. Luantian was fighting a powerful heavenly demon who was at the 7th stage of the Emperor realm, while Mo was only at the 3rd stage. His cultivation was the power of a Buddha. He lacked the elixir to replenish his strength. Now Luantian was at a disadvantage. The demon screamed for Luantian to die because he killed his brother. What kind of Buddhism is this? And how can Mo leave here alive? Unexpectedly for the demon, Mo Luantian screamed, and a heavenly eye opened on his forehead. Xuan's disciple glowed with golden light. He summoned the body of a dragon, the inner power of his enlightened soul, and at that very moment, a huge golden dragon appeared next to him. The stunned demon jumped back from the strange three-eyed monk with a sword and a golden cup in his hands. But the dragon rushed after him. The mighty ancient beast growled menacingly at the dumbfounded demon. He did not know how to defeat this huge golden monster. Xuan smiled. Luantian had finally broken through to the next level and learned to control his dragon's inner power. The young monk shouted that from now on he was the demonic Buddha Mo Luantian, and he would spread Buddhism to the demon lands. Luantian's opponent suddenly felt himself being sucked into the golden bowl, and he screamed in confusion and horror. But the demonic Buddha was relentless. Despite the resistance of the strong demon, he was drawn into the Buddhist bowl. Just a few seconds of resistance, and the monk's opponent found himself in a golden trap for cleansing polluted souls. Mo Luantian does have an inclination towards Buddhism, but not the usual kind, but the demonic kind, and it suits him. In the battle, he discovered his shortcomings. They need to be replenished, the elixir of restoration and other stages, and give him the status of a Buddhist. A golden portal lit up, and Xuan appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Luantian fell to the ground and humbly greeted his great teacher. Xuan told him to get up. He said that Mo Luantian had fully realized Buddhism, so he would grant him the status of a Buddhist. The former young demon thanked the teacher for the great mercy shown to him. Buddhism gave him an incredible amount of strength and wisdom. Xuan added that since Luantian had mastered the dragon's body and power, he would grant him new Buddhist martial techniques. Mo Luantian smiled broadly, and in his hands were new treatises and wonderful Buddhist prayer beads. Having made the demonic Buddha happy, Chu Xuan closed the mirror portal, and it seemed he had dealt with all of his disciples. Now we need to see what system rewards Xuan has received for the latest achievements of his talented students. The path of the spiritual Tao allows one to walk along the streams of Tao, but not for more than a day. Chu smiled. The system is amazing. The Tao is limitless. Now he will be able to walk along the streams of the great Tao, enter right into its middle, and then break through to the divine realm. Xuan was eager to accept the reward and experience the path of the spiritual Tao. He imagined it must be amazing. And so his soul left his body lying on the couch and soared upwards. He could travel like this before, but he could not reach the Tao. He found himself in an amazing space, a huge number of forks, streams, and thoughts. Apparently, this is that very great Tao. Chu Xuan saw that he had entered an invisible area, a truly inexhaustible, endless, and boundless eternal Tao. The Tao is absorbed into the crystal. It emits a misty light, and the Tao itself is perfected within. It was the right decision to take the crystal. When you return, you will need to improve the mini-world, the Tao crystal in your hand, the bell of chaos in your soul. Thoughts are overwhelming, but there is nothing to fear. Suddenly Xuan discovered that there was someone else here. Those who were able to get here, unique people. Chu was also here, but he was just bluffing. You need to force this person to use QE and incorporate it into the crystal, and then you can simply communicate with this cultivator. Xuan felt that in the space of the Tao, his thoughts became one, as if his body and soul had merged and turned into one whole. The man Chu Xuan saw here is straining himself to move along the path of the Tao flow. It is not easy. Xuan didn't know if he could deceive this strong cultivator. At worst, he could just discuss something. Hong Wanchu, whom Xuan met, gradually comes to an understanding of the Tao and carefully explores new areas of knowledge. The cultivator also noticed Dao Xuan walking along the streams. He stopped and looked in surprise at the unexpectedly encountered Chu. Yuanchu was amazed at how leisurely Xuan walked towards his goal. He decided that this man was much stronger than him. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan calmly approached Hong Yuanchu, intending to get to know and communicate with the powerful cultivator. Hong Yuanchu bowed politely and greeted his brother cultivator, remarking that it was surprising to meet someone here. Xuan also bowed, introduced himself, and said that he was also very glad to meet you. You never know where the flow of the Tao will lead you. Yuanchu asked his new acquaintance how far he was from the path of Tao. Xuan was surprised. So this guy was really very strong. This means that Hong Yuanchu is already in that realm where the light comes from the path of the Tao. It is also called the open path, which means that there are such people. Having got his bearings, Xuan thoughtfully replied that he no longer remembered. He eats and sleeps, and lives, so he doesn't even know for sure. Yuanchu thought that perhaps this was one of the hermits who had recently come out of seclusion. That was why he answered like that. Xuan, in turn, asked Yuanchu how far he was from the path of the Tao. The guy answered that he was almost twice as far. Hong has passed through the realm of Tao and is already on the open path, and now he is already twice as far. The great Tao is difficult, but the open path is even more difficult. Chu Xuan said, finding your way or discovering it is quite fun. The road under your feet is the Tao, and wherever you go, it is everywhere. Hong Yuanchu's mouth dropped open in surprise. He didn't understand whether searching for a path or discovering it was fun, so he asked his brother to teach him. Chu told Hong that he had a treasure. All he needed was Qi, and regardless of time and space, they would be able to communicate with him. Xuan asked Brother Hong if he could leave some Qi for communication, and if he had any comrades, they could be brought in as well. Hong was amazed at what kind of treasure this was. It was as if he was looking at the embodiment of the Tao and communicating with him. This guy was definitely stronger than him. Yuanchu agreed and directed some of his energy into the Tao crystal in Xuan's hands. The crystal memorized the cultivator's Qi. Chu suggested Hong to attract comrades from the kingdom of Tao. After years of hermitage, he wants to live and communicate. This is also Tao. Xuan was happy. The Tao crystal was finally developing. People like Hong were not against giving energy and chatting a little. That was great. Hong asked his brother where he was going. Chu said he was just going for a walk. He should observe more. Then an epiphany might come. Hong sighed. He was too busy learning the open path. The 36 steps of the Tao realm were like high mountains. Xuan was puzzled. So the Tao realm is divided into 36 steps. Wow, how huge it turns out to be. Hong continued. Each stage of the Tao kingdom is more difficult than the other, and the open path is 100 times more difficult. The path is endless, but one must work. Chu Shen sighed. That was true, but in reality he didn't feel anything special, because he was being helped by a wonderful system. It took less than 10 years for Chu to go from being an ordinary mortal to being a heavenly realm cultivator, all while sitting at home. Xuan bowed politely to his interlocutor, saying that he was then saying goodbye, and was glad to meet his strong brother cultivator. Yuanchu watched Xuan go by and thought, he was much stronger to be able to move around here so easily. He couldn't stand still any longer. Once one Dao Yuan is over, the disaster will soon begin. Everyone in the 9 regions must compete for the chance to become a rule maker. After Xuan's incredible walk through the streams of endless Dao, the guy's aura changed greatly. It became much brighter and stronger. And so his changed soul again rushed to his body, which had been resting peacefully all this time on a sun lounger in the courtyard of his estate. Xu Shen woke up and stood up carefully. His soul had returned. The Tao crystal was swirling in his hand, and his greatly enlarged aura was shining golden. Xuan felt that his level was rapidly increasing. Now he was at the 5th step of the heavenly realm. Now he was already at the 6th step. Having absorbed the energy of the eternal Tao during the walk, the Tao crystal returned to its original place in the miniature world of Xuan. With the help of the powerful energy of the Tao, the transformation of the mini-world began. Trees grew. Many plants began to change dramatically. The Tao penetrated into every corner of the mini-world. Tao trees began to appear. All fruits became treasures, and a Tao forest began to grow. Under the influence of the change in the mini-world, Namo Buddha began to break through the heavenly realm into the next divine one. Chu Xuan's cultivation level also continued to rise, and soon he was already at the 8th stage of the heavenly realm, and then at the 9th. His spiritual power began to transform into divine power. Chu Xuan finally broke through to the divine realm of power. Moreover, he immediately flew through the 1st and 2nd steps of the kingdom, finding himself immediately on the 3rd step, which was surprising. Xuan clenched his fist and looked at the powerful energy blazing around him. He admired it. It was simply an invincible force. But we can't level up any further. We need to stabilize, and Chu is just one of the cultivators waiting for the path to open. Chu became the youngest cultivator in the divine realm. He received a box of divine pills and the law of Tao stability. The path of Tao stability is safe and calm. The rule of Tao is to be as firm as a mountain so that no attack can shake you. Chu Shen happily accepted this law to become steadfast and unwavering, and a completely new feeling washed over him. The divine pills created by the cultivators in the divine realm were very useful. The previous ones were not effective. Xuan swallowed a few pills, his mini-world was improved, and first-class Tao fruit treasures appeared in the mountain forests. The mini-world expanded more than tenfold and began to fill with the energy of the Tao. The world had infinite potential. Xuan was confident that his world could rise above the other worlds, but Namo Buddha still could not break through to the next realm. Normally, it would take more than 10 years for such a breakthrough to occur. Xuan looked at his diligent student and the world's first Buddhist. He decided to help Namo. Appearing in the portal, Chu gave the student a divine pill, saying that it would help him break through. Namo politely thanked his Buddha, the great and all-powerful teacher. for his mercy and help in cultivating the disciple. With the help of the Mirror of 1,000 Heavens, Xuan found another of his disciples, Ren Chang'e, who bowed and greeted his teacher. Xuan passed him a divine pill through the portal, saying that it would help him break through faster and train better. Nanzhu Law is recovering at an ever-increasing rate, but Luo Ying, despite Zun's efforts, has not yet reached the peak of the Emperor's realm. Seeing Xuan in the portal, she greeted the teacher. This is an opportunity to ask him if Zun's soul can return to a male body. Xu Shen told the student that her progress was rather slow, and to speed it up, he would give her a couple of bottles of elixir. The girl happily thanked the teacher. She really wanted to ask how to return the male body, but Xuan closed the portal. Xuan felt that breaking into the Dao realm wouldn't take many years, but now he needed to focus on capturing the Black Moon's leader. The plan also needs to be accelerated and finished before the lands of the living dead are discovered, so he can control the northern lands. The accumulation of Dao energy into the crystal was completed earlier than Xuan had expected, so the two puppets gained intelligence. Xuan summoned the smarter puppets to him. Now they will be his servants and strong soldiers, but they still need to be trained. The puppets bowed in unison and greeted their master, a young man and woman created by Xuan for work. He looked at them appraisingly. These two puppets have the strength of the second stage of the divine realm. They will be strong soldiers. First, they needed to be given names. Xuan told them that the boy's name was Chu Yi, and the girl's name was Chu Er. They replied that they would obey their master. After giving them names, Chu Xuan sent the puppets to train in the secret realm, allowing them to level up and gain strength there. In the circle of communication through the Dao crystal, there are two people. The first is a strong man outside the Dao realm, Hong Yuanchu, and the other is Ying Kun. Perhaps we should start with Ying Kun. He introduced him to their fellow Taoist Hong Yuanchu. He is already in 2 Dao Yuans. Ying Kun was stunned. Could it really be that same Hong Yuanchu? Already 2 Dao Yuan, an open path. Wow, of course. Who else but him? The cultivator immediately broke into a smile and fell to his knees, hurrying to greet the elder, such a famous cultivator. Xuan was surprised. Ying Kun was so polite. He obviously knew who Hong Yuanchu was. He was banging his forehead on the cave floor. It was funny. Yuanchu returned the greeting, saying that Brother Ying was very nice and that he was glad to meet him. Ying Kong continued to bow to Hong. Hong thought about it. He had never heard of Ying Kun's name, but no matter the reason, he had entered into Chu Xuan's brother's circle of friends. Ying Kong decided that the highly respected Elder Chu was also on the open road. Even Hong Yuanchu treated him with respect. After thinking for a while, Ying Kun began to bow to Xuan and thank Senior Chu for introducing him to Senior Hong. The hermit kept telling himself that he needed to show modesty and respect, because he was facing 2 incredibly strong people. He continued to hit his forehead on the cave floor, and his interlocutors smiled and remarked that Brother Ying was being overly polite, and it was time to stop. Xuan said that Ying Kong was overdoing it, acting too respectfully. If Chu didn't know who he was, he would have thought he was a servant. To distract Ying Kun from bowing, Xuan asked how his cultivation was. Surely he had already raised his level higher. Ying Kong was at a loss. Could it be that his cultivation base was too low for them? Could he lie? But was it smart to lie to such people? The cultivator replied to Xuan. The process is quite slow. He only grew 1 level. Now he is at the 3rd stage of the Dao realm. Chu was surprised. Could it really be that in all this time there was only 1 stage? How many years does it take to cultivate 1 stage of the Dao realm? Hong praised Ying. This was not bad, and suggested Chu to attract more people here. Xuan suggested calling it a Dao communication group. Soon the crystal was filled with new flows of qi. Hong Yuanchu attracted his friends and students to communicate through the crystal Dao. Soon he introduced his friends to Xuan, Brother Kun He, 1 Dao Yuan, Sister Ruo Xian, as well as Hong Yuanchu, 2 Dao Yuan. Hong also attracted his best friend at the 30th level of the Dao, and several of his students, both male and female, as well as his friend's students. Choxian, Piao Choxian, and Xishen are women. Ying Kun is so scared that he doesn't dare to say a word. He is the weakest in the group. Shu began to practice. His understanding of the Dao improved and his strength increased. But to break through to the realm of the Dao, he needed to accumulate energy. Xuan regularly used the mirror to search for dues or treasures, but everyone in the group knew each other, so there was no real point in it. If you want the group to be active, you need to be active yourself. This is the realm of the Tao of different races, so communication is interesting. Chu had an idea, taking the Dao crystal as a basis and the mini-world as a starting point, to open a new path that could surpass the one already opened. Suddenly, the system reported that Ding Yue had subdued the Earth Spirit and sharply increased his level, for which Xuan received a good luck talisman. Hearing the news from the system, Xuan immediately looked into the mirror to see what Ding Yue was doing there, and how he had subdued the spirit of the earth. Chu Xuan's disciple was at the border of Nanzhou. A small cute creature appeared right in front of him. It was the subdued spirit. Yu asked the spirit in surprise if he was a boy or a girl. He couldn't tell from his appearance, and for the first time, he couldn't determine his gender. The spirit replied, "He has no gender. If Yue thinks he is a boy, let him think he is a boy. If he thinks he is a girl, let him think he is a girl." The young man frowned. It was clear that it would be better if the spirit were a woman. Then Yue could improve his cultivation next to her. He asked if a spirit could be a man for some time and a woman for some time. That is, when Yue needed to change her gender. The spirit looked at the guy in confusion, wondering why he had such strange demands. Had he really ended up with a crazy owner? The green-eyed spirit of the earth cautiously answered the young man who had conquered him that it would be better for him to continue to be asexual. Ding Yue rubbed his chin in confusion. This was certainly not exactly what he wanted, but it couldn't be helped. This would do. The young man carefully took the small green-eyed spirit of the earth, who was now supposed to accompany him everywhere, and lifted him up. He placed the asexual spirit on his shoulder. This little creature should now bring Ding Yue luck in all his affairs. Xuan's disciple continued on his way, returning to Nanzhou, and by all indications the land of the living dead would soon open. Chu Shen sighed. Ding Yue is incorrigible. No matter what heights he reaches, he still continues to be afraid of the influence of beautiful women. The owner of the estate told the system that he wanted to immediately receive the reward due to him for the achievements of his disciple Ding Yue. In front of Xuan, a lucky talisman glowed with the green light of life. It can change luck, and can also collect the aura of luck. Xuan continued his training, interrupted by an unexpected message from the system about the reward he was entitled to for his student's success. At the same time, the diligent Xiangxing continued to work on implementing the plan of the heavenly Tao devised by his master. Currently, the Black Moon has no owner, but the communication talismans are regularly sold to other regions, and every team has them. The spies have obtained copies of the methods for improving talismans, but they don't know that even the talismans they make will be under control. Xuan wondered if it was possible to use a talisman to improve Su Xian'er's luck, so that she would become the daughter of luck in Zhongzhou district. He sent a stream of lucky charm energy towards the girl to increase her chance of luck, and Xian'er's aura began to change color. Chu felt a huge expenditure of energy, and the speed was very high. Almost like a search mirror, it was too difficult to change fate. Who is Zhongzhou's son of luck? Maybe Xian'er's fiancé. It was because of him that she ran away, because he was ugly and had a bad character. Xuan smiled. If the son of luck is a monster, it will be much more interesting. And Xian'er is no worse than the child of luck. She is Chu's disciple. The Dao chat group is still quiet. The new people are all familiar to Hong Wanchu, but Ying Kun must seem like a complete stranger among them. The system reported that his student Wang Luo had increased his luck in the alchemy competition, for which Xuan received a tripod of luck as a reward. During the competition, Wang Luo initially pretended to lose, but then suddenly rose strongly and became the winner. The young man told the head of the Wang family that he had nothing to do with them, and that he had no right to tell him what to do. One of the judges of the competition supported the young man. He is right. They themselves kicked him out, so now he does not belong to the Wang family. The other cultivators all said at once that it was true. He was not from the Wang family, so there was no point in attributing this victory to their family. The head of the Wang family clenched his fists, rage boiling inside him. This boy had disgraced their family. Now they would become a laughingstock. The judge shouted at the head of Wang that this was not his family's home. He was not the master here, and that he should not dare to destroy the competition venue. Chief Wang frowned. Wang Luo's talent is amazing. He is in the Emperor's realm. He will soon break through higher, and was able to create a heavenly pill. As long as this upstart Wang Luo is alive, the Wang family will have no future. The head of the family has definitely decided that this young man must die. Xuan saw everything he wanted. He closed the mirror portal. He needed to protect his student Wang Luo from the attack of mercenaries. Chu accepted the system's reward, and a tripod of luck shone before him. Any aspect of the Tao could be used to create pills. Now Xuan had two treasures of luck, a talisman and a tripod. The first can change fate, the second can create. One day, Chu Xuan's maid and faithful assistant, Su Xian'er, approached him, and the girl was a little embarrassed and puzzled. She told the gentleman that lately she had been feeling strange, as if some strength was leaving her and she was growing weaker. She begged her master and teacher to help her. Xuan reassured the girl. There was no need to panic. He was here. He would figure it out now. Chu asked the girl how long ago this had all started. Xian'er said that it had been going on for several days, and she was getting worse. At first, she didn't pay attention to it, thinking it was related to cultivation. But recently, she began to feel despair. Xuan wondered if his Kui had affected Xianer because of what he had been doing for the past few days. But it was strange. If that was the case, then the consequences should have affected him. Chu Xuan, why did Xianer suffer? She has no relation to him. To avoid guessing in vain, Xuan decided to check what was happening to the girl using the technique of heavenly vision. It turned out that Xuan was not to blame for Xianer's despair. Someone else was influencing his assistant, sucking energy and strength out of her. Apparently they chose Su Xianer as the target of their evil influence because of her very great and promising talents. Xuan had a feeling that this was being done by someone from her former Su family, since the girl had refused a profitable marriage. Or it is the Dagon Palace, from which she escaped and disgraced the evil and ugly groom and his relatives throughout their region. Xuan angrily clenched his teeth, but by and large he didn't care who attacked his student and servant. They would be destroyed. In Dagon Palace, Xian's ex-fiancé muttered that when he wanted to marry her, he was respected, but she ran away. She got involved with the wrong person. Using the Kui sphere given to him by the Su family, the ex-fiancé took away the girl's key and destroyed everything she aspired to. He hoped that once he destroyed Xianer's strength and life, she would return and beg her abandoned fiancé to marry her. Suddenly, the Kui sphere in the hands of the insulted, abandoned groom began to crack and behave very unusually. The guy was very surprised, but the next second the sphere burst into flames and began to disintegrate. The guy screamed in fear, asking what was happening, what was wrong with this sphere. The groom, abandoned by Xuan's assistant, didn't have time to understand anything before a deafening explosion resounded in the hall. It was the explosion of a chi sphere. The entire Dagon Palace shook from the explosion, and the elders rushed to find out what had happened and whether their young master was alive. At the same time, the elders of the Su family noticed that something was wrong with the head of the family. Blood began to ooze from his mouth for no apparent reason. Headmaster Su asked what happened. Was he going crazy? The elders were shocked. Was someone attacking their master? Seeing a group of elders come to see him, the head of the Su family, who had become weak for some unknown reason, asked them why they had come. They reported to the Lord that news had come from the Dagon Palace. The Kui sphere had been destroyed, and the person using it had been seriously injured. The leader asked again what they were saying. The sphere was destroyed, which meant he wasn't going crazy after all, but was being affected by the Kui from that very sphere. Dagon wanted to use the sphere to take Xianer's key and bring her back, but their plans fell apart. The nasty girl needed to be brought back and punished. The leader shouted for them to forget about the girl, let them go to the Dagon Palace and demand compensation, but not say that he was injured. The head of the Su family barked at the elders to go to the Dagon Palace immediately, and not to dare return empty-handed. Left alone, head Su thought. It seemed that since then the girl had become noticeably stronger. He could not allow himself to provoke her. Thus, Chu Xuan, without leaving his home, dealt with the enemies of his faithful assistant, discouraging them from harming her. He called Su Xianer and asked how she was feeling now. The girl answered the master with a smile that she had become much better. Xuan explained to her that someone had tried to take away her qi, but not to worry, he had just taught them a lesson. They wouldn't try again. The girl laughed cheerfully and thanked her powerful master for the effective help he had given her. Chu smiled and said that as payment, Xianer could feed him a delicious meal, since she was an excellent cook. But first, Xuan decided to strengthen her qi better, just in case her enemies wanted to try to harm her again. She pointed the good luck charm at the girl's chest, saying that it would protect her from similar displays of aggression in the future. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. Could this really be for qi too? Qi is such a mysterious force, she just can't figure it out. Xianer thanked the gentleman again, and said that she would cook his favorite dish today to improve his mood. Xuan smiled. We agreed. He would wait impatiently. The girl jumped for joy. She simply adored her master. Chu will return to her cultivation when he breaks through on his own. Qi and Dao are so mysterious, he still doesn't understand how the laws of this world work. Hearing Xuan's muttering, Xian asked what he said, but he asked her to hurry up with the preparations, otherwise he would die of hunger. The delighted Xian quickly prepared a stunningly delicious meal for Chu Xuan and fed her master to his fill. After eating his fill, Xuan sighed. Xianer's food was so delicious that after it, even Chu's desire to train completely disappeared. But he had to do something, so he decided to use the search mirror in case he came across something interesting today. And indeed, the arrow pointed to a Taoist, but there were no people there, only a small tiger cub, and he was a cultivator of the Tao realm. The tiger cub perked up. For some reason he had the feeling that someone was watching him. But on the deserted cliff, he was completely alone. Xuan laughed. First he had to take some of his qi and put it into the Tao crystal. Chu had an idea of how to play a trick on him. The tiger cub jumped up and growled angrily. Who dared to absorb his qi? Apparently, the impudent uninvited guest was looking for death. Chu chuckled. What a hot-tempered kid. The atmosphere in the group became a little dull. He will be able to bring a new rhythm. Not bad. With the arrival of the tiger cub, the group will certainly come to life. First, you need to send him a welcome message from the administrator. The tiger cub stared at his paw in surprise. He couldn't understand what was wrong with it, and where this unusual Dao energy had come from on his paw. Unexpectedly, he received a message. Xuan welcomed the little tiger cub into their friendly group of cultivator brothers. The tiger cub's eyes flashed angrily. He bared his teeth and growled menacingly. How dare this puppy call him that? What kind of tiger cub is he? In response, he shouted that he was warning the pathetic puppy that as soon as he caught him, nothing good would happen to him. Xuan boldly replied to the striped cultivator that when the tiger cub came, he would only see darkness in his own eyes. The tiger cub clenched his clawed paws in anger. He was incredibly angry. Someone dared to mock him, the great sky tiger. Chu was genuinely amused, by the way. First, they need to arrange a welcoming ceremony for the tiger cub in their Dao communication group. He sent the tiger cub another message, wishing him luck in the communication group of the most powerful cultivators from different regions. At the same time, Xuan sent a message to the group to attract the attention of others. He said that he had news. Chu said that he was going to invite a new friend to the group. He was a tiger cub, and suggested that the guys start communicating with him first. In-kun raised his head with interest. It seemed like a new person had appeared in the group. No, a tiger cub. I wonder what kingdom he was in. Xuan sent out a message to everyone, asking them to warmly welcome their new friend, the cute heavenly tiger, the 16th stage of the Dao. The tiger cub growled that he was a majestic sky tiger, and the puppy just called him cute, an unheard of insult. He is a proud sky tiger. He is not going to join them in some filthy group of weak, cowardly little puppies. He will tear them apart. Piao Royun smiled. Oh, so it really is that tiger. That means that annoying smelly tiger is still alive. Amazing. And the tiger cub continued to rage. He screamed that they were all just the ground under his paws. They didn't even dare talk to him as equals. The girl replied to the enraged tiger cub that he was so rude. Did he want her, Piao Royun, to help him with self-education? The tiger cub growled. What kind of Piao Royun is this? Who is she? Apparently she is looking for a fight, so let her come. He is ready to meet her. The little animal grimaced contemptuously and said, if she is Piao Royun, then he is Xia Chenbao, and laughed mockingly at the girl. But suddenly the tiger fell silent. He scratched his ear in confusion. Wait, Piao Royun. This name seems to sound surprisingly familiar. Royun asked the tiger. It seemed he said something. She did not hear, and asked him to repeat it again. But the beast did not answer. And then he remembered, oh, Piao Royun. His eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. How could he not recognize her right away? Pointing his finger at the Dao energy in confusion, he realized that Piao Royun was there in that group of cultivators. She could hear him. The girl called the tiger again and asked why there was no sound. He seemed to be saying something. Let him continue. She was ready to listen to him. Royun offered the tiger to chat about the past, but the frightened tiger cub silently jumped into the bushes, fearing the appearance of this girl. He grabbed his head. Piao Royun. Could it really be Piao Royun? Why her again? How could he hide from this terrible cultivator? The little animal closed his eyes, thinking that until that moment he had been a happy little sky tiger, a mighty ruler of the forest. He was happily playing, dancing, and singing in his own forest. And then this woman came, and from then on his life turned into hell. Seeing Royun then, the tiger cub screamed, how dare this bitch enter his territory? Now he will give the impudent woman a couple of blows. The girl clenched her fist with a grin. Oh, is it really true? This kitten decided to show her his teeth, and even dares to be rude to a woman. As soon as the tiger cub jumped towards Royun, he immediately received several painful blows, and his fighting spirit immediately disappeared. She lifted the tiger cub by the tail and asked him to repeat what he had just said. But in response, the animal only snorted and puffed resentfully. Piao Royun shook the striped boar vigorously and asked what was wrong with the tiger cub, whether she needed to remind him how to behave. Tears streamed from the tiger cub's eyes and he meowed pitifully, promising his sister that he would no longer swear and bully everyone. Piao Royun asked Hutai what he said. The tiger cub mumbled some unintelligible answer in confusion. He was very scared. The girl said with a smile that it seemed she needed to visit him and talk to him again. Apparently, he had forgotten about his promise. In response, Hutai meowed pitifully. He had problems with his head. He was talking nonsense, and asked his sister not to pay attention. Hong Yuanchu asked Royun if this was the tiger cub she had once caught and raised at home as her own. The girl answered the teacher, yes, he is the cutest but too irritable tiger cub. He is very talented, but his character, Hong said, Then this cute and irritable tiger cub is lucky to have entered Brother Chu's group. He must have a lot of qi, Ruoyun asked. Apparently the teacher meant that if it weren't for his qi, with Hutai's character, he would have been beaten to death long ago. On Ruoyun Hutai's orders, he thanked Teacher Hong. His student was upset with him, but he hoped the elder was not offended. Hong said he wouldn't quarrel with the tiger cub. Brother Chu brought him into the group. This is a great opportunity. Thanks to Brother Chu for this. Chu replied. Brother Hong is too serious. The group is created for communication and exchange of experiences, and this tiger cub is still very young. A satisfied Hutai purred his thanks to the elder Chu and promised the younger Ruoyun that he would definitely correct his behavior. Junior Ying-kun greeted Brother Hutai and asked him to take care of him in the future if he had the opportunity. The tiger cub was confused. This man introduced himself as younger and called him brother, which means this human cultivator is weaker than him. He replied to Ying-kun with a smile that he would take care of him. And if there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask him at any convenient time. Xuxuan was glad. This striped Hutai had smoothly integrated into the team. Okay, now he can go and practice a little. And then the system reported that Wang Luo's disciple was being pursued by a powerful enemy. He escaped. And as a reward for this, Chu received the enlightenment of the Great Tao. Xuan was surprised. His disciple was being persecuted. And the system also rewarded Chu because of this, he remarked with a smile. The children of Qi are amazing. Chu wondered if he could gather all the children of fortune together in the manor, what reward the system would give him for it. But there is no need to think about this now. Xuan will strive for this gradually, step by step. Let the students develop for now. The Great Tao's illumination can be used to obtain Tao energy, and it seems that the full power of Xuan is just around the corner. Xuan was eager to experience the new system gift, and he immediately decided to try to immerse himself in the enlightenment of the Great Tao. And now he found himself in an amazing space. It seems that this is the Great Tao. The whole space consists of Tao. How strange. Xuan realized that in his current kingdom, it would be really difficult to understand all the secrets of the enlightenment of the Tao. But he would try. However, under the influence of Qi and Tao, Xuan realized how to better use some of the things he received from the system. If you develop your Tao, there will be no problems. Even killing an enemy will not be a problem. You will not have to do anything yourself. Chu Xuan blushed with pleasure. He was looking forward to this great and joyful day when he would become all-powerful. Spinning in the sparkling space of the great eternal Tao, Xuan exclaimed with inspiration that he is the Tao, and the Tao is him. Chu couldn't understand why the mirror kept showing the sea. Maybe it had expired and needed to be returned to the system. Xuan tried the universal repair technique used in his previous world, which was to say, he tapped the mirror hard with his hand. But perhaps the fact that the mirror constantly shows the sea means that there is something there. But due to a lack of strength, Chu cannot find out this secret. If this is indeed the case, then Xuan will have to explore all the bodies of water in all 9 regions. And this is quite a long task. He demanded that the mirror show him what he needed, and a plateau appeared in front of him among the deserted wooded mountains. Xuan looked more closely. This landscape seemed quite familiar to him. He had obviously seen it quite recently. But here is where. Suddenly Chu saw a tiger. Could it really be Hutai again? The mirror connected Xuan with him twice. Could his qi really be so great and significant? Although if you look closely, this tiger doesn't look like him. He's twice as big as Hutai, and in his sleep he seems to be crying. Who is this? Chu didn't want to look at the fool Hutai again. This time in front of him was Hu Tianya, the former young master of the Heavenly Tiger clan. He was rejected by the clan due to his laziness and unwillingness to change form, and his fiancée, the princess of the Qingjiao clan, broke off their engagement with him. Xuan was surprised. So this is a Heavenly Tiger. Hutai is also a Heavenly Tiger. It seems these two striped fools are somehow related. He scratched his hair in confusion. Despite the nonsense that tigers talk, they can be useful. It was not for nothing that he saw them. Besides, even if Hu Tianya is not as strong as the others, he is still strong. But why is he still sleeping? What is he dreaming about? In his dream, Tianya begged the princess not to leave. His reluctance to change form was a rule of his ancestors. It was safer to be in the body of a tiger. The tiger's body is more powerful, and you can pretend to be dead in it. It's true. He's not deceiving her. Isn't he cute? This tiger seems to have inherited the true heritage of his race. The ability to survive is ingrained in his bones and mindset. With the help of the Thousand Heavens mirror, Chu Xuan's enormous figure appeared before the tiger and demanded that Hu Tianya wake up. The tiger trembled. Where did this super strong cultivator come from? Its power is so oppressive, it needs to save itself. Make a cute face. The little animal meowed affably, greeting the elder. He didn't know that the elder had arrived, so he didn't greet him, but apologized. Xuan sighed heavily. What a striped flatterer. And Hu Tianya continued to dodge, asking with a smile what the elder's orders were. The heavenly tiger cub beat his tail and with shining eyes said, "The younger one will do everything that is necessary. Everything will be done in the best possible way." Xuan told the tiger that this was excellent and ordered him to turn into a human, warning that his cuteness tricks would not work on him. Hu Tianya obediently changed form. Xuan ordered the tiger to no longer follow Hu Tai's orders. Chu would now be its master. Chu promised that Tianya would be able to bring back his princess and surpass his ancestor, but Xuan would use him as a mount. The tiger cub immediately obediently answered the teacher that the disciple Hu Tianya was no longer cute. He was ready to learn the science of cultivating strength. In exchange for Xuan gaining the heavenly tiger as his disciple, he received the metal white tiger technique from the system. But he was still worried about whether this tiger would be useful in the future. He was clearly cunning and lazy, for which he was expelled from his clan. However, Hu Tianya is one of the sons of fortune, which means Xuan is one step closer to his goal. He must somehow gather them all. But even though it is good luck, you still have to hurry, Chu exclaimed, looking at the mirror, so that the children of good luck from all over the world would come to him. Xuan continued to call on the children of good fortune, and suddenly the mirror glowed with red golden fire energy. It seemed that Chu had found someone else. He looked questioningly into the mirror portal. What happened? It looks like today is his day of meeting demons. In front of Xuan was the fiery Ching Ching heir, a 9-tailed fox, a 17th level Dao, one of the strongest elders of the Fox clan. Chu decided to be a little more serious. It's not good to deal with tigers all the time. First he needs to add her to the Dao chat group. He sent a message to the group that the fox Ching Ching heir was invited. In response, Hu Tai grumbled, "This damn fox came too." Piao Ruoyun barked at Hu Tai. He must be looking for death. So many years have passed, and his filthy mouth still stinks. Another year of Xuan's seclusion passed. He rose to the 5th stage of the divine realm. Chu even became a little bored. None of his disciples brought him any rewards. Only Pingfan rose to the 9th level of the true realm. He is very talented. Suddenly, Chu felt that Bao Hongyan had come to him. Apparently, the Black Moon sect had discovered some new information. The girl bowed and asked the gentleman for an audience. He asked if they had learned anything new about the leader of the Black Moon sect. Yan shook her head. The search was ineffective. They still don't know who really runs the Black Moon sect. Xuan wondered why she had come then, or if the sect's spies had found out something else that might interest or concern him. Bao Hongyan explained that she was here to inform the master about the demonic lands, and that hostilities would soon begin. Chu asked what was happening with the demonic lands. Were they planning something? But it seemed like the time had not yet come. The 3 sects and 2 countries and other forces in Nanzhou decided to fight for their own interests and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Of course, there were some cultivators who hadn't supported anyone yet. Chu thought that the top brass were being cautious. He invited Hun Yan to enter the courtyard. The work on his plan is progressing well. He wants to reward his spy. When they entered the courtyard, Chu asked if there was any information about the movement of forces in Nanzhou. What was going on? Bao sighed. Everything was kept secret, but one of the Qin family members had infiltrated the Daqian Palace. Should I remind them of the Qin family? Xuan replied negatively. Let the Qin family do whatever they wanted. He would not interfere for now, but he had to keep an eye on them. Chu asked Bao Hongyan about the situation with communication talismans in Beizhou, and whether representatives from that region were purchasing them. The girl nodded her head affirmatively. Beizhou is completely covered. There is no information that could be hidden from the master. Xu Xuan smiled. Great. The plan in Beizhou was also completed successfully, which means this northern region is also under control. He told the girl that she had done a good job. These pills would help her break into the Emperor's kingdom very quickly. The dumbfounded Bao Hongyan thanked the master in confusion. She could not even dream of such an incredible gift for a breakthrough. Xuan told her to take these pills as soon as possible to break through. He has a more important and difficult task for her. The spy bowed and replied that the subordinate would live up to her master's expectations, and Chu Xuan allowed the girl to leave. The system reported that Ren Chang'e had mastered the path of yin and yang and broken through to the divine realm, and Xuan received 500 years of cultivation for this. Chu perked up. Oh, good news. Ren Chang'e is a good man. This reward will allow Xuan to move even closer to the realm of Dao. Don't look askance at Ren. He did bring good news, and it will probably make him put in even more effort. Ren Chang'e, greatly changed, joyfully greeted the teacher and announced that he had finally broken through to the divine realm. Xuan congratulated him. Ren thanked the teacher for his help. In order to repay the kindness, he is ready to do everything possible for Chu. The teacher has an order. There will be unrest in the 9 regions. So in 10 years, Ren Changhe will go to the north of Nanzhou. The student was stunned. Could the master really tell about what would happen in the future? This was simply unprecedented power. Chu Xuan urged the student to be patient. In 10 years he would know everything. He bowed politely to the teacher in full agreement. The divine pills will help Chang'e advance. The divine realm is not the end point. He must work hard. Pleased, Ren Chang'e collected the pills given to him by the master and said that the student would remember his teacher's instructions. After giving all the instructions to the cultivator, Xuan said that he was satisfied with him, but the teacher had things to do, so he said goodbye to Ren Chang'e. But the student asked the master to stay longer. The student had something that would bother the teacher. Xuan looked at Chang'e in surprise. Chu chuckled. Some of this is apparently practice. Good. He will pick up something new for his student that will help him. Soon, he contacted the recluse again and gave him practices suitable for cultivation at his level to study. From a deep cave in the dark ancient lands of demons, Buddhist prayers and wishes for light, goodness, and wisdom were heard. A confident voice spoke. The sinful lands of demons, greed and ignorance, blood and death, all this pollutes the souls of ancient demons. Mo Luantian preached to a crowd of demon believers. The merciful Buddha transforms demonic lands into blissful ones. By sacrificing himself, he will go to hell. But who, if not he, the disciple of Buddha, will spread Buddhism? They must spread their faith. Luantian's disciples responded unanimously. O Amitabha, they are ready to carry out the instructions of the great disciple of the Buddha and spread the faith. Mo Luantian's aura glowed golden and a halo appeared around his head. He exclaimed, O Amitabha, good and benefactor. Seeing someone else enter the cave, Mo Luantian asked in a friendly manner, perhaps he came here for enlightenment. But the demon asked rudely, the bald one is deceiving people again. He brainwashed the villagers, and now he's taken on others. The guest said that now all their girls are bald. Where to look for a wife? The students recognized him. This is the eldest son of the gentleman from the neighboring village. The demon screamed, and last month the bald man destroyed his relative's city and beat him to death, calling it a memorial service. He clenched his fist, saying that he had broken through to the realm of truth and had come here to take revenge. Now all these bald idiots would die at once. Mo Luantian calmly extended his hands forward and said, O Amitabha, he must protect his faithful disciples from attack. A powerful golden stream of energy burst from the monk's palm and flew straight towards the raging, disgruntled evil demon. The demon, who had decided to kill the Buddhists, did not even have time to attack his victims. Luantian's golden stream instantly knocked him off his feet. A powerful stream of energy carried the intruder out of the prayer cave, and a deafening explosion was heard outside. The newly enlightened demons were stunned. What horror! Nothing remained of that demon, apparently. This is the great power of Buddhism. Mo Luantian explained that this was kindness and grace. That demon was a sinner who defiled his holy teachings in front of his disciples. He asked his disciples to calm down. With his action, Luantian simply helped this sinner realize their superiority. But then another voice was heard from the street. The brother of the murdered man exclaimed that the lying bald ass had killed his brother, which meant he would die. Another demon entered the cave. These two guys from Mr. Lee's family are very stubborn, but they take turns going to the grave. The demon shouted that he was on the second level of the true kingdom. If they would beg him on their knees, he would give them a quick death. Mo Luantian once again extended his hand forward and calmly sent a stream of deadly golden dragon energy towards the demon. The second brother Lee was thrown out of the cave by a strong blow and exploded, shattering into small pieces. The new Buddhists became silent. Luantian folded his hands in prayer and asked the great Buddha to forgive the sins of the demons who had just died and to purify their souls. But before Xuan's disciple could finish his prayer, a voice came from the street again. The third brother scolding Luantian with the most vile words. Mo Luantian addressed his disciples. It seems he is not doing well enough. They cannot enlighten everyone with the teachings of Buddhism. They all have to work hard. They must make every effort to save the living. The students promised to follow his instructions. Luantian blessed his disciples and followers with the holy mission of spreading Buddhism throughout the demon lands. Chu Xuan stretched sweetly. After lunch he basked in the sun, and after resting he ate dinner. He whistled a song. Life is good. And then a message came from the system. His students spread Buddhism, and Chu Xuan received the technique of reincarnation as a gift. He was amazed. Wow, Mo Luantian already has 10,000 followers. And this disciple is not so bad, even though he is a former demon. Xuan decided to leave him alone for a while. It would be better to see the effect of this gifted transformation technique. Half a month later, Xuan received unexpected news from the Black Moon. A palace coup had taken place at the court of the Dark King. While the ruling family's forces were in chaos, the great evil palace seized power, and now it is ZZ from the palace who rules everything. The former king was banished to the kingdom of chaos, and no one knows where he is now, or what is happening to him. There is no contact with him. Although at first glance it seems that Shou Yuan is still the king, he no longer has any rights. He is simply following orders. Prince Xiao Wang was the most unlucky of all. He was tortured for a long time in a variety of ways, trying to find out some of the family's secrets. In the end, his friend sacrificed himself to save the prince. He ran away like a coward into the mountains, not knowing where to go. But he was able to survive. All of the new ruler's subordinates returned safe and sound, but there is still no order in the evil king's palace. A month after this news, Chu Xuan was busy with another training session in his cozy courtyard of a small family estate. Suddenly, he sensed through his soul seal that Shou Yuan had been killed, the first of his secret servants to be killed in battle. It turned out that Shou Yuan had launched an open attack on Ziezi, but the difference in cultivation was too great, and the Dark Overlord fell. Chu Xuan didn't care much about his death. He was just a pawn. Maybe Xiao Wang would avenge him, but only if he gathered an army. Xuan remembered that it had been a long time since he had accepted the last member into his Heavenly Dao Fellowship group. He took the searching mirror and activated the magical item, the arrow quickly spinning, scanning the space in search of Taoists. And then the arrow stopped. Xuan was surprised at what kind of shadow was on the mirror. Apparently it was some kind of powerful cultivator hiding his name. Using another mirror, Chu found the mysterious shadow. It turned out to be a woman practicing in a remote mountain cave. Feeling someone's presence, the cultivator menacingly asked who dared to disturb her. She had been here for a long time. Chu explained that he was looking for people to join a group to share experiences, and he asked the woman what clan she was from and what her level was. This is a group of friends who are cultivators of the open path in the Dao realm. The girl was doubtful. It all sounds like it is some kind of trap. But still, the girl bowed and introduced herself to the elder. She is Yu Su from the Yu clan, currently at the 13th stage of the Dao realm. Chu Xuan was surprised at what kind of Yu clan this was. He had never heard of it. It was probably very small. But that wasn't that important. Xuan wrote a message. Sister Yu Su joins the Dao group and asked friends to welcome her. She is at the 13th step of Dao. Yu Su was shocked. Here is Hong Yuanchu, the ancestor of the Hong clan, and Shu Yan, Yuanchu's best friend. They are all stronger than her. They are all legends. She greeted the great Hong Yuanchu, who replied that the Yu clan had enormous power. The ability of possession alone was worth it. Yu Su knew that in ancient times, a very powerful member of the Yu clan died at the hands of this very Hong Yuanchu during a clan battle. She miraculously managed to escape then. Their clan had greatly diminished and was inactive for a long time. Many thought that they had disappeared completely. Hong said that Sister Yu Su didn't need to worry. The great Dao had taken care of her clan's survival. All the old grievances were in the past. In Kun was in a trance, a newcomer to the group, but he was still the weakest. Everyone was so strong, only he was out of place. He greeted his sister politely. Kun decided that they were all so strong that he needed to maintain good relations with them. Meanwhile, the prince who had escaped from the Dark Palace was wandering along the border of Nanzhou and Dongzhou through insurmountable mountains and dense forest. Xiao Wang was alone. His constant faithful companion died, sacrificing himself to save the young master and heir. Suddenly, the prince felt a sharp pain. He realized that his father was dead. The king could only be killed by one person, the damned Zizi. The prince shouted loudly that he would definitely kill Zizi and take revenge on him for the vile betrayal and murder of his father the king. Suddenly Xiao Wang felt ill. Blood gushed from his mouth. Someone very strong was trying to influence him. He looked around. There was clearly someone in the forest not far from him, and this someone was watching the suffering prince of the evil kingdom. Suddenly, a black shadow flew out of the bushes and hovered over Xiao Wang. He wondered if it was someone's wandering spirit. The man looked at the boy with a smile and said, "Not bad. With the help of this boy you can calmly explore the surroundings." Xiao Wang was a little confused. Where did this evil spirit come from and what did it want from him? Did it really want to take over his body? The spirit rushed towards the dumbfounded prince with a laugh, clearly intending to take his young, strong body into his transparent hands. The guy attacked his opponent, angrily shouting for him to get out of here and leave him alone. He was in no mood at all right now, but the blow passed through the transparent spirit without causing him any harm, and the strange man became even more cheerful. He rushed towards the prince and instantly penetrated his body. Xiao Wang only had time to scream. Now the green freak was in his body. The prince felt very strange. He was perplexed by what technique his opponent was using. Was it really an obsession? If this is the case, then Xiao Wang has fallen into a trap. Something needs to be done, otherwise his soul may soon simply perish. The boy cut himself to draw blood, as part of a ritual to rid himself of an evil spirit that had taken possession of his body. The blood must be burned, then purified, changed and purified again. a procedure that is quite painful and extremely dangerous. Xiao Wang swallowed a pill that was supposed to help him get rid of the parasitic spirit in his young and strong body. He clenched his fist and began to purify the blood. His aura flared up. After purifying the blood, you need to purify the body and purify the soul. The spirit that had entered the prince's body screamed in pain and tried to jump out of the boy's body to escape the cleansing procedure. But Xiao Wang didn't let him go. Since he had occupied his body, he would have to answer for it. It was not worth attempting to kill the prince of the evil kingdom. The guy laughed. Now it was not he, but the spirit that was trapped. He would no longer be able to get out, but would burn inside while cleansing his body and soul. The spirit inside screamed at Xiao Wang to quickly let him out, otherwise this crazy boy might also die along with him. Wang felt that after the purification he had acquired spirit abilities, but he was seriously wounded. A third of his blood simply evaporated. How can he take revenge, and should he go to the state of Qin? It would be good to see Yun before he dies, but will he be able to do it? In addition to the wounds received by the Dark Prince, damage to the core has been added, reducing the possibility of breaking through to the Emperor's kingdom. Gathering all his strength, Xiaowan pushed off the ground and headed to Nanzhou, the Chu family district, to see his beloved girl again. Energy bolts flared and the prince soared above the forest and impassable mountains, his heart leading him to where he could see Yun. The protective dome Chushuan erected over his native Nanzhou prevented anyone from entering the territory undetected. Taking off from the impassable mountains at the border of Nanzhou, the Dark Prince fell right into the trap set by Zhuan. Xiaowan found himself in Chushuan's secret realm, unconscious from his wounds, blood loss, and incredible stress. The guy opened his eyes and looked around. He couldn't understand where he was and how he got here, whether he was safe. There was no one in the building, at least no one attacked Van. He decided to explore what was there and where he was. Approaching the table, the guy saw bottles of elixirs, tools and descriptions of techniques with which he was not previously familiar. Xiaowan thought, maybe he had a chance. This looked like a place left by a strong cultivator for his disciples. But who is this mysterious master? The prince carefully approached the table with magical treasures, wondering what kind of pills these were. The guy burst into tears. These are pills for restoring the damaged foundation, and pills for increasing the level. That's what you need. What luck. The delighted prince fell to his knees and loudly thanked the unknown master for his timely and very valuable help. Shedding tears of joy, Xiaowang told the elder that the younger would definitely inherit his will and do everything that was necessary. As a sign of obedience to the will of the great master, the prince hit his forehead 3 times on the stone floor slabs and promised to obey the teacher. After this, Wang took the bottles of miraculous pills and took them, and the wounds he received during the purification instantly healed. He then took the level-up pills and immediately felt a surge of strength. He shouted to Zizi to wait for him. It doesn't matter that Zizi is in charge of the great evil palace. He, Xiao Wang, who has received such a chance, will destroy the palace and avenge his father. The boy promised that he would never forget the elder's mercy. No matter what he wished, he would dedicate his life to this holy goal. Xiao Wang picked up the book and was stunned. It was the Taoist canon of eliminating evil, a guide superior to divine techniques. The prince opened the treasured book with trembling hands. This was exactly what he needed most now to carry out his revenge. But after reading the first page, the prince was frozen with horror. It said that in order to practice, he had to do something. The inscription said that he should castrate himself with a knife, completely, to the root. Van's hands trembled. Tears ran down his face. The prince, who had fled the kingdom, was torn by conflicting feelings. He did not know what to do, take revenge or love. He looked questioningly at the treatise. His lips trembled, and his eyes were full of tears. It was not so easy to decide on such a cruel act. Van read the entry again. He needed this technique to take revenge on the traitor for his father and for himself. But what a terrible price to pay for it. He was puzzled as to how he could cut off his most precious thing. But at the same time, how else could he take revenge on Zizi if he didn't cut it off? The prince understood perfectly well that if he did not have strength, then how could he survive in Nanzhou? How could he see his beloved Chu Yun? Taking the knife in his hands, Xiaowan burst into tears, mentally telling his treasure that from now on, he could only silently guard her. He promised his beloved that he would do everything for her, that he would go through fire and water, even if he became disabled. Tears streamed from his eyes. Wang howled in pain. He screamed. Even if he cut it off, he would still forever love the beautiful maiden Chu Yun more than life itself. The bloody dagger fell from the prince's trembling hand. His head spun, and his clothes turned the brown color of his blood. Clutching his wound, Wang fell to his knees, shouting that he would definitely tear Zizi to pieces now, and that he had made a huge sacrifice for this. Shedding tears, Xiao Wang promised that he would not just kill Zizi, but cut off what was most precious to him. Oh, how it hurt. How he missed him. Taking the book back into his hands, he sighed heavily. But only in this way could he master this powerful secret technique of destroying evil. The prince immersed himself in studying the treatise, and finally he reached a page where it was written that his sacrifice had been in vain. Tears welled up in Van's eyes again. Could this really have been just a cruel joke from the owner of this place? But why did he do it? Wang read, if he refused to cut, there was no need to worry. It would not interfere with the study of Taoist practice. He angrily threw the book on the floor and screamed, "Bastard! What kind of old freak created this terrible, immoral thing? It's terrible." Sobbing, the unfortunate prince asked why the teacher had created this book, and whether it was fun to so cruelly deceive his students. He exclaimed, how could they do such a thing? What would happen to his beautiful treasure? The unrivaled beauty Chu Yun. It's all Zizi's fault. That's right. It's all his fault. Blinded by hatred towards him, Wang behaved stupidly. This bastard needs to be killed. At the end it was written that if you remain childless, you will be a coward and a fool. But if not, you will be healthy in all respects. Xiaowang didn't understand anything. Is it really impossible to cultivate after circumcision? If that's the case, then isn't the teacher contradicting himself? At the end, the prince read that he must bow 3 bows as a tribute to the valuable science and practice of cultivation. Van burst into tears again. This monster had deprived him of his manhood, and he still had to bow to him. Where was the justice? What a misfortune. And yet the Dark Prince fell to his knees, for he had sworn to do everything his teacher commanded in gratitude for saving him. Shedding tears, Xiaowang struck his forehead on the stone floor 3 times as a sign of respect and gratitude to the unknown teacher. From these recordings you can understand how to do the exercises and cultivate. The methodology exceeds expectations. The techniques are powerful. If they are practiced in the divine realm, then the 5th limb can be restored. Oh, that means not all is lost. Van was very happy. He would be able to restore his manhood. There were even all the necessary tools here. He picked up a needle, but it was an embroidery needle, and he thought that this Taoist canon was a little dishonest. What should he do? The system reported that Xiaowang entered the secret realm and castrated himself because of Chu's joke. Xuan received the blood rebirth technique. Xuan never thought that anyone would be stupid enough to commit castration because of the first page. But such an idiot did exist. Using the blood rebirth technique, one can be reborn from a single drop of blood, while retaining all talents and abilities. Chu smiled. Even if you kill a person, a clone will appear. It's almost the secret of immortality. This secret technique appeared because of a joke. Xuan decided, just in case, to collect not only his own blood, but also the blood of other people close and dear to him. Just in case something might happen. Shanner looked at the drop of blood in surprise and asked what it was. She had a feeling that the body was inexplicably connected to this drop. Chu explained that this was a blood revival technique that could resurrect oneself if the body died. Xian was surprised. So, as long as there is a drop of blood, she will not die, Chu confirmed. Theoretically, yes. But you don't need to kill yourself to check. Xu Sen took a drop of blood from Chu Pingfan, Chu Yun and Shangxing. As long as this technique existed, his disciples could not die. Mo Luantian, who was spreading Buddhism in the demon lands, was in real danger. He needed to be protected. Zhuan took 2 drops of blood from the demon Buddha, gave one to him so that if he died, he could immediately be reborn, and transferred the other to the mini-world. A month later, Chu received news from the system. Hu Tianya's disciple had broken through to the Emperor's realm, and Xuan had received 100 years of cultivation. Xuan smiled as expected from the Son of Fortune. He broke through in such a short time, and Chu, as a teacher, received a reward for this. Thanks to 100 years of cultivation, Xuan had already reached the 6th stage of the divine realm. His growth was astonishingly fast. The qi in the Dao crystal grew larger and larger, meaning that the miniature world was regularly improving, becoming larger and stronger. Namo Buddha successfully broke through to the divine realm. The improvement of the mini-world helped the former demon cultivate. Xuan felt that there would be another transformation of the mini-world, and with the help of the Dao crystal, it would be possible to enter the path of the great Dao. It was even a little scary. Soon Chu would be able to enter the path of the Dao. His speed of improvement is simply outstanding. No one else has it. The crystal has acquired new abilities, and now members of the Dao group can transfer various items to each other through it. Although the number of people in the group is small, there are not many who can enter the Dao realm, so it is not worth opening this ability yet. Chu hasn't used the mirror for a long time. He needs to try his luck and find someone interesting to increase his chances of receiving rewards. The mirror showed Xuan a secluded mountain valley. He gasped. There is time. This valley is connected to the secret realm of time. Those who are able to get into this valley are very lucky, of course. They are mostly the children of luck. We need to study it as carefully as possible. Suddenly Xuan saw Xiao Liang and Liu Piao walking along the valley. Liu Piao was now at the 5th stage of the Heavenly Kingdom, and had grown up. And Xiao Liang is at the 5th stage of the Emperor realm. He has a vine branch surrounded by an ancient atmosphere and a slow liana. The young man had indeed found the slow vine. He was lucky, although it had not yet recognized him as its master. This would take time. Xiao Liang seems to be the son of luck not only of Shizhou, but also of the entire northern territory. He carries something very powerful, probably a vine. Appearing in the golden portal, Chu Xuan exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, it's those kids again." He is very happy to meet them again. The travelers fell to their knees and respectfully greeted the elder. His techniques greatly helped them advance in cultivation. Xiao Liang convulsively squeezed the slow vine. The young man was very afraid that the elder would take this priceless magical treasure from him. Chu remarked that it must be fate that they met again, and the young man seemed to have a lucky chance to obtain the slow vine. Xiao Liang replied in fear that it was a complete accident, and that he had not intended to look for this treasure on purpose. Xuan laughed. "No need to be nervous. The vine is not conspicuous, but since fate brought them together again, Chu will help Liang become the master of the vine." He sent a stream of his divine energy through the portal towards the youth, helping Xiao Liang become stronger and subdue the slow vine. Xiao Liang was amazed. This mysterious elder was terribly strong. After his influence, the vine immediately recognized the youth as its master. The genius, persecuted by the Xiao family, bowed low to the elder and thanked him for his extraordinary kindness and further help.